The first thing I did after Reborn into the apocalypse was to jump off a building without hesitation. Even though I would turn into a bloody pulp in 2.5 seconds, I was still exhilarated, because when the apocalypse arrives, everyone awakens their supernatural abilities under specific conditions. In my previous life, I failed to awaken any ability, and ended up as trash at the bottom of society. Eventually, I was pushed off a building, and became a blood sacrifice for the apocalyptic deities. But that was how I learned the method to awaken my ability. Now that I've been reborn, I will slaughter my enemies with my own hands, and annihilate the gods. Time rewinds to 3 days before the apocalypse. At the highest tower in the capital, I stood in a black trench coat, calmly lit a cigarette, then spread my arms and plunged downward. 2.5 seconds later, the ability awakened. The 7 deadly sins. Category: Deity Class SSS Rank. They represent the ferocious beasts that once committed sins against the gods. You can harness their powers. Pride, Golden-maned Crimson Lion Wealth. Envy, World-devouring Dust Python Perception. Wrath, Diamond Rage 8 Violence. Sloth, Immortal Vermilion Bird Flight. Greed, Moon-craving Heavenly Wolf Speed. Gluttony, Devouring Taudai Consumption. Lust, Primordial Black Dragon Fortitude. The next moment, a clear and resonant cry erupted from within my body. Then my entire being soared into the air, suspended mid-air. I then flew straight toward a large production factory. Having survived the apocalypse for 5 years, I knew full well what supplies were most valuable in the post-apocalyptic world: food, weapons, equipment, and petroleum. Have these goods delivered to this address within 3 days. Immediately after, I arrived at a 5-star hotel. With a grand gesture, I booked the presidential suite, thus solving both food and temporary accommodation issues. Next, I'll first settle some grudges from my previous life. The reason I managed to survive 5 years in the apocalypse in my past life was entirely due to the care of an ability user. Her name was In Yen. S-class ability, Foresight. Though born blind, she gained the ability to foresee the future. People codenamed her the Blind Girl. However, in my past life, In Yen was framed to death by the Mu siblings. I didn't even have the capability to avenge her. This time, I'll find you first. Soon I arrived at the Crescent Moon Piano Training Institute. There I saw a beautiful woman holding a knife, attempting to ruin In Yen's face. No wonder she always wore a black veil in my past life. Fortunately, I arrived in time in this life. The harm hasn't happened yet. I kicked the door open and walked straight up to the beautiful woman. You did this. Another pretty boy seduced by this blind girl. I immediately slapped her. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I can have my bodyguards kill you? Hearing this, I frowned instantly. I detest threats the most. Anyone who threatens me will suffer tenfold in return. I glanced at the bodyguards, a cruel smirk tugging at my lips. These men were top-tier bodyguards, accustomed to living dangerously. But the moment they engaged with me, they realized my strength was beyond their match. Serve Madam Do well. Make sure she's satisfied. Preferably, make sure she never leaves this place. The bodyguards froze for a moment, as if unsure what I meant. Madame Do still had her charms. Don't you want to experience them? The bodyguards were stunned. Not only would they avoid death, but they'd also get such a reward. They turned their gazes toward Lu Meiyu in unison. Though she was already in her 30s, she showed no signs of aging. On the contrary, thanks to meticulous care, her figure remained exceptionally voluptuous. Her appearance could indeed be considered beautiful. What do you think you're doing? Lu Meiyu instantly panicked. She roared with a threatening but hollow tone. You were all hired by me. Do you want to die? Hearing this woman's words, the burly men grinned. Madam Do, we have no choice if we want to survive. You'd better cooperate. Lu Meiyu retreated step by step, until there was nowhere left to retreat. She stared at me with despair and venom. Just you wait. Lu Meiyu retreated step by step until finally there was nowhere left to retreat. She stared at Lin Xiao with despair and resentment. You wait, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. She had always relied on Tianlan Enterprises to be domineering, never dreaming that she would have such a day. And this Lin Xiao, who looked so young, his methods were also extremely ruthless. Don't worry, you won't be getting out of here. They're very aware of the consequences of doing this, Lin Xiao sneered. The several burly men chuckled wickedly indeed. They often did things like murder and robbery. Lin Xiao glanced at the parents huddled in the corner. They were all ordinary people whom Lu Meiyu had brought to intimidate In Yen. How could they have ever seen such a situation? What are you standing there for? What good are your phones? Record for 2 hours each or you won't get out of here either. He picked up In Yen from the ground and said indifferently as he passed the parents. Having witnessed this, they either became accomplices or shared the same fate as Lu Meiyu. The burly men were all retired mercenaries and could handle the aftermath. Even if it was leaked, it would be about 3 days later. In this apocalypse, who could restrain him? Hearing his words, the parents fumbled for their phones. Some opened the camera, while others even started live streaming. Lin Xiao left, carrying in Yuan directly. Just as he entered the stairwell, a beautiful yet piercing scream came from behind. Chapter 5, Ancient Blade Breaks the Edge. The last night back at the hotel, Lin Xiao placed in Yuan on the bed. The soft mattress made her delicate body shudder, and she hastily shrank back to the corner of the bed. She was gradually recovering from what had just happened. Though she couldn't see, she could hear. Lu Meiyu's final, shrill cries meant that Lin Xiao was an even more terrifying person, but he had ultimately saved her, so she hadn't struggled along the way. Of course, a large part of it was also fear. Lin Xiao seemed capable of anything, and if she rashly did something to offend him, her fate would probably be even more miserable than Lu Meiyu's. But where had he brought her now? "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Lin Xiao said, his voice as gentle as he could make it. He understood that his actions had scared Yuan, but he was used to handling things this way. He didn't like leaving potential problems. Looking at the pretty face before him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be astonished. And Yuan was truly beautiful, no wonder that vicious woman wanted to ruin her face. Lin Xiao, accustomed to killing in his previous life, didn't know why, but when he saw in Yuan's peaceful face, he felt a long-lost sense of comfort. Even after his rebirth, the nerve in his mind that had been taut from the apocalypse hadn't relaxed, but seeing the serene in Yuan, his heart calmed down. No wonder people said that seeing a beautiful woman would improve one's mood. It really wasn't a lie. However, and Yuan didn't seem inclined to talk. Lin Xiao said rest well and prepared to leave. "Wait, how long will I be staying here?" And Yuan called out to him. 3 days, Lin Xiao replied. 3 days, will that be enough to avoid the trouble? And Yuan asked, somewhat nervously. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled. The 3 days I'm talking about aren't to avoid trouble, but to wait for the arrival of another era. Another era? And Yuan was stunned. She suddenly felt that this man was mysterious. What exactly was he? "The girl I carried upstairs earlier. Take good care of her, and call me immediately if anything happens," Lin Xiao said to a receptionist at the front desk. It was the sweet girl who had been slapped by the hotel manager earlier. Okay, the girl quickly nodded. She had witnessed Lin Xiao's strength. Even the hotel security team was no match for him. Lin Xiao nodded, then took a car to an antique street, looking thoughtful at the bustling street. This should be the place. His purpose in coming here was to find an ancient blade. Like humans and animals, some weapons would also undergo mutations, usually more commonly with cold weapons. The ancient blade Lin Xiao was looking for was one of them, codenamed Edgebreaker. As its name suggested, this blade was incredibly sharp and as straightforward as its name. There was no defense it couldn't break at the same level, and even gods would not be spared, provided it evolved to the same rank as them. In his previous life, a person with only a C-level ability had obtained this ancient blade and soared to the top of the world during the apocalypse, all thanks to this Edgebreaker. Of course, there were many mutated weapons more powerful than the Edgebreaker, but Lin Xiao didn't specifically need those. Their abilities were too flashy. He possessed the SSS level ability 7 Deadly Sins, which allowed him to obtain the powers of 7 divine beast sin offenders. For him, those weapons would merely be the icing on the cake. But this Edgebreaker would allow him to be even more formidable. Only by obtaining this Edgebreaker could he possibly contend with the first apocalypse god that was about to descend, the shrine, and the 3 gods that would follow after it. "Young man, newly unearthed treasures, want to take a look? I'll sell them to you for a cheaper price. My treasures here have been blessed. They will bless your descendants with wealth and prosperity, only 300,000. Lin Xiao ignored their shouts, weaving back and forth between the shops and stalls. He only knew that the breaking edge originated from here, but he didn't know which shop it was in. If Yumian's ability had already awakened, that would be great. Lin Xiao sighed, having no choice but to continue searching. At this moment, his gaze suddenly stopped on an old, rusty knife. For some reason, upon seeing this knife, a sense of greed arose in his heart. The 7 deadly sins, is greed at play? Lin Xiao suddenly liked this power he hadn't fully controlled yet. How much for this? I want it, Lin Xiao said directly, walking up to the stall. The stall owner, a seasoned veteran, carefully examined Lin Xiao, then held up 3 fingers, 30,000, a fixed price. No. Lin Xiao's words were cut short by a voice that preempted him. 30,000, I'll take it. Lin Xiao glanced at the person. It was a girl, and she was with a boy. Why are you buying this? My dad likes this kind of old knife. He'll definitely like this if I buy it for him. The girl said, smiling. Zhou Xiaoyu. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. This was the future owner of the breaking edge in his past life. What a coincidence, but first come, first serve. This knife is mine, Lin Xiao said coldly, then directly tossed his bank card to the stall owner. Zhou Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Xiao. Friend, could you sell this knife to me? My dad is turning 50 soon, and I wanted to buy this knife as a gift for him. Zhou Xiaoyu's face was sincere, and with her sweet looks and soft voice she was very effective with men. Lin Xiao didn't pay her any attention, looking at the stall owner instead. Can you sharpen it here? The stall owner and Zhou Xiaoyu were both stunned, looking at Lin Xiao in confusion. Why do you want to sharpen it? Zhou Xiaoyu and the stall owner couldn't help but ask. To kill people, Lin Xiao said, pausing, or maybe not. The stall owner's hand trembled as he swiped the card, and he looked at Lin Xiao with a bitter smile. Buddy, I'm a little scared to sell this to you now. You've already swiped my card. Lin Xiao looked at him. Alright. The stall owner sighed, packed up the old knife and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, here's the knife, brother. I'm not sharpening it for you. You'll have to find another place for that. As for you too, if you want to buy it, talk to this brother. The stall owner was genuinely scared by Lin Xiao's nonsensical words. Lin Xiao nodded and without another word went to another stall to get the knife sharpened, then walked out of the antique street. During this time, Zhou Xiaoyu and the other guy kept following him. Chirp. Just as Lin Xiao passed an alley, a van suddenly stopped and a burly man stepped out. Are you Lin Xiao? The leading burly man asked. Lin Xiao scanned the group and immediately understood. Zhao Heng sent them. Come with us. One of the large men grinned menacingly, reaching out to grab Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao sighed. Buying a knife was so troublesome. But it was just as well. He could try out the feel of this breaking edge. Lin Xiao unwrapped the cloth covering the breaking edge. Under the eerie red moon, the blade's tip glinted with a chilling sharpness. Kid, you've got a weapon. The big man was taken aback, then grinned more menacingly. You can use this knife. Before he could finish, a dark blur had already passed his shoulder, spraying warm blood several meters away. Xiaoyu, maybe we shouldn't follow. It's kind of scary here. That guy might not even sell it to us. Just then, Zhou Xiaoyu and her boyfriend entered the alley, and a splatter of blood landed on her face. At the same time, a dark, stubby object rolled to the ground. The two of them looked down and saw a severed arm lying there, bare and glistening. Ah! The man screamed in terror and fainted. Zhou Xiaoyu was a little better off, but she was also so terrified by the severed arm that her legs went limp and a warm stream flowed between her legs. Thwack! Thwack! Several more blades fell, and all the burly men were brought down by Lin Xiao. Either their arms were broken, or their tendons were severed in their hands and feet, their fates unknown. Lend me some paper. Lin Xiao turned and walked to Zhou Xiaoyu, speaking calmly. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes were full of terror, but she still tremblingly took out a pack of paper and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao calmly wiped the blood off the blade, then rewrapped the ancient, broken-tipped sword with cloth. He glanced at the space between her legs and pondered. Zhou Xiaoyu saw Lin Xiao's gaze and immediately became afraid. Could it be that he wanted to? Wipe yourself too, and also, you didn't see anything today, understand? Lin Xiao said lightly. Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head, only then realizing that she had wet herself from fear without even knowing. To think she had just thought he wanted to do something to her, really. At this moment, the embarrassment in her heart even surpassed the fear. The last night before the apocalypse, Lin Xiao walked out of the alley, gazing up at the increasingly scarlet full moon, murmuring softly. Chapter 6, Past Life Grudge, and Yuemian's request. Back at the hotel, and Yuemian was already lying quietly in bed, asleep, though she was still curled up, indicating that today's events had left a shadow on her. Looking at Yuemian sleeping soundly, Lin Xiao's gaze gradually softened. In their past life, Yuemian had taken care of him for 4 years in the apocalypse. Because of her S-class precognition ability, she held a high position among the survivors. He naturally received a lot of care. It was only unfortunate that later, Yuemian was sent out on a mission by Mu Ziyi's siblings, and she never returned. Later, Lin Xiao learned that it was deliberate on the part of Mu Ziyi's siblings. They were jealous of Yuemian's S-class ability, worried that she would threaten their position, and plotted to kill her. His own grudge, coupled with Yuemian's, this debt must be repaid in blood by the Mu family. If he remembered correctly, Mu Hong would be arriving in Jing City soon. Pulling back his thoughts, Lin Xiao smelled a hint of blood on his body, so he went to take a shower. Unexpectedly, when he came out, he saw Yuemian sitting blankly on the bed, making Lin Xiao instinctively wrap himself in a towel. But then, he remembered that Yuemian couldn't see him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? Yuemian asked, her small hands nervously clutching the bedsheets. Took a shower, Lin Xiao answered truthfully. A shower? Upon hearing this, Yuemian instinctively retreated backward. Don't worry, I have no thoughts about you for the time being, Lin Xiao said. Yuemian relaxed slightly after hearing this, but was still very nervous. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought for a moment, and just as he was about to take out a spare set of bedding, a sound came from next door. A piercing sound entered his ears, causing Lin Xiao's hand to pause in mid-air. He turned his head and saw that Yuemian's delicate face also had a hint of blush, clearly having heard the sound as well. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he walked to the next door, forcefully kicking open the door of the presidential suite. Sure enough, Zhao Hong was energetically engaged with a woman on the bed when he suddenly saw Lin Xiao come in. Lin Xiao. He looked at Lin Xiao in horror, then angrily said, what do you want? Looking at his expression, Lin Xiao remained expressionless and said calmly, I've requisitioned this room as well, get out. You, Lin Xiao, I'm telling you, I've already given you 3 points of courtesy today, don't push it too far. Zhao Hong was furious. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao took out his piercing edge, looking at him with indifferent eyes. I'm just bullying you, what can you do about it? Seeing the sharp blade, Zhao Hong immediately shivered in fear, not even bothering to put on clothes as he ran out of the room. Leaving the woman in a daze, looking at Lin Xiao, she suddenly gritted her teeth and leaned toward him, completely naked. Brother, how about you continue? That Zhao Heng is a useless piece of trash, he doesn't look as energetic as you. The woman had a very hot figure, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes full of flirtation, seemingly having just gotten into the mood. Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth, what a weirdo. Get lost. The woman was startled, then left, muttering unhappily. Looking at the woman's back, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Based on Zhao Heng's behavior just now, he had confirmed that the people he encountered at night were sent by him. With Zhao Heng's vengeful nature, there was no way he wouldn't retaliate against him, but he didn't kill him now. He was keeping his little life for a bigger purpose tomorrow. Mu Hong, you should be coming to Jing City tomorrow, right? I wonder what kind of expression your good sister will have when she hears the news of your death. Lin Xiao's eyes grew cold. Mu Hong was Mu Zi's younger brother. In their past life, during the apocalypse, Mu Hong was in Jing City. Later, Mu Zi, in order to find this precious younger brother, specifically brought people from High City. The backgrounds of these two were not simple. They were the children of a high-ranking military officer, and at that time, Mu Zi mobilized a large number of troops to rescue Mu Hong. But they hadn't expected that there was a mutated aerial overlord beast in Jing City, which severely destroyed the helicopters they brought. However, these two siblings relied on their father's position in the military region and forcibly became the leaders of this war zone in Jing City. Moreover, Mu Zi had awakened in a great ability, which further solidified her position. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest is true, but in this life, I am the strong one. Lin Xiao murmured. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao frowned and opened it, thinking it was Zhao Hong bringing more people to make trouble, but unexpectedly it was in Yuan. What's wrong? Lin Xiao's gaze softened instantly. And Yuan seemed a little hesitant, her hands twisting the hem of her skirt at her sides. Tell me what's the matter, I'll help you, Lin Xiao said softly. I have a little cat at home, it's been with me since I was little. It probably hasn't eaten anything for a day. Do you think we could go home to get it sometime? And Yuan asked cautiously. That's it? Lin Xiao was stunned, then laughed. Taking you home is impossible, at least not before tomorrow, but I can help bring the cat over. Give me the address, Lin Xiao said. Okay. And Yuan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked, did you have a conflict with the people in this room just now? Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded, don't worry, it's nothing. Lin Xiao? Just then, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Looking up, it was actually Chenya. She was dressed in a flamboyant manner, with black stockings and high heels, very alluring, but thinking about the scene he had just seen in the room, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. This Zhao Hong was quite the player. It was obvious that Chenya didn't know yet. What are you laughing at? Chenya frowned, then noticed in Yuan and couldn't help but laugh after sizing her up. Looks like you're not content with being alone either. Where did you pick her up from? Looking at her like that, she's probably selling herself. I didn't expect it, Lin Xiao, you actually found a wild. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao slapped her on the mouth, and a streak of blood instantly flowed from the corner of her lips. Chenya covered her cheek, her face full of disbelief, and looked at Lin Xiao angrily. You actually hit me. You actually hit me. Lin Xiao, don't forget I was once your girlfriend. You? Not worthy. Lin Xiao shook his head. Chenya, for the sake of our past acquaintance, get lost, otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering our old ties. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Chenya's face was full of resentment, but she didn't dare say anything more, and angrily turned to leave. She is. And Yuan asked calmly, seemingly not affected by Chenya's insults. It's nothing anymore. Lin Xiao shook his head. It's nothing anymore? And Yuan lowered her head thoughtfully. The next day, Lin Xiao entered in Yuan's home according to the address she gave him. A snow-white kitten was lying by the window. Hearing the noise, it instantly turned around, and seeing a stranger, it immediately became vigilant. Meow. It looked at Lin Xiao, acting rather threatening, and seeing this kitten, Lin Xiao was instantly stunned. This little cat. Chapter 7, The Divine Beast White Tiger. I've been waiting a long time. Divine Beast White Tiger. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply. He never imagined that the small cat in Yuan raised would actually be the white tiger that had annihilated the shrine in his past life. He had met in Yuan in the 5th month after the apocalypse. By then, the white tiger had already fallen at the hands of the other 3 apocalypse gods. And Yuan Yan had never mentioned anything about the white tiger to him. At this moment, the white tiger was full of vigilance towards him, with a hint of blood red in its pupils and a faint king pattern emerging on its forehead. This was a sign of mutation. "Little guy, you're no match for me right now," Lin Xiao said with a smile, looking at the white tiger. He moved swiftly, and before the white tiger could react, he grabbed it by the neck and shoved it into the cat cage beside him. Carrying the cat cage, Lin Xiao left the rented apartment. He didn't rush back to the hotel but instead took a car to survey several locations in Jing City. These were the key resource points in Jing City after the apocalypse. Century Square, the location where the first meteorite fell in Jing City. The mutations of the apocalypse had spread rapidly from this center, and the deity, Shrine, would also be born here in a month. Hengta Botanical and Zoological Garden. Before the deities appeared, the food chain of the apocalypse was mutated beasts and plants, zombies, humans. Therefore, the mutated beasts evolved the fastest. The first mutated beast to reach the second tier was a black bear in this zoo, if he remembered correctly. After the apocalypse, the strength of all creatures was divided into tiers 1 through 9. To advance, one had to devour the crystal cores from zombies or mutated beasts. Evolving from a first-tier ability to a second-tier required about several hundred first-tier cores, or 4 or 5 second-tier cores. The energy contained in a second-tier crystal core was about 100 times that of a first-tier core. Moreover, after advancing to the second tier, the energy that a first-tier core could provide would be greatly reduced, or even zero. At this point, one had to absorb hundreds of second-tier cores to advance to a third-tier ability. And this rule would become the key to the gap between human ability users. Many people, after discovering this, would choose to form teams to hunt high-tier mutated beasts or zombies to quickly increase their strength. In his past life, Yuan Yan was often invited to go out hunting with other survivors. But this life was different. Lin Xiao was confident that he could solo kill across tiers, and team distribution would inevitably lead to conflicts. He had the strength and the resources from his past life, so there was no need to cooperate with others. After noting this location, Lin Xiao took another car away, this time to a forest on the outskirts. Logically, with such a vast forest, there shouldn't be few mutated beasts after the apocalypse. But the overlord of this place in his past life was a plant, a giant man-eating flower. In his past life, an army had attempted to enter this forest to hunt mutated beasts, but unaware of the situation, they fell into the trap of the man-eating flower, all becoming its blood food, allowing it to leap to become the first third-tier overlord in Jing City. Walking into the forest, Lin Xiao indeed saw the man-eating flower. This man-eating flower already showed signs of mutation. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, it slowly opened its mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly, turned around, and looked at the mountain peak not far away. On this peak resided the one who had shot down the helicopter that Mu Zi had brought to rescue Mu Hong in his past life. It was also the only aerial overlord in Jing City, a mutated iron thorn eagle. Strictly speaking, it was more powerful than the mutated man-eating flower. Although its evolution speed lagged behind, its combat ability was several levels higher than the mutated man-eating flower. The last stop, Lin Xiao arrived outside a clubhouse owned by the Zhao Group. Several black commercial vehicles were parked around it. It seemed the person he was waiting for had arrived. He glanced at the time, 12 o'clock sharp. Lin Xiao's lips curled up, and he walked straight into the clubhouse, only to be stopped by several tall security guards. The clubhouse is not receiving guests today. Hearing this, Lin Xiao twisted his neck and then placed the cat cage to the side. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao, carrying the cat cage, walked into the club with a cold look in his eyes. Inside the cage, the white cat looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of human-like apprehension. As for the security guards who had been standing at the door, they were all lying on the ground like dead pigs. "Young Master Mu, all the girls in our club are here. You can pick anyone you like, and I guarantee you won't be disturbed," Zhao Hong said obsequiously, standing beside a young man in a leather jacket. "Is that so?" Mu Hong's lips curved into a smile as he scanned the group of girls, then suddenly laughed. "Can I have them all?" Zhao Hong was taken aback, then quickly forced a smile. "Of course you can. All of you, hurry up and serve young Master Hong well." Upon hearing this, a group of girls immediately surrounded Mu Hong, who didn't hold back. He directly pulled the one with the best figure into his arms, his hand slipping under her collar to begin kneading. "Alright, what's the matter you had on the phone? Just say it now," Mu Hong said, comfortably reclining on the sofa, his left hand reaching around another girl's waist. Zhao Hong glanced at the two women Mu Hong was embracing, secretly cursing Mu Hong for his good eye, picking the two best ones right away. "It's like this, young Master Mu, I've run into some trouble lately." Zhao Hong then told Mu Hong about Lin Xiao. Mu Hong looked at him strangely, scoffing. "Don't think I don't know the things you get up to? It's just someone who can fight a little. It should be easy to make him disappear, right?" "That's right, young Master Mu. I did try to make him disappear last night, but the ghostly thing is, he actually came back. And today I received news that all the people I sent their hands and feet were chopped off, Zhao Hong said, his heart chilled at the thought of the bodies in the alley. He didn't realize Lin Xiao was such a ruthless person. At this moment, he finally understood the gravity of the situation. If Lin Xiao found out that he had sent those people, his fate would probably be the same as theirs. Upon hearing Zhao Heng's words, Mu Hong finally sat up slightly. There's actually such a ruthless person in a small place like Jing City. How about this, I'll stay here a few more days and play around. Don't call my older sister. I'll find someone to help you kill him, Mu Hong said casually. Okay, thank you so much, young Master Mu. Zhao Hong exclaimed, instantly excited. He knew Mu Hong's identity, the son of a military region commander. He could easily find some people from the army to deal with Lin Xiao. Well, have someone find his location now, and then come back and find me. Mu Hong waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Zhao Hong nodded, leaving the room with joy, and was about to make a call when he suddenly met a detached face. Young Master Hong, were you looking for me? Young Master Mu, don't. As soon as Zhao Hong left, Mu Hong couldn't wait to tear open the black stockings of the woman in his arms and press her onto the sofa. The woman had never expected Mu Hong to be so wild. There were still so many people around, all her colleagues. She naturally resisted instinctively. But the more she resisted, the more it ignited the desire in Mu Hong's heart. He had been cooped up at home by his older sister for a month and was bursting with pent-up energy. In no time, he had stripped the woman completely bare. Bang! Just then, the door was kicked open, and Zhao Hong lay on the ground like a dead dog. Lin Xiao walked in front of him. Zhao Hong still had a trace of faint breath, seeming to want to say something. Crunch! Lin Xiao stepped on his neck, breaking it with force. Zhao Hong was completely silent. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Mu Hong, a sinister smile on his face. Mu Hong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 8. The nightmare has just begun. I'm back in the apocalypse. Ah! The scene of Zhao Heng's death sent the women screaming as they fled, the woman beneath Mu Hong not even bothering to put on clothes. Lin Xiao didn't stop them, only calmly watching Mu Hong on the other side. Mu Hong stared at Zhao Heng's corpse, his eyelids twitching wildly. Waiting for me? Who are you? Do we know each other? Just now you were telling Zhao Hong to find me, saying you'd kill me. What, don't you remember? Lin Xiao looked at him. It's you! Mu Hong swallowed, his hand reaching for the pocket of his discarded jacket, cursing Zhao Hong for being such an idiot, not even realizing the danger at his door. Brother, let's talk this over. Mu Hong stalled for time, feeling for the gun and taking off the safety, then his expression shifted dramatically. Bastard, if you beg for mercy now I might. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao slapped him hard across the face, sending him spinning 3 times before he finally stopped, half of his face mangled. Ugh. The intense pain made him cry out in terror, but his mouth couldn't form words. Shut up. Lin Xiao held Mu Hong's pistol, aiming it at his thigh and firing. Ah! Mu Hong screamed again, heart-wrenching. I said shut up. Lin Xiao's face was cold as he fired another shot into his thigh. This time, Mu Hong finally dared not cry out, looking at Lin Xiao with fear. This man was a demon. Call your sister. At that moment, Lin Xiao threw Mu Hong's phone to him. Call his older sister? Mu Hong took the phone trembling, though he didn't understand. To save his life he dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Xiao snatched the phone back, switching it to speaker. Xiao Hong? Where have you run off to again? Don't let me find out where you are, or else. A woman's voice came through the phone. Bang bang bang. Before Mu Zi could finish speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly fired several shots in succession, all hitting Mu Hong's legs and arms. Ah ah ah. Mu Hong's pig-like, heart-rending screams immediately came out. Xiao Hong? What's that noise on your end? What's wrong? Mu Zi on the other end of the phone became anxious. Hearing Mu Zi's voice, Lin Xiao felt a wave of pleasure in his heart. The pain that Mu Hong was experiencing now was less than a 10,000th of what he had endured. He had been chewed alive by that god. That kind of pain, Lin Xiao could still clearly remember, and in Yuan Yin was framed by these siblings. Surely she was in great pain before she died, wasn't she? Mu Zi, your nightmare has just begun. Lin Xiao calmly spoke into the phone, the sound of the gunshots not ceasing. Bang bang bang. He didn't stop until Mu Hong was riddled with holes, and not a single whimper could be heard. He stopped firing. The phone call had remained connected the entire time, Mu Zi's rapid breathing clear to hear. Bastard! You're dead. Don't let me find out who you are. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Mu Zi roared like a crazed lion. Lin Xiao sneered after hearing this. Don't be so hasty. Your brother was just an appetizer. Sooner or later I'll let you taste what it's like to become blood food too. With that, Lin Xiao tossed the phone away, picked up a white cat beside him, and walked out of the room. Ah! At that moment, the club was filled with miserable screams. The women who had fled outside were being held by tall bodyguards at the door as they kissed. Blood gurgled from their mouths, forming beautiful marks on the ground. Suddenly, a naked woman rushed towards Lin Xiao, trying to bite him, her crimson eyes and mangled mouth giving her the appearance of a zombie. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed, drawing the broken sword from his back, tearing away the cloth wrapped around the blade, a flash of cold light appearing. Swish! The female zombie's head rolled on the ground, her body slowly collapsing. Lin Xiao sighed and walked out of the club. Sure enough, the streets outside were already in chaos, countless bats swarming and attacking humans, while humans were also tearing at each other. The red moon in the sky grew even more eerie, and meteors blazed through the atmosphere, falling in flames towards every corner of the earth. Alarms and human wails blended together, and this land, which had been peaceful for so long, revealed an apocalyptic scene. Some cars, eager to escape, didn't even see the living people they crushed under their wheels. The police had just arrived on the scene, and were immediately torn apart by the swarming zombies. Lin Xiao watched the surroundings indifferently. Suddenly, the cat cage in his hand started to rattle wildly, and the white cat inside began to swell. The white cat began to emit a suppressed growl. "Are you going to mutate too?" Lin Xiao looked at the white cat, his eyes flickering. "I can let you out, but don't think about running away. You have to come back with me to see Yumian," Lin Xiao said to the white cat in a deep voice. This was something he had promised in Yumian. A fierce glint flashed in the white cat's eyes, as if it didn't want to obey Lin Xiao, but the next second Lin Xiao slashed a mutated zombie cat that had pounced towards him. The mutated zombie cat was instantly decapitated, causing the previously manic white cat to freeze in surprise, seemingly gulping as if it was human. "Meow," it cried softly. Lin Xiao smirked. "So you still know how to meow?" He released the white cat, and it immediately began to grow at a visible rate, reaching more than half a meter tall in the blink of an eye, and the king pattern on its head became even clearer. As soon as the white cat was released, it pounced on a mutated zombie, its deadly fangs almost instantly tearing the zombie apart, before eagerly sucking out the zombie's brains. Lin Xiao only glanced at it, and then ignored it. Like the awakened ability users among humans, this white cat belonged to the same kind of situation. Instead of mutating into the kind of zombified beast lacking in reason, it had become even more intelligent. Lin Xiao began to search the streets for any first-order zombies or mutated beasts. Since the apocalypse had just begun, the streets were mostly filled with ordinary zombies, zombies whose brains had not yet produced a crystal core. However, some powerful zombie beasts could still evolve to first order in a short amount of time. For example, the zombie in front of Lin Xiao had teeth that were clearly sharper than other zombies, and the flesh still clinging to its mouth, its scarlet eyes full of bloodlust. HRR. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, its expression seemed to grow excited. It charged at a 100-meter sprint, its twisted body running with an unsettling, awkward feeling. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the broken edge tightly. The broken edge had clearly mutated as well, a layer of blood frost covering its blade. 7 sins, greed. 7 sins, wrath. Lin Xiao whispered to himself, and then he felt his speed and reaction ability change drastically, as well as the surging power in his body. Swoosh! Lin Xiao's blade met the zombie, and the moment the blade touched the zombie, a spray of blood blossomed, and the zombie's arms that had lunged at Lin Xiao were immediately sent flying. However, zombies do not feel pain. It turned around and tried to attack Lin Xiao again. Slash! A blade had already pierced its neck, and blood flowed down the blade to the ground like a waterfall. Lin Xiao pulled out the broken edge, and the blood splashed onto Lin Xiao's face. He was completely oblivious and instead reached into the zombie's head and stirred it around. The white cat, having come over, couldn't help but gag at the sight. But after a while, Lin Xiao pulled out a blood-red stone from the zombie's head. The stone was crystal clear and emitted a mesmerizing amber-like light. Seeing the stone, the white cat immediately swallowed its saliva, looking desperate. Lin Xiao smiled. "This one isn't for you." Wiping the bloodstains from the tissue core, Lin Xiao placed it in his mouth, the energy invading his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel his power becoming stronger. After a long while, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. So this is what it feels like to devour a core, truly intoxicating. Hearing the familiar screams in his ears, and the pervasive bloody smell in the air, a strange smile slowly spread across his lips. Apocalypse, I, Lin Xiao, am back. Chapter 9, let me serve you, okay? At the beginning of the apocalypse, the zombies were too weak and didn't produce any crystal cores, so they weren't worth killing. After hunting this first-tier zombie, Lin Xiao decided to return to the hotel. It was kind of like his lair, and An Yuemian was still there. Slicing and dicing his way through, Lin Xiao returned to the hotel. By this time, the hotel was in complete chaos. Infected zombies were frantically attacking the surviving humans, a scene straight out of a biohazard crisis. Lin Xiao's presidential suite had a private elevator that required a special room card to operate, so An Yuemian should be safe for the time being. The next thing to do was to clear the place out. After all, it would be his residence in the future. How could he tolerate so many zombies being around? Lin Xiao cracked his neck, and then the slaughter began. The newly infected zombies were no match for the sharpness of the piercing edge. Every single one was decapitated in one strike. Help! Just as Lin Xiao had finished cleaning out the two zombies in a room, a cry for help came from next door. Lin Xiao just glanced at it and turned away. He didn't plan to save anyone. If they could survive, then that was their ability. If they couldn't and turned into zombies, it had nothing to do with him. He would just chop them up. As far as this hotel was concerned, it didn't need many survivors, 2 were enough. An hour later, Lin Xiao locked the hotel doors. By now, all the zombies inside the hotel had been slaughtered by Lin Xiao. In the center of the lobby, Lin Xiao put down the piercing edge and slumped down on the sofa to recover some strength. At the same time, he said lightly, "Come out, it's safe outside." A sound came from the front desk counter. After a long while, a girl in a uniform crawled out, her face still filled with shock. This girl was the same hotel receptionist from before. Lin Xiao was a little surprised to see her. He didn't expect that she would survive. "Do me a favor and gather all the living people in this hotel here," Lin Xiao said to the girl. The girl hesitated, clearly worried that there were still zombies upstairs and not daring to go. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. If she didn't even have this much courage, this girl would die sooner or later in the apocalypse. "I'll go." After a long while, the girl finally gritted her teeth and went upstairs. Before long, over a dozen people had gathered in the lobby. Most of them were wealthy people wearing gold and silver, but their faces no longer had the arrogance of the rich, only fear remained. Many of these people were faces Lin Xiao had seen before. Yes, it was the day he had a conflict with Zhao Heng. These people had all been watching on the sidelines, and some had even been mocking him. Seeing that it was Lin Xiao, the ones who had yelled the loudest lowered their heads, afraid that Lin Xiao would recognize them. "Now you have all seen the situation outside. It's the end of the world. Everyone is in danger, and you never know when a zombie will pounce and bite your neck. I'm an easy person to talk to. I'll give you a clear path. Take your things and leave this hotel," Lin Xiao said calmly. Those people, upon hearing this, thought they had misheard. "You just said that it's so dangerous outside, and you want us to go out? Is that what you call a clear path?" Someone couldn't help but say. "Yes, letting you go out is the clear path, otherwise staying here means death," Lin Xiao said, picking up the piercing edge next to him, his expression cold. These survivors immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant and their bodies went stiff. You dare to kill people?" a survivor said, his throat tightening, staring hard at Lin Xiao. "Damn it, how is this any different from sending us to our deaths?" a hot-tempered survivor couldn't help but yell. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the piercing edge pierced through his chest and blood flowed out. The sudden scene stunned all the survivors. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, looked coldly at the first person who had asked a question and said indifferently, "What do you think?" I'll go." The man's throat bobbed as he scrambled towards the door, practically tripping over himself. Getting outside might offer a chance of survival, but staying here with Lin Xiao was a guaranteed death sentence. He was a maniac. The remaining survivors were equally shocked this guy really dared to kill someone. Did he think there was no law in this world? Some thought it, others asked directly, "Do you think there's no law? How dare you kill someone in broad daylight?" Put! Lin Xiao struck again with his blade, his face already showing impatience. "Here, I am the law. Those who don't leave, stay." He was tired of wasting words on these people after all, they had all spoken ill of him before. Killing them would cause him no remorse. Moreover, even if they had no conflict with him, he could kill them with a clear conscience. How could one allow others to sleep soundly beside their bed? This time, the survivors finally panicked, scrambling to flee the hotel, leaving only the receptionist girl beside Lin Xiao. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lin Xiao asked, his tone calm. "Do I also have to leave?" The sweet-faced girl looked panicked. She had heard the cries outside, and it was clear what that meant. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then took out a gun he'd seized from Mu Hong's men and tossed it to the girl. "This place isn't for you. Go west. There's a team rescuing survivors there." The girl caught the gun, a fierce struggle playing out on her face. Finally, she took off her clothes in front of Lin Xiao, revealing her incredibly alluring body. "I can serve you, please don't make me leave," she said, her body trembling, almost pleading. Looking at the girl's curvaceous figure, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a surge of desire, wanting to pull her into his arms. Just as he was about to act, a warning bell went off in his mind and his brow furrowed. "The 7 deadly sins lust? Get out!" Lin Xiao hissed. Whatever the reason, this woman had managed to stir his emotions. He couldn't let her stay. The girl shuddered at Lin Xiao's harsh words, her breasts rising and falling rapidly, but she put her clothes back on and left with the gun he had given her. After closing the hotel door, Lin Xiao closed his eyes to rest, suddenly feeling a shift in his vision. In the next moment, he found himself in a pitch-black space, with 7 tall, dark caves before him. Lin Xiao was stunned. He walked into one of the caves and found a massive creature lying inside, snoring loudly. "This is..." Lin Xiao frowned, instantly understanding what he was seeing. Could this be one of the 7 divine beasts who had committed sins as described in his 7 deadly sins ability? The beast before him was covered in black fur, with strong arms and numerous scars, resembling a gorilla. The rage ape? The ability descriptions mentioned gaining the power of the 7 divine beasts that had committed sins. It seemed they came from these creatures. Looking closer, he noticed the rage ape was bound by hundreds of large and small chains. What were these? Divine punishment? Chapter 10 in Yuemian's ability, Future Sharing. Buzz. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a wave of weakness followed by the disappearance of that pitch-black space. After calming his breath, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, looking thoughtfully at the ground. This is the true form of an SSS level ability, the 7 deadly sins? Based on the current situation, he had obtained 7 abilities from the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins of pride, the sugar daddy. This ability, which Lin Xiao had not yet used, could, according to its description, control metals within a certain range. The 7 deadly sins of envy, perception. This ability enhanced his perception of the surrounding area 1,000-fold. It was thanks to this that Lin Xiao could clearly sense all the potential zombies in the entire hotel. The 7 deadly sins of wrath, super strength. Lin Xiao had used this ability several times and it never failed him. It could increase his strength 100-fold. The 7 deadly sins of sloth, levitation. He had only discovered this use for the ability for now, and it was quite useful for traveling. The 7 deadly sins of greed, speed. The incredibly swift speed allowed Lin Xiao to be 100 times faster than ordinary people in both his movements and reactions. The 7 deadly sins of gluttony, devour. This ability allowed him to devour other mutated creatures to quickly replenish his energy. The 7 deadly sins of lust, fortitude. This ability allowed hidden black lines to appear on Lin Xiao's body, enhancing his defensive capabilities. According to the description, these were just the initial abilities Lin Xiao had obtained, and they would become even more powerful in the future. But even these abilities were enough for Lin Xiao to dominate the early stages of the apocalypse. After resting for a moment, Lin Xiao went upstairs back to the presidential suite, wherein Yuemian was standing by the window, dazed. Even though she couldn't see the outside scenery, she was still standing by the window. This sight made Lin Xiao raise his eyebrows, and he walked to Yuemian's side, asking, "Your ability has awakened?" "Yes." And Yuemian nodded. Through her ability to foresee the future, she had already seen the scenes of the apocalypse. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly reached out to Lin Xiao and whispered, "Hold my hand." Lin Xiao was stunned, but he still grabbed in Yuemian's small hand. It was very soft. Buzz. In the next second, a scene suddenly appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes, a scene of the forest where Lin Xiao had once scouted. There was a giant man eating flower, devouring a human who had strayed into its territory. How could this be? The scene disappeared, and Lin Xiao looked at Yuemian in shock. She didn't have this ability in his previous life. To be precise, the S-level ability of foresight didn't have this kind of power. The ability I awakened is SS level, future sharing. And Yuemian said calmly, "Future sharing." Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Could it be that his appearance had changed the ability and Yuemian awakened? Future sharing was undoubtedly even more terrifying than foresight, as it could directly allow a person to see the scene she envisioned. Then, the person she shared with would effectively have the ability to foresee the future in real time. This ability was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Lin Xiao. Because Lin Xiao was just an ordinary survivor in his past life, the information he knew was extremely limited. Besides some major events, there were many resources he didn't know about. But Yuemian's ability could foresee the emergence of many things, such as that man eating flower just now. This would be of great benefit to him. In his excitement, Lin Xiao almost hugged Yuemian, but seeing the shyness on Yuemian's face, reddened by having her small hand held for the first time, he refrained. "Oh, right, I brought you the white cat you wanted." Lin Xiao suddenly remembered. But looking at the white cat, which was already over half a meter tall, he fell silent again. It's grown a little bit, are you sure you don't mind? Xiaobai, come here." A smile finally appeared on Yuemian's small face as she squatted down to call. Lin Xiao had already taken out his cleaving blade. After all, he had seen the ferocity of this white cat. If it had any intention of harming Yuemian, he would guarantee to teach it a lesson with a single strike. But unexpectedly, the little white thing scurried right over to Yuemian, who, upon touching the now-grown creature, didn't even seem surprised. "You saw its mutation too?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Will it? Little white, will it?" And Yuemian stroked little white's head, then suddenly looked up with some worry. "Don't worry, it won't turn into those monsters," Lin Xiao replied, knowing what she was asking. More than that, he was curious why Yuemian, with her foresight in the previous life, had allowed little white to kill the shrine. Logically, Yuemian should have known the consequences of little white killing the shrine, yet it still did it, and Lin Xiao had witnessed the scene where it was torn to pieces by 3 gods. That moment could be called humanity's darkest hour. But there was no point dwelling on it, after all, he had already relived his life. This time he would not let the tragedy repeat. The crystal cores, they should be very useful to you, and Yuan Yan suddenly said. As an esper with foresight, it was not surprising that she knew this. There were many unknown things in the apocalypse, and that was why Yuan Yan had a very high prestige in the safe zone. Yes, but there are still many zombies without crystal cores, so let the bullets fly for a while longer, Lin Xiao said calmly, looking outside. The screams seemed to have become the theme song of the post-apocalyptic world, constantly ringing in their ears. And Yuan Yan was a bit surprised. She had not shared the images about the crystal cores with Lin Xiao, yet he still knew. He seemed to. However, everyone had their own secrets, and Yuan Yan didn't ask. 3 days later. Little White, you stay here, I'm going to hunt some crystal cores. After waiting for 3 days, the outside world had finally quieted down a lot. Although screams still occasionally appeared, they were not as frequent as at the beginning of the apocalypse. This was because most of those who survived had some brains and knew that screams would attract zombies. The first wave of eliminations was over. Chapter 11, Slaughtering Mutants. Is this the thrill of an SSS rank ability? The moment Lin Xiao stepped out of the hotel, a dozen zombies rushed towards him. In response, Lin Xiao simply swung his breaking edge a few times, chopping the zombies into pieces. Well, there was one still alive. First tier, huh? Lin Xiao's interest peaked slightly, and he slowly raised the breaking edge. He. Just as Lin Xiao was about to strike, a zombie sound suddenly came from behind him. Ha! 2 of them, and the one behind was also first tier. He. As if they had planned it, the 2 zombies attacked at the same moment, lunging towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered, and he suddenly noticed a few iron racks nearby, which sparked an idea. This was perfect for trying out the abilities provided by the 7 deadly sins, Pride. Golden Master. Putting down the breaking edge, Lin Xiao opened his arms, and the 2 iron racks suddenly came to life, instantly twisting 360 degrees, forming an octopus-like shape that firmly locked the 2 first-tier zombies in place. It's this useful? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. It was his first time using the Golden Master's ability, and the experience was surprisingly good. Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of a new tactic. If he used the Golden Master's ability to control the breaking edge, manipulating it as he wished, coupled with the breaking edge's ability to ignore defenses, wouldn't that be? Lin Xiao glanced at the 2 first-tier zombies, a look of viewing lab rats on his face. Golden Master, Lin Xiao muttered softly, and the breaking edge rose into the air, under Lin Xiao's mental control, suddenly flying out. Chirp! With a crisp sound, the breaking edge pierced straight through the heads of the 2 first-tier zombies. Nice! Lin Xiao smiled. The effect was exactly as he had predicted. Combining these 2 abilities would make his speed of hunting for crystal cores far surpass others. In the early stages of the apocalypse, only he and the military would have this kind of efficiency in hunting crystal cores. At this stage, human firearms were still very useful, able to inflict effective damage on zombies and mutated beasts below the 3rd tier. With large-scale military barrages, they could harvest a lot of first-tier crystal cores. But when they reached the 2nd tier, the defense capabilities of mutated beasts and zombies would initially strengthen, and ordinary bullets would not be able to inflict effective damage, requiring heavy weapons such as artillery to cause harm. As for 3rd tier zombies and mutated beasts, they would need missiles or even nuclear weapons to kill. And beyond that, 4th tier mutations, the destructive power of nuclear weapons would become very weak, and this did not even include the early stage apocalypse gods that hatched from meteorites. For example, the god Shrine, even though it was only 4th tier when it descended, neither bullets nor nuclear weapons could harm it at all. The physical defense of a god was far more terrifying than that of zombies and mutated beasts. In Lin Xiao's experience, the physical defense of a 4th tier god was comparable to a 5th tier mutated beast. Only those with abilities could inflict effective damage on a god, which was why, in his previous life, 100 ability users were wiped out by the god Shrine. They had underestimated the god's physical defense, which was why Lin Xiao had to get the breaking edge. After a long time, Lin Xiao arrived near the Hengta Botanical and Zoological Garden. At this time, he had 15 crystal cores of various sizes in his pocket, which was roughly the result of an hour's work. Along the way, he encountered some survivors, and some of them had awakened abilities, but they were all still dodging zombie and ability attacks because they were not familiar with their powers. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, had taken the lead in slaughtering zombies and hunting crystal cores. This was the benefit of being reborn. The purpose of coming to this zoo was naturally for the mutated black bear he had previously set his sights on. 3 days was enough for it to evolve to the 2nd tier. The mutated black bear was not inside the zoo, which was normal, after all, they needed to find blood to feed on. The zoo was a scene of bloody carnage, the smell of blood mixed with the stench of rotting flesh filled Lin Xiao's nostrils. Undoubtedly, the empty zoo offered little in the way of hiding, and those who were there to witness the mutated animals were mostly helpless, becoming nothing more than bloody meals. The mutated beasts must have left as well. Lin Xiao sighed. It seemed there was nothing of value to be found here. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt movement behind him. Turning around, he realized that a small pack of mutated wolves had appeared without him noticing. Scavenger wolves? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up upon seeing the pack. As the name suggested, these mutated beasts preferred to eat carrion, and as a result, their claws and fangs were coated in toxins. There were about a dozen wolves in the pack, and what excited Lin Xiao the most was that 6 of them had reached the first tier. This was a very unexpected surprise. Lin Xiao drew the broken-edged sword from his back, then paused his stride, and with the speed of a launched projectile, he dove into the wolf pack. Swoosh! A flash of the sword, and he beheaded a first-tier mutated scavenger wolf that hadn't had time to react. Oh whoa! The other 5 mutated wolves reacted, but just as they were about to attack Lin Xiao, several iron plates pinned them to the ground, unable to move. Buzz! Lin Xiao released his grip, and the broken-edged sword flew like a sword, instantly slicing through the heads of the remaining 5 first-tier wolves. In a single exchange, these first-tier wolves were killed by Lin Xiao, a feat that would be considered shocking in the early days of the apocalypse. Even those with S-tier abilities would not have been able to accomplish it. Is this the power of an SSS tier ability? Lin Xiao's lips curved into a smile. This feeling was completely different from his previous life being chased by zombies. It was exhilarating. The remaining mutated wolves seemed to have sensed Lin Xiao's strength, turning tail and running away with their tails between their legs. Lin Xiao did not pursue them. Let them breed. These mutated creatures that hadn't even reached the first tier didn't even have crystal cores in their brains, and killing them wasn't worth the effort. It was better to let them out to consume some more blood, and then take their lives after they had evolved to the first tier. Lin Xiao took out a dagger and began to dig out the crystal cores from the brains of these mutated wolves. Just then, several survivors, all armed, walked over from a distance. They must have heard the commotion and came to investigate. When they saw Lin Xiao digging into the brains of the mutated animals, some of them immediately vomited. However, the young man who seemed to be the leader looked at Lin Xiao's actions with a thoughtful expression, asking, "Is there any use for the things you're digging out?" Lin Xiao glanced at him but ignored him. "Damn it, my big brother is talking to you, can't you hear?" One of the guys next to the leader couldn't help but yell arrogantly at Lin Xiao's indifference. Swoosh! The broken edge flew from the spot, piercing straight through the man's chest, blood spraying everywhere, causing the girls in the group to scream in terror. "You! Why did you kill him?" The survivors stared at Lin Xiao, enraged. "He's also an ability user." The young man leading the group looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with vigilance. Lin Xiao glanced at him, not intending to give them a chance, but these guys seemed relentless. "Brother, you can't just kill someone without reason, you need to give us an explanation," Qin Quan said, leading his group to block Lin Xiao's path. "Explanation? You want an explanation?" Lin Xiao looked at him, a cold smile forming on his lips. Swoosh! The broken edge flew from his back, weaving back and forth through the group, leaving nothing but a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. Qin Quan, who had unknowingly awakened some kind of ability, was still barely alive, staring at Lin Xiao with fear. Does the end of the world give you the right to kill people randomly?" Lin Xiao walked past him expressionlessly. "Wasn't it you who wanted an explanation?" Thwack! The broken edge severed his neck, ending his last breath. Strange, where did that mutated black bear go? Having scoured the area within 100 meters of the zoo, Lin Xiao still hadn't spotted the mutated black bear. This made Lin Xiao wonder if he'd misremembered something. Buzz! Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a ripple before his eyes. It was Yumian's precognitive sharing. In the image, the black bear was rampaging through a large underground supermarket, slaughtering the survivors who came to collect food. And after the massacre, it showed no signs of leaving, instead staying in the supermarket, waiting for other survivors to arrive. Found you. Chapter 12 Second Order Mutant Black Bear. I'm such a nice guy, no wonder. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. No wonder he couldn't find any trace of the mutant black bear in the air. It was underground. And it was quite clever, actually knowing how to lie in wait. The crystal core in its brain must be quite nourishing. After the apocalypse, the intelligence of mutant animals and zombies would indeed increase with evolution, but this black bear was a bit too much. It must have been quite intelligent before it mutated. According to the location in his memory, Lin Xiao quickly locked onto the underground supermarket and quickly took to the air. At this moment, several survivors were searching for food in the supermarket. Looking at their emaciated figures, it was clear that they had run out of food at home and had been hungry for 3 days. The survivors, 3 men and 1 woman, didn't care whether the items on the shelves were expired or not and stuffed everything into their bags. But they didn't notice that the supermarket was eerily quiet. Ah! Suddenly, the woman let out a terrified scream. "Xiao Dai, what's wrong?" The 3 men quickly rushed over. In front of them was the mutant black bear. But the black bear was motionless at this moment, lying on the ground as if it were dead. The 3 men felt a chill when they saw the black bear, but soon they realized that the black bear was silent. False alarm, it seems this big guy is already dead. One of the men breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, the others also relaxed. One of the men looked at the woman huddled in the corner and for some unknown reason he actually kicked the black bear. Xiao Dai, don't be afraid, it's just a dead bear. Watch me teach it a lesson for you. The man was extremely confident. However, just as his foot was about to kick the black bear in the face, the black bear suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a cunning look. Ayo! It opened its huge mouth and a foul stench assaulted him. The man's foot went straight into the mutant black bear's mouth. Crack! A crisp sound, accompanied by the man's hysterical wail, echoed throughout the underground supermarket. The mutant black bear slowly straightened up, actually standing 5 or 6 meters tall, just like a giant. The other 3 survivors felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. The black bear wasn't dead. They were done for. This thought arose in their minds. As they thought, the mutant black bear began a killing spree, and the first to bear the brunt was the man with the broken leg. It directly grabbed the man from the ground and put him in its mouth, starting to chew with a crunching sound. Blood kept spilling from its mouth, and even the sound of the man's bones breaking could be clearly heard. The other 2 men turned pale with horror and all turned to flee, but the woman was so frightened by the bloody scene that her legs went weak and she couldn't even stand up. "Black bro, save me," the woman cried out in anguish. But the 2 men didn't care about her, running madly towards the exit. But how could their speed compare to that of the mutant black bear? In the blink of an eye, the mutant black bear caught up, slapping the 2 men to death on the ground, and then began to enjoy its delicious buffet. Ah, so delicious. Ugh. The woman named Xiao Dai, seeing her teammates who were still alive not long ago being eaten raw by the black bear, couldn't help but vomit. Not long after, the black bear finished eating and walked towards the last woman. Xiao Dai leaned helplessly against the corner of the wall, a pool of yellow liquid already beneath her. "Don't eat me." But how could the black bear let her go? The black bear revealed a cruel look and stepped on the woman's leg. Amidst the woman's twisted screams, it broke her leg and then put it in its mouth and enjoyed a hearty meal. Watching her own leg in the black bear's mouth, the woman's despair was beyond words. "Not a bad meal, huh?" Just then, a low voice suddenly sounded. Lin Xiao walked over slowly, having spent quite a bit of effort getting in due to the crowd of zombies outside the supermarket. He hadn't expected to see this black bear having a buffet as soon as he entered. Save me." Seeing Lin Xiao, the woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope in her heart and spoke weakly. Lin Xiao hadn't expected this woman to still be alive. She was covered in blood, and blood was still flowing from her broken leg. Clearly she wouldn't make it. "Let me send you to your release," Lin Xiao said calmly. The brutality of this mutated black bear was beyond Lin Xiao's imagination. It was actually torturing its food. Rather than let this woman waste away in pain, he might as well help her go to the west early to save her from suffering. Swoosh! The broken edge blade, controlled by the Gold Master's power, pierced straight through the woman's chest. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had never expected Lin Xiao to kill her directly. The last bit of hope in her eyes also faded away as her life force dwindled. "I suppose that was an act of charity," Lin Xiao muttered, rubbing his nose. He then looked at the mutated black bear and gently twisted his neck. Second tier mutation. His current ability was only at the first tier. Killing it would be tricky, but not impossible. As long as he obtained this second tier crystal core plus the first tier crystal cores he collected today, he could almost advance to the second tier. Seeing its prey killed, the mutated black bear was somewhat enraged. It turned and roared at Lin Xiao, then its eyes revealed a greedy look. Because it instinctively felt that Lin Xiao would be even more delicious than the few people it had just eaten. Bang! The black bear didn't waste any fancy moves, directly slapping Lin Xiao with its massive paw. Lin Xiao quickly controlled the surrounding shelves to block him. Crash! But these metal shelves were like paper, instantly shattered by the black bear's slap. What immense strength! Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. He then used his Gold Master's ability to control the broken edge, sending it flying back into his hand. Strength is not your exclusive domain. Swish! With lightning speed, Lin Xiao lunged next to the mutated black bear and stabbed hard at its thigh. Put! Although the broken edge penetrated the black bear's fur, it only managed to pierce through the fur. Because the current broken edge was only at the first tier, it didn't yet have the ability to break through the defenses of a second-tier mutated beast. It seemed the broken edge also needed to be upgraded as soon as possible. Lin Xiao thought, his figure quickly retreating as the mutated black bear swiped a paw that missed him completely. With these two probing moves, Lin Xiao had a basic grasp of the mutated black bear's approximate strength. While its power was immense, its movements were far from his own speed. They could even be described as sluggish. Killing it was only a matter of time. 10 minutes later, the mutated black bear was covered in injuries, and Lin Xiao had also consumed a lot of his physical strength. Buzz. Just then, an Yuannian shared screen suddenly appeared. Chapter 13, Killing a Second Order Military Wanted Order? The scene was still the exterior of the underground supermarket where the black bear was, except that it was now surrounded by troops, all fully armed. Troops? What were they doing here? Lin Xiao only hesitated for a second before losing interest. The current military might be able to injure zombies and mutated beasts, but for him, possessing the 7 deadly sins abilities, they posed little threat. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with this second-order mutated black bear. At this moment, the black bear was covered in wounds, its vitality slowly draining with each injury, its scarlet eyes filled with rage. With its strength, it could have easily turned Lin Xiao into mincemeat, but it hadn't been able to touch a single hair on his body. How could it not be furious? Feudal rage, do you like it? Lin Xiao smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing as he held his broken blade, disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already floating in front of the mutated black bear's head, forcefully stabbing the weakest part of its defense. The eyeball. Poochie. The mutated black bear didn't react in time, its left eye pierced by Lin Xiao's blade, causing it to roar with even greater fury, swinging its claws wildly. But Lin Xiao had already retreated, watching as the mutated black bear exhausted its last bit of strength under its furious state before he stepped forward and pierced its skull. After a bit of stirring, Lin Xiao found the dazzling second-order crystal core. What excited Lin Xiao was that the crystal core was the size of an egg. For a second-order crystal core, this size was quite impressive. It wasn't a waste of time, spending so long with you. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. With the crystal core in hand, Lin Xiao had no reason to stay. Although there were plenty of supplies in the supermarket, he had prepared various foods before the apocalypse. As soon as he stepped out of the underground supermarket, dozens of gun barrels were immediately pointed at him, making Lin Xiao frown. Through the images shared by Yumian, he had been prepared for this troop, yet being pointed at by so many guns still made him feel displeasure. You'd better put your guns away. Lin Xiao's eyes were cold as he looked at the officer in charge. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the officer raised his hand, while saying in disbelief, "You're actually a living person?" "What?" surprised. Lin Xiao said coldly, turning to leave. "Wait." The officer waved his hand, and several soldiers immediately blocked Lin Xiao's path. The area around this underground supermarket is full of zombies, and there's a mutated beast inside. How did you come out alive? The black bear is dead. As for how I got out, it's none of your business, Lin Xiao said indifferently. It seemed that this troop was here to kill the mutated black bear and collect the supplies in the underground supermarket. He didn't care what they did, as long as they didn't waste his time. But the officer refused to let Lin Xiao leave, instead staring at Lin Xiao and saying, "You'd better explain yourself clearly, or we will treat you like a zombie." Lin Xiao laughed upon hearing this. "You can try?" The officer hesitated. Lin Xiao being able to survive such a dangerous environment alone indicated that there was something unusual about him, possibly like the people with special abilities that had recently appeared in the army. "Sir." Just then, a soldier next to him suddenly said something, then showed the officer something on a device. Following that, the officer's gaze towards Lin Xiao instantly changed. "You are the person Ms. Mu is after? You killed young Master Mu, and you still dare to show yourself. Men, seize him." As the officer's voice fell, the dozens of dark muzzles were aimed at Lin Xiao again. This instantly made Lin Xiao's eyes turn cold. The 7 deadly sins, arrogance, patron. The moment the ability activated, the firearms instantly flew from the soldier's hands, then twisted into a pile of scrap metal on the ground. This scene made the officer turn pale with fright, looking at Lin Xiao in shock. "You really are a meta-human." Lin Xiao didn't answer him, just sneered. "I didn't expect that even in the apocalypse, Mu Zi could extend her hand from High City to Jing City, as expected of the eldest miss of High City's leader. Although he only made a phone call when he killed Mu Hong and didn't show his face, it wasn't difficult for Mu Zi to know that he was the murderer, given her abilities. And judging by this situation, she had already issued a wanted order for him in the military region, which was why the officer was hostile to him. "I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to bother with you. Go back and tell Mu Zi, if she wants to avenge her brother, come to Jing City to find me herself." With that, Lin Xiao turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the officer seemed to have gone mad. Pulling out a knife from his waist and pointing it at Lin Xiao, he sternly said, "Whether you are a meta-human or not, killing someone must be judged. Come with us, or don't even think about leaving." Lin Xiao paused, looking at the officer's righteous expression. He couldn't help but be stunned. Was this guy here to be funny? "I didn't want to bother with you, but if you insist on courting death, I can't very well stop you," Lin Xiao said indifferently. To him, it didn't matter who these people were or where they came from, as long as they threatened him, he would kill them. Lin Xiao walked straight past the officer, during which the officer didn't move until Lin Xiao's figure disappeared. The soldiers stood ready for the commander to give the order, but they never heard any commands. It was then that they discovered that a hole had appeared in the commander's throat at some point, a line of blood staining the front of his clothes. Jing City Survivor Base. Are you serious? The person who killed Mu Hong has appeared? And he's a meta-human? A middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes flickering. He was the highest commander of this survivor base. Xinlong recently, metahumans have also appeared in the military, and some powerful metahumans are even stronger than the artillery they possess. According to his subordinate's description, the person should be a metahuman with metal abilities, and in this kind of apocalypse, they are in urgent need of such people to serve in the military. But why? Why did he have to be the murderer who killed Mu Hong? Regarding Mu Hong's case, the head of High City was very angry after learning about it, vowing to catch the murderer to avenge his son. He was just a war zone commander, and naturally couldn't disobey the orders of the higher-ups. Although it is now impossible to contact High City, the wanted order was already sent to the Jing City military region at the beginning of the apocalypse. If it hadn't been for the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse, it is likely that the entire city's police force would now be looking for Lin Xiao. After all, before the outbreak of the apocalypse, the leader's son being killed was a major event, but after the apocalypse, it seemed insignificant. But he just happened to run into this person, so he can't just ignore him. Xinlong sighed and said, "Pass my order, issue a city-wide wanted notice for Lin Xiao, and anyone who reports clues can enter our survivor base unconditionally." Yes. Chapter 14, Open Your Mouth. The Oil War Evening. Lin Xiao returned to the hotel after slaying the last Tier 1 zombie. Inside the suite, and Yuan Yan stood quietly by the window, seemingly waiting for Lin Xiao's return. Woof! The moment the door opened, Little White was the first to pounce, and then it smelled the scent of the crystal core on Lin Xiao's body, wagging its tail excitedly. "You're back." And Yuan Yan walked over, her voice soft. Her face was a little pale, a sign of overusing her abilities. Thinking about it, and Yuan Yan's current ability level didn't even reach Tier 1, yet she had shared her ability with him several times today. "Open your mouth," Lin Xiao said seriously. "Ha?" And Yuan Yan opened her small mouth in surprise, and Lin Xiao took the opportunity to put a Tier 1 crystal core into her mouth. The crystal core melted instantly in her mouth, immediately improving in Yuan Yan's complexion and even enhancing her abilities. "What did you give me?" And Yuan Yan asked in surprise. "A crystal core." Lin Xiao smiled slightly. "So this is the taste of a crystal core." And Yuan Yan laughed, giving a feeling of a spring breeze. "I hunted a total of 56 Tier 1 crystal cores today, and 1 Tier 2 crystal core." Lin Xiao took out his spoils from his pocket, thinking how inconvenient it was not to have a space-type ability. He wondered if the 7 Deadly Sins ability could give him a storage ability in the future. According to the ability's description, the 7 Deadly Sins wouldn't give him only such simple abilities, and more would appear as his tier increased. Well, let's split everything evenly except for the Tier 2 crystal core. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Whether it was in Yuan Yan or White Tiger, they would be crucial teammates in the future. Considering Little White's performance in killing the altar in his past life, its potential was definitely not weaker than an S-level ability user. Even in the early stages of the apocalypse, due to the size advantage of the mutated beasts, its power could be comparable to an SS-level ability user. And in Yuan Yan's ability was even more abnormal. She could foresee everything that would happen in the future. In the dangerous environment of the apocalypse, being able to foresee the future was very important. "No, I only need a few Tier 1 crystal cores to replenish my consumption. Your strength improvement is the most important. And I have some ominous premonitions. This apocalypse may not only have zombies and mutated animals, there may be even more terrible things born." And Yuan Yan rejected the large number of crystal cores Lin Xiao handed over. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally knew what Yuan Yan was talking about, the apocalypse gods. Even if she hadn't seen the birth of the altar, her intuition could already sense it, as expected of an ability to foresee the future. On the other side, Little White was happily embracing a pile of crystal cores in front of it, but after hearing Yuan Yan's words, it suddenly showed a dejected expression. After a humanized struggle, it pushed a few crystal cores from its own pile back to Lin Xiao. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh, considering that his efficiency in supplying the crystal cores for 3 people was indeed a bit slow. Even if he was an SSS level ability user, he was still just one person. He couldn't be in multiple places at the same time. It seemed he had to find a way to get more crystal cores. After all, besides Little White and Yuan Yan, he also had a broken edge blade. Maybe he could find a survivor faction to leech off. After the apocalypse, the survivors, especially the ability users, would have some ideas. Without the constraints of the old society, they gradually developed the ambition to dominate and would not rely on the survivor bases of the military districts. In his past life, Lin Xiao was familiar with several survivor organizations such as the Yen Luo Hall, the Imperial Concubine Tower, the Black Kill Organization, and the Mammoth, all of which were top forces located in Jing City. The next day, Lin Xiao had just woken up when he heard a violent rumble, like an explosion. That location, is that the oil and chemical plant in the north of the city? Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Xiao had long been eyeing the petrochemical plant in the north of the city. That batch of oil was extremely important to him. It could put his hotel's generator to good use. Lin Xiao had originally planned to transport it after reaching the second level of his abilities, but he hadn't expected that someone would target it beforehand. In his previous life, the petrochemical plant had been emptied out very early. According to later information, the military had taken it. But Lin Xiao didn't expect them to move on the plant so soon. "I'm going out for a bit," Lin Xiao said to An Yuanyan as he walked out of the room. And Yuanyan was also awake by this point, having prepared a simple breakfast. She simply nodded at Lin Xiao's words, not saying much. Whoosh! Lin Xiao directly soared into the air, heading towards the north of the city. He flew low, with countless zombies snapping at him, and he even heard survivors shouting, "Superman, save me!" 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived above the petrochemical plant. Just as he expected, military personnel were engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies that had taken over the area. Despite the military's firepower, the zombies breached their defenses, killing many soldiers and causing chaos. Lin Xiao noticed that there were 4 or 5 particularly fierce people in the zombie horde who were fighting without relying on firearms. The Underworld Palace? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. It was indeed those few from the Underworld Palace. However, there were only 5 now, not yet the full 10 leaders of the Underworld Palace from later on. These 10 were all B-level or higher ability users, and their leader, codenamed King Wang of Qin, was an S-level ability user. Lin Xiao didn't jump into the fray but instead landed on top of an oil tank, watching quietly and waiting to reap the benefits. After a long time, all the zombies were finally cleared, and it was time to divide the spoils. In his previous life, all of this oil had been taken away by the military. The Underworld Palace had suffered a huge loss, which was why they had always been at odds with the military later on. However, due to the military's early firepower and later powerful ability users, the Underworld Palace had never been able to gain the upper hand. As Lin Xiao had predicted, the conflict between the two sides escalated, and they even started cursing at each other. "We were here first. Why should we give you the oil? With soldiers like you? Don't be ridiculous. How many of you just died, huh? Watch your mouth, or don't blame us for opening fire." The conflict was growing more intense. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. He descended from the sky, landing between the two sides. He said calmly, "Stop fighting. I have a compromise. How about you give the oil to me?" Lin Xiao's sudden appearance made both sides pause. Then the soldiers on the military side started cursing first. "Who are you? You don't know your place. This oil is reserved by our military district. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The military is requisitioning this. All outsiders should stay away. Do you want to be enemies of the country?" Lin Xiao chuckled at that. The country? After the apocalypse, the military in Beijing lost contact with the central government a long time ago. It's even difficult for you to contact them. How can you talk about representing the country? Kid, are you looking for death? A military officer stepped forward from the crowd, his face full of anger. Wait, are you Lin Xiao? Suddenly, another person from the military spoke out. Chapter 15. Now, who approves and who opposes? It really is you. I didn't expect an unexpected bonus besides this batch of oil. You are on the military district's wanted list. If you don't want to die here, you'd better surrender obediently, the commanding officer boomed. This guy is actually on the military's wanted list? The people of the underworld were quite shocked. Getting on the military's wanted list was not something anyone could do. And to have the military still pursuing him in the post-apocalyptic world, this man must have done something earth-shattering. I heard that before the apocalypse broke out, someone in Jing City killed the son of a military district commander. It's probably him, the leader of the underworld murmured. What? He dared to kill someone before the apocalypse? And it was the son of a military district commander, this guy. The eyes of everyone who looked at Lin Xiao immediately became wary. If it was killing now, they might not think much of it, but this man killed before the apocalypse. He must be a ruthless killer, not someone to provoke. Ha, looks like you are determined to be Mu Zi's lackeys, Lin Xiao sneered upon hearing this. He was worried about not having an excuse to deal with these people now. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Xiao, do you really think you can use your flesh to fight against the hundreds of guns behind me? Seeing that Lin Xiao wanted to make a move, the commanding officer shouted loudly. He had hundreds of well-equipped soldiers under his command. Was he afraid of not being able to take down a single ability user? Hundreds of guns? Just a pile of scrap metal, Lin Xiao said with a cold smile. This provocation not only infuriated the military personnel but also shocked the underworld members. This guy was too arrogant. Did he really have the strength, or was he just shouting? At least they from the underworld would not dare to face the barrage of several hundred guns at the same time. Bro, does this guy not want to live anymore? Hundreds of guns, does he really have the confidence to survive? Have to say, dare to kill Mu Hong, this kid is definitely a talent. His ability must be flight, right? Is he planning to dodge bullets by flying? If he doesn't die, we might consider having him join our underworld. They chattered among themselves, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. The leader of these men, a cold-looking young man with tattoos, stared thoughtfully at Lin Xiao, slowly saying, "I think he really can survive." "How is that possible?" his subordinate exclaimed in surprise. They were all ability users, so they knew very well the strength of ability users. It was true that ability users were far stronger than ordinary people, but there was absolutely no way to survive under the barrels of hundreds of guns. Even their boss's S-rank ability would not be enough. "We can't do it, but it doesn't mean others can't." Zhao Tian shook his head. As they talked, the atmosphere between Lin Xiao and the military was already extremely tense. Finally, the commanding officer could no longer hold back and waved his hand. "Fire." Commander Qin said, "As long as we can capture Lin Xiao, it doesn't matter if he's dead or alive." With his order, the muzzles of hundreds of guns aimed at Lin Xiao suddenly spat flames, bullets raining down on Lin Xiao like a sieve. However, Lin Xiao just smiled disdainfully. If it were anyone else, even an S-rank ability user, they would have died with regret under this level of firepower. But the abilities granted by the 7 deadly sins were destined to make him the nemesis of the military. The military had yet to realize what a terrible mistake they had made by provoking him. Buzz. At the moment the thousands of bullets were fired, they suddenly stopped in mid-air. The image of Lin Xiao being shot through did not appear as imagined. This scene made the commanding officer's pupils shrink. What the hell? He thought he was seeing things and yelled, "Quick, keep firing, shoot him dead." Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rose and fell continuously, but without exception, those bullets were suspended in mid-air. Several people from the Yama Palace swallowed, their throats feeling tight. Wasn't Lin Xiao a flight-based ability user? How could he? Moreover, what kind of ability could achieve such terrifying methods? They seemed to finally understand why Lin Xiao was on the military region's wanted list. It's an elemental ability, and at least an A-grade metal element ability. Zhao Tian's gaze towards Lin Xiao gradually became heated. Controlling metal elements in the apocalypse, this ability is incredibly terrifying against both zombies and hot weapons. It was conceivable that possessing Lin Xiao was equivalent to possessing a major weapon to restrain the military region. If we have the chance, we must recruit this person into the Yama Palace, Zhao Tian said in a deep voice. The others nodded, having put away their playful attitudes, finally recognizing Lin Xiao's strength. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, the bullets controlled by Lin Xiao suddenly rebounded like arrows, reflecting back towards the soldiers of the military region. Poochie! Poochie! The sounds of flesh being pierced by bullets rose and fell, one after another, soldiers falling to the ground before they could even utter a cry of pain. Blood flowed like a river, and 100 elite soldiers were completely slaughtered by Lin Xiao alone. Lin Xiao, however, remained indifferent. He was not a great philanthropist, and these people were already sentenced to death the moment they opened fire on him. As for the commanding officer, no, this is impossible. The commanding officer could not accept reality. He couldn't believe that his 100 soldiers had died right before his eyes. He didn't even understand what had happened, only that it was the doing of this killing machine, Lin Xiao. Bastard, I'll kill you. The commanding officer could not suppress the anger in his heart, and charged towards Lin Xiao, drawing his blade. Lin Xiao sneered, and with a thought, the blade in the opponent's hand came to life, stabbing its owner to death on the spot. With that, this well-equipped team was completely annihilated. Watching the scene of blood flowing like a river before him, Lin Xiao had no psychological burden, instead feeling at ease as he searched the soldiers for supplies. Unexpectedly, these soldiers had already begun hunting first-level zombies and mutated beasts, and had obtained quite a few crystal cores. But they probably didn't know the use of the crystal cores, treating them only as a highly valuable form of currency. After a thorough search, they had an astonishing 46 first-level crystal cores. This was an unexpected joy, a very fruitful harvest. After collecting the crystal cores, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at the people of the Yama Palace. At this time, the Yama Palace was still not established, even lacking followers. Feeling Lin Xiao's gaze, the people of Yama Palace immediately became vigilant. This guy, he kills without batting an eye. Zhao Tian's original idea of recruiting Lin Xiao also vanished due to Lin Xiao's recent killing spree. This guy actually killed hundreds of people from the military region so decisively, and now he's acting like nothing happened. Most importantly, his actions just now were tantamount to forming a mortal feud with the military, and they did not want to be targeted by the military because of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao could block bullets, but they couldn't. Now, I say this oil resource is mine, who agrees, who disagrees? Lin Xiao looked at them, speaking indifferently. Chapter 16, Did you rob it? And Yuemian's terrifying premonition. The people of the Yama Palace exchanged glances, none of them making a sound. Who would dare to provoke Lin Xiao in this situation? Although they were all ability users, it was clearly Lin Xiao's home turf here. After all, there were countless guns lying on the ground. If Lin Xiao were to manipulate these guns to fire on them, they would all be done for. Seeing that these people were not speaking, Lin Xiao was too lazy to bother with them. Instead, he pondered how to transport these oil resources. This was a large amount, and transporting it all would be a huge project. This made Lin Xiao incredibly eager to have a spatial ability. Zhao Tian saw Lin Xiao's hesitation and stepped forward, saying, "If we can help you solve the problem of transporting this oil, can you promise us one thing?" Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "What is it? What's the purpose of those red stones you just collected?" Zhao Tian stared intently at Lin Xiao. He could sense that Lin Xiao was stronger than any of them, and the reason was likely those red stones. They had seen these stones before but had not found any use for them. And just now, they saw Lin Xiao collecting these stones. A person as powerful as Lin Xiao would not do anything pointless, so his collection of those crystal cores must have a reason. Okay, Lin Xiao readily agreed. In a few days, the central military region would figure out the purpose of the crystal cores anyway. By then, all the survivor bases would know, and it wouldn't matter if he told these few people from the Yama Palace beforehand. Of course, he had some small plans in doing so. Little Lu. Zhao Tian pointed to a person and introduced him to Lin Xiao. "This is my brother. His ability is spatial compression, which can compress things into a tiny space. These oil storage tanks, once compressed, can be easily carried." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the signature ability of King Chariot from the 10 Kings of Hell in his previous life? He had actually forgotten about it. "Alright, but let me pack this oil first, it'll be easier to sell that way," Lin Xiao said. "What?" Zhao Tian thought he had misheard. "Sell?" Lin Xiao ignored him and began this grand project. Since the oil storage containers were all metal, Lin Xiao completed the repackaging using his Gold Master ability alone. Finally, Little Lu spatially compressed all the repackaged oil into small black spheres, which Lin Xiao put in a huge iron barrel. According to them, when needed, one only had to crush a black sphere to have the compressed contents reappear. "I can tell you the thing I promised now." Lin Xiao threw a crystal core to Zhao Tian, saying, "Eat it." "Eat it?" Zhao Tian looked astonished. This thing was as hard as a diamond. If he swallowed it, wouldn't he be constipated for 5 days? But seeing Lin Xiao's serious eyes, he swallowed the crystal core. A few seconds later, he had a shocked look on his face. The deal is done," Lin Xiao said, ignoring him. "Oh, right, since you know the purpose of crystal cores, you can trade with me for oil using them in the future too. 1 liter, 1 crystal core." Zhao Tian was immersed in joy and didn't even hear what Lin Xiao had said. Although they didn't get any oil, they had learned such important information today. This would bring about an inexpressible improvement for their survival in the apocalypse. "Boss, what's the use of that thing? Is it very powerful?" Lu Tao walked over, clearly displeased, and asked. He really couldn't understand why his boss would help Lin Xiao transport these things. To get those survivors to risk their lives helping them, they had promised them food for 5 days each. And Lin Xiao hadn't given them any of the oil. They had practically lost both the woman and the army. "Ha, this thing has immense benefits," Zhao Tian exclaimed excitedly. "What about the oil?" "Without oil, that thermal power plant we found is completely useless," Lu Tao grumbled. "Oil." Zhao Tian finally remembered what Lin Xiao had said to him before he left, realizing he hadn't misheard after all. 1 liter, 1 crystal core? Holy crap, he's robbing us in broad daylight. Zhao Tian's eyes went blank. "Boss?" Back at the hotel, Lin Xiao was in a great mood. The oil resources in Jing City were not much, and the oil factory he had visited today accounted for almost 70% of Jing City's oil resources. Oil was an indispensable resource in the apocalypse. Now that he controlled hundreds of thousands of tons of oil, any faction in Jing City that needed oil would have to trade with him, so there would be no need to worry about crystal cores. As for publicity, he believed that the people of the underworld would handle that for him. "You seem to be in a good mood today," a soft voice sounded beside him. And Yuan Yan walked out of the inner room. "Yes, I got my hands on a very important resource today," Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "With this resource, we don't have to worry about crystal cores in the future, but I will still be out often, so if anyone comes to trade for crystal cores, you and Xiao Bai will have to handle it," Lin Xiao said. He wasn't worried about anyone being able to steal the oil. After all, Xiao Bai was a being that could kill a shrine in his past life. With its protection, the safety of the oil and in Yuan Yan was guaranteed. It seemed he also needed to get some crystal cores to improve Xiao Bai's strength. "You've worked hard," and Yuan Yan couldn't see, but she knew that Lin Xiao must have put in a lot of effort. She thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you stop resting next door from now on?" Previously, out of consideration for Yuan Yan's feelings, Lin Xiao had been staying in the room next door. Hearing Yuan Yan's words, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on her delicate face. Although Yuan Yan couldn't see, she could still feel Lin Xiao's intense gaze, and her cheeks flushed. "I just think, this room is too crowded. Maybe we can move the food and supplies to the next room, and Yuan Mian said softly. The corners of Lin Zhao's mouth slowly curved upward, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Really? Is it really because the room is too crowded? Hearing Lin Zhao's teasing tone, and Yuan Mian couldn't contain the shyness in her heart and turned away. Lin Zhao then looked out the window. After a busy day, the sky was already getting dark. Just then, and Yuan Mian's retreating figure suddenly paused. She walked back to Lin Zhao's side, her face pale. Lin Zhao was taken aback. What's wrong? And Yuan Mian didn't say anything, but she reached for Lin Zhao's hand, and the shared vision appeared in Lin Zhao's mind. In the image, lightning raged, accompanied by a torrential downpour, but under the crimson moon, the rain shone like blood. It was a blood rain. After the blood rain, food rotted and stank, and humans killed each other in search of food. There were even terrifying instances of cannibalism. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's pupils constricted. They're here. Chapter 17, Doomsday Cataclysm, advancing to second order. The first cataclysm, the Great Famine. Lin Zhao's eyes darkened. After the apocalypse, every so often, an unusual weather event would occur, and this weather usually came with a major cataclysm. In his past life, the Great Famine had followed this blood rain. All humans who were drenched by the rain would experience a strange sense of emptiness, and they would frantically devour food until it was all gone. Under this influence, global food supplies dwindled sharply, and by the time the various survivor factions tried to gain control, it was too late. This resulted in a prolonged period of famine. It wasn't until later, when researchers diluted the energy of the crystal cores and developed energy drinks, that the problem was gradually alleviated. The first blood rain should appear half a month after the end of the world, which is a little over a week away, but Yu Mian has already foreseen it. This also made Lin Zhao feel the urgency of time, because it foreshadowed the imminent birth of the gods. Lin Zhao withdrew his thoughts and realized that there was a soft, warm body in his arms. This premonition of the future had overdrawn in Yu Mian's abilities, and she had actually fallen asleep in his arms. He carried Yu Mian back to her room and then returned to the living room to absorb crystal cores. Tonight, he would advance to second-order abilities. I hope the 7 deadly sins at second order will bring me some surprises, Lin Zhao muttered to himself, and then began to consume crystal cores. 1, 2 After dozens of first-order crystal cores went down, Lin Zhao finally felt movement from his abilities. A few hours later, Lin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, and the joy in them was hard to conceal. Each emotion of the 7 deadly sins had indeed brought new enhancements as he had advanced. 7 deadly sins. Pride. The gold master ability had gained a derivative function. Even if there were no gold elements around, he could create gold objects for himself, but it would consume a lot of energy. 7 deadly sins. Envy. The range of his perception ability had increased from 10 meters to 50 meters. Previously, perception could only be used in battle, but now it could be used for exploration. 7 deadly sins. Wrath. The strength amplification ability had increased from 100-fold to 1,000-fold. 7 deadly sins. Sloth. The levitation ability remained the same, but it added a fire master ability for himself. Similar to the gold master ability, he could control fire element and also create derivatives. 7 deadly sins. Greed. He unlocked an ability called the Greed Space. This was the spatial storage ability Lin Zhao had always been looking forward to. This greed space was boundless and also had a small spatial compression ability. This was definitely the biggest surprise for Lin Zhao. 7 deadly sins. Lust. The fortification ability had transformed into black dragon scale armor that could cover his entire body. Within second order, he was invincible. This advancement made Lin Zhao feel like a true god who could sweep across the apocalypse. Lin Zhao, are you going out? And Yu Mian, still in her pajamas, walked out with sleepy eyes. Lin Zhao looked up. Beneath the thin pajamas, he could vaguely see her extremely attractive and shapely figure, and a wicked thought rose in Lin Zhao's heart. Did the 7 emotions of the 7 deadly sins seem to affect him more deeply? Lin Zhao took a deep breath and suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Yes, I just advanced to second order abilities, so I want to go out and test them out, he said with a smile. Okay, be careful, and Yu Mian whispered. Lin Zhao's first destination was a territory of mutated rats in the urban area. If he wasn't mistaken, the rat king of this group of mutated rats should have advanced to the second order, and there were many first-order ones. This was the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities. Squeak, squeak. In the urban area of Jing City, faint cries and vibrations came from the sewers. This meant that a large animal was rapidly crawling through the pipes. Lin Zhao casually killed a few zombies, then, after prying open a manhole cover, tossed their corpses inside. Squeak, 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 squeak. Before long, the ground beneath Lin Zhao's feet began to vibrate with a rolling, wave-like tremor. In his line of sight, a swarm of black rats emerged from the pipes. Each was about the size of a cat, and in the blink of an eye, they devoured the corpses of the first-tier zombies, leaving not even bone fragments behind. This horrifying scene caused Lin Zhao to frown. The reputation of the mutated corpse rat army from my previous life is truly well deserved. The mutated corpse rat army was a mutation that was active in the urban area of Jing City. They were mainly social creatures and particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. That was why Lin Xiao used the zombies' corpses as bait. The leader of these mutated corpse rats had reached the second tier early on in the previous timeline but was quickly dealt with by the Empress. In other words, if Lin Xiao didn't T-hunt this mutated corpse rat army now, then in the future this pile of crystal cores would be hunted by the Empress. How could he let that happen? He was reborn into this life, this piece of fat had to be his to devour. After dividing up the zombie corpses, the mutated corpse rat army sensed Lin Xiao's presence and immediately swarmed out of the underground pipes like a tide, scrambling to pounce on him. Facing these ravenous mutated corpse rats, Lin Xiao showed no mercy. He drew the broken edge from his back and began hacking wildly. At the same time, he used the abilities derived from greed to create blades of golden metal that spun madly around him like a meat grinder. If any other ability user were in this environment, even a second tier 1, they could be overwhelmed by the rat horde. But Lin Xiao reversed the situation, turning it into a blatant slaughter. With a series of devastating attacks, the bodies of the mutated corpse rats were scattered in pieces, flying everywhere. The broken edge was currently at the first tier. Any creature of the same level was defenseless against it. Adding to this, Lin Xiao's own strength and speed were enhanced by the 7 deadly sins ability. Right now, Lin Xiao was invincible against anything at the second tier, and could even challenge the third tier. However, the first third tier beings in Jing City had not yet appeared, leaving Lin Xiao without a proper outlet for his strength. Most of Jing City's third tier beings appeared after the Blood Rain. Before the Blood Rain, only the man-eating flower and the Iron Thorn Hawk had evolved to the third tier, but even they needed a few more days to develop. Sharp rays of light flashed continuously. Streaks of blood brushed past Lin Xiao's stern face. His eyes were like torches fixed on the exit of the underground pipes. Corpse Rat King, are you still not coming out? Lin Xiao murmured. By now, the bodies of the mutated corpse rats had piled up around Lin Xiao, forming a ring of mounds. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Lord of Fire, he stated. This was the first time he had used the Lord of Fire ability that he had acquired after advancing to the second tier through the Sin of Sloth. Whoosh! Violent flames instantly ignited, burning the mutated corpse rats. In mere seconds, their corpses were incinerated, and the flames even spread to other corpse rats. The rat swarm squeaked and screeched, the scene descending into chaos, but the rats near Lin Xiao were visibly vaporizing. In just a few minutes, first-tier crystal cores piled up on the ground, gleaming with dazzling light. Yet, the corpse rat king still hadn't shown itself. Lin Xiao approached the entrance to the underground pipes. Just as he was about to jump in and look for the corpse rat king, a plump black rat suddenly leaped out of the pipe. Is it finally out? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a smile. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself forward, directly at the corpse rat king. I've been waiting for you. At the same time, on a tall building not far away, 2 people were observing the scene through binoculars. This guy, he actually single-handedly slaughtered a group of first-tier corpse rats? What's his background? One of the young men lowered his binoculars, his eyes filled with deep disbelief. Could he be a second-tier ability user? But how could a second-tier ability user appear now? According to our calculations, a second-tier ability user would have to absorb about 300 first-tier crystal cores. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, how could he have absorbed 300 first-tier crystal cores? The young man felt it was beyond comprehension. He turned to look at the woman beside him. This girl was very beautiful, with lively eyes, a fair oval face, and a temperament as ethereal as a spirit bird. It can be confirmed that he's an elemental ability user, but his specific abilities are unclear. He seems to have mastered 2 elemental abilities. Also, the blade in his hand should also be an ability weapon. Xianai thought for a moment, then analyzed. Every piece of information she spoke was explosive. An elemental ability user, mastering 2 elemental abilities, and also possessing an ability weapon. How could this guy be so abnormal? How could a city like Jing allow such a powerful person to exist? The young man stroked his chin and said, if you were to deal with this corpse rat horde, could you do it to the extent that he did? I couldn't. Xianai shook her head without any hesitation, looking at the young man and saying, if I teamed up with you, maybe we could also slaughter the corpse rat horde, but he obviously intends to take on that corpse rat king alone. Hiss. The young man gasped, what did you say? He's going to fight that corpse rat king alone? Isn't that corpse rat king already at the second tier? It is indeed second tier. Xianai nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on the distance. But he's already fighting it one-on-one, and I'm not as good as him. The young man hurriedly picked up his binoculars, and sure enough, Lin Xiao was already in fierce combat with the corpse rat king, and from the looks of it, the corpse rat king was even at a disadvantage. Good heavens, I originally thought that your SSS level Imperial Daughter ability was invincible, but I never expected there to be even more formidable existences in Jing. Wei Tao said in astonishment, his mouth agape. The target has already been taken, the information you provided is invalid, our cooperation is over. At this moment, Xianai spoke and turned to leave. Hey, don't you want to see the result? Wei Tao couldn't help but say, watching Xianai's departing figure. It's not important anymore. Xianai shook her head, she still needed to seize the time to increase her strength, there was no need to wait for this result. In fact, when Lin Xiao was fighting the Corpse Rat King, she already saw the result, that person was sure to win. Are all powerful people this eccentric? Wei Tao muttered, then continued to watch with relish. The Corpse Rat King was as large as a giant wild boar, and with the constant sacrifice of its minions, it was even more troublesome than the second-tier mutated black bear he had hunted before. But he was not the Lin Xiao he used to be, a second-tier SSS level ability user would make the Corpse Rat King know what true terror was. Gold! Lin Xiao murmured softly, the broken blade in his hand transformed into a flying sword again, quickly slicing open the surrounding first-tier corpse rats. Without the broken blade, Lin Xiao was no different from a huge flaw in the eyes of the Corpse Rat King, and coupled with the fact that it couldn't wait to tear Lin Xiao to pieces, it rushed towards Lin Xiao from the protection of the Corpse Rat Horde. But Lin Xiao seemed to be completely unaware of the Corpse Rat King's approach. Seeing that Lin Xiao had not detected the Corpse Rat King's attack, the young man couldn't help but click his tongue. Bro, haven't you noticed? Then you're done for. Also, how is this Corpse Rat King so strong? Good thing this guy got there first, otherwise even if we joined forces with Xianai, the two of us wouldn't be a match. Squeak! The Corpse Rat King bit Lin Xiao's right arm, its sharp fangs capable of tearing everything to pieces, and just as it was about to tear off Lin Xiao's arm and devour it, it found that it wouldn't budge. Lin Xiao watched the opponent indifferently. Beneath the Corpse Rat King's teeth-torn clothes, Lin Xiao's exposed skin revealed rows of fine, hard black scales. Even the teeth of the second-order beast, the Corpse Rat King, couldn't break through this layer of defense. The ability bestowed by the 7 deadly sins, lust, was solidity. When the Corpse Rat King sensed something was wrong and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Xiao directly held the Corpse Rat King's head and body with both hands, then pulled with all his might. The violence bestowed by the 7 deadly sins, wrath, allowed Lin Xiao to tear the Corpse Rat King in two, its head separated from its body. Bloody entrails fell from the corpse rat's body onto the ground, a scene so gruesome it made Wei Tao, who was watching from a distance, vomit uncontrollably. No way, how could this guy be so twisted? After the Corpse Rat King was killed, the remaining corpse rats swarmed forward, devouring its fallen corpse and entrails. Lin Xiao had never seen such blatant audacity right before his eyes, and immediately used his fire mastery ability to send them a big gift. The corpse rats sensed the danger and scattered, fleeing in a rush, but Lin Xiao wasn't about to let them go, charging straight into the sewer to hunt them down. These were all crystal cores, there was no reason to let them go. Holy crap! Brutal, so brutal. Wei Tao, who had just picked up his binoculars again, witnessed Lin Xiao jumping into the sewer to hunt the corpse rat swarm. What a ruthless character. He's chasing them into the sewer? That's the corpse rat's lair. This extermination-style approach, this guy is hardcore. Just then, a team of ability users suddenly entered the field of view of his binoculars, seemingly attracted by the commotion of the battle. But they didn't find any survivors nearby, only crystal cores scattered all over the ground and the massive corpse of a corpse rat king. What's going on? Did a pie fall from the sky? These ability users swallowed hard. Just yesterday, the Yama Palace had spread the news, informing survivors about the importance of crystal cores. They never expected to encounter so many wild crystal cores today. Quick, collect all these crystal cores. A burly man at the lead said, his breathing hurried. TSK, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from nearby. It was Wei Tao, who had been watching the whole time. The burly man was startled and frowned when he looked up and saw Wei Tao. What? Did you hunt these crystal cores? Of course not, how could I have that kind of ability? Wei Tao shrugged. Then why are you being nosy? The burly man glared at Wei Tao and then began frantically collecting crystal cores. Then he looked up again and sneered, Kid, seeing as you're also an ability user, since these crystal cores are all wild, why don't you pick up a few too? Wild? Wei Tao's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. He almost couldn't hold back. These guys were real talents, since when do crystal cores grow wild like this? Wei Tao waved his hand, forget it, I'm not blessed to enjoy these wild crystal cores. You guys just wait to die. Hearing Wei Tao's words, the burly man was immediately displeased, his temper flaring. Are you looking to die? I offered you 2 crystal cores, and you're cursing us to die in return? Swish! Just then, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared, quietly watching the few people still picking up crystal cores. Big boss, I can declare I'm not with them. I even tried to stop them from picking up your crystal cores, but they wouldn't listen. Seeing Lin Xiao, Wei Tao shuddered and quickly jumped off the rock. Ha! Hearing this, the burly man looked back and saw Lin Xiao all alone. He looked back at Wei Tao and couldn't help but scoff. Are you two trying to fool me? Who doesn't know that corpse rat swarms are rampant in this area? Are you saying that he killed the entire swarm all by himself? Do you think I'm stupid? Wei Tao didn't speak, only looked at him with pity. This kid was invincible. He probably didn't even realize what kind of trouble he was in. Chop off the hand that picked up the crystal core. If you picked it up with both hands, chop them both off. Do it now, and I might spare your lives, Lin Xiao said calmly. The reason he dared to jump into the sewer to chase after the corpse rat was his ability to sense things. Within a 50-meter radius, he could clearly sense the crystal cores on the ground. He just didn't expect that while he was chasing the corpse rat, someone would claim that those crystal cores were wild. Unbelievable. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the burly man sneered, "You're still putting on an act." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao's broken blade had already pierced his chest. Lin Xiao looked impatient. Such a waste of time. You? The burly man looked at his chest in disbelief, then at Lin Xiao, as if he had last words, but couldn't get them out. He killed without a word. Wei Tao next to him was startled, and immediately took several steps back from Lin Xiao, fearing that Lin Xiao would kill him on the spot. Hand over the crystal cores you picked up, then remove both your arms yourselves, Lin Xiao said, his pupils indifferent as he looked at the remaining people. These people were terrified by Lin Xiao. They trembled as they handed over the crystal cores, but none of them were willing to remove their arms. You help them remove them. Lin Xiao glanced at Wei Tao, no longer wanting to waste time here. After collecting the crystal cores, he turned and left. Wei Tao? Big brother, please spare us. Removing our arms in the apocalypse means certain death. Yeah, that person is gone, just let us go. Hearing their pleas, Wei Tao sighed. If you knew today, why did you do it back then? It's not that I don't want to let you go, but you saw how ruthless that guy was. He killed people without a word. It's really difficult for me. How about this? I'll just help you remove them. It'll be quick and painless, Wei Tao said with a sinister smile. Leaving the city center, Lin Xiao began to calculate the gains from the previous wave. He had as many as 136 first-order crystal cores, and only one second-order crystal core, the Corpse Rat King. This gain was terrifying. He had only spent about an hour solving the mutated corpse rat swarm, and these crystal cores were almost equivalent to the total number of crystal cores he had hunted since the apocalypse. This was a truly rewarding battle. Lin Xiao was in a good mood. After advancing to the second order, his ability to hunt crystal cores had reached a new level. As long as there were enough resources, it wouldn't be a problem to advance to the third order ability again in a short time. Since he came out in the morning and it wasn't even noon yet, he had plenty of time. Lin Xiao decided to look for some more powerful mutants. Following his memories, Lin Xiao easily found one. This time his target was a second-order blue-faced spider, which was also a very strong mutated corpse beast. Relying on its blue silk web ability, it had quickly devoured a lot of blood in the early days of the apocalypse and advanced to the second order. In his previous life, it should have also died at the hands of the Empress. When Lin Xiao arrived at the blue-faced spider's territory, he was surprised to find that some people were already hunting it. There were about a dozen of these ability users, all first-order ability users. The strongest of them was the only first-order peak ability user. When Lin Xiao saw the other person's appearance, a playful look appeared on his face. It was her, as expected. Xiaonai, a SSS level Empress ability user, could convert crystal cores into a special spiritual energy for combat. Her impact was equivalent to a quantum explosion, very terrifying. In the later stages of the apocalypse, Xiaonai even became the pinnacle of human ability users, capable of single-handedly killing gods, codenamed Empress. However, that was in the later stages. The current ability users, even if there were 100 of them combined, would find it difficult to fight against a god. Xiaonai was working with a dozen or so unnamed ability users to besiege the blue-faced spider, but it was clearly Xiaonai who was in charge. The other ability users were also all at the first level, but they were far inferior to Xiaonai, and one of them even fought with banana peels. What strange abilities were these? If it weren't for Xiaonai, the SSS level ability user, these people would probably have died at the hands of the second-level blue-faced spider long ago. However, Lin Xiao did not rush to make a move but waited quietly. These people probably didn't know that the blue-faced spider had a toxin that it would spray out when threatened with death, and it covered a wide area. Those poisoned would lose their ability to act in a short time, and then he could easily take down the blue-faced spider without any effort. In the apocalypse, it was common to see the mantis stalk the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Xiao didn't think there was anything shameless about what he was doing. Soon, under the offensive of Xiaonai and the others, the blue-faced spider began to show signs of defeat. Lin Xiao also took the opportunity to observe the strength of a fellow SSS level ability user. Although Xianai had not yet advanced to the second level, her unique spiritual energy damage was already quite impressive, and it was the only attack here that could break through the blue-faced spider's defense. The other ability users mostly cooperated with Xianai's output, letting her attack the second-level blue-faced spider. In Lin Zhao's opinion, even without those miscellaneous people, Xianai could almost solo the second-level mutant. The blue-faced spider's strength was not considered strong among the second-level creatures. It was not surprising that a peak first-level SSS level ability user could solo it. But Xianai chose to cooperate with so many ability users, perhaps with some ulterior motives. Squeak! Just as Lin Zhao was thinking, the blue-faced spider suddenly let out a strange cry, and then sprayed out a large amount of greenish-blue liquid from its mouth. Xianai was prepared and jumped directly behind a person with a D-level Earth Shield ability. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao smiled. It turned out that these people were Xianai's human shields. In her previous life, she was able to survive to the later stages and become the ability user codenamed Empress. As expected, she was not a pushover. However, if you're not poisoned, how will I be able to pick up the scraps? Lin Zhao's lips curled up, and he directly controlled an ability user with a gun next to him, firing several shots at Xianai. What are you doing? Xianai was shocked. She didn't expect that her damned companion would stab her in the back at this time. She could only spare some energy to turn around and block her teammate's attack. The blue-faced spider took this opportunity to swing its steel-like spider legs towards Xianai. Bang! Although Xianai was an SSS level ability user, she was still only at the first level. The protective shield of her unique spiritual energy was shattered by the blue-faced spider's leg. Then, the blue-faced spider sprayed out another pile of dark green venom. Xianai thought to herself that this was terrible, but there was no way to avoid the venom's attack. The sudden reversal made the blue-faced spider cry out in surprise. It knew that the biggest threat among these people was Xianai, and immediately opened its bloody mouth to swallow her. Buzz! An ancient knife broke through the wind and pierced directly into the blue-faced spider's abdomen. The sharp blade peeled open its abdomen, and blood poured out onto the ground. Immediately afterward, Lin Zhao slowly walked out, watching the blue-faced spider try to escape in a sorry state, a faint smile on his face. Swish swish swish! The breaking-edge knife flew around, directly cutting the blue-faced spider into pieces, and finally picking out a crystal core the size of a duck egg. Several ability users lay on the ground, extremely weak, but still looked at Lin Zhao angrily. Bastard, who are you? We were the ones who hunted that. I knew I didn't fire just now, it was you who was playing tricks. The man who was controlled by Lin Zhao to shoot at Xianai also said. So what if it was me? If you're weak, train more. Lin Zhao took out a tissue and wiped the blood from the crystal core and said calmly. Honestly, he had even given them the most valuable lesson of the apocalypse, and it was fine that he didn't charge tuition. You! That man glared at Lin Zhao, gnashing his teeth, and roared, you better hope I never see you again, or I swear I'll kill you. By now, Xianai had recognized Lin Zhao as well, and then she heard her teammate's words, her heart sinking. This idiot, he is already on the ground, and he's still saying such brainless things. Can't he tell who holds all the cards right now? Chapter 20, The Lust Rose, the price of an SSS ability. Lin Zhao had seen her not long ago, slaughtering an entire mutated rat pack. She was definitely a ruthless person. Hearing the man's clamor, Lin Zhao touched his nose. I was originally going to let you stay here and fend for yourselves, but if you put it that way, Lin Zhao grinned, I can't let you live then. Without hesitation, with a pft, the man was shot dead by his own gun on the spot, followed by several consecutive shots that killed the others as well. The last one was Xianai. Wait, I'll give you a crystal core to save my life, and I promise I will never hold a grudge against you in the future. Xianai hurriedly said, afraid that Lin Zhao would kill her as well. Most importantly, I didn't T-curse at you just now. Crystal core? Lin Zhao paused slightly and said with a faint smile, I don't care for a tier 1 crystal core. No, this is a tier 2 crystal core, it's in my pants pocket. Xianai said. Lin Zhao reached out and felt around, and there was indeed an egg-sized crystal core, almost the same size as the green-faced spideress in his hand. Lin Zhao couldn't help but smile. This was an unexpected joy. He casually wiped it with a tissue and threw it into his mouth with the green-faced spideress crystal core to absorb it. A moment later, Lin Zhao opened his eyes, looking at Xianai still unable to move on the ground. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. What was going on? The black scales of his lust ability began to release involuntarily. Lin Zhao keenly noticed that something was wrong. He looked at Xianai and frowned. What did you get this crystal core from? This isn't a crystal core, it was taken from a plant, the plant's flower. It looked like a mutated rose. What's wrong? Xianai noticed the black scales appearing on Lin Zhao's body and sensed that something was wrong as well. The lust rose. Lin Zhao's lips twitched. This Xianai had actually encountered a tier 2 lust rose, and had even taken its crystal core. The lust rose itself had no attack power, but the strange thing was in this crystal core, which would poison the person who consumed it with lust. If it wasn't relieved immediately, they would die within a minute. No wonder he thought that Xianai was only at the peak of Tier 1 and wouldn't be able to hunt so many Tier 2 crystal cores. Lin Xiao, who was already easily affected by the 7 deadly sins, was now poisoned even faster by this crystal core. How could his rebirth with such a trump card opening end because of a small Tier 2 crystal core? He turned to look at Xianai on the ground, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. Anyway, it was you who caused this, don't blame me, Lin Xiao said in a low voice, and then, in Xianai's shocked gaze. Several hours later, Lin Xiao, shirtless, walked out of the streets carrying a comatose Xianai in his arms. She was only covered by a thin coat, her long, fair white legs still hanging in the air. Lin Xiao looked at Xianai's sleeping face, feeling quite emotional. He didn't expect his first time to be given to this woman. But in the end, he couldn't blame himself. After all, it was Xianai who gave him the crystal core. Since they were now in a relationship, he couldn't just leave Xianai alone in the wilderness. So Lin Xiao carried her and started hunting zombies to obtain crystal cores. Anyway, he didn't need to manually fight against zombies. When Xianai woke up, she was in the middle of a zombie horde. Lin Xiao was holding her. Countless pieces of steel rotated at high speed around them, cutting the zombies like a meat grinder. The fallen zombies would also burst into strange flames, leaving behind only crystal cores on the ground. Xianai looked at this scene, gradually becoming stunned. What kind of demon efficiency for hunting crystal cores was this? Awake? Lin Xiao's voice came, calm and gentle. It was then that Xianai realized she was still in Lin Xiao's arms, and immediately said in shame and indignation, "Put me down." Lin Xiao nodded and set her down. Swish! Her coat fell off, revealing Xianai's snow-white body in its entirety, a sight that could not help but be admired. "You bastard!" Xianai exclaimed, hurriedly pulling her clothes together, and angrily rebuked, "Why didn't you dress me?" "The clothes were accidentally torn earlier," Lin Xiao said flatly. Hearing Lin Xiao's blunt words, Xianai's beautiful eyes flared with anger, and the scene from not long ago also surfaced in her mind. This hateful bastard, Xianai gritted her teeth. Though she cursed him, she also knew that it was mostly her own fault. She even thought about what the consequences would have been if she had consumed that crystal nucleus alone without Lin Xiao. "You're already a second tier awakened now?" After a long silence, Xianai asked, watching Lin Xiao's efficiency in hunting zombies. "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "So fast?" Xianai exclaimed, "How did you do it?" "Hunting for crystal nuclei, eating them to evolve," Lin Xiao stated truthfully. Xianai looked at Lin Xiao speechlessly. "Can we just pretend that nothing happened, okay?" After a while, Xianai said again. "No," Lin Xiao directly denied her suggestion. "Why?" Xianai glared at him angrily. He'd already done what he did. What more did he want? "I'm a bit of a germaphobe. Now that you've had relations with me, you can only belong to me from now on," Lin Xiao said calmly. "So domineering?" Xianai muttered, but didn't say anything more. After all, she couldn't beat Lin Xiao right now. "Besides, I might still need you in the future," Lin Xiao added. "Need me? For what?" Xianai raised her head, looking at Lin Xiao with some curiosity. This guy was ridiculously strong, so why would he ever need her? She was very curious. "Well, it's hard to say. It's just that my ability sometimes affects my emotions, and one of those emotions just happens to need, well, you know," Lin Xiao said, glancing at Xianai. Xianai immediately understood. "What? You mean you want to again?" "No, absolutely not. I can't accept it right now." Seeing Xianai's resistance, Lin Xiao didn't say much, just touched his nose. He wasn't the type who liked to force people, but he felt that after reaching the second tier, the emotional influence of the 7 deadly sins became more and more obvious, and it seemed that it would be released when it accumulated to a certain point. That is, at some point he might lose control. If his lustful desires really went out of control, he would turn to Xianai first. After all, practice makes perfect. No, one time is acquaintance, second time is old hat. By the way, I also wanted to ask you if you have a similar situation, Lin Xiao suddenly thought. Xianai, like him, was also an SSS level awakened, so perhaps she also had this kind of situation? SSS level abilities, they all come with some price to pay when obtaining power. How come you don't know that? Xianai looked at Lin Xiao and tilted her head, asking. Chapter 21, A Cold and Aloof Imperial Daughter? More like a weirdo. Lin Xiao frowned upon hearing this. He really didn't know about it. After all, in his previous life, he didn't even have any abilities, let alone know the secrets of an SSS level ability user. No wonder he was often affected by the 7 deadly sins emotions. It seemed that was his own drawback. He had thought it was because he wasn't skilled enough at controlling his abilities, but now it seemed it was due to this issue unique to SSS level ability users. However, for now, this problem didn't seem to affect him much. If the rage emotion was triggered, he'd just go on a rampage and kill some mutants. If greed was triggered, he could just go and snatch something anyway. His abilities would take the blame. Then what's the price of your ability? Lin Xiao suddenly asked Xianai. I won't tell you. Xianai tilted her head, not wanting to answer. Hey, what exactly is your ability? Is it elemental? Along the way, Xianai chatted with Lin Xiao on and off, mostly awkward conversations that made Lin Xiao's ears nearly grow calluses. Whenever Lin Xiao couldn't take it anymore, she would softly call brother in his ear, the gentle voice instantly reducing Lin Xiao's anger. He hadn't expected that Xianai, the aloof imperial daughter who was untouchable in his previous life, would have such a contrasting personality in private. This made him wonder if the rumors he had heard in his previous life were true. You're really a weirdo, Lin Xiao said, rubbing his forehead as he looked at Xianai. Brother helped Xianai hunt a few crystal cores. Xianai also wants to advance to a second-tier ability user, Xianai said, shaking Lin Xiao's arm. No way. Lin Xiao righteously refused. My crystal cores are for my girlfriend at home, and my pet cat needs to eat too. Ah? Xianai was dumbfounded. You have a girlfriend? No, Lin Xiao shook his head. Xianai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Xiao had a girlfriend, what would she be? However, there is a very beautiful girl at my home, and most importantly, she is quieter than you, Lin Xiao said. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xianai's eyes immediately turned resentful. In the following half-day, Xianai finally quieted down a bit. She didn't leave Lin Xiao's side, as she knew that sticking with him would be very beneficial for her progress. Lin Xiao wasn't stingy with the girl he had been intimate with. When dusk fell, he handed her a second-tier crystal core. You're at the peak of the first tier right now, and you should be just one step away from becoming a second-tier ability user. This second-tier crystal core should be enough for you to advance, Lin Xiao said. Thank you, Xianai said, gratefully accepting the crystal core. This day wasn't a waste after all. Okay, why aren't you leaving yet? Lin Xiao looked at Xianai and couldn't help asking. Can you shower there? There's no water or electricity where I live, so I can't shower. Xianai showed a shy expression. Lin Xiao glanced at her. He'd already seen everything he needed to see. Why was she being shy? There's a place, come with me, Lin Xiao said plainly. Then he suddenly thought of something and scooped Xianai up in his arms. Hey, what are you doing? Xianai exclaimed. Then she realized that she was flying. No, strictly speaking, Lin Xiao was flying. Xianai stared at Lin Xiao in shock, her eyes filled with even more confusion. What was his ability? He could even fly. A 5-star hotel in the city center. Xianai's mouth hung open as she stared at the hotel surrounded by steel walls. Not only was he powerful, but even the place he lived was so nice. Yumian, I'm back, Lin Xiao said as he entered the suite. Okay, and Yumian came over, with little White beside her. When it saw Xianai beside Lin Xiao, it immediately showed a vigilant expression, its fur standing on end. Oh, we have a guest? And Yumian, sensing Xiaobai's emotions, couldn't help but ask. Brought someone back, she wants to use our place to shower. Lin Xiao nodded. Xianai looked at Lin Xiao in shock, as if saying, am I just a person to you? Woman. Lin Xiao added, seeing her reaction. Oh, and Yumian's tone was full of meaning. Then she looked at Xianai. If you want to shower, come with me. Okay. Xianai blinked at Yumian, somewhat stunned by her beauty. Such a pretty older sister, Lin Xiao didn't lie. And she was indeed quieter than herself, or more precisely, gentle. She pursed her lips and followed her. An hour later. Xianai walked out of the bathroom, and her eyes widened at the sight of the lavish dinner, her mouth instantly watering. You guys eat so well here. If you're willing, you can stay. Lin Xiao said calmly, looking at Xianai. Although Xianai was a bit noisy, she was still pretty good. Most importantly, he was often out, and Yumian would be a bit lonely at home alone. Although Xiaobai was good, it couldn't talk after all. If Xianai stayed, she could keep her company. No, I'm afraid I'll disturb you. Xianai shook her head, refusing almost instantly. A flicker of subtle disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lin Xiao didn't notice, and of course, he wasn't surprised by Xianai's refusal. An SSS level ability user didn't need to rely on him. After dinner, Lin Xiao prepared a compressed generator and 10 compressed oil storage tanks for Xianai, enough for her to use for a long time. Looking at what Lin Xiao had prepared for her, Xianai was quite touched. Why are you so nice to me? Lin Xiao was taken aback, then laughed. These things are nothing to me. Besides, I might need to ask for your help in the future. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at her. Hearing this, Xianai seemed to have made some kind of decision and looked at Lin Xiao, saying, come with me. She led Lin Xiao to the next suite, and then directly took off her clothes. What are you doing? Lin Xiao was startled. Didn't you say that you sometimes have dark emotions? Come on, I'll help you resolve them. Xianai said, puffing out her chest. Looking at the whiteness flashing before his eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but swallow, his mind instantly affected by lust. If he were a little more restrained, he could control it, but such blatant temptation, who could resist it? After a delightful interlude, Xianai left the hotel, and Lin Xiao fell into a deep sleep. The next day. A beautiful day starts with hunting for crystal cores. After breakfast, just as Lin Xiao was about to go out, and Yumian suddenly stopped him. Lin Xiao, wait. She took out a map which had many marked points. Last night, I used the crystal cores you gave me to advance to the second order ability. Now my ability can predict the appearance of mutations at a specific location. The map shows my predictions from yesterday, but you were a bit tired yesterday, so I didn't share it with you, I just marked them on the map. And Yuemian said. Lin Xiao heard this and scratched his head awkwardly. How many times had he ascended the moon yesterday? Including the daytime, probably 7 times, anyone would be tired. Okay, I'll focus on these locations today. Lin Xiao looked at the map in his hand. And Yuemian was blind, so creating this map must have taken a lot of effort, which warmed his heart slightly. And Yuemian stared in the direction Lin Xiao had left, and after a long while, she turned around, only then revealing 11 space-compressed black balls in her hand. These were exactly the oil and generator that Lin Xiao had prepared for Xianai. Chapter 22: Poisonous Swamps, Mutant Plants, and Detoxifying Grass Suburbs of Jing City. A mutant giant ape was hunting zombies around it. This giant ape had escaped from the mountains and, through devouring humans and zombies, had evolved to the second tier. It wielded a giant tree branch as a weapon, and with a single sweep, a group of zombies were smashed flat, after which the mutant ape began to eat. However, before the mutant black ape could start its meal, a sharp ancient blade pierced its chest, and it fell silent. Lin Zhao's figure appeared afterward. His fire ability incinerated the black ape's corpse, and an egg-sized crystal core dropped out. This upgraded piercing edge is so satisfying to use it instantly kills second-tier mutants, Lin Xiao said, tossing the crystal core into his mouth with a pleased expression. It was nearly noon. Having risen early, he had used the map given to him by an Yuemian to kill 5 second-tier mutants in a row, successfully evolving the piercing edge blade to the second tier as well. Now, with the piercing edge, he could instantly kill ordinary second-tier mutants. He casually ate a pack of beef jerky he had brought from home, and after replenishing his energy, Lin Xiao set off again. There were several flower-like symbols marked on an Yuemian's map. Lin Xiao didn't understand what they meant, but his intuition told him that it must be something good. This location was within the forest where the mutant black ape had been originally. Soon, Lin Xiao found the location of the flower symbols, but there were no flowers there. Instead, there were 3 extremely long white pythons. A similarly large question mark appeared above Lin Zhao's head. Flowers and snakes shouldn't have any connection, right? Yuemian wouldn't lie to him, so the only truth must be that the flowers had been eaten by these 3 white pythons. Spit them out, or I'll take them myself, Lin Xiao said calmly as he approached. The 3 white pythons rose simultaneously, their hideous snake eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, then they hissed, flicking their forked tongues. Hiss. Swish. Lin Xiao immediately drew his piercing edge blade and slashed at the abdomen of the python that had hissed the loudest. After the blade embedded itself in its belly, Lin Zhao's speed suddenly increased as he traced a perfect arc along the python's body. White intestines spilled onto the ground, filling the air with a bloody stench. What caught Lin Zhao's eye was that there was indeed a white flower inside the python's abdomen, not completely digested. Although the petals were rotten, the roots remained intact. It's actually a crystal nurturing flower, Lin Xiao said, his face showing elation. As its name suggests, the crystal nurturing flower could nurture the growth of crystal cores. Even if you put in a first-tier crystal core, as long as it had sufficient nutrients, it would cultivate the first-tier crystal core to a higher level, and the best part was that there were no limits. Furthermore, the crystal cores nurtured by the crystal nurturing flower had no drawbacks, unlike Xianai's Lust Rose crystal core, which had side effects such as poison. Yuemian had marked 3 here, but only 1 was inside this python's abdomen, so Lin Xiao turned his attention to the other pythons, a menacing smile appearing on his face. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao walked out of the forest holding 3 crystal nurturing flowers, along with 2 second-tier crystal cores. At their normal rate of evolution, these 2 white pythons shouldn't have reached the second tier, but they had swallowed and digested the initial crystal cores within the crystal nurturing flowers, which allowed them to advance to the second tier. After storing these things in his gluttonous space, Lin Xiao headed towards another location marked by Yuemian. The destination was in a wetland park, but now it was shrouded in a poisonous fog, obscuring the view inside. Poisonous. Looking at the text marked on the map, Lin Xiao chuckled, then began to ponder how to enter the poisonous fog. According to Yuemian's markings, there were at least 5 or 6 second-tier mutants inside the poisonous fog, and one of them had even reached the peak of the second tier. This was quite rare in the early days of the apocalypse, which meant that the mutants inside had eaten something that allowed them to evolve so rapidly. Although his 7 deadly sins abilities were monstrous, they weren't perfect enough to avoid toxins, making it difficult to enter and hunt those mutants. Some ability users possess the power to avoid toxins, and some mutant plants also have this ability. After much deliberation, Lin Xiao decided to seek out mutant plants that could ward off toxins. After all, finding an ability user with such a power in Jing City was like searching for a needle in a haystack. In my memory, there should be several patches of detoxifying grass nearby. Why aren't they here? Lin Xiao followed his memory to a green space park. In his past life, the military had discovered a large amount of detoxifying grass here and then entered the toxic swamp, but ultimately suffered heavy losses. Could it be that the military has already harvested all the detoxifying grass at this time? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. No, the footprints around here are still fresh, and the broken grass roots haven't dried out. They must have been picked not long ago. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. There were many second-tier mutants in that toxic swamp. Lin Xiao, of course, didn't want to miss out. So he immediately decided to find the people who had taken the detoxifying grass. With the help of flight in his senses, Lin Xiao finally found their tracks 10 minutes later. What surprised him was that this group was also heading for the toxic swamp. Are they also trying to enter the toxic swamp? Interesting. Lin Xiao descended from the sky not far away and walked towards the group. These survivors formed a small team of 7 people, 5 of whom were ability users, and the other 2 seemed to be special forces soldiers who were particularly adept at using firearms. The strongest is an A-grade ability user, and the rest are B and C grade. If such a team enters the toxic swamp and encounters second-tier mutants, they might be okay, but if they run into higher-tier mutants, they're doomed. They were currently clearing the surrounding zombies. Unlike Lin Xiao, who could fly, they had to walk on the ground, which would inevitably attract attacks from surrounding zombies and mutated beasts. When they finally resolved the zombies and were resting in place, collecting crystal cores, a figure suddenly walked over. Did you guys pick the detoxifying grass in that botanical garden? Lin Xiao asked directly. The 7-person team immediately became vigilant. Who are you? The A-grade ability user at the lead asked in a deep voice. A passerby. I want to trade some crystal cores for some detoxifying grass, Lin Xiao said calmly. Detoxifying grass? You know about that stuff? Chen Zhang asked, narrowing his eyes. Don't you know about it too? Why else would you pick it? I'm guessing that girl's ability is a B-grade analysis ability, right? Lin Xiao smiled. A B-grade ability analysis could probe items or creatures of similar tier to gain information. Detoxifying grass was at most a first-tier mutant plant. Cheng Lu, next to Chen Zhang, was slightly surprised. She hadn't displayed her ability in the previous fight. How did this person know? A master. Chen Zhang immediately made a judgment about Lin Xiao in his mind. In an environment like the apocalypse, even an A-grade ability user like himself wouldn't dare to travel alone. And there were many zombies on the way they had come from. The fact that this person could catch up to them already showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. But, detoxifying grass, I'm sorry, we can't give you any, because there are 7 people here, and the amount of detoxifying grass we picked was exactly 7. Chen Zhang looked at Lin Xiao and shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes swept across the 7 ability users, and then he suddenly attacked one of them. Bang! With a powerful kick, Lin Xiao sent the person flying, hitting a bluestone behind him, coughing up blood and instantly passing out. Okay, now there are only 6 of you. Lin Xiao clapped his hands, his face indifferent. Chapter 23, Mutant Man-Eating Flowers. Bizarre abilities. Chen Zhang and the few behind him immediately darkened their faces, not expecting Lin Xiao to be so decisive and ruthless. Friend, isn't this a bit much? He didn't offend you, yet you directly severely injured him. You have to give us an explanation. The other ability users couldn't help but speak up. However, the captain stopped them, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao with a rather fanatical gaze. Alright, you can have a share of the detoxification grass. As soon as he said this, the few behind him showed puzzled expressions. Captain. Alright, that's enough, Chen Zhang said in a low voice. As the captain and an A-level ability user, he was well aware of the strength Lin Xiao had just displayed. It was definitely greater than the one lying on the ground. In that case, why not let Lin Xiao join the team? In the apocalypse, a strong person is definitely better than a useless one. An A-level ability user's authority was still very useful in this team, and those people immediately stopped talking. About an hour later, the group finally arrived at the edge of the poisonous marshland. During that time, Chen Zhang and the others had been hunting level 1 zombies and mutated beasts. Lin Xiao looked down on those mutated creatures and simply didn't make a move, which earned him quite resentful stares from the other team members. He really thinks he's a big shot. There were so many zombies on the way, yet he didn't even lift a finger. Exactly, it's too much. Is he here to be treated like a god after joining us? But he didn't share any of the crystal cores with us, said Cheng Lu, the B-level analysis ability user. Why are you speaking up for him? An ability user looked at Cheng Lu, dissatisfied. I'm just stating the facts. Cheng Lu didn't hold back. Her position on the team was quite high after all. The analysis ability seemed to be more useful than some combat abilities in the dangerous apocalypse. Even if he didn't share crystal cores, he shouldn't just stand by. What gives him the right to stay here otherwise? The person continued to complain. From beginning to end, Lin Xiao had ignored these people's yapping. After all, he was only there for the detoxification grass. but that didn't mean he would tolerate flies buzzing in his ear forever. You really like to talk, don't you? Lin Xiao, like a phantom, appeared in front of that person, reaching out to grab his neck and lift him into the air. Is this a strength ability? Chen Zhang was slightly taken aback and walked up to Cheng Lu. Can you analyze his ability? Cheng Lu stared at Lin Xiao for a while and shook her head. No, I can't tell. Ugh. Captain Chen, save me. This guy who had been barking incessantly couldn't breathe. His desperate gaze turned to Chen Zhang. However, Chen Zhang had no intention of taking action because he wasn't confident he could defeat Lin Xiao. He was also fed up with these few idiotic teammates. An ability user that even Cheng Lu couldn't analyze must at least be an A level or even an S level. The fact that he had instantly killed Xiao Wang the first time already showed something. After all, Chen Zhang was sure he couldn't have kicked Xiao Wang into a severely injured state with one blow. But these stupid people couldn't see that and were still provoking Lin Xiao as if he was some sort of philanthropist. Seeing that Chen Zhang didn't acknowledge him, this person finally showed a look of regret and struggled to look at Lin Xiao. Spare me. Slap. With a crisp slap, Lin Xiao sent the guy flying with a backhand, landing in the grass not far away, his condition unknown. The only D-level healing ability user on the team rushed to check on him. Before he could say anything, a giant toad suddenly jumped out of the grass. It opened its massive mouth, its tongue lashing out, and directly engulfed the two of them before jumping back into the grass and disappearing. Brother Chen. The remaining three people immediately shrank back behind Chen Zhang, their faces filled with terror. What kind of monster was that just now? It ate both Xiao Fei and Li Ming. This place is too scary. Brother Chen, do we really have to go in? Chen Zhang's face was also a mask of unpleasantness. Just seeing the edge of this poisonous swamp, they had already lost two people. Just now, that seemed to be a mutated toad, and although he couldn't tell its exact level, it was at least a first-tier mutation. Originally, he thought there might be something good inside this poisonous swamp, such as the detoxifying grass they encountered, and they might even be able to get some mutated corpse beast materials to make weapons. He never expected that this poisonous swamp would be so dangerous, with such terrifying mutations just at the periphery. What? Scared? Lin Xiao looked at them, unable to suppress a smile. He had long since discovered where that mutated toad was hiding, and had only intended to send that foul-mouthed guy to his doom. He hadn't expected the healer with abilities to be dragged down with him. But it didn't matter, because that healer had spent a good deal of the journey cursing at him with the foul-mouthed one. If you're scared, give me my share of the detoxifying grass, and I'll go in alone, Lin Xiao said indifferently. He figured he was actually giving them a kind reminder. After all, only 4 of them were left, and one was an analysis ability user with no combat power. Going in would most likely be a near certain death. Ah, he really was a good person, thinking of other people's safety. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Chen Zhang's eyes flickered. Why was Lin Xiao so insistent on going into this poisonous swamp with them? Judging by his strength, he wasn't some simple character. Could it be that he knew there were valuable things inside the swamp? If that was truly the case, then there was no way he could let Lin Xiao go in alone and take everything for himself. What are you saying, brother? Now that we're here, how could we be scared? Here, this is your share of the detoxifying grass. Let's take it and go in together, Chen Zhang chuckled. Lin Xiao glanced at him. This guy had some brains, but he was too clever for his own good, and also very greedy. Even more greedy than his own 7 deadly sin of greed, and that wouldn't end well. But it was irrelevant. All he wanted was the detoxifying grass. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to him. Chapter 24 Special Materials. Greedy Chen Zhang taking the antidote herb, Lin Xiao swallowed it and entered the poisonous barrier, disappearing from view. Quick, follow him. Seeing this, Chen Zhang hurriedly swallowed his own antidote herb and rushed in. However, within the thick fog of poison, they could no longer see Lin Xiao's figure. Brother Chen, do we really go in? Chang Lu asked, sounding a little timid. Of course. There must be treasures inside, otherwise why would that Lin Xiao try to shake us off? Chen Zhang's expression was furious. The damned guy, if he had known, he wouldn't have given the guy an antidote herb. He actually shook them off. Brother Chen, do you mean the remaining 2 people, upon hearing this, revealed eager looks in their eyes? Yes, there must be good things in this wetland. Let's quickly follow, we can't let Lin Xiao get them all to himself. With that, Chen Zhang hurriedly pursued. At the same time, Lin Xiao had just slain a few first-tier mutated toads and was using his sensory abilities to search for second-tier creatures within. First-tier crystal cores held little appeal for Lin Xiao now. Because after ability users advanced to the second tier, the energy of first-tier crystal cores would dilute significantly. 100 first-tier crystal cores could originally equal the energy of 1 second-tier crystal core. However, for second-tier ability users, even 1,000 first-tier crystal cores may not provide as much energy as 1 second-tier core. Therefore, he did not need to waste time on these first-tier creatures. His focus was on hunting second-tier creatures. Of course, he would still collect first-tier crystal cores when convenient. because the nutrients needed for the crystal nurturing flower were the powder of crushed crystal cores, and using first-tier crystal cores as fertilizer was not bad. But right now, found it. After much searching, Lin Xiao finally located a second-tier mutant. It was also a toad, but it was over 3 meters tall, with countless pustules on its body, enough to make anyone feel nauseous. This second-tier toad also noticed Lin Xiao and flicked out its long, red tongue, intending to devour him. Gold, get lost. Lin Xiao said calmly, his gale blade unsheathing from his back, slicing through the air and cutting off the extended red tongue. The second-tier toad's tongue landed on the ground, twitching incessantly, while its main body was enraged by the pain. Its powerful legs slightly curled, and then it suddenly leaped. Swish! This mutated toad shot out like a cannonball, reaching Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. It opened its huge maw, this time planning to swallow Lin Xiao whole. The gale blade returned to Lin Xiao's front with a whoosh, and he grasped it, moving with lightning speed. Put! The mutated toad opened its mouth wide and swallowed Lin Xiao whole, but after the mutated toad passed where Lin Xiao had stood, Lin Xiao hadn't disappeared. He was still standing in the same spot. But the mutated toad's hindquarters were directly mangled by the gale blade, its flesh and blood splattered everywhere. What was most terrifying was that not a single drop of blood fell on Lin Xiao. Turning his head, watching the mutated toad lying half dead on the ground, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and flames immediately burst into life. After the fire had burned through, all that remained was a second-tier crystal core about the size of an egg and a dark green scale. Toad scale. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as he picked up the dark green scale. After mutations reached the second tier, there was a chance that special parts would grow on their bodies. These parts were usually used as materials and could be fused with some strange minerals that appeared after the apocalypse to forge ability weapons. Yes, ability weapons could be produced through crafting, but some were also innate mutations. For example, the gale blade in Lin Xiao's hand was among the top tier of all ability weapons. However, some very strong ability weapons could also appear among those crafted by humans, depending on the crafter's ability and the crafting materials. Besides, some ability weapons could also gain new abilities through adding materials and tempering. For example, this toad scale can be added to the Pafong blade, granting it the ability to be poisoned. If I remember correctly, the toad scale should have this ability. Good stuff. Lin Xiao stored it away along with the crystal core. Even if he didn't fuse it with the Pafong blade, he could sell it to some special apocalyptic deities in the future. The deities born from meteorites don't all see humans as food like the shrines do. Some are neutral. They travel around the world, like to collect all kinds of resources and materials, and then trade with humans or other apocalyptic deities. He remembered that the Jing City military region had done a transaction with a deity named Nada. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao killed the fourth second-tier mutated toad in this wetland. However, the following 3 second-tier mutated toads were not as lucky as the first one and did not drop any special materials. Useless. Lin Xiao stomped on the head of the second-tier toad, shook his head, and only took out a second-tier crystal core from its head. There really is good stuff. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from his ear. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw it was actually Chen Zhang. The fact that this guy was able to walk here alive was a miracle. Where are the other 3? Lin Xiao asked. The 3 of them were unlucky. They all died in here and missed out on this piece of the pie. Chen Zhang said, his eyes fixed on the second-tier crystal core in Lin Xiao's hand. Divide the pie? Lin Xiao was stunned, then laughed. You must have some misunderstanding. When did I say I was going to share anything with you? What do you mean? Chen Zhang's face suddenly darkened, and his tone became cold. Lin Xiao, don't forget who gave you the detoxifying herb. Could you have made it here without the detoxifying herb? Could you have gotten this second-tier crystal core? I advise you to give me this second-tier crystal core, or don't blame me for being rude. The temptation of the second-tier crystal core had clouded his mind. He even forgot how Lin Xiao was able to obtain the crystal core. The crystal core is right here, you can come and take it. Lin Xiao said indifferently. He didn't even take an A-level ability user at the peak of the first tier seriously. Courting death. Chen Zhang roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Xiao. There was a faint hint of lightning flickering under his feet. A lightning element ability user? Lin Xiao's gaze shifted slightly. Chen Zhang had used his ability when they were dealing with zombies outside. At that time, Lin Xiao knew he was a lightning element ability user. Element ability users are quite formidable in the apocalypse, but at that time, Lin Xiao could not confirm his specific ability. But now he knew that it was the A-level lightning element ability, lightning legs. With the lightning enhancement, speed is increased and elemental attacks can be added. The ability was not bad, but it was a pity that he didn't know who he was facing. Gold Master. Lin Xiao's voice was flat. Immediately afterwards, the Pafong blade flew out at an extremely fast speed, directly slashing towards Chen Zhang's charging legs. You use your legs as the hub of your ability, then I will cut off your legs. Chapter 25 SS Ranked Ability Wielding Weaponsmith. The sin of the apocalypse. Chen Zhang was fast, reaching a position less than 2 meters from Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Seeing the core within reach, he revealed a look of wild joy, but then felt his lower body suddenly empty. Thud! Losing his support, Chen Zhang fell heavily to the ground. He looked back at his now empty lower half, and at his 2 severed legs not far away. The piercing pain only then surged like a tidal wave. Ah! 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 Chen Zhang let out a heart-wrenching roar, struggling to crawl towards Lin Xiao. What did you do? What did you do to me? Nothing much, just helping you to sober up a bit, Lin Xiao said indifferently before turning and leaving. He did not consider himself a good person. In the past, if anyone coveted his belongings, he would usually just kill them directly. This time, he had only removed Chen Zhang's legs, which was already quite lenient. Well, doing one good deed a day. Not long after Lin Xiao left, Chen Zhang's screams attracted a group of mutated toads who devoured him in 2 parts. He had not bothered with the level 1 mutated toads in the wetland before leaving. Next time he came, it should be a pond full of level 2 toads. In the evening, Lin Xiao returned to the hotel. You're back. And Yuan Yan had prepared a fragrant dinner early, waiting for Lin Xiao to return and eat. Where's Little White? Lin Xiao looked around the room, asking, somewhat strangely. I let it go out to hunt for cores, and Yuan Yan said softly. Lin Xiao paused his ravenous eating, frowning slightly. Then what about your safety? The steel walls you built with your metal element are impenetrable, even by cannons. It's very safe here, she replied. Besides, it's too tiring for you to go out alone all the time, and Yuan Yan said softly. You're right. Little White has been staying here all this time, which has indeed slowed down its progress, Lin Xiao chuckled. Yuan Yan's safety was indeed not a concern. Firstly, his level 2 metal elemental defense had surrounded the entire hotel, and secondly, there was in Yuan Yan's precognitive sharing ability. If any real danger arose, he would receive her shared warning immediately and be able to return in time. Letting Little White out would also allow it to gather cores more quickly, given that it was capable of killing shrine-level beings. According to your map today, I harvested a total of 13 level 2 cores, and also a toad scale material, Lin Xiao said. Toad scale? And Yuan Yan asked, puzzled. It's a special material that has a chance of dropping from level 2 mutated corpses, and it can be fused with some special minerals to forge ability-wielding weapons, Lin Xiao explained. Oh, and Yuan Yan nodded. So, do you need the locations of some mineral veins? And Yuan Yan asked. At level 2, she could already predict the occurrence of certain things with accuracy, though it consumed a great deal of energy. However, with Lin Xiao as a core slaughtering machine, there was no need to worry. Mineral veins aren't necessary. I know where they are. What I need you to help me find is an ability-wielding smith with forging abilities, preferably S rank or higher, Lin Xiao said. In his previous life, there was only one special mineral vein in Jing City, and it wasn't exactly a secret. However, it was occupied by the military, and ordinary people or other survivor factions had no way to access it. As of now, this mineral vein had yet to appear. In terms of time, it should surface after the blood rain. An ability-wielding smith with an S-rank forging ability? That's a bit difficult, but I'll try my best, and Yuan Yan said. With that, she walked to the bed and began to predict the answer Lin Xiao sought. Time passed by second, and Yuan Yan's rosy face turned pale, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Clearly, she was expending a lot of energy. Seeing her in pain, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Just as he was about to tell Yuan Yan to stop, he saw 2 tears of blood well up in her closed eyes. Lin Xiao was startled and decided to forcefully interrupt, but Yuan Yan opened her eyes. Shani, an SS level spirit weapon master, her abilities are forging and enchanting. However, you'd better find her as soon as possible because she might be dying soon, and Yuan Yan said weakly. Dying soon? Lin Xiao was stunned, his face immediately turning serious. Where is she? In the northern suburbs. Ha, second brother, I didn't expect that in the apocalypse, we'd still get to see 2 such luscious women. What great luck! Hee hee, and so much food. This family really knows how to hide, actually hiding in this dilapidated house. If I hadn't taken a look, I might have missed it. Hurry up, let us eat and enjoy ourselves. This old man hasn't touched a woman in a week, and this is a mother and daughter flower. We'll have some fun later. For men were sitting in the hall, devouring a pile of food, canned goods, self-heating hot pot, compressed biscuits, and more. Nearby, a mother and daughter were tied to a bed, their mouths gagged, staring at the 4 men with resentment and fear. Because not far away on the ground lay a middle-aged man with a bloody head wound. Soon, the 4 men were full and drunk, extending their demonic claws towards the bound mother and daughter, revealing cruel and savage smiles. Tell me, should we start with this more mature mother, or with this daughter? The leader, a fat man, stared lecherously at the mother and daughter. I say, let us just pair off, one on each at the same time. Ha ha, well said, I agree. The devils laughed wantonly. Hearing this, the mother and daughter showed terrified expressions, shaking their heads frantically. The mature and charming woman even started frantically tearing at the tape on her mouth. Oh, does the mother have something to say? A man stepped forward and removed the tape from her mouth. Don't hurt my daughter, whatever you want, come at me, I beg you. The beautiful woman at this moment had forgotten the hatred of her recently deceased husband and looked pleadingly at the men who had killed him. Come at you? You mean you want to serve the four of us alone? Really? The four men burst out laughing. Not to mention, having her daughter watch her mother serve the four of us, I wonder if this mother will regret it? Hearing these beastly words, Shani kept twisting her body, seemingly trying to break free of her bonds, but to no avail. The beautiful woman's face also turned pale hearing their words. Being humiliated in front of her daughter by these four bastards, she certainly wished she were dead, but what else could she do? Only this way could she protect her daughter from harm. You, come on then, the beautiful woman said, closing her eyes in resignation. The four men exchanged glances and then extended their demonic hands. The sound of clothes tearing made tears stream from Shani's eyes. Why? Her family just wanted to survive in the apocalypse. Why was it so difficult? Just why as her mother's screams gradually faded, the light in Shani's eyes also dimmed. The four devils walked towards her. She knew that these bastards wouldn't let her go. She now only hoped that after everything was over, she could just die quickly. That old one is too weak, already dead. It's all because of the third one. You need to hold back your power amplification ability. Don't kill this woman. We haven't had enough fun. Got it. I'll be the last one to finish her, alright? The four demons spoke all at once, oblivious to the figure that had appeared in the room sometime without their noticing. Chapter 26, The Power of the Crystal Bloom. Sending her away, Lin Zhao's gaze swept across the room, and after seeing Shani safe and sound on the bed, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, when he saw the naked, bare-skinned beauty on the floor and the corpse of the man beside her, his face suddenly turned grim. Beasts. Even Lin Zhao, who had witnessed so many mind-bending things in his past life, couldn't help but feel a surge of rage at this moment. These four people were simply a pack of inhuman beasts, not only killing the mother and daughter's husband and father, but also doing such things to the mother in front of her daughter. Heaven and earth couldn't tolerate this. Even if this is the apocalypse, scum like you shouldn't be alive. Lin Zhao said grimly, then turned around and grabbed one of the men by the neck, lifting him into the air. Under the control of the Gold Master, the breaking blade skillfully peeled off the man's skin and flesh inch by inch. Blood flowed down the man's body, accompanied by his howls, echoing throughout the room. Ling Qi. Death by 1,000 cuts. The sight of such cruelty made the other three men's throats tighten. Ability user. The three men shouted, then scattered and fled, because the one Lin Zhao had grabbed was the third brother, the only one among them who had awakened an ability. Even the third brother was finished. How could they possibly be a match for this ability user? Bang, bang, bang. 3 steel bars flew directly out of the cement walls of the house, pinning all 3 of them to the ground, and then, like a spirit serpent, the steel bars drilled into their internal organs and began to move around. Oh whoa! The only sounds in the room were the heart-rending roars of these men, but Lin Zhao's torment didn't stop. To him, their screams were the most beautiful sound at that moment. In the end, the man that Lin Zhao had subjected to Ling Qi died from the excruciating pain. The other 3 men, on the other hand, bled to death and remained there forever. Their faces were distorted, completely unrecognizable, proving the extent of the torment they had endured before their deaths. After doing all this, Lin Zhao picked up a piece of clothing and covered the beauty's corpse before walking over to Shani. Looking at Shani's empty gaze and the dried tear stains on her face, he sighed. Bury your parents well, then come with me. Lin Zhao's words caused Shani's eyes to flicker. She climbed out of bed and began dragging her parents' bodies outside. She found a shovel and began to dig graves in the open space nearby. In the apocalypse, the dead were usually devoured by zombies, with no chance of being buried. But Shani had Lin Zhao by her side. He didn't help Shani at any point, but used his Gold Master abilities to kill all the zombies that were drawn by the bloody scent. The stars were like lamps, the moon like a hook. They dug until midnight, finally completing the 2 graves. By then, the corpses of the zombies around them had piled up like small mountains. Using his Fire Master ability, he burned all the zombies to ashes. Then, Shani suddenly walked over. Help me. Her voice didn't carry a trace of human vitality. Are you sure? Lin Zhao asked. Shani nodded. Only then did Lin Zhao ignite the flames, burning Shani's parents' corpses in the graves to ashes. Shani then started to fill the graves. After filling the graves, she knelt on the ground for a long time, silent and still. The moon slowly moved. Finally, after collecting another batch of zombie crystal cores, Lin Zhao walked to Shani's side. You can't keep kneeling here. Shani didn't answer, still kneeling there. Lin Zhao took a deep breath and directly picked Shani up by the waist. Shani didn't struggle at all, letting Lin Zhao carry her all the way back to the hotel. opening the door, and Yuan Yan noticed that Lin Xiao was carrying someone and she stepped aside. Lin Xiao carried Shen-Yi and placed her on the bed. Little White, who had returned at some point, stared at Shen-Yi, looking wary. "Wash her up and send her to my room," Lin Xiao said, then turned and left. Although he had tried his best to rush over, the accident still happened, but fortunately Shen-Yi was not in trouble. Otherwise, he would have let down in Yuan Yan's painstaking foresight. As for Shen-Yi, whether she could recover her mental state after such a severe blow was of no concern to him. All he wanted was her forging and enchanting abilities. Free from distractions, Lin Xiao took out the 3 crystal nurturing flowers he had placed in the greed space and randomly found a flower pot to plant them in. As expected, the mutated plants of the apocalypse were not so fragile. Although these 3 crystal nurturing flowers were covered in the saliva of the mutated white python, they still burst into life the moment they were placed in the soil. Let's test their growth speed. Lin Xiao took out a pile of first-tier crystal cores, quickly chopped them into powder with his breaking edge blade, and then sprinkled them on the soil around the crystal nurturing flowers. The powder was rapidly absorbed by the crystal nurturing flowers at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, a first-tier crystal core grew in the center of the flower, and the crystal core was still slowly growing larger. This speed is not bad. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he then mixed more powder and poured it in, piling it all around the soil. Plop, plop, plop. The crystal nurturing flowers absorbed wildly. In about 10 minutes, all the powder from the 100 first-tier crystal cores had been completely absorbed. And the crystal nurturing flowers had also transformed from first-tier crystal cores into second-tier crystal cores. Approximately 150 first-tier crystal cores can nurture a second-tier crystal core. Lin Xiao had a definite idea. Under normal circumstances, the energy of 100 first-tier crystal cores was equivalent to 1 second-tier crystal core, but that was for a first-tier ability user. For a high-tier ability user, the energy of 1,000 low-tier crystal cores was not even as good as 1 crystal core of the same tier. Therefore, these crystal nurturing flowers became even more precious. 150 low-tier crystal cores could nurture 1 high-tier crystal core. This was simply a treasure that could turn stone into gold. No wonder the military district was able to cultivate a group of experts so quickly in the previous life. It turns out that the effect of the crystal nurturing flowers is so terrifying. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The number of crystal nurturing flowers in the entire Jing city was limited. Lin Xiao did not know how many there were in total, but he had in Yuan Yan. As long as he had in Yuan Yan record the time and location of every crystal nurturing flower's appearance, he might even be able to create a crystal nurturing garden in the future. In this way, he would no longer need to keep those low-tier mutants and give them time to develop. While Lin Xiao was thinking, the door was suddenly opened, and in Yuan Yan appeared with Shen-Yi after her bath. The Shen-Yi in front of him still looked lifeless, her eyes no different from those of a dead fish. "Come here, take a look at this." Lin Xiao directly threw out the toad scale. If this Shen-Yi was still like this and could not display the value of her SS level spirit armorer ability, then there would be no need for her to stay here any longer. Shen-Yi did not respond. The patience in Lin Xiao's eyes gradually disappeared, and he said coldly, "Send her away." Chapter 27, The Enchanter's Enchantment Ability. Did you really send her away? And Yuan Yan stood by the window with Lin Xiao, both gazing in the direction Shen-Yi had left. She couldn't realize her value. What's the point of keeping her? She's just a nuisance. Lin Xiao shrugged. And Yuan Yan was silent for a moment, then sighed, "You're such a heartless person." "I'm okay." Lin Xiao smiled. "Then, if I didn't have this precognitive sharing ability, would you still keep me?" And Yuan Yan suddenly asked. Lin Xiao's body stiffened, and he turned to look at Yuan Yan, her expression serious, not joking. His expression also became solemn. Yes. Even if Yuan Yan didn't have this ability, even if she wasn't just blind, if she was disfigured like in the previous life, he would still make sure Yuan Yan always stayed here. Because he would never forget the kindness from his previous life. And Yuan Yan got the answer she wanted, suddenly beaming with a smile, her beauty captivating beyond words. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, a lustful desire surging in his heart, and he slowly approached Yuan Yan's exquisite face. As if sensing Lin Xiao's movement and Yuan Yan's breathing gradually quickened, her delicate red lips were close at hand, and just as Lin Xiao was about to steal a kiss, a piercing scream suddenly came from not far away. And Yuan Yan suddenly came back to her senses, quickly turning her head aside, 2 shy blushes creeping up to the roots of her ears. She whispered, "If you don't go now, she might really die." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth in displeasure, but still flew out of the window. After all, it took a lot of effort to save the person, and she possessed a top-tier SS level enchanter ability. If she died just like that, Lin Xiao would definitely be unwilling. Not far from the hotel, under the dim moonlight, Shen-Yi was running away in a disheveled state, 3 crazed zombies chasing behind her, their faces grotesque and terrifying. The grayness in Shen-Yi's eyes had long disappeared, leaving only the desire to survive. She didn't want to die yet. No matter how volatile her emotions were, at the critical moment of life and death, she finally awakened her inner survival instinct. She didn't want to be devoured by these zombies, becoming one of those inhuman things. She desperately wanted to escape, but how could a woman outrun 3 zombies that hadn't eaten for a long time? Oh whoa! Suddenly, a zombie burst out from in front of her, knocking her to the ground. Looking at the zombie's rotting face, Shani was left with only despair in her eyes. If you had known this would happen, why did you act like that in the first place? A light laugh sounded, and the zombie in front of her was pierced through by an ancient blade. Immediately after, the 3 zombies chasing behind her were ignited by an unknown flame, instantly turning into ashes. Shani was still in a state of shock, lying there blankly, her face splattered with the foul-smelling blood of the zombies, her chest heaving violently. Still playing the aloof act? Then you can continue to stay there, I'm leaving. Lin Xiao glanced at her and said indifferently, "Don't!" Shani finally spoke, her voice surprisingly ethereal, with a hint of coldness. It was just that this kind of tone, with a pleading mood, made it feel rather awkward. Lin Xiao then turned back to look at her, not rushing to say anything, watching her get up from the ground. Why did you save me?" After a long while, Shani asked softly. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? I need your ability. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Shani was slightly taken aback. I have an ability? She hadn't awakened? Lin Xiao frowned upon hearing this, but then felt it was impossible. Yuan Yan had predicted her, which meant she had already awakened. Take a look at this. Lin Xiao took out his paphone and tossed it over. Shani squatted down slightly, her fingers lightly touching the paphone blade, and then closed her eyes, as if sensing something. Paphone, a level S ability weapon, ability ignores defense. Shani opened her eyes, her gaze filled with complexity. Is this my ability? Why isn't it a combat ability? Shani's face was etched with pain. If she had a combat ability, perhaps her father wouldn't have died, and her mother wouldn't have been humiliated. Looking at her, Lin Xiao sighed. The past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Although your ability isn't combat related, it's still very useful to me. Follow me, and I'll give you the highest status in the apocalypse, where no one will dare to bully you again. Or you can choose to leave and die in the jaws of some zombie or mutated beast. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Shani slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes holding an inexplicable look. You saved me just because of my ability? Lin Xiao looked at her in surprise. Otherwise, what other ideas do you think I have about you? Shani suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she nodded, looking at Lin Xiao solemnly. Okay, I'll follow you. Okay. Take a look at this too. Lin Xiao handed her the previous toad scale. Shani touched it as before, and after a moment, she opened her eyes. Second-tier special material can be used to forge C-grade and below ability weapons, and can also be used for enchanting. Enchanting? What do you mean? Lin Xiao asked with interest. He had heard from Yumian that Shani had some enchanting ability but hadn't asked for details. Simply put, it's adding the ability of this material to any weapon without consuming the material itself. However, a piece of special material can only be enchanted once, Shani said. Ha? There's such a thing? Lin Xiao widened his eyes in surprise. Without consuming the special material itself, it could add the ability to a weapon. Doesn't that mean that he could still exchange these special materials with special gods? I really picked up a treasure. Lin Xiao looked at Shani with a smile. It was good that she hadn't fallen into the hands of those people or zombies. Then, help me enchant the Toad Scales ability onto the sharp-edged blade, Lin Xiao said. Here? Shani was stunned. The empty surroundings meant zombies could appear at any moment, and there were several zombie corpses right beside them. Oh, let's go back to the hotel and do it then, Lin Xiao nodded, walking up to Shani and opening his arms. Well, what are you doing? Shani looked confused. Hold me tight, Lin Xiao said calmly. At this moment, zombies began to rush over one after another. Seeing this, Shani, who was still hesitating, immediately hugged Lin Xiao like an octopus. Whoosh! Lin Xiao soared into the air, and in a dozen seconds, they were back at the hotel. He set Shani down and said to Yumian, clean her up and send her to my room. In Yumian. It's done. In the suite, Shani looked at the ancient blade in her hand, next to which was a slightly dimmer toad scale. Oh, what ability did it add? Poison? Lin Xiao asked casually. After all, the ability weapons forged from toad scales in his previous life were all poison-based, without any new features. Poison? Hearing this ability, Shani was taken aback, then shook her head. No, if I enchanted such a trash ability for you, then you'd be underestimating my SS grade ability too much. Chapter 28, The Corrosive Power of Broken Edge. The bizarre man-eating flower, what kind of ability is that? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered upon hearing her words. Shani's ability to say that meant that her enchanting skills were quite good. Toad scales can provide 3 abilities: poison, sturdiness, and corrosion. Among them, poison is the weakest, sturdiness is secondary, and corrosion is the best. Luckily, I enchanted the best corrosive ability for you. Shani smiled faintly as she returned Broken Edge to Lin Xiao. Corrosion? Lin Xiao's joy was immediately undisguised upon hearing this. He had only seen this special material on a 4th-tier material forged ability weapon, which, as the name suggests, could corrode any wound it touched. Broken Edge already had the ability to ignore defenses, and with this corrosive ability, it was absolutely the nemesis of all doomsday creatures. Well done, I'll reward you. These crystal cores are for you. Lin Xiao took out a few 2nd-tier crystal cores, which should be enough for her to upgrade her ability to the 2nd tier. He didn't have anything else, and he hoped that the 2nd-tier Shani could give him some surprises. Crystal cores? Shani looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Before meeting Lin Xiao, she had been hiding with her parents in that dilapidated house and knew almost nothing about the end of the world. Simply put, eating them can enhance your abilities, Lin Xiao explained. Eating them can make me stronger? A strange look appeared in Xinyi's eyes, and then she took the crystal cores and turned to leave. Woof! At this moment, Little White suddenly leaned against the door, barking at Lin Xiao. In just 2 days, Little White had grown a size larger, almost unable to squeeze through the door, and its fur was even more shiny and bright, full of spirit. What is it? Is it Yu Mian who wants to see me? Lin Xiao asked, following Little White out of the house. Entering in Yu Mian's room, he understood the reason for Little White's call. He saw Yu Mian sitting on the bed, recognizing something, her delicate face extremely pale. This was a sign of her overuse of her abilities, indicating that the thing she was recognizing was very unusual. Lin Xiao reassured the worried Little White and then also stared intently at Yu Mian, wanting to know what exactly she had recognized. Apocalypse, gods. The low murmur came from Yu Mian's mouth, causing Lin Xiao's pupils to contract sharply. Yu Mian had recognized the birth of doomsday gods? Was it the shrines? Lin Xiao's gaze was like a torch fixed on Yu Mian until her eyelashes fluttered open. Lin Xiao? And Yu Mian sensed someone beside her and asked tentatively. It's me, Little White called me over to see you. What did you just recognize? Lin Xiao asked. As if thinking of something, and Yu Mian's face turned slightly paler, and she said, I'll share it with you all. The next moment, a picture of a purple meteorite shattering appeared in Lin Xiao's mind, from which 4 unusual-looking creatures crawled out. One of them was the shrine that had destroyed most of Jing City in his past life. It had a human-like body, but it was 20 meters tall. However, this was not its true form. In the center of its massive body, there was a patch of black skin writhing. If you looked closely, you could see a small figure sitting in the center, grinning. The shrine. It was because of its strange appearance that it had such a code name. But Lin Xiao did not expect that there would be 4 gods in this meteorite. The other 3, who had been born with the shrine, were the 3 gods who had surrounded and killed the white tiger after the shrine had died in his past life. Code 532, Blade Nightmare, Code 476, Chrysalis, Code 84, Evil Spirit Hound. No wonder they appeared immediately after the shrine's death. They were born from the same womb. In that case, he could not act when they were first born, because he did not have the confidence to deal with 4 doomsday gods at the same time. Only by killing the shrine first and then dealing with the other 3, as in his past life, would he have a chance of winning. This was still with him having already advanced to the 4th tier. Otherwise, anyone who came would be buried by these 4 deities. I must increase my strength even faster. Lin Xiao, realizing the urgency of time, looked at Yu Mian and said, Can you predict when that mutated man-eating flower will advance to the 3rd tier? I'll try. And Yu Mian nodded, and after taking a few crystal cores, she activated her precognition again. After a moment, she opened her eyes and whispered, It's tomorrow. Tomorrow. The next day. Lin Xiao, with Little White, appeared outside a desolate mountain forest. Inside was the man-eating flower, which, according to Yu Mian, would advance to the 3rd tier today. Yu Mian didn't say how it would advance, but Lin Xiao, with his previous life's experience, knew it would advance in a bone tomb of an army. Therefore, what he had to do was wait for that army to arrive and watch them enter the man-eating flower's mouth. Maybe doing so was cruel, but without doing so, he wouldn't get the 3rd tier crystal core. Saving a group of strangers and getting a 3rd tier crystal core that would greatly benefit him was not a difficult choice. And Yu Mian also knew this, which was why she didn't tell him how the man-eating flower would advance. He was very relieved about that. They're here. Amidst the rustling sounds, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and saw an extremely large army sweeping through the forest. Among them, several ability users were leading the way, and the rest were fully armed soldiers. At the head was a military region leader, and Lin Xiao even recognized him. Qin Lang. Lin Xiao's gaze turned cold. Qin Long's younger brother. Qin Long was the commander-in-chief of the East Suburban Survivor Base in Jing City. Lin Xiao had also stayed in this base for a while in his previous life. This Qin Lang had used his brother's position as commander-in-chief to secure a high official position. He often bullied ordinary survivors, and he had almost driven Lin Xiao out of the survivor base before. In the early days of the apocalypse, for an ordinary person to be driven out of a survivor base like this was almost equivalent to a death sentence. If he was leading the team, then Lin Xiao had even less guilt. He would just let them become the man-eating flower-esque nutrients, his stepping stones. Help! Just then, a faint cry for help suddenly came from the forest. Lin Xiao and Little White's expressions instantly turned serious, especially Lin Xiao's, which was particularly strange. Because only he knew that the voice wasn't human at all, it was the man-eating flower. This was just the man-eating flower luring survivors. The people in the army mistakenly thought there were survivors calling for help and hurriedly headed towards the direction of the call until they entered an area surrounded by giant vines, at which point they suddenly stopped. The surrounding silence was eerie. Xin Lang looked at his subordinates with some unease and asked, "What is going on? Why is no one here?" "That shouldn't be. There was clearly a survivor calling for help just now," the deputy said with a puzzled expression. "Then where is he? Could it be that a ghost was talking just now?" Xin Lang said angrily. "Commander Qin, look over there." The deputy suddenly pointed to an extremely seductive large flower not far away. The reason he noticed it was because the flower was unusually large. A single petal was a meter wide, and the bud was arched above everyone's heads. "What the hell is this?" Xin Lang muttered under his breath. Suddenly, the flower opened its mouth, its lips moving as it called out, "Help!" It let out human cries for help, and then the flower bud suddenly bloomed, revealing rows of sharp teeth inside. The flower-esque cavity was like a huge, dizzying abyss. "Help! Help!" The man-eating flower wailed pitifully, making people feel a chill down their spines and sending shivers down their bones. Meanwhile, the man-eating flower opened its petals, resembling a wide, grinning smile. Chapter 29. An army annihilated. The evolution of the man-eating flower. Swoosh! The man-eating flower's body, accompanied by the movement of giant vines, suddenly rushed in front of a group of soldiers, its huge mouth engulfing 7 or 8 soldiers in one gulp. It chewed them frantically, blood dripping from its mouth, making it look even more bizarre. Bang bang bang! Chaotic gunshots erupted in the field. Xin Lang, not even able to command, desperately tried to flee, only to realize then that their escape route was blocked by a row of vines. It turned out that these vines were all flower stalks of the giant man-eating flower. Swish swish swish! The man-eating flower continued to swallow the soldiers into its mouth, chewing loudly, enjoying a long-awaited buffet. The soldiers' guns and cannons, while able to inflict damage, were quickly healed at a visible speed. This mutated man-eating flower had the ability of rapid healing. Upon realizing this, the soldiers were filled with despair. The flower stalks blocking their path remained unmoved no matter how hard they attacked, while their numbers continued to dwindle. Lin Xiao, with Little White, stood calmly on the branch of a giant tree not far away, watching the bloody scene unfold, his expression indifferent. "Brother Wei, this mutated man-eating flower is probably at the peak of the second tier. We can't do any effective damage to it. What do we do? Try to open a gap, Zhouman, cover us." As the army completely collapsed, a small area still held its ground and attempted to create an opening. This was a team of ability users, quite famous in the previous life, called the Divine Wind Squad. 2 of them were A-level ability users, and the remaining 4 were all B-level. In the early days of the apocalypse, forming such a team was no easy feat. When they were at the peak of the first tier, they were already able to cooperate to hunt second-tier mutants. Unfortunately, this time they encountered a second-tier peak mutated man-eating flower. This was almost at the top of the food chain in early Jing City. In his memory, the Divine Wind Squad was completely annihilated during this mission. Otherwise, they might have become one of the top teams hunting mutants in Jing City in the future. "It's no good, Brother Wei, this man-eating flower is too strong. I can't hold it back anymore. Du Yuan, go help him. We must open a gap." "Okay. Brother Wei, Chen Ming is injured," a teammate said in a deep voice. Just then, Xin Lang, protected by a few soldiers, ran to their side in a disheveled state, his face filled with fear. "What are you doing? Why haven't you opened a gap yet? The military district recruited you just to be useless trash," he shouted excitedly. A teammate next to Wei Feng couldn't help but punch Xin Lang in the face. "What the hell? This is a second-tier peak mutant. Your intelligence said there were only second-tier mutants here?" Xin Lang touched his injured cheek, a trace of guilt on his face, but then he became furious. "You dare hit a superior officer? Wait to be punished by military law when we get back. Stop arguing. Whether we can get out of here is still uncertain." Wei Feng shouted, turning to his teammates. "Attack together. If you don't want to die here, tell your men not to stand around idly." Xin Lang's face turned pale, then white, and finally he looked at the soldiers around him. "Open fire." 10 minutes later, the situation was extremely tragic. Of the 1,000-strong army, only a third remained, and they would be annihilated soon. It's open, someone exclaimed. A huge gap had been torn open in the mutated man-eating flower. "Quick, retreat." Wei Feng was overjoyed, but the joy only lasted for a second. The gap was healing at a visible speed. Wei Feng was suddenly stunned. He looked at the scene in disbelief. How could this be possible? The healing speed of this carnivorous plant wasn't this fast just now. Brother Wei, it evolved. At this moment, a terrified voice came from his ear. Wei Feng turned his head and looked, his pupils suddenly contracting, a chill rushing straight to his heart. He saw the mutated carnivorous plant's body rapidly growing, swelling 2 or 3 times its size in the blink of an eye, its height surpassing the tall trees in the forest. Before this, it was a peak second-tier mutation, which meant it had now evolved to third tier. Wei Feng felt his throat tighten facing his second-tier early-stage mutation. Their team had already paid a heavy price, let alone the fact that this mutation had now evolved to the third tier. At this moment, all the members of the Shinfeng squad were filled with despair. With a third-tier mutated carnivorous plant, it was even more impossible for them to open an escape route. Hey, what are you doing? Keep going. Quickly open a gap. I want to get out. I want to live. Qin Lang also began to panic. The Shinfeng squad remained silent. Finally, third tier, huh? A sudden voice broke into everyone's ears. A figure was seen descending from the sky, landing gracefully. Behind him, on a tree, a snow-white giant beast leapt down one after another, landing with a thud next to the figure, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Lin Xiao fanned the dust in front of him, unable to resist glaring at Little White. This fellow still couldn't fly, ruining his grand entrance. The arrival of the uninvited guest instantly made the Shinfeng squad tense, and the huge mutated beast beside Lin Xiao made them even more wary. This person is Lin Xiao? Before Wei Feng could ask, Qin Lang next to him exclaimed in surprise. He was Qin Long's younger brother, and he had naturally heard of Lin Xiao many times, the murderer who killed Mu Hong before the apocalypse, who was already on the military region's wanted list. He hadn't expected him to dare to show up. Lin Xiao? Wei Feng had clearly also heard the name, and after frowning in thought, he suddenly recalled what Lin Xiao had said when he first arrived. You just said it finally reached third tier. What do you mean? Wei Feng had an absurd guess in his mind. Have you been here all this time, waiting for this carnivorous plant to evolve to the third tier? Lin Xiao nodded, not denying it. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked and enraged, especially Qin Lang, who immediately burst into a loud curse. What? You bastard, you were actually watching us come in to die. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient sword directly pierced through his chest. Qin Lang lowered his head in disbelief, seeing that his chest had been pierced by a sword and was gradually being corroded. His face began to tremble, and he finally fell to the ground. Qin Lang's sudden death made the Shinfeng squad and the soldiers all on edge. Just for one sentence, he had killed Qin Lang. This guy was definitely a ruthless demon who didn't bat an eye when killing. Seeing that these people were no longer provoking him, Lin Xiao ignored them and turned to look at the giant carnivorous plant, a fiery glint in his eyes. Right now, the most important thing was to kill this mutated carnivorous plant. After all, this was the first third-tier mutation he had encountered since the end of the world. Chapter 30, Leaping Levels, a 3-tier slash. Roar! Little White beside him also showed excitement, itching to give it a try. Lin Xiao glanced at it. At this time, Little White had also evolved to the peak of the second tier, on par with him. You should know that it took a lot of effort for him to evolve to the second tier, but Little White only went out for a few days after advancing to the second tier and evolved to the peak of the second tier. As expected, the first white tiger in the previous life to kill a doomsday god, how could it be ordinary? If it hadn't been for being killed by 3 gods joining forces, I'm afraid that Yumian, with Little White's help, would have had an even higher status in the doomsday of the previous life, and wouldn't have been framed to death by the Mu siblings. Go ahead. Lin Xiao nodded, signaling Little White to make a move, also taking this opportunity to see what the strength of a third-tier mutation was like. Oh whoa! Little White let out a thunderous roar, as if a king had arrived, and suddenly rushed towards the mutated man-eating flower. Seeing that Little White was rushing towards the man-eating flower under Lin Xiao's instructions, the Shinfeng squad in the rear could not hide the shock in their hearts. This guy, can he actually control mutated beasts? How is that possible? While the Shinfeng squad was in shock, Little White had already exchanged several lightning-fast moves with the mutated man-eating flower. Little White didn't have the advantage in terms of size or tier, so it naturally fell into a disadvantage, and several fine wounds were drawn on the surface of its body by the vines. However, the surface of this mutated man-eating flower was also torn with many wounds, but it quickly healed as before with its strange healing ability, which was very unfriendly to Little White. Little White's physical strength gradually became insufficient. After all, the peak of the second tier was a bit strenuous against the third tier, not to mention that this man-eating flower also had a strange healing ability. Little White, come back! Lin Xiao said calmly. Hearing the voice, Little White immediately turned and rushed back to Lin Xiao's side, sticking out its tongue to lick the wounds on its body. The Shinfeng squad was all extremely shocked at this moment. Lin Xiao's pet could actually fight the third-tier man-eating flower to a standstill. Although it was defeated in the end, it was just a pet of Lin Xiao's. If its owner can tame such a pet, his strength would only be stronger. Maybe he could even solo kill this third-tier mutation. At this thought, the members of the Shinfeng squad felt a little numb. How long has it been since the end of the world, and someone can actually solo kill a third tier? And their Shinfeng squad couldn't even break through a stem of this third-tier man-eating flower. Even to say that even if the entire eastern suburb military base's soldiers were mobilized, they might not be able to kill this third-tier mutation. But Lin Xiao could do it. No, from a certain point of view, he had been waiting for this man-eating flower to advance to the third tier. What a terrifying person this was, and the military district actually dared to issue an arrest warrant for him. The Shinfeng squad was panic-stricken. At this moment, they had already decided in their hearts that if they could really leave alive today, they would definitely leave the military district. They didn't want to be enemies with this kind of person, it was simply too terrible. Lin Xiao didn't know these people's hidden thoughts. Instead, he looked at the man-eating flower, lightly stroking the blade of the broken edge blade, a wisp of flame igniting along the blade. The current broken edge blade was still only at the second tier, and it was difficult to break through the defense of this mutated man-eating flower, but if the ability of the Fire Lord was added, it might not be the case. Lin Xiao's footsteps sank, and then his figure quickly disappeared in place, reappearing at the junction of the mutated man-eating flower's root and flower body. According to his previous life's experience, the core center of this kind of plant mutation was generally at the junction of the fruit and the flower stem. Only by cutting off this position would the plant's healing ability disappear. Therefore, the Shinfeng squad and the military district people had attacked in the wrong direction from the beginning. If they could have jointly attacked this position when the man-eating flower was at the peak of the second tier, there was still a chance to kill this man-eating flower. But unfortunately, Lin Xiao used two abilities at the same time, the enormous power of the 7 Sins of Wrath and the Fire Lord of the 7 Sins of Sloth. With the boost of 1,000-fold power and the blade breaker covered in flames, it was unstoppable, slicing through the carnivorous plant's roots and blossoms. Shie! Dense green sap gushed from the plant's severed stalk, the cross-section revealing countless fine threads attempting to reconnect with the flower. But they were devoured by a strange corrosive force, preventing any chance of regrowth. With a resounding crash, the carnivorous plant fell to the ground, gradually losing its life force. The members of the kamikaze squad stared in disbelief at the scene. How could it be? Just one strike, and a Tier 3 mutant was instantly killed? Impossible, they must be dreaming, this was absolutely impossible. Each member rubbed their eyes vigorously, but the carnivorous plant still lay there, motionless. It was like a dream. To kill a Tier 3 mutant with a single strike, what kind of terrifying strength was this? They couldn't comprehend why the military would put someone like this on a wanted list. Wasn't that just courting death? This corrosive ability is unexpectedly useful. Lin Xiao was also somewhat surprised by the power of his strike. Given the terrifying regenerative abilities of Tier 3 mutant plants, he'd expected to need a few more strikes to completely sever the stalk, but with the corrosive effect, the carnivorous plant simply died. Lin Xiao stepped forward, igniting the corpse of the mutant plant, revealing a crystal-clear core in the air. This core was about half the size of a football, its luster even more brilliant than a Tier 2 core. After placing the Tier 3 core into the gluttony space, Lin Xiao's gaze landed on a fruit on the ground. A special material from the mutant carnivorous plant, a healing seed. Crafting it into a weapon would grant it the ability to heal wounds. But could Xin Yi's demonic powers unlock other abilities? As Lin Xiao pondered, he failed to notice Little White stealthily approaching and swallowing the seed whole. Lin Xiao lowered his head, his expression slowly turning complex at the sight of the missing plant seed. Come here, Little White, I promise I won't chop you into pieces. Lin Xiao's lips twitched, this was a Tier 3 special material. It had been so hard to get, and Little White had just eaten it. Little White, of course, didn't heed his words and scurried off to the side to digest it. It was then that Lin Xiao saw that the wounds on Little White's body were healing at a visible rate. Will mutants gain corresponding abilities by consuming others? Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed, he hadn't expected that such a thing was possible. So, it wasn't entirely a waste for Little White to eat it, after all, the ability to heal wounds wasn't important to him. The black scales gifted by the sin of lust were enough to deflect all harm. All done. Lin Xiao looked at Little White, and then flew directly into the air and left. Little White roared and disappeared into the jungle as well, leaving the kamikaze squad dumbfounded in the wind. Chapter 31, The First Blood Rain, Advancement to Tier 3 3 days later. A raindrop first splattered on the ground, followed by a downpour of wind and rain. Blood-red raindrops were everywhere, soaking and staining the entire earth. Lin Xiaoan and Yuanmian stood by the window, quietly listening to this first rain since the end of the world. Xin Yi moved 3 flower pots from behind and placed them by the window. They were the 3 crystal growth flowers that Lin Xiao had planted. According to Lin Xiao, the blood rain could stimulate their growth. Oh whoa! Xiaobai ran freely in the blood rain, bathing in its nourishment, growing even stronger. This blood rain was beneficial to all mutated things after the end of the world: zombies, plants, ferocious beasts, and even power weapons. Only humans and ability users could not be exposed to the blood rain, or they would risk their lives. In addition, food that had been exposed to the blood rain would also be inedible. This blood rain would last for a day and a night. During the blood rain, a mutated willow tree will be born. Help me find its location, Lin Xiao said to An Yuemian. Okay, and Yuemian nodded and then began to foresee the mutated willow tree that Lin Xiao had mentioned. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yi, who was feeling quite bored lately. And Yuemian at least had the ability to foresee, but she had been doing nothing since coming to Lin Xiao. Don't worry, the first Power Stone mine will appear after the blood rain. Then you will be able to put your skills to use, Lin Xiao said with a smile. That Power Stone mine was related to the production of most of the power weapons in Jing City, and he was determined to get it. In addition, the oil resources of various survivor factions would also become scarce after the blood rain, so he could rely on selling these two resources in exchange for crystal cores. These crystal cores, combined with the 3 crystal growth flowers, would be his only chance to reach Tier 4 before the emergence of the shrine. However, for now, let's first advance to Tier 3, Lin Xiao said, taking out a large number of crystal cores from his gluttony space. The largest of these was the Tier 3 crystal core of a mutated man-eating flower. There were also about 100 or so smaller Tier 2 crystal cores. Most of these were produced by feeding Tier 1 crystal cores to the crystal growth flowers. Adding the Tier 3 crystal core of the man-eating flower, it should be enough for him to advance to Tier 3. He wondered what kind of improvements and surprises this advancement would bring him this time. In the evening, when Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a flash of crystalline light flickered. He had successfully advanced to Tier 3, and this Tier 3 upgrade was also significant for him. Pride, one of the 7 deadly sins, the range of his Gold Master ability increased and the Golden Eye ability was activated. Golden Eye, his eyes could emit powerful gold elemental energy attacks, which could metallize living things or objects. Envy, one of the 7 deadly sins, his perception range increased to 100 meters. Wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins, his immense strength ability was enhanced and Earth Master was activated. Earth Master gained the ability to control earth elements. Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, his Fire Master ability remained unchanged. When using the flight ability, fire wings could sprout from his back, increasing his flight speed tenfold. Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, no enhancement. Gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins, his gluttonous ability evolved into gluttony space, which could devour the corpses of mutated creatures and had a chance to produce special materials. This gluttony skill had not improved at all at Tier 2. Even the Tier 1 ability was relatively useless, devouring mutated creatures to gain energy. Logically speaking, he was absolutely unwilling to eat those mutated creatures for energy replenishment. After all, he didn't lack crystal cores, and he could use crystal cores to replenish energy. However, this time, his gluttony ability seemed to have undergone a qualitative improvement, not only evolving into a spatial mode but also having a chance to produce special materials by devouring mutated corpses. This was a bit terrifying. He had killed nearly 100 and perhaps even 200 Tier 2 monsters these past few days. However, among these Tier 2 monsters, only a Tier 2 toad had dropped a toad scale a few days ago. Besides that, there was the man-eating flower seed dropped by the 3rd tier man-eating flower, but it was swallowed by Xiao Bai before it even warmed up. From a certain point of view, special materials were extremely scarce, especially after the blood rain. Special crystal mines would appear, and there would be a large demand for special materials for crafting abilities weapons. He himself didn't need special weapons, but other survivor factions would need them. Ability weapons made from special materials were worth an average of 1/3 tier crystal core in his previous life. After the blood rain, a large number of 3rd tier mutants would evolve, and at that time, he could obtain a large number of 3rd tier crystal cores by relying on ability weapons crafted from special materials. Therefore, the gluttony ability of the 7 deadly sins was quite good. Finally, there was the lust ability of the 7 deadly sins. The basic defense ability of the black scales was further enhanced, and it could also immunize against the effects of special weather. Yes, it could immunize against the erosion of blood rain, and even the apocalyptic weather such as blood fog and blood dust storms that would appear later. Just right, he was still worried about how to contend for the mutated willow tree later, but now he didn't have to worry. Lin Xiao walked out of the room, just as An Yuemian walked up to him. "You've advanced to the 3rd tier?" she asked with some surprise. "Yes, has that mutated willow tree appeared?" Lin Xiao asked. "Yes, but that many mutants are converging there." "What exactly is that thing?" An Yuemian asked with great concern. Because in her premonition, she saw no less than thousands of mutants surrounding the mutated willow tree, seemingly waiting for something. The crystal core of that willow tree can allow ability users to advance in rank, and one blood rainwatering can only produce 1 crystal core, Lin Xiao said calmly. "What?" and Yuan and Shin-yi revealed shocked expressions. The chests of both women heaved up and down due to Lin Xiao's words, their hearts uneasy. Actually, there is such a thing? Shin-yi murmured blankly. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded. In the early days of the apocalypse, humans did not have the ability to explore in the blood rain, so the fruits of the willow tree in the first few blood rains were fought over and consumed by zombies and mutated beasts. It wasn't until later, when Xianai's ability reached the 7th tier, that she first stepped into the blood rain under the protection of a special psionic energy. Then, she saw a shocking scene in the blood rain. Tens of thousands of mutants were waiting for the crystal core of a willow tree to hatch, and there were even a few apocalyptic deities among them. Something that even apocalyptic deities craved made Xianai very curious. That time, Xianai returned from the blood rain heavily injured, almost dying, and brought back the news that the willow tree could allow abilities to advance. All of humanity was in an uproar. But not long after that, the era of the great deities descended upon the apocalypse. A large area of deities was revived, so that humans became homeless and had no power to compete for the fruits of the mutated willow tree. Lin Xiao, in his previous life, was also a victim of the era of the great deities. I am determined to get this mutated willow tree's crystal core. Be careful, both of you, and don't be exposed to the blood rain, otherwise your bodies will be corroded. Lin Xiao instructed the two women, then pulled open the window and jumped out. Whoosh! A pair of fiery red wings ignited behind Lin Xiao, and his entire body was covered with black scales as he rapidly flew into the distance. Put! Shin-yi, who had taken a sip of her water, suddenly sprayed it out of her mouth, staring dumbfounded at the direction where Lin Xiao had left, and said in confusion, "Didn't you say that you can't be exposed to the rain? He is an exception." And Yuan said softly. Chapter 32, The Tree of Life in the Blood Rain. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and torrential blood rain blanketed the city of Jing, a once prosperous metropolis now deathly still, like a ghost town. Lin Xiao, with fiery wings sprouting from his back, was like a star, igniting the only light in the darkness. He floated in mid-air, the blood rain cascading down his skin, now covered in black scales. His eyes, as deep as abyssal seas, gazed upon the scene below. Countless zombies and mutated beasts were all moving in one direction, and at the end of that direction stood a towering, emerald green willow tree. The Tree of Life. A fiery gleam appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. This was exactly what he had been searching for. Oh whoa! Just then, a low growl sounded from the ground. Little White, mixed in with the mutated horde, was winking and making faces at him. Little White? Lin Xiao was taken aback, his expression immediately becoming strange. He'd almost forgotten, Little White was also a mutated beast. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that perhaps in his previous life, the core of this tree of life was snatched by Little White, which was why it had the power to kill gods. But in this life, he probably couldn't give it to Little White because he also needed this life core to try and see if he could push the 7 deadly sins abilities another step further. Above SSS level abilities, perhaps there were even more powerful abilities hidden, and this needed a life core to verify. Wish, wish. Just then, the branches of the mutated willow tree suddenly flourished, sprouting emerald green buds outwards, and under the irrigation of the blood rain, these buds grew rapidly. In the very center of these willow branches, a hint of green crystal was quietly forming, but had not yet reached its final stage. Countless zombies and mutated beasts revealed looks of yearning. Perhaps influenced by this life core, these two species, zombies and mutated beasts, were now able to coexist peacefully. It was a miracle. Buzz. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him. He looked down and saw that in the zombie horde, a withered, skeletal zombie with snow-white eyes was staring at him. It had discovered him, but didn't he do anything more? Third order, a zombie king. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This blood rain had a significant evolutionary effect on zombies and mutated beasts. After the blood rain in his previous life, many third-order mutants and zombie kings had sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Even some survivor factions, due to their large populations, had suffered devastating losses from a small-scale zombie tide. And now, among the zombies and mutated beasts waiting for the life core to form below, many had already evolved into third-order beings. These third-order beings were mostly in the inner circle, closest to the life willow tree, while those in the middle and outer circles were at least second-order. First-order zombies and mutated beasts were not even on the table. What surprised Lin Xiao even more was that Little White, with its peak second-order strength, had actually managed to occupy a place in the inner circle, which made Lin Xiao quite pleased. With Little White there, he would have even more confidence in snatching the life core from this pack of third-order mutants. At the same time, Xianai, look over here. A girl in a JK uniform, holding a laptop and loading something, suddenly zoomed in on a certain area of the screen. What is it? Xianai's hair was spread across her shoulders. She had just taken a bath, and her face still had a hint of blush, but her eyes held a coldness that kept people at a distance. Here. The girl pushed the laptop over. The image on the screen was of the life willow tree, and the mutants surrounding it. Xianai's expression became solemn when she saw the scene. What is this tree? It actually attracted so many mutants? And so many third-order beings. Third order? The girl in the JK uniform immediately grabbed the laptop back, then showed a face full of disbelief. Goodness gracious, they really are third order. How are there so many? Wait, is that also third order? A zombie that can fly? The girl suddenly let out a strange cry. What flying zombie? Xianai looked over, and what they were talking about was Lin Xiao in the air. This girl in the JK uniform was Lin Na, the founder of the survivor force at the Imperial Maiden Tower in Jing City. Her ability was a level electromagnetic wave monitoring. She could monitor the scenes in areas where life existed through bioelectrical waves, but there were also certain spatial limitations. Approximately within a 5-kilometer radius, and this tree of life was just less than 5 kilometers away from the Imperial Maiden Tower survivor base. That's not a zombie, it's an esper, Xianai said in a low voice after staring at Lin Xiao for a while. An esper? Lin Na widened her eyes and looked carefully for a long time, realizing that it was indeed an esper. It was just that this esper was covered in black scales and had a pair of fire wings on his back. This look was truly neither human nor ghost. Xianai, didn't you say that espers also can't be exposed to the blood rain? I saw with my own eyes a person being exposed to the blood rain, and their body was corroded into a puddle of water. How come this guy? Lin Na asked, her face full of confusion. I don't know, Xianai shook her head, her gaze instead fixed on the tree of life. Compared to that esper, this tree attracted her attention more. She could feel that the crystal nucleus on this tree had a great boost for her. It was a pity that she couldn't enter the blood rain right now. Hey, it moved. Lin Na suddenly shouted. In the blood rain. The crystal nucleus of the tree of life finally matured and even emitted a tempting fragrance. At the moment the crystal nucleus formed, the tree of life quickly withered, as if all its energy had condensed in the crystal nucleus. Landlord. Lin Xiao directly condensed huge thick steel plates, manipulating them to insert them around the tree of life, blocking those tier 3 creatures from snatching the crystal nucleus. Then, he himself, like a meteor, shot towards the tree of life. Screech! A long cry suddenly sounded, and a huge black eagle appeared in the air out of nowhere. It's the Iron Spike Eagle. Lin Xiao was shocked. This mutated beast was infamous in the end times of his past life and was a hegemon-level mutated existence in Jing City. To put it this way, the first mutated man-eating flower to evolve to Tier 3 was not a hegemon-level existence in Jing City in his past life. But this Iron Spike Eagle was, because its combat power was extremely fierce. With its agile speed, plus the iron spikes all over its body, and its unique dive attack from the sky, even Tier 3 espers would find it difficult to withstand a hit like that. He didn't expect that the crystal nucleus of this tree of life would also attract it. Lin Xiao did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned around and focused all his strength on dealing with the Iron Spike Eagle. Anyway, he had used the landlord ability to set up a steel wall around the tree of life, and those mutated creatures would not be able to break through for a while. Beast, I originally wanted to look for you after the blood rain, but since you've appeared now, then die here. Lin Xiao's face showed a cold expression, and the breaking edge blade appeared in his hand. The Iron Spike Eagle circled in the sky several times, and then suddenly dove towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't hold back either, immediately activating multiple abilities of the 7 deadly sins. Using immense strength plus fire mastery, he slashed fiercely at the Iron Spike Eagle. Clang! The clash between man and eagle sparked fiercely in the air. Under the Iron Spike Eagle's dive, Lin Xiao was pushed back hundreds of meters by the momentum. Fortunately, they were fighting in the air, so Lin Xiao suffered almost no damage. Seeing that the diving momentum it relied on had disappeared, the Iron Spike Eagle turned its wings, preparing to leave. Lin Xiao sneered, "You think you can just leave?" The Golden Eye ability activated. Lin Xiao's eyes ignited with golden divine light. He looked towards the Iron Spike Eagle's wings, and the other's wings immediately became stiff and sluggish. Metallization. Chapter 33, Beyond SSS Rank, God Rank. The Iron Spiked Eagle sensed something was wrong, frantically flapping its wings, but it seemed futile. Losing its ability to fly, it began to plummet towards the ground, finally smashing into a large pit in the blood rain and mud, letting out a mournful cry. Lin Xiao decisively pursued, aiming the breaking edge blade at the Iron Spiked Eagle's most vulnerable abdomen, and brought the blade down fiercely. Splat! A large amount of blood flowed from the Iron Spiked Eagle's abdomen, but its eyes still glared at Lin Xiao with resentment. Seeing this, Lin Xiao intended to go forward and sever the Iron Spiked Eagle's head, but a thunderous roar came from behind him. Little White! Lin Xiao turned his head and saw a huge third-tier mutated ape had broken through its Gold Master's restraints and was about to snatch the Life Willow Tree's crystal core. Meanwhile, Little White was being besieged by several third-tier mutants, already showing signs of being overstretched. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly took action, his breaking edge blade slashing directly at the outstretched arm of the third-tier mutated ape. The sharp blade, combined with the Fire Lord's flames of destruction, instantly severed half of the mutated ape's arm. Lin Xiao also seized the opportunity to grab the life crystal core and stuffed it into the gluttony space. At this moment, at least 10 third-tier mutants appeared around him, along with the ape whose arm Lin Xiao had cut off, roaring as they charged towards Lin Xiao. "Little White, retreat!" Lin Xiao shouted, then soared into the air. Fighting in the blood rain was not his forte. Although his black scale ability could withstand the blood rain, it also consumed a large amount of his internal ability energy. Now that the life crystal core was in hand, there was no need for him to face a group of mutants in the blood rain. Retreating was the best option. "Oh whoa!" Little White roared in response, then broke free from the group of mutants and quickly fled. Lin Xiao flapped his fire wings and took off, but when his gaze fell upon the mutant crowd, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the midst of the mutants, there was actually a person standing holding an umbrella, looking up in the direction he had left. This discovery sent chills down Lin Xiao's spine, and he quickly stopped in mid-air. When he looked again, the figure with the umbrella had already disappeared. "Impossible," Lin Xiao murmured. That figure just now was definitely not his hallucination, it had to be real. Who was that person who could hold an umbrella in the blood rain and stand among the mutants without being attacked? An ability user? Or something else? Numerous mutants chased after him, forcing Lin Xiao to turn and leave, fleeing, which caused countless zombies and mutated beasts to riot behind him. Inside the small house, Lin Na stared in astonishment. She never dreamed that this person would dare to snatch something in front of so many mutants, and it was that crystal core that looked so powerful. "Xianai, are there such awesome people in Jing City? Have you ever met one?" Lin Na turned to look at Xianai. Xianai stared at the retreating figure, her eyes showing a thoughtful look. "It feels a bit familiar." Lin Na slapped her forehead upon hearing this. "You didn't forget again, did you?" Back at the hotel, Lin Xiao retracted his black scale ability. The clothes on his body had long been corroded by the blood rain, so Lin Xiao was naked at the moment. The commotion of his return instantly prompted Shen Yi and Yuan to come out and check. And Yuan was okay, since she couldn't see. But Shen Yi, after a brief moment of stunned silence, directly let out an angry and embarrassed voice. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Go out and take a spin in the rain, then come back and see if you still have any clothes on you," Lin Xiao replied calmly, turning and walking towards the bathing room. After taking a shower, and Yuan had already prepared clothes for him, and whispered, "Did you get the thing?" "Got it." Lin Xiao grinned, taking the life crystal core out of the gluttony space. At this moment, Little White came in from outside. Seeing the life crystal core in Lin Xiao's hand, he immediately showed a look of craving. "I can't give you this one. Besides, you already ate a special ingredient from a man-eating flower that I had, so consider this a compensation." Lin Xiao smiled calmly upon seeing this. This time, Little White had contributed significantly to the snatching of the life crystal core, and Lin Xiao observed that Little White was already at the peak of the second tier, only a step away from the third tier. It would likely advance to the third tier before the blood rain ended. "I'm going to absorb this life crystal core. Call me if anything happens," Lin Xiao said. "Okay," and Yuan nodded. After consuming the life crystal core, Lin Xiao once again entered the cave he had seen before. He had only seen this dark cave once at the beginning of the apocalypse. It held 7 ferocious beasts that could grant him abilities. They were the true full forms of his 7 deadly sins abilities, having once committed 7 divine sins: pride, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, envy, and wrath. Why had he come here after consuming the life crystal core? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Then, he suddenly saw the life crystal core emitting a faint light in front of him. After hesitating, Lin Xiao reached out and touched the life crystal core. Instantly, its energy spread throughout the cave, illuminating Lin Xiao's vision. Directly in front of him, a giant ape was sleeping, its body as massive as a small mountain. Its breathing caused the chains on its body to clatter. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, because the life crystal core had directly entered the giant ape's mouth. The next second, the giant ape abruptly opened its eyes, its pair of scarlet beast pupils filled with endless rage. It stood up from the ground, thousands upon thousands of chains emitting dull sounds. The giant ape grasped the cage that bound it and forcefully wrenched, bending the fence in front of the cage. Roar! The King Kong rage ape seemed to be reborn from the earth, pounding its chest with its arms incessantly. Lin Xiao felt the world around him collapsing, and the drum-like sounds made his brain a little oxygen-deprived. Under the energy of the life crystal core, the King Kong rage ape began to break free of the chains. Hundreds of iron chains on its right arm snapped. But only that. After the chains on its right arm snapped, the King Kong rage ape heavily fell to its knees, the rage in its eyes growing even stronger. "Gods, I will kill you!" It let out a deafening, low-pitched roar that shook Lin Xiao to his core. The King Kong rage ape spoke of gods. Could it be that it was imprisoned here by the gods? Were these the same gods that he encountered during the apocalypse? Lin Xiao pondered, but a wave of weakness came over him and he slowly withdrew from the cave space. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that his right hand had changed. A dark golden tattoo circled his arm, its pattern a swirling vortex. A new ability? Lin Xiao was slightly startled. Remembering the scene of the King Kong Rage Ape's right arm breaking free of the chains, his eyes shifted. The right arm of the 7 deadly sins, Wrath, possesses the power to slay gods. Trait, Destruction. Rating, God level. A description surfaced in his mind. When he saw the final rating, Lin Xiao couldn't contain his excitement. Indeed, above SSS grade, there was a God level. Chapter 34 Your Spoils of War, are you sure? A God level right arm. Lin Xiao murmured. The destructive nature of this enraged right arm seemed to extend beyond just the arm itself. Any attack using the right arm as a medium could produce a destructive effect. For example, the powers of the Gold Master and the Fire Master, which could be manipulated remotely, could all be imbued with this destructive characteristic. This was definitely a qualitative leap for his combat ability. Opening the door, and Yuan Mian was quietly standing by the window, while Shen Yi was looking at an old-fashioned disc with nothing else to do. The blood rain has stopped? Lin Xiao noticed the outside of the window and was slightly stunned. Yeah, you've been in the room for 12 hours. How is it? Any improvements? And Yuan Mian nodded and turned around to ask. Well, there are God-level abilities beyond SSS-level abilities. Lin Xiao nodded. God level? And Yuan Mian and Shen Yi were both slightly stunned upon hearing this. There really was an ability that could surpass SSS level? Then are you promoted to God level? Shen Yi's eyes flickered. No, it's not that easy. Lin Xiao smiled. His 7 deadly sins ability still showed the SSS level. But this enraged right arm was a genuine God level existence. It was just unclear how effective it was. It was perfect timing. The blood rain had stopped, so he could go out and experiment. Where's Little White? Lin Xiao asked. He didn't come back all night. And Yuan Mian shook her head. Oh. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Shen Yi beside him, saying, Don't worry, you'll have something to do soon. After speaking, Lin Xiao left the hotel through the window, leaving a trail of brilliant light with his fire wings. At a certain mountain peak, in the territory of the Iron Thorn Eagle, there was a team of dozens of survivors surrounding and hunting the Iron Thorn Eagle. At this moment, the former overlord of the apocalypse had a long wound on its abdomen. It had barely returned to its territory, but it didn't expect to be discovered by these survivors. Before it was injured, these survivors would have become its food, but now it was about to become prey for these ants. Quick! This thing is not doing well anymore. I didn't expect that as soon as the blood rain stopped, we would get such a great bargain. It's actually an injured Tier 3 mutant. Haha, with this Tier 3 core, our faction will have a peak Tier 2 ability user. Boss, who will get this Tier 3 core? Of course it's for Brother Zhou Hu. He's a B-level ability user. As long as he advances to the peak of Tier 2, our White Sand organization can roam freely in Beijing. Before they even killed the Iron Thorn Eagle, they had already begun to plan how to distribute the spoils. Zhou Hu's eyes were even more ardent and complacent upon hearing this. Boss Sha, don't worry, as long as I advance to a peak Tier 2 ability user, I will naturally protect the White Sand organization. Then, women, food, everything will be available. The crowd burst into laughter after hearing this. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Xiao appeared in the sky above this territory. Naturally, he came to find this Iron Thorn Eagle. A Tier 3 apocalyptic overlord level mutant was not that easy to kill, so this Iron Thorn Eagle must have returned to its territory. He had let it escape for the sake of its life core, but now it was time to return the favor. However, he did not expect that the Iron Thorn Eagle was being besieged by others, and hearing these people had already begun to distribute the Iron Thorn Eagle's core, Lin Xiao suddenly showed a strange look. Dividing my things, you really have the guts. Lin Xiao chuckled. He had never heard of this White Sand organization in his previous life. The strongest among them was just a Tier 2 B-level ability user. With such strength, they actually dared to plot against the Iron Thorn Eagle. If he hadn't severely injured it with a single blow, these people wouldn't have enough lives to die. Lin Xiao's appearance was not noticed by these survivors, but the Iron Thorn Eagle felt it instantly. It looked up at the sky, the figure with fiery wings, its lifelong nightmare. Run! The iron-spiked eagle had only one thought in its mind. It immediately flapped its wings, trying to take off, but the people of the White Sand organization looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It wants to run. Ha, it must be scared by the strength of our White Sand organization. I'd say it's definitely afraid of our brother Zhou Hu. The leader of the White Sand organization laughed loudly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hu straightened up, feeling quite smug. Brothers, put in more effort and kill this Tier 3 beast right here. Then our White Sand will be a force that can slay Tier 3 creatures. Hearing this, the White Sand organization was full of vigor, which completely enraged the iron-spiked eagle. It only wanted to escape. What was its mistake? These ants insisted on blocking its path of escape. Screech! The iron-spiked eagle let out an angry cry. Then, its right wing swung violently, the iron spikes piercing through the air, instantly blowing up all the survivors nearby who tried to restrain it with ropes. This was the terror of Tier 3. 7 or 8 people died in an instant, causing the once excited White Sand Organization to fall silent. 7 people, all dead? The White Sand Organization's leader's throat tightened, a look of disbelief on his face. Bastard! He roared, turning to Johu, saying, Brother Johu, this beast actually killed 7 members of our White Sand Organization. You must kill it to avenge our brothers. This Johu's face stiffened, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The power of this Tier 3 mutant exceeded his imagination. He was sure that if he had received that strike from the iron-spiked eagle just now, he would have been either dead or severely injured. Just as Johu hesitated, the iron-spiked eagle suddenly took flight, making the White Sand Organization leader cry out in alarm. Johu, we can't let this Tier 3 core that is within our grasp escape. It's already at the end of its strength. Johu gritted his teeth and placed his hand on the ground. In an instant, the soil gathered in his hands, forming a giant earth spear. A B-level elemental ability, Earth Spear. Johu held the earth spear and hurled it at the iron-spiked eagle. At the same time, Lin Xiao, seeing that the iron-spiked eagle wanted to escape, indifferently waved his hand. His Gold Master ability controlled the breaking edge, directly piercing through the iron-spiked eagle's head. Shish! The crimson light in the iron-spiked eagle's eyes gradually faded. It then plummeted towards the ground like a kite with a broken string, creating a loud crash in the air. It's dead? Johu looked at the mountain-like corpse in disbelief. The White Sand Organization behind him erupted in deafening cheers. Brother Johu, you're too amazing. You actually killed this Tier 3 mutant. The group joyfully swarmed towards the iron-spiked eagle's body. This was a Tier 3 mutant. Besides the core, its entire body was a treasure trove. It was worth mentioning that some survivors in the apocalypse used the body parts of mutated beasts to make ordinary material weapons. These weapons would be more lethal than the metal weapons of the old world but would not reach the level of ability weapons. However, these were almost negligible for Lin Xiao. After all, he had an S-level ability weapon, Breaking Edge. Why would he need those ordinary material weapons? When the people from the White Sand Organization gathered around, they saw a figure already in front of the iron-spiked eagle, having just dug out the Tier 3 core from its body. This scene made the White Sand Organization leader's face turn grim. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you steal the spoils of our white sand? Oh, Lin Xiao turned his head calmly. Your spoils? Are you sure? Nonsense, if it's not ours, is it yours? The White Sand Organization's leader roared. Johu also stepped forward from behind, staring at Lin Xiao with a chilling gaze. Friend, are you sure you want to take this 3rd-tier crystal core? What, do you have a problem with that? Lin Xiao glanced at him. Of course. If it weren't for me using my power to kill this 3rd-tier mutant, do you think you could have snuck in and taken the crystal core? Johu said arrogantly. If you continue to be stubborn and don't put down that 3rd-tier crystal core, I guarantee you'll end up like this Iron Spike Eagle. At this moment, he firmly believed that he was the one who killed the Iron Spike Eagle. In other words, he was the man who had killed a 3rd-tier mutant. Perhaps even S-level ability users couldn't kill a 3rd-tier mutant right now, but he had done it. He felt invincible and wouldn't tolerate someone trying to steal his spoils. Hearing Johu's words, Lin Xiao nodded. Very well, I like it when people threaten me. With that, Lin Xiao beckoned with his right hand, and the Pofone flew out from the Iron Spike Eagle's corpse, suddenly piercing through Johu's chest. Poochie! Blood splattered, and Johu looked down at the blade piercing his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? He was capable of killing a 3rd-tier mutant, yet he was instantly killed by this man. You didn't really think that a 2nd-tier B-level ability user could kill a 3rd-tier mutant, did you? Lin Xiao walked up to him and said indifferently. Not to mention killing a 3rd tier, it was likely that this guy's Earth Spear couldn't even break the Iron Spike Eagle's defense, yet he was deluding himself that he had killed it. Pulling out Pofone, Lin Xiao turned to look at the rest of the White Sand Organization. By now, the White Sand Organization's leader had finally realized that something was wrong. After all, that Pofone had flown out from the Iron Spike Eagle's body. Meaning, it was likely that he had been the one to kill the Iron Spike Eagle. I'm sorry, The leader of the White Sand Organization was cut off mid-sentence as the Pofone pierced through his chest. I don't like to hear your apologies, Lin Xiao said coldly, then balls of fire ignited on the remaining survivors. Amidst their screams, they all turned to ashes. Only then did Lin Xiao walk towards the Iron Spike Eagle's corpse. In his previous life, the Iron Spike Eagle's corpse had been quite valuable. Although it didn't produce any special materials, its iron spikes were excellent among common materials. If he gave them to Shani, she could craft quite a few ordinary weapons, which he could exchange for crystal cores. In the past, Lin Xiao would have certainly chosen to give them to Shani, but now his gluttony ability had evolved. As long as he devoured mutant corpses, there was a chance of producing special materials. If he really got special materials from the Iron Spike Eagle, then its value would be 10,000 times that of those ordinary materials. It was worth the gamble. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and a patch of black fog appeared behind him, dragging the Iron Spike Eagle's corpse inside. After waiting for a moment, a silver-blue spike was suddenly spat out from the black fog, its surface reflecting a dazzling light. Silver Prism Spike, a third-tier special material. Seeing this silver-blue spike, Lin Zhao was overjoyed and quickly stored it away. Weapons crafted from this type of spike were extremely valuable, allowing them to inflict a layer of frost spikes in battle, possessing a chilling toxin that could slow down opponents. Good stuff. Lin Zhao was beside himself with joy. He hadn't expected that the gluttony ability, which he had hardly used, would perform such a feat. This probability is not bad. It seems I should find more mutant corpses to feed you in the future, Lin Zhao said thoughtfully, looking at the black fog. After tidying up, Lin Zhao rose to his feet, ignited his fire wings, and rushed off again. This time his target was a special crystal mine in the city center, which produced a stone called an electrocrystal. Weapons made from this crystal possessed a basic paralysis effect, making them unique ability weapons. The value of these ability weapons lay in their ability to be processed and reforged with special materials, granting them additional abilities. However, this required feeding the ability weapon with crystal cores to enhance its evolution level. Otherwise, it would be unable to withstand the power of the special materials and be rendered useless. As for weapons forged from ordinary materials, they could not later incorporate special materials harvested from mutated beasts or plants, nor could they be evolved with crystal cores. Therefore, weapons made from ordinary materials would eventually become obsolete. This was why Lin Zhao did not pay much attention to such ordinary materials. But the electrocrystal mine could not be ignored. It was said that in his previous life, the Jing City military region had seized this mine, and the weapons they forged from these crystals had nurtured several ability users who stood at the peak of the apocalypse. In this life, with Shen-Yi, who possessed an SS-level spirit weapon master ability capable of both forging and enchanting, they could do even better than the Jing City military region in his previous life. When Lin Zhao arrived above the crystal mine, the military team had already surrounded it. Looks like we were a little late going to find the iron-spiked eagle. Lin Zhao's eyes flickered, but then he noticed that there was more than just the military force below. Xia Nai. Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew Xia Nai represented the Empress Tower. Besides Xia Nai, there was Zhao Tian from the Yama Palace, as well as another well-known force in Jing City, the Serpent Pit. Lin Zhao had already crossed paths with the first two survivor groups, and the leader of the Serpent Pit was an S-level ability user, a serpent tamer. As the name implied, he could control snake creatures, even mutated beasts. In the early stages, this guy was said to have controlled a black python, a significant force. After the blood rain, his black python had evolved to the third level. He had quite the say. Lin Zhao had not expected these several forces to collide. They were likely all after the electrocrystal mine. Everyone, I know your abilities are impressive, but as I've said, the military will be taking this electrocrystal mine. Qin Long stood in front of the group and said calmly. The military's deterrent force was still very strong at this stage, not just because of the countless cannons behind them, but also the dozens of powerful ability users. These were all ability users who had sought the military's protection after the apocalypse, or had been recruited by the military. No. Xianai looked at Qin Long and slowly shook her head. Commander Qin, everyone discovered this electrocrystal mine around the same time. Why not divide it equally and avoid a conflict? A young man in the Yama Palace said with a grin. This brother is right, Commander Qin. This electrocrystal mine can forge ability weapons. If the military wants to monopolize it, I'm afraid you can't manage it. A gloomy man walked out of the serpent pit. Behind him, a mutated black python raised its head, its menacing snake eyes staring at Qin Long, then hissed. Seeing the black python, Qin Long's heart tightened. Third level. The military had not yet produced a third-level ability user. Chapter 36. If we can't agree, then let's not talk. The four surviving factions, though appearing to engage in peaceful talks, were already harboring hidden malice. Xianai, that black python has evolved to a third-order mutation. Can you still beat it? Lin Na asked, a hint of trepidation in her heart as she looked at the massive python. Xianai, still only at the peak of the second order, looked at the third-order black python and said calmly, with my full power, I can kill it. Hearing this, the gloomy man immediately laughed coldly. Xianai, your tone is really something. Thinking of killing a third order with a peak second order? I think the blood rain has addled your brain? Lin Na, hearing the other's unpleasant words, immediately snorted coldly. Zhu Ming, you're nothing but a defeated foe of my Xianai, yet you dare to be so arrogant? I think you've forgotten the last time you and that ugly snake were beaten to a pulp. Are you courting death? Zhu Ming, his sore spot hit, instantly flew into a rage. The third-order mutated black python behind him also arched its body, assuming a combat stance. I say, Zhu Ming, you should put your personal grudges aside. The main issue now should be the allocation of this electrum vein, a young man said, stepping out from behind Zhao Tian. It was Wei Tao, the second in command of the Yama Palace. He glanced at Xia Nai as he spoke. After all, he had collaborated with her before. Though the cooperation was cancelled in the end, they were still acquainted. It was only natural for him to speak in her favor now. However, why did Xia Nai look at him as if he were a stranger? That's right, don't argue, let's decide on the distribution of the vein. My adjutant just came up with a method. Your 3 factions can each take 10% of the output. Our military will take 70%. How's that? Qin Long said with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian frowned first. This distribution was simply unfair. Xu Ming's eyes flickered, also weighing why Qin Long dared to propose such a preposterous distribution. The military had a profound foundation, but their 3 factions were not to be trifled with either. No, this electrum vein was first discovered by my Empress Pavilion. You all arrived later. Xianai firmly shook her head. But she was also aware that she couldn't confront all 3 factions simultaneously, especially Zhu Ming's third-order mutated black python. Even if she could kill it, she would have to pay a certain price. Not to mention, there was the military and the Yama Palace eyeing them like tigers. My Empress Pavilion takes 50% and the other 50% will be distributed among you 3, Xianai finally said faintly. Wonderful. Hearing this, Zhu Ming couldn't help but clap his hands, his gloomy face full of sneers. So you all want the lion's share, is that it? In that case, my big black is the only third-order mutant present. I say I want 40%. The remaining 60% will be divided among you, 20% each. No objections, right? If you want to take 40%, then my brothers and I might consider risking our lives to kill your third-order black python and then take your 40%, Wei Tao said with a grin. Hearing this, the corners of Zhu Ming's mouth twitched. Qin Long's gaze swept across the 3 faction leaders, finally landing on Xianai. The one giving him the most headache wasn't the Serpent Pit or the Yama Palace, but this Empress Pavilion of only 2 people. An SSS level ability user. In the apocalypse, their power could almost be described as terrifying. Before the Blood Rain, the latest intelligence he had received showed that Xianai had simultaneously killed 3 peak second-order mutants in the city center. This record was something none of his ability users could achieve. If she could be absorbed into the military. How about this? I'll give your Empress Pavilion another 10% and provide a weapon forging ability user for your use free of charge. What do you say? Qin Long looked at Xianai and inquired. Your military has a weapon forging ability user? Xianai's always cold face finally showed a hint of movement. A level ability, a quenching master, Qin Long said with a proud smile. A forging ability user? Xu Ming and Zhao Tian and the others also had flickering eyes. Such ability users were hard to find because at the beginning of the apocalypse, many of them did not realize the importance of these ability users until the appearance of the electric crystal mine. These kinds of ability users were already rare, and coupled with the fact that no forces paid attention to them in the early stages, many of them died in the wild. The 10,000 Snake Cave never kept idlers, so it would never raise a forging talent ability user who was useless in the early stages. As for the Yama Palace, they only found a C-level forging ability user, and that C-level forging ability user was quite useless, sometimes even failing to forge ordinary material weapons. Unexpectedly, the military had been prepared and had taken in a forging ability user ahead of time, and an A-level ability user at that. After hearing this, Xianai lowered her eyes, thought for a moment and said, I'll take 40% and also have that A-level ability user of yours forge a weapon for me. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Long's face gradually disappeared. He did not expect that Xianai's attitude was still to take the lion's share. I thought our conversation today could be very harmonious. Qin Long sighed and opened a black box next to him. Inside, there was only a simple start button, but it made Zhu Ming and Zhao Tian and the others' pupils shrink. Nuclear weapon? Zhao Tian exclaimed in a low voice. Nuclear weapon? After the apocalypse, all signals are paralyzed. How can you control the remote launch of a nuclear weapon? Zhu Ming looked at the black box in disbelief. Although the ability users of the apocalypse were terrible, the energy of nuclear weapons had already formed a terrifying mark in people's hearts. Most importantly, its destructive power was really great. The signals after the apocalypse are indeed paralyzed, but some things cannot be launched by relying on signals. Qin Long said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Ming and Yama Palace became a little wary. No wonder the military had always been so confident, and even wanted to occupy 70% of the mine's profits at the beginning. It turned out that they had nuclear weapons supporting them behind the scenes. Okay, we agreed to a 10% distribution. Xu Ming was the first to express his stance. After looking at each other, Zhao Tian and the others also defaulted to this statement. The smile on Qin Long's face gradually became richer again. He looked at Xianai. In his opinion, with the deterrence of nuclear weapons, even if she was an SSS level ability user, she should be sensible. Unexpectedly, Xianai looked at Qin Long, her expression also becoming cold. This time, I won't give you even 10%. You can try if you can kill me before this nuclear weapon is launched. She was the first to discover this place, and giving up half of the benefits was already the bottom line, but the military had repeatedly coerced and lured them, which made her gradually lose her patience. Xianai's cold words made Qin Long's expression instantly solidify and then suddenly turn gloomy. Xianai, it seems you're not taking the toast and drinking a forfeit. We were the first to discover this electric crystal mine, and it's already a good thing that we are willing to give up half the benefits to you. You are using nuclear weapons to repeatedly oppress our bottom line. Is this a negotiation or coercion? Lin Na, who was beside Xianai, also couldn't help but speak out in anger. Bottom line, in this apocalypse, the weak are not worthy of having a bottom line. Commander Qin, wouldn't you say so? Xu Ming stood up at this time, smiling. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes also flickered slightly, and an idea vaguely emerged in his heart. Xianai, do you really want to be enemies with our military? He said lightly. First come, first served, I just want what's rightfully mine. Xianai spoke coldly. Hee, then if there were no you, would you still be the first to arrive? Qin Long sneered. Xu Ming, Zhao Tian, if you are willing to take action to eliminate Xianai, then the 20% that belongs to her will be split among you. As soon as Qin Long's words fell, Xu Ming was the first to stand up, looking at Xianai with a grim smile. Okay, I've long been displeased with her. Chapter 37, Ling Xiao takes action. You dare touch my people? Zhao Tian, what are you still waiting for? Xu Ming asked the people of the Yama Palace beside him, his face full of impatience. He could kill Xianai, get a share of the electric crystal mine, and also have the military backing him. Why wouldn't he do it? It was just that his defeat at the hands of Xianai last time had left a shadow in his heart, so he wanted the Yama Palace to act together. Zhao Tian hesitated. He didn't know Xianai, but the promised share of the electric crystal mine was indeed tempting. Brother, Wei Tao stepped forward and shook his head at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian thought for a moment and ultimately decided to give up. We won't attack. We'll just take our share. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Xu Ming sneered, then looked at Qin Long. Do it. Kill Xianai. Qin Long waved his hand, and 7 or 8 second-tier ability users immediately appeared behind him. Commander, the adjutant next to Qin Long said hesitantly, that's an SSS-level ability user. So what if she SSS level? If she can't be used by me, then she'll be eliminated. Qin Long said coldly. At this point, these 10 ability users and Xu Ming had surrounded Xianai. Lin Na, wait for me on the side, Xianai instructed, and then a dense aura of spirit energy emerged around her, forming a transparent shield before she charged into the encirclement. Since she didn't have a weapon, Xianai could only use spirit energy to create an energy sword. A strange light bloomed in her eyes. Big Black, go! Xu Ming sneered, and the huge black python behind him was the first to shoot out, opening its bloody maw towards Xianai. Snakes were vindictive creatures, and after mutation, this nature was magnified infinitely. It clearly remembered the scene of being beaten by Xianai last time. However, this time, it had evolved to the 3rd tier, while Xianai was still at the peak of the 2nd tier. Hearing the roar of a beast behind her, Xianai quickly turned around, using her spirit energy sword to block the black python's massive jaws. At the same time, the 10 military ability users charged at her, unleashing a variety of attacks. But without exception, all these attacks were blocked by the spirit energy shield. One person simultaneously facing 10 second-tier ability users and a 3rd-tier mutant without being defeated. This scene stunned the members of the Yama Palace. Qin Long, on the other hand, revealed a deep sense of dread. Was this the power of an SSS-level ability user? It seemed he couldn't let Xianai leave alive today. Where is that thing? Qin Long said coldly. Commander, are you sure you want to use that thing? It's a one-time use item. Is it worth using against Xianai? The adjutant hesitated. Enough with the nonsense. If Xianai leaves alive today, do you think I will have any peace? Qin Long yelled angrily. The adjutant then took out the item that Qin Long was talking about. It was actually a bullet, but there were strange patterns on it, clearly a mutated ability weapon. However, it was just a bullet, a one-time use item. Its function was to shatter all defenses and temporarily cause ability users to lose their powers. Qin Long simply loaded it into the magazine and aimed. At this point, the battle between Xianai and the military's ability users had reached its climax. 3 ability users had been severely injured by Xianai's attacks, while Xianai was still unharmed. She's so strong? Maybe at full strength, she could really kill Big Black. Xu Ming was also amazed by Xianai's strength. It seemed that Xianai hadn't used her true power during their battle last time. Just then, Lin Na suddenly exclaimed, Xianai, be careful. But it was too late. The bullet from Qin Long's gun flew out, shattering Xianai's spirit energy shield. Just as it was about to hit Xianai, the bullet suddenly hovered in mid-air, frozen still. How is this possible? Qin Long's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the gun in his hand. Why did the bullets he fired stop? Isn't it a bit much, so many people bullying a girl? Just as he was wondering, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A pair of stylish fire wings were extremely eye-catching, and it wasn't until they landed that everyone could see his face clearly. Lin Xiao? The first one to call out his name was actually Zhao Tian from the Yama Palace. The next second, the military also became agitated. Lin Xiao? It's actually you. Qin Long stared at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with both apprehension and vigilance. Ever since the early days of the apocalypse when his subordinates reported information about Lin Xiao, he had not received any news about him after issuing the wanted order. Until now. I thought you were hiding. Qin Long stared at Lin Xiao and said in a deep voice. Hiding? Hiding from you? Lin Xiao laughed. I've had some dealings with your military region during this time, but you just didn't know about it. Had dealings? Qin Long frowned and looked at his adjutant. The adjutant was also puzzled. I don't know. Okay, that time at the petrochemical plant, you sent people there too, right? Sorry, I took that place and I killed your people. Also, that team of mutated man-eating flowers before the blood rain, you sent them too, right? I think one of them was even your brother. Sorry, I killed him too. So would you say we've had some dealings? Lin Xiao grinned. Qin Long was stunned for a moment, then his expression suddenly turned furious. Bastard, so it was you who killed my brother. You deserve to die. Sir, this Lin Xiao is a gold element ability user. Please don't be impulsive. You are no match for him, the adjutant hurriedly advised. Hearing this, Qin Long calmed down, but still looked at Lin Xiao with hatred. Since you've come here to die today, then I will grant your wish. Is that so? You think you're worthy? Lin Xiao sneered, then raised his hand, and the broken edge blade behind him shot out suddenly. Bang! The blade landed in an empty spot, creating a cracked fissure in the ground, while Qin Long was behind a military ability user, his face pale. The power of this blade was terrifying. If his subordinate ability user hadn't acted quickly, he would have ended up like the ground. Did I allow you to save him? However, Lin Xiao's ghostly voice sounded again, like a death knell. The speed-type ability user's heart was pounding, and just as he was about to use his ability, he was already stabbed in the chest by Lin Xiao, who held his blade. Lin Xiao's eyes were indifferent. This ability user was fast, but don't forget, he also had speed-type abilities. And they were SSS level. Seeing his subordinate die in front of him, Qin Long was even more horrified. He knew that Lin Xiao also had gold element abilities, and the guns behind him were useless. He could only look at Zhu Ming and the people from the Yama Palace not far away. As long as you guys take action and kill Lin Xiao, I will give each of you 30% of the electric crystal mines and provide your forging masters for free. Qin Long shouted. Hearing this, Zhu Ming was immediately tempted. He didn't know this Lin Xiao at all. For 30% of the electric crystal mines, this deal was worth it. Big Black. He patted the head of the black python behind him. The black python hissed and then suddenly charged towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, looking at this third-order mutated beast, slightly curled his lips and clapped his hands in place. Little White, come out. Chapter 38 Amnesia? Oh whoa! With a low howl, a white shadow suddenly darted from the forest, sending the black python flying dozens of meters. Then, the two giant beasts grappled. Third-tier mutation. The crowd exclaimed. Another third-tier mutation had appeared. And this mutation seemed to be under Lin Xiao's command. Qin Long was immediately terrified. In his eyes, Zhu Ming's third tier was supposed to be the only force capable of suppressing Lin Xiao, but it had been knocked down by another third tier. What had Lin Xiao done to control a third-tier mutation? Yan Luo Hall, are you unwilling to make a move even for 30% profit? Qin Long anxiously yelled. Zhao Tian and Wei Tao exchanged glances, both seeing the same denial in each other's eyes. Both Zhao Tian and Wei Tao had crossed paths with Lin Xiao. The former had personally witnessed Lin Xiao slaughtering an entire army during the oil factory competition. Even back then, Lin Xiao had been terrifyingly strong, let alone now. As for Wei Tao, he had appeared when Lin Xiao slaughtered the mutated corpse rat army. He had witnessed Lin Xiao single-handedly killing a second-tier mutated corpse rat king amidst a group of first-tier mutations in the early days of the apocalypse. At that time, the apocalypse had only just begun, and many people struggled even to hunt first-tier mutations. Yet, Lin Xiao had managed to kill a second-tier amidst a group of first-tiers. His strength was beyond terrifying. I'm sorry, Commander Qin, we are afraid we don't have the fortune to enjoy this 30% electro-crystal mine. Zhao Tian shook his head, stepping aside. Lin Na walked to Xianai's side, staring at Lin Xiao for a long while. Suddenly, shock filled her eyes. Xianai, this guy is the one who was snatching things from a group of third tiers in the blood rain, she cried out in surprise. Snatching things from a group of third tiers in the blood rain? Upon hearing this, the people of Yanluo Hall distanced themselves further from Lin Xiao. They had experienced the power of the blood rain. Just touching it would cause skin to immediately fester. Even some ability users with enhanced physique couldn't withstand it for long. This guy, snatching things from a group of third tiers in the blood rain, was he even human? Xianai nodded softly, a look of struggle appearing in her eyes as she looked at Lin Xiao. Hey, Xianai, what's wrong? Do you know this guy? Lin Na couldn't help but ask, noticing Xianai's unusual behavior. I don't know, Xianai shook her head, her mind flashing with fragmented images that quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, Qin Long, upon hearing Yanluo Hall's refusal to act, gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xiao. Even if they don't make a move, you can't kill me. I also have many ability users under my command. You overestimate them. Lin Xiao shook his head, walking straight towards Qin Long. During this, the soldiers behind him opened fire, but Lin Xiao used his Gold Master ability to control the bullets, suspending them in mid-air before redirecting them back. Countless soldiers were hit, resulting in an extremely bloody scene. Quick, kill Lin Xiao! Qin Long yelled frantically. How could so many of his soldiers be helpless against just one Lin Xiao? The military's ability users immediately attacked, surrounding Lin Xiao, but to him, these second-tier ability users were nothing but a motley crew. They couldn't even get close to him under the influence of his Gold Master ability. Qin Long, I actually don't need to kill you. I have no feud with you. It's just that you chose to be a pawn of the Mu family, Lin Xiao said calmly, looking at Qin Long. The Mu family's wanted poster. After the apocalypse, Qin Long was still treating it as an imperial decree. What else could he be but a pawn? It was just that, due to Mu Hong's premature death in this life, there were some changes. Mu Zi had not appeared in Jing City. But it didn't matter, he would go to Tianhai City to find her soon enough. In his previous life, it was Mu Zi who had killed him. But in this life, his feud with the Mu family could be said to have been initiated by him. He wondered what Mu Zi's attitude would be when she saw him. She probably never dreamed that all of this stemmed from the grudges of his previous life. Lin Xiao watched Qin Long indifferently, the Pofeng blade inching its way into the other's heart. He chuckled as he saw the despair in Qin Long's eyes. Also, since when did this electro-crystal mine become yours? Not only do you point fingers and distribute it, you actually bully my woman. Are you tired of living? Lin Zhao's voice wasn't concealed, and many people heard it. This caused Lin Na to look at Xianai in shock. Ah, he said you're his woman? Xianai, when did you give yourself to him? Shut up. Xianai snapped coldly, already moving to stand next to Lin Xiao, her energy-formed sword hovering in front of him. What did you just say? Hey, it's been so long, there's no need to be like this, right? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at the sword in front of him. But then he realized something was wrong. Xianai's gaze at him was foreign, as if she didn't recognize him at all. What was going on? Could it be you're putting on pants and refusing to acknowledge me? Lin Xiao said hesitantly. Chick. The energy-formed sword stabbed out mercilessly, but luckily black scales appeared on Lin Xiao's neck, blocking the sword. Trying to murder your lover. Lin Xiao roared, stepping forward to grab Xianai and teach her a lesson, but Lin Na suddenly appeared. Hey, don't get excited, I think you guys have a misunderstanding. Xianai has amnesia. Amnesia? Lin Xiao was stunned, looking at Xianai suspiciously. Xianai, on the other hand, looked cold and did not deny it. What do you mean? Explain it in detail, Lin Xiao said to Lin Na. I don't know the specifics, but when I met her, she already had amnesia. Because my power uses a computer as a medium, I can record biological images. So, I'm not just her strategist, I'm also her memory storage, Lin Na said, patting her chest. Then can you help her recover her previous memories? Lin Xiao asked, pondering. Theoretically, as long as I have the exact time and date, I can use the electrical waves on her body to find the relevant memories. Lin Na nodded vigorously. Okay, then look for her memory from the third day of the apocalypse, around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Xiao said after thinking. I hadn't met Xianai at that time, Lin Na said, looking at Xianai beside her, her expression questioning, can I search? Xianai thought for a moment and nodded lightly. She also wanted to know what exactly had happened between her and this man. Lin Na immediately started operating, and soon a picture appeared on her computer. In the picture, a blue-faced spider lay on the ground, and Lin Xiao had just killed a group of ability users. Xianai was lying weakly on the ground. Then, there was a scene of the two of them making a transaction. Lin Xiao swallowed the crystal core of the lust rose, and then an indescribable scene unfolded. It doesn't hurt, it feels good. When she heard this sentence, Xianai's face had already turned an icy cold, while Lin Na was stunned, constantly swallowing her saliva. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, looked strange, not expecting that one day he would actually see his own movie. This Lin Na was truly talented, actually having such an ability. Chapter 39, The Underground Mutant Earthworms Swarm Enough. Xianai finally couldn't take it anymore, slamming Lin Na's laptop shut, her expression a mix of shame and anger. Are you doing this on purpose? She looked at Lin Xiao, her eyes full of murderous intent. No, we've only known each other for about a day. Lin Xiao shrugged. Are we, when we're together, always doing that kind of thing? Why did you have to pick that clip for her to help me remember? Xianai was still furious. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. After the Lust Rose incident, he took Xianai back to the hotel, then Xianai took a shower, and then went to his room. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively, and the second time, you initiated it. At the end, he added another sentence. Xianai could no longer hold back, letting out a delicate cry, I'll kill you. Buzz. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled as if about to collapse, and large areas of the ground beside them began to bulge, as if something was arching through the earth. Haven't you dealt with the mutant guardian here? Lin Zhao's expression changed when he saw this. What mutant guardian? Lin Na asked, puzzled. It's the mutant earthworm swarm under this or vein. Lin Xiao said concisely. No, when I came here, I didn't see any earthworms. Xianai also put away her murderous intent towards Lin Xiao. It seems these earthworms have been lurking in the soil, and they have very strong stealth abilities. My perception didn't even detect them. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Beneath the electro-crystal or vein, there was a group of mutant earthworms, extremely powerful, and in his previous life, the military region suffered heavy losses trying to eliminate them. It was said that there were about 5 third-order mutants among this mutant earthworm swarm. Lin Xiao had sensed the underground before landing and found nothing, so he thought the military region in Xianai had already dealt with the mutant earthworm swarm, which is why he started dividing the profits. Now it seemed he had completely overthought it. These people had no idea about the mutant earthworm swarm's existence. Aren't you very strong? Just kill these earthworms. Lin Na blinked her eyes. Lin Xiao looked at her speechlessly. Even if I'm amazing, I can't drill into the ground to kill them. These earthworms like to burrow out of the soil to devour their prey, and then retreat shallowly into the soil. It's not safe to stay on the ground. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and the fire wings on his back ignited directly. Come up, let's get off the ground first. Lin Xiao looked at Xianai and held out his hand. Xianai's beautiful eyes flickered, initially hesitant, but thinking about the scene she had just seen, she gritted her teeth and reached out her small hand. After all, they had already done that kind of thing, so holding each other wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Xiao grasped Xianai's small hand, directly scooped her into his arms, and was about to take off when, what about me? Xianai, you can't leave me behind. Lin Na grabbed Xianai's clothes, looking aggrieved. Lin Xiao glanced at her and pouted, do you want to hug my leg? Lin Na was stunned, hesitating, when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet shaking violently, and immediately, with a decisive move, hugged Lin Xiao's leg. Lin Xiao took off, and just as he left the spot, a huge earth dragon burrowed out of the soil, its charcoal-like head opening its bloody maw, but it bit only air. Lin Na looked at the area below with lingering fear, her chest heaving, causing Lin Xiao to feel waves of strange sensations. Don't move, he shouted. I'm not moving. Lin Na was halfway through her sentence when she realized what Lin Xiao was referring to, and immediately shut her mouth. Below, the awakened mutant earthworms rose and fell one after another, constantly burrowing out of the soil to devour the survivors, most of whom were soldiers under Qin Long. Looking at this tragic scene, Xianai said in a deep voice, this kind of mutant can only be dealt with by earth elemental power users. But with such a large area of mutated earthworms, ordinary earth element ability users can't handle it. I'm afraid this electro-crystal vein can't be mined. Earth element ability users? Lin Xiao was stunned. He suddenly remembered that after his 7 deadly sins wrath advance, didn't he gain the ability of Earth Master? However, he hadn't had the chance to use this ability since the advancement, and had almost forgotten about it. It seemed that in his previous life, the Beijing military region had also invited a very strong Earth-type ability user to solve these mutated earthworms. Perhaps I can give it a try. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, aren't you a metal element ability user? Xianai was slightly taken aback. If you look at the wings behind me, you'll know if I'm a metal element ability user. Lin Xiao said lightly. Xianai and Lin Na then suddenly realized that the wings behind Lin Xiao were of the fire element. A dual ability user of fire and metal elements? No, this guy Lin Xiao's abilities are far more than just fire and metal. What kind of ability user is this guy? Earth Master. Lin Xiao stared at the ground below, his will beginning to condense. Boom! Under the influence of his will, a huge crack gradually opened in the ground, and several mutated earthworms hidden within were immediately exposed. Immediately following, the Pafong, controlled by the Metal Master ability, flashed a few times, killing these mutated earthworms on the spot. Using the same method, Lin Xiao quickly killed most of the mutated earthworms underground, leaving only a few at the 3rd order level, with slightly stronger defenses. The Pafong had not yet advanced to the 3rd order, so it could not break through the defenses of the 3rd order mutations with one strike. But there were always more solutions than problems. Lin Xiao directly activated his god-level right arm, adding the power of destruction to the Puffone. The Puffone, which was originally unable to break through the mutated earthworms' defenses, instantly became an invincible artifact, piercing through the bodies of these mutated earthworms. After a perfect kill, Lin Xiao slowly landed on the ground, putting Xianai down from his arms. At this point, the electro-crystal vein completely fell into Lin Xiao's possession. What are you going to do with this electro-crystal vein? Xianai looked at the crisscrossed ground, a complex expression on her face. If Lin Xiao hadn't killed these mutated earthworms, even if she had obtained the electro-crystal vein before, she would not have been able to mine it. Not just her, the military, the 10,000 Serpent Lair, the Yama Palace, none of them had the ability to mine it. What else can I do? Of course, forge ability weapons to sell. Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Who will you sell them to? Lin Na couldn't help but ask. Survivor forces, the military, anyone will do. Lin Xiao said lightly. The military? But you just made enemies with the military. You even killed their commander. Lin Na was quite shocked. To correct you, I killed Qinlong and the Beijing military region are not the same concept. He was just a commander of the northern district. Of course, if the Beijing military region thinks the same as Qinlong, then I can only eliminate the Beijing military region as well. That's right, an SS grade spirit artifact crafter. Need anything? You can come sit at my place. Lin Xiao said with a grin. Looking at Lin Xiao, Xianai suddenly recalled something, her pretty face flushing a rosy red. You help me forge my ability weapon, and I'll agree to your previous request. Xianai seemed to have figured something out and said, You'll agree just for an ability weapon? This time it was Lin Xiao's turn to be stunned. What? If you regret it, then forget it. Xianai's face turned cold. Of course, I agree. Lin Xiao coughed lightly. Strictly speaking, he and Xianai didn't have any real feelings. He and she were only trying to eliminate some of the negative effects brought on by the sin of lust. Let me see your materials. Lin Xiao said. The weapon Xianai wanted to make must be extraordinary, otherwise, why would she have given way to Qinlong and the others for the sake of this weapon? This showed just how much she valued it. Okay. Xianai nodded and took out some materials from a bag. Is that a D-grade ability storage bag? Lin Xiao looked at Xianai with a strange expression. As the name suggested, the ability of a D-grade ability storage bag was to have a storage bag. The fact that this storage bag was with Xianai now only meant one thing: Xianai had taken out the person who had the ability. Xianai was completely unaware of Lin Xiao's strange gaze. The storage space of a D-grade ability storage bag was limited, only a few square meters, but Xianai took out 5 or 6 special materials from it. This is the special material of a second-order ice-horned bull. The special material of a second-order pea-poison silkworm. The special material of a second-order pea-poisonous hummingbird. The special material of a second-order ghost blood bat. A total of 4 special materials directly left Lin Xiao dumbfounded. Did you get all of these yourself? Lin Xiao couldn't accept it. He asked himself, he hadn't killed fewer monsters than Xianai, probably even more. But the absurd thing was, Xianai had actually dropped so many special materials. Even with the help of his gluttony ability, he had only dropped 3 special materials. However, there's no use in having so many special materials. After all, when forging a piece of equipment, you can only add 1 special material at a time. Lin Xiao said. If you wanted to add more special materials later, you needed to increase the evolutionary level of the ability weapon. Oh, right, there's also this. Xianai took out another reddish thing that seemed to be the fruit of a mutated plant. Molten fire fruit? Lin Xiao looked at Xianai in shock. How could she have found something like that? Lin Xiao suddenly seemed to understand why Xianai was able to become one of the strongest ability users in humanity in her previous life. Her luck was just ridiculously good. The molten fire fruit, when added, could dissolve special materials and fuse them together, greatly improving the quality of weapon crafting. It could even potentially lead to other special abilities. This kind of molten fire fruit only appeared on a mutated plant called the molten fire tree. A molten fire tree would only produce 1 molten fire fruit. After the fruit was picked, the tree would wither. From a certain point of view, its rarity was no less than the life crystal core he had obtained that day. With this, I should be able to fuse these materials together, right? Xianai looked at Lin Xiao with anticipation. Well, it should be possible, but the materials you have here are a bit of a waste of the molten fire fruit. Lin Xiao said. Since they had the molten fire fruit, they naturally had to maximize its benefits. These few special materials alone were not enough to maximize the use of the molten fire fruit. Like this. Lin Xiao took out a piece of paper and quickly made a list for Xianai, which recorded the materials of more than 10 different mutated beasts, large and small. Collect these materials, and finally add a pure spirit flower if you can find one. Pure spirit flower, what does it do? Xianai seemed thoughtful. It can remove impurities from these materials, increasing the likelihood of the crafted ability weapons advancing. Generally, it works in conjunction with lava fruit, Lin Xiao explained. I understand, Xianai nodded, her lips parting slightly. Thank you. What's there to thank? It was a trade, wasn't it? Lin Xiao looked at her with a smile. What exactly did you two trade? Lin Na was confused. This wasn't the first time their conversation had mentioned a previous trade. It made her curious. The more troublesome part now is the mining of this electro crystal or, Lin Xiao said, sensing the depth of the vein. Even his 100-meter sensing range couldn't reach its end, showing just how vast it was. Even with my earth and metal abilities, it'll probably take quite a bit of effort to move all these veins. Xiaobai, go back and tell Yumian that I'll be staying around here for a while longer and won't be going back just yet, Lin Xiao called out to Xiaobai, who was nearby. Roar, Xiaobai nodded in a low voice, then swiftly darted into the distance. Then we'll be leaving too, Xianai, eager to collect weapon materials, also said. Okay, Lin Xiao nodded. After the two women left, Lin Xiao began to work, using his earth ability to drive open the ground, exposing the vast expanses of ore beneath. The electro crystal ore was silver blue, with electric arcs occasionally sparking on its surface. The entire vein twisted and turned, extending thousands of meters underground. In my past life, the military region hadn't finished mining this vein even after 5 years. It truly is a massive project. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, then waved his hand, conjuring countless metal picks around him. Under the control of his metal ability, the picks swung rapidly, producing one piece of electro crystal ore after another, which were then collected by the greedy space. His earth ability was responsible for opening the way, revealing the original appearance of the vein inch by inch, creating a perfect assembly line. And the only person working on this line was Lin Xiao. A week later, the electro crystal vein had extended to 1,000 meters. Now, a long and narrow deep alley appeared on the barren land. During this time, Lin Xiao would occasionally receive images shared by an Yumian, then temporarily stop mining to search for powerful mutations in things produced by mutated plants. After the blood rain, the probability of plant mutation had increased greatly, allowing him to obtain many useful items for the future. This lasted for a total of 7 days. With Lin Xiao's relentless labor, the vein finally came to an end. At the deepest part of the vein was a crystal-clear transparent crystal, as clear as a mirror, as smooth as jade. This is a flawless, pure electro crystal jade? Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with excitement. The value of this thing was probably higher than the entire electro crystal vein combined. In a sense, this was the core of the entire electro crystal vein. The electro crystal ores that had grown were all affected by this electro crystal jade, causing them to mutate. This was the source. This kind of jade had only one function: it could directly promote an ability weapon by 1 level. An S-class breaking edge was already invincible, so how strong would it become after advancing to SS class? Chapter 41, Accepting the Invitation. The azure glow flower by the cliff. I've been hearing thunderous crashes nearby these past couple of days. I wonder what it is. Do you think it could be ghosts? This is the apocalypse. Where would ghosts come from? Then it must be zombies. After storing the electro crystal jade into his gluttony space, Lin Xiao was checking if there were any remaining electro crystal ores around when he suddenly heard soft conversations above him. Several survivors peeked out, and when they saw Lin Xiao below, their eyes widened in surprise. Captain, there's someone down there. Hey brother, how did you fall down there? A handsome young man of about 20 shouted. Where is he? A muffled voice emerged, followed by a middle-aged man with a composed demeanor who also poked his head out. Seeing Lin Xiao's position, he yelled, Brother, wait a moment, we'll find a rope to get you out. No need, Lin Xiao responded calmly, and then fiery wings appeared on his back, and in a few breaths, he landed on the ground. An Esper. Lin Xiao's sudden appearance caused the survivor team to gasp in astonishment. Brother, that's a flight-type ability, right? The middle-aged man leading the group looked at Lin Xiao, a hint of delight in his eyes. Esper of this type were hard to come by. He didn't think of fire elemental Esper, as a common fire elemental user could not use fire to achieve flight. This kind of ability was generally exclusive to wind elemental users. You could say that, Lin Xiao responded vaguely, then scanned the survivor team. There were 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman, all of whom seemed to be Espers. These small teams usually didn't carry guns and were composed of Espers. If it were an ordinary group of survivors, they would need at least 20 people and each person would be armed in order to survive in the current environment. If there's nothing else, I'll be going, Lin Xiao said plainly and was about to fly away when the middle-aged man stopped him. Brother, wait, we recently discovered a mutated plant that grows azure glow flowers, which we believe might be valuable. However, there are a few second-tier mutants guarding the area. If you're interested, we can team up and go, and you'll get a share of the loot, the middle-aged man said urgently. Azure glow flower? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. The Azure Glow flower was a third-tier mutated plant, and its fruit was equivalent to a concentrated third-tier crystal core. Its energy was equal to 10 third-tier crystal cores. The fact that this small team had discovered it should mean that Yumian would have shared the information with him. It was at this moment that Lin Xiao realized that Yumian had not been sharing information with him for a day. Lin Xiao was planning to go back to the hotel first, since the Azure Glow flower, no matter how important it was secondary to Yumian's safety. Whoa. At that moment, a low growl sounded, and Little White suddenly emerged from the jungle. Little White's sudden appearance shocked the survivor team and they quickly assumed combat stances. Don't be nervous, he's my pet. Lin Xiao said calmly, then looked at Little White and asked, how is Yumian? Did something happen? Little White shook his head and spat out a crystal core, indicating that Yumian was fine and, in fact, seemed to be undergoing an upgrade. Advancing to Tier 3, then. Lin Xiao felt relieved, which explained why she had not been sharing information with him. In that case, I will go with you to take a look at that Azure Glow flower. Lin Xiao said to the survivor team. That's great, the handsome young man next to the middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. Having one more Esper on their team would greatly increase their chances of obtaining the Azure Glow flower since the second-tier mutants were not to be trifled with. Brother, my name is Zhao Tianpeng, and this is my younger brother, Zhao Tiancheng. The three behind are my assistants, Li Zhong, AC Great Strength Enhancement Esper. Lu Yuanfei, AC Great Iron Arm Esper. Chen Shanxian, B Grade Wood Spirit Healing Ability. A Wood Elemental Ability User? Hearing Zhao Tianpeng's introduction, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the girl a bit more. She was actually a rare Wood Elemental Ability User, and a healing one at that, but it was a pity she was only B Grade. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao introduced his name, without intending to reveal his own ability. Zhao Tianpeng and the others didn't mind. After all, flight ability users were extremely rare in the apocalypse, so their grade was no longer important, especially since Lin Xiao also had a mutated beast by his side. Although they didn't know the strength of that mutated beast, it was estimated to be at least Tier 2. The group didn't hesitate any further and set off immediately. Lin Xiao stared at their backs, lost in thought. The guardians of the Azure Light Flowers were only Tier 2, was that possible? After all, the fruits they bore were equivalent to 10 Tier 3 crystal cores. Lin Xiao didn't share his thoughts with these people because he had his own ideas. He didn't like sharing good things with others. It's here. Several hours later, Zhao Tianpeng finally led the group to the place where the Azure Light Flowers grew. It was a small mountain forest with few zombies outside, but mutated beasts could occasionally be seen wandering in the forest. Let's go, I want to see what kind of flower you're talking about, said the man with the C-grade Iron Arm ability from the back. That's right, our team is basically made up of Tier 2 ability users, and we also have Chanxian's healing ability. As long as we don't encounter Tier 3, we can completely flatten this place. Another strength-enhanced ability user followed up. Okay, let's go straight in with a single burst of effort. Zhao Tianpeng nodded. After all, they had already spent a considerable amount of time on the road. Lin Xiao quickly explored the surroundings with his perception ability. As the Zhao Tianpeng brothers had said, there were only Tier 2 mutations. However, the little white beside him had shown a wary look as soon as they arrived. This indicated that there was at least a mutation that was equal in strength to it. Currently, Little White was Tier 3, but its combat power was enough to contend with a peak Tier 3 mutation. So, there was a peak Tier 3 mutation in this forest. Lin Zhao's eyes gradually narrowed as he looked at the Zhao Tianpeng brothers ahead. He felt a little suspicious. If these two had seen those Azure Light Flowers, it was unreasonable that they hadn't discovered that Tier 3 mutation, yet they still brought them here. Was there something fishy? After killing some Tier 2 beasts that were blocking their path, they finally approached the place where the Azure Light Flowers grew. It turned out that these flowers grew beneath a steep cliff. Although there was mist swirling around the mountainside, the verdant glow of the flowers could still be seen swaying in the wind. Look, those strange flowers are there, but the cliff is too steep, and we brothers didn't dare to go down, Zhao Tianpeng said, smiling as he looked at everyone. The strange Azure Light Flowers naturally attracted everyone's attention. Good stuff. Li Zhong revealed a greedy look. The fact that the flower's light could penetrate the mist already demonstrated its extraordinariness. Chen Shanxian's eyes also lit up. As long as you were an ability user, you could basically sense that this kind of thing was very beneficial to them. However, this cliff is indeed very steep, and ordinary people cannot get close to the flowers at all, Zhao Tianpeng said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xiao. Chapter 42, Peak Tier 3 Mutant, Golden Winged Flower Eagle. Alright, I'll go pick them, Lin Xiao said with a smile. He was now certain that the Zhao Tianpeng brothers had tried to pick the Azure Light Flowers before, or rather, they had seen others try. But because of that Tier 3 mutant, they had ultimately failed. That's why Zhao Tianpeng was so surprised when he saw he had the ability to fly. It seems that Tier 3 mutant should be a flying type. Zhao Tianping wants me to pick the azure light flowers, using that to draw it away. Then they'll take the opportunity to pick the flowers themselves. Lin Xiao thought, having guessed most of Zhao Tianping's plan. If he wasn't around, the two C-level ability users would probably be the bait. He had to say, they were quite bold to try and scheme against him in this apocalypse. Whoosh! Lin Xiao ignited his fire wings, instantly piercing into the clouds surrounding the cliff, and then disappeared from sight. The Zhao Tianping and Zhao Tiancheng brothers exchanged a look, their eyes filled with the smugness of a plot succeeding. Everyone, go down and pick them, they said, already preparing to climb down. What? Chen Xianxian and the others were stunned, looking at the Zhao brothers in confusion. To tell you the truth, there's a tier 3 mutant down there. That kid has absolutely no chance of picking the azure light flowers. While he's distracting the mutant, we should quickly pick the flowers and leave, Zhao Tianping said with a cold laugh, abandoning the sincerity and simplicity he had shown when inviting everyone. Li Zhong and the others exchanged glances, finally understanding that the Zhao Tianping before them was not a good person. And if he doesn't distract the tier 3 mutant? Chen Xianxian asked. He's not going to be so stupid that he doesn't even know how to run. Are you going or not? If you don't go, don't regret it later, Zhao Tianping said, no longer wasting time, and was the first to jump down the cliff. Li Zhong and Lu Yuanfei hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and jumped down as well. The value of the flower was enough for them to take the risk, and besides, someone was already distracting the tier 3 mutant. If they didn't seize this rare opportunity, they would be too useless. Only Chen Xianxian remained in place, her eyes filled with hesitation and worry. It wasn't that she didn't want the azure light flowers, but she valued her life more, and as she feared, what if Lin Xiao didn't distract the tier 3 mutant? Chen Xianxian's worries were correct. Lin Xiao hadn't gone to distract the tier 3 mutant at all. He hadn't even approached the azure light flowers. After entering the clouds, he had immediately concealed his presence. He watched as the schemers, Zhao Tianping and the others, climbed down, step by step, getting closer to the azure light flowers. Hidden in the clouds was a peak tier 3 golden-winged flower eagle, standing motionless among the rocks, staring at the azure light flowers. If one didn't look carefully, it would almost blend in with the surrounding rocks. Ha, the tier 3 mutant is really not here. Zhao Tianping, not having spotted the golden-winged flower eagle, laughed loudly and increased his speed. Hearing this, Li Zhong and Zhao Tianyuan were also incredibly excited and sped up towards the azure light flowers. However, just as Zhao Tianping's hand was about to touch the azure light flowers, a gust of wind suddenly swept over, followed by a sharp, piercing cry in the air. Screech! The golden-winged flower eagle soared into the sky, first grabbing Zhao Tianping, who was the closest. A spray of blood gushed out, sending shivers down the spines of Zhao Tiancheng and the others above. Damn it, didn't you say the tier 3 was lured away? Li Zhong roared angrily, directly using his power amplification ability, quickly climbing back up the cliff. I don't know. Zhao Tiancheng was also terrified, and couldn't care less about his dead older brother at the moment. Go, this tier 3 mutant only attacks people within a certain range of the azure light flowers. As long as we leave here, we'll be fine, he shouted. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiao smiled calmly in the distance. The so-called only attacking within a certain range was only because it wasn't injured, and considered its prey to be less important than the azure light flowers. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and the Pafeng sword behind him was unsheathed, drawing a bloody gash across the golden-winged rock's back. Screech! The golden-winged rock let out an angry cry, quickly pursuing Zhao Tiancheng. Chen Xianxian, above the cliff, heard the piercing shriek, and her heart turned cold, knowing that these people might have all died in the valley below. Ha ha ha, I'm out. Just then, a burst of loud laughter suddenly reached her ears. But the laughter was cut short. Li Zhong's eyes were bloodshot and filled with terror as a pair of sharp claws pierced through his chest from behind. He reached out weakly towards Chen Xianxian, blood foaming from his mouth, unable to utter another word before dying with wide, unseeing eyes. Roar! Little White, who had been waiting for Lin Xiao by the cliff, let out a low growl upon seeing the golden-winged rock. Little White's presence also attracted the golden-winged rock's attention. Already inexplicably wounded, it wouldn't tolerate the provocation of another mutant. The rock and the tiger quickly clashed, scaring Chen Xianxian, who hid to the side, watching the scene with disbelief. Because Zhao Tianping had said that there was a third-tier mutant at the bottom of the valley, but why was this mutant following Lin Xiao able to fight it on equal footing? Could it be that this white tiger was also a third tier? The thought made her heart pound even faster. Even his pet was third tier, then what about Lin Xiao himself? Whoosh! Sure enough, Lin Xiao, with fiery wings sprouting from his back, appeared at the edge of the cliff, several by-light flowers clutched in his hand. A cloud of black mist emerged, and the by-light flowers vanished in an instant. Then Lin Xiao looked towards the battle between Little White and the golden-winged rock. Both mutants were losing fur and feathers, and blood splattered frequently as they fought with lethal intent. But because the golden-winged rock had the advantage in the air, Little White couldn't subdue it for the moment. Lin Xiao laughed upon seeing this. Little White, you can't even take down this golden winged rock that I've wounded, you're too weak. Little White understood Lin Xiao's words and let out a thunderous roar. Under the influence of the long howl, the golden winged rock briefly lost focus, and Shen Shanshan, who was watching from not far away, was stunned and dizzy. Little White seized the opportunity to leap onto the golden winged rock's back, where the Pafong sword had struck. The corrosive ability of the wound prevented it from healing. Little White's pupils glowed fiercely, and he took a bite at the wound, tearing away a mouthful of feathers and flesh. The golden winged rock let out a painful cry, followed by a violent crash into a nearby boulder, throwing Little White off its back and spreading its wings to flee. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiao snorted coldly and swung the Pafong sword, chasing after it with a slash that pierced it through, and the golden winged rock fell straight down, no longer able to move. Boom! With a loud crash, the peak of the third-tier mutant completely lost its life. Lin Xiao walked forward, cleaned up, glanced at the bushes not far away, then ignited his fiery wings and soared into the air, quickly disappearing into the distance. Shen Shanshan stayed where she was, her face full of bitterness. Zhao Tianping and his brother probably never thought that this person was a third-tier esper. If they hadn't plotted against Lin Xiao, they could have at least survived, but now it was all too late. Chapter 43, Four Gods, the Greatest Crisis of the Apocalypse. Hotel. Lin Xiao landed, his wings drooping. By the window, a bored figure was eagerly awaiting him. It was Shani. You're back? Shani's eyes lit up slightly as she saw Lin Xiao land. Where is Yu Mian? Lin Xiao asked after landing. Shani's beautiful eyes dimmed a bit as she replied, she's in her room, evolving to the third tier. What about you? What tier are you at now? Lin Xiao casually asked. First tier, Shani said. How much? Lin Xiao nodded at first, then looked at her in shock, almost thinking he had misheard. First tier, Shani calmly stated. It's not like I'm useful here anyway. I let Yu Mian absorb all the crystal cores you left behind. Lin Xiao looked at her, struck into silence. Okay, you need to absorb crystal cores and evolve quickly. I need your abilities, he said, taking out some electro crystal ore from his gluttony space. This is the special ore you mentioned? Shani curiously picked it up, activating her Spirit Toolmaster ability to examine the quality of the electro crystal ore. Electro crystal ore, grade C, its characteristic is that it can imbue weapons with a paralysis effect. High yield, she said, then looked at Lin Xiao. How much did you bring back? A lot, Lin Xiao said, then took out some electro crystal jade and handed it to her. Take a look at this too. Electro crystal jade, grade S, can upgrade any ability weapon below grade S by 1 level. Shen-Yi's eyes brightened when she saw it. Yes, that's the main thing. I need you to help me fuse it into the razor blade. Lin Xiao looked at her and said, can you do it? Of course, but I have to evolve to the third tier ability first, Shani said, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt Lin Xiao's gaze on her. Shani couldn't stand his look and turned her face away guiltily, saying, I know I was wrong, but I had my reasons. What excuses? Tell me about them, Lin Xiao said indifferently. It's because of Yu Mian. Her evolution speed is very slow. She needs almost double the crystal cores of a normal person to evolve to the next tier. I thought you needed her precognition more, so I gave her my share, Shani explained quietly. Double that of a normal person? Lin Xiao was stunned. How could that be? For an ability user, regardless of their level, the number of crystal cores required to evolve to the next tier was almost the same. Even for SSS grade ability users, the number of crystal cores required to evolve was the same as a D grade ability user. Why was Yu Mian's crystal core requirement double that of a normal person? Unless, thinking of a possibility, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as he looked towards Yu Mian's room. Here are these third-tier crystal cores. Evolve to the third tier quickly. Lin Xiao took out some crystal cores and handed them to Shani, then turned and entered in Yu Mian's room. And Yu Mian was sitting on the bed, surrounded by some scattered crystal cores, but at this moment, she had her brows tightly furrowed, as if she had seen something. Lin Xiao quietly watched her until her brows relaxed and she slowly opened her eyes. Buzz. The next second, a shared message flashed in Lin Xiao's mind. But what Lin Xiao didn't expect was that what she saw was the meteorite in the city center, the birthplace of the god shrine. At this moment, this meteorite had grown to 100 meters inside, radiating strange light, flickering like the slow rhythm of a beating heart. Finally, with a crack, the meteorite slowly split open, and a god's hand was the first to tear through the cocoon, breaking out. But what shocked Lin Xiao was that this god was not the god shrine. How could it be? Lin Xiao was in a daze, and after seeing the appearance of this god clearly, he was even more confused. This god was jet black, with a body shape like the god shrine and also human-like, but strangely, its arms and legs were all blade-shaped. God code 532, Blade Wraith. How could it have emerged from this meteorite? According to the calculations of the military region in my past life, this meteorite should have given birth to a shrine. Where did things go wrong? Just as Lin Xiao was puzzled, the answer to the riddle automatically appeared before him. After the Blade Wraith was born, another god squeezed out of the meteorite, and this time the god was actually canine. God code 84 Evil Spirit Hound. Lin Xiao seemed to understand something. Indeed, after the Evil Spirit Hound, another insect-shaped god appeared, and this one was also familiar to Lin Xiao. God code 476 Chrysalis. Finally, a humanoid god slowly stepped out. This was the one that Little White had killed in his past life, the shrine. The shrine, like the Blade Wraith, was a humanoid god, its peculiarity being a small, shrine-like ancestral tablet on its chest, where a dark Maitreya Buddha sat, displaying an eerie smile. As if piercing through time and space, Lin Xiao felt a surge of evil emanating from it. The scene stopped abruptly when the shrine appeared, and Lin Xiao opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. Before this, he had always thought that the shrine and the other three gods were born from three different meteorites, but now it seemed he was clearly wrong. Even gravely mistaken. No wonder no one has ever witnessed the birth of the shrine. For gods appearing together, I'm afraid the surrounding survivors didn't even have a chance to run, all of them devoured. Lin Xiao muttered to himself in a low voice. Lin Xiao, you are in my room? And Yu Mian's voice came from the air, pulling Lin Xiao out of his thoughts. Yes, Lin Xiao looked at her and nodded gently. Then me sharing this with you seems a bit redundant, she chuckled. Redundant? Lin Xiao looked at her. I can just tell you, and Yu Mian smiled brightly. Right, those four were all the gods you mentioned? Yes. Lin Xiao responded heavily, it's even more troublesome than I thought. These four gods actually emerged from the same place. So, it seemed he could finally explain why, in his past life, after Little White killed the shrine, the other three gods had rushed over so quickly. It was likely that these doomsday gods had some kind of special connection between them. But precisely because of this, he had to kill four doomsday gods at the same time, which was completely different from his original plan to kill the shrine first. Of course, he could follow the path of his past life and wait for a while until the shrine and the other three gods separated, kill one first, and then deal with the other three. But that would undoubtedly give them a chance to grow. It had to be known that these gods were already at the peak of the fourth rank at the moment of their birth. At the peak of the fourth rank, almost no human could match them within a month of the apocalypse. They could devour human survivors and evolve to the fifth rank in a very short amount of time. In his memory, that was how the shrine was in his past life. By the time Little White killed it 3 months later, it had already evolved to the peak of the fifth rank. The evolution speed of the gods was exceptionally terrifying, so they had to be eliminated at birth. But four doomsday gods emerging at once. It seems I need to strategize and plan well in this last week. Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of stagnant air. What are you planning to do? And Yuan asked softly. She understood the man in the room too well. Even if the plan deviated from his original goal, he wouldn't give up on doing it. She remembered that at the beginning of the apocalypse he had mentioned the existence of gods to her. It could be said that everything he had done after the apocalypse was in preparation for slaying the gods. For gods, each equivalent to the peak of the fourth rank, their defenses even comparable to fifth rank mutated beasts. No matter how strong I am, it's impossible to deal with four gods at the same time, Lin Xiao said calmly. And Yuan didn't interrupt. She knew that Lin Xiao said this because he already had a plan in mind. Let's spread the news, attract other survivor forces to deplete the gods' power, only then will there be a chance. The capital city general military region should have about 3,000 ability users, plus the underworld palace, the research institute, the shadow, and other survivor forces. It should be possible to gather 5,000 ability users, Lin Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, a bitter look appeared on Yuan's pretty face. This is almost all the ability users in capital city. If you throw them all into this battle at once, capital city will become a dead city after this fight. If these four gods are not killed, capital city will still become a dead city, Lin Xiao said. I will go and negotiate with these forces. This battle cannot be avoided. Only by killing these four gods can there be hope for the future of capital city. After speaking, Lin Xiao walked out of the room. He clearly remembered the darkest moment in his previous life when those 100 ability users were killed by the god shrines. Every force was just barely surviving under the god's slaughter. The huge capital city was silent, only the gods were sweeping everywhere. The military region and most of the powerful ability users chose to relocate to the neighboring Tiannan city. For the next 3 years, capital city was an abandoned city. Except for the brief interlude when Xiaobai killed the god shrine, capital city was silent until 3 years into the apocalypse when Empress Xia Nai evolved to the 7th rank and returned to capital city to kill the remaining 3 apocalypse gods. But by then, there were no signs of life left in capital city. And Yuan sat blankly on the bed, her empty eyes fixed on the direction Lin Xiao had left, murmuring, 5,000 people as a blood sacrifice. Whether it succeeds or not, Lin Xiao, you will become the sinner of capital city in the future. I'll commit the crime with you. Capital city, general military region. Lin Xiao's late-night visit attracted the attention of a large number of armed personnel. Looking at the figure with fiery wings on his back, they all knew his identity. Lin Xiao. The man who was always on the military's wanted list and who was even related to the annihilation of the Northern Military Division some time ago. They just didn't expect that this man would be so bold as to appear here on his own initiative. I want to see your leader. I have something to discuss, Lin Xiao said calmly, ignoring the guns and cannons pointed at him. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao's words caused his city guard team to burst into unrestrained laughter. Lin Xiao, who doesn't know that you're on the military's wanted list? And you even annihilated our Northern Division some time ago. Do you think you can come in and still walk out? You can try. Lin Xiao looked at him, golden divine light gradually emerging in his eyes. In the next second, the one who had spoken wildly felt his body stiffen, and when he looked down, he was terrified. His body had actually begun to become metallized. What kind of ability was this? The rest of the city guard team also noticed this scene, and they all looked at Lin Xiao with shock and anger. What did you do to him? Release him now. Hearing this, Lin Xiao let out a faint laugh. Didn't you say I wouldn't be able to walk out? You guys can try. The few people exchanged glances and roared arrogant. Just as they were about to rush forward to attack Lin Xiao, a delicate shout suddenly interrupted them. Stop. A woman arrived at the city gate, getting out of a pickup truck, her slender figure extremely eye-catching. The woman walked straight up to Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Xiao, it's been a while. You are. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking at the woman in front of him. She looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. You might not remember me. I was the receptionist at the hotel who served you before, the woman said with a sweet smile. Oh, it's you, Lin Xiao realized. No wonder she looked familiar. He glanced at the city guard team who had stopped their actions because of the woman's words, and smiled faintly. Looks like you're doing well in the military. I'm just a commander. If you hadn't guided me to the military back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have now. Let me introduce myself formally, Wan Ning, the woman said, extending her hand to Lin Xiao. I guess I don't need an introduction, Lin Xiao replied with a slight smile, shaking her hand. Let's go, take me to your commander. I have something to tell them. Okay. Wan Ning walked ahead, leading Lin Xiao to the car. The city guard team members were left behind, looking at the two leaving in confusion. Wan Ning is actually helping Lin Xiao. Isn't he on the wanted list? This woman is actually taking Lin Xiao to see the commander. We must quickly tell Brother Mo. That's right, Brother Mo and Wan Ning have always been at odds. This is the perfect opportunity to completely pull that woman Wan Ning from her command position. Even in the apocalypse, the military survivor base was very large. Although it didn't have the territory of the former Beijing city before the apocalypse, it still covered the area of a small castle. Wan Ning seemed to be driving, but she frequently turned her head to steal glances at Lin Xiao. You're quite famous in the military now, she said softly. Really? Then why haven't I seen your main military district send people to find me? Lin Xiao laughed. To capture you? Wan Ning smiled. Your wanted order comes from a commander in High City. Although the military force in a third-tier city like Beijing is far less powerful than that of a directly governed municipality like High City, it won't be controlled by others. What are you trying to say? Lin Xiao asked, looking at her. Simply put, there have always been different opinions about you within the main military district. But don't worry, the commander behind me has the intention of befriending you. I was ordered by him to come and pick you up, Wan Ning said. Oh, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Aren't you surprised? Wan Ning was slightly taken aback. Why should I be surprised? Lin Xiao glanced at her sweet face. You're a commander. If you didn't have orders, you wouldn't dare to publicly pick me up at the city gate, or you'd probably lose your command. Even without orders, I would still come to pick you up. Wan Ning's words were very firm. After all, you saved my life back then. Come on, didn't I chase you out of the hotel back then? Lin Xiao immediately stopped her. But you gave me a gun and showed me the way, otherwise I would have died in the mouth of a mutant like the others, Wan Ning said in a low voice. Is that so? Lin Xiao replied indifferently, not taking it to heart. Even if he had really saved Wan Ning, he didn't expect her to be grateful. In the apocalypse, hypocrisy was too common. Did Wan Ning really feel grateful to him? Only she knew. Suddenly, Wan Ning slammed on the brakes, bringing Lin Xiao back to reality from admiring the scenery outside the car window. In front of them, several armored vehicles blocked the road, and there were also a dozen or so ability users standing in front of these armored vehicles. Seeing these people, Wan Ning's face immediately turned cold. I'll go deal with it, she said. Let me do it, Lin Xiao stopped her. Wan Ning dealing with it would at most be some negotiation, and it might not even be useful. In his past life, he had lived in military survivor bases for a long time, and he knew this military system too well. Compared to this troublesome way of dealing with things, he preferred something more simple and crude. Chapter 45. The impending storm of blood and rain. Wan Ning was stunned for a second when she saw Lin Xiao getting out of the car, then quickly got out and followed him. Are you here to avenge the city guard? Lin Xiao asked indifferently, facing the dozen or so people. Ha, it seems you know very well. The leading man twisted his neck, jumped out of the armored vehicle, but his eyes fell on Wan Ning beside Lin Xiao. Wan Ning, I didn't expect you to betray the military region and help a wanted man infiltrate it. This road should be heading to see the high-level leaders, right? What? You're going to help an outsider assassinate the leaders? Hearing the man's words, Wan Ning's beautiful eyes darkened. Wu Mo, shut your stinking mouth. I'm here to pick up Lin Xiao under the orders of the commander. The commander's orders? Wu Mo was stunned, then burst into laughter. Interesting, how come I didn't receive this order? Wan Ning, you can't go any further today. Leave the man behind. This person killed one of my city guard brothers, he must pay with his life. Wu Mo said lightly. Dream on. Wan Ning's eyes were cold, and she was about to say something more when Lin Xiao pulled her behind him. Alright, don't waste my time. Lin Xiao said, his gaze indifferent. Wan Ning, being from the military region, would be restrained by some rules, but he was not. Whoosh! Lin Xiao instantly turned into a streak of light. After the flash of his blade, only a dozen corpses remained. The man named Wu Mo had one last breath left, staring at Lin Xiao with resentment. Before he could finish, he breathed his last. Let us go. Lin Xiao returned to Wan Ning's side, as calm as if he hadn't killed anyone. Wan Ning was dumbfounded. Was Lin Xiao serious? Although Wu Mo was not a leader, he was a commander like herself. Such a death in the military region was a big deal, but Lin Xiao had just killed him like that. Wan Ning took a deep breath and returned to the car. She knew that a storm of blood and rain would soon follow, but she was not afraid. Because, behind her was the highest leader of Jing City. Report, Commander, Lin Xiao has arrived. Wan Ning led Lin Xiao to a conference hall and announced loudly. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Wan Ning led Lin Xiao into the conference hall. There were more than a dozen leaders, big and small, in the hall. The moment Lin Xiao entered, all their eyes turned to him. Lin Xiao felt curiosity, killing intent, even jealousy, and anger in these gazes. The leading middle-aged man's gaze fell on Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, Lin Xiao? Hello, I'm Jiang Zhongcheng, the top leader of Jing City? Lin Xiao looked at the man. This was probably the commander who sent Wan Ning, but he hadn't expected it to be the head of the Jing City military region. I know some people in the military region have had a bad influence on you, but here, it's completely a private matter between you and me. There is no relation to the grudges between you and the military region, Jiang Zhongcheng said with a smile. In just a few sentences, he had resolved the invisible conflict between the two sides. And the purpose was clear, he was making a personal connection with Lin Xiao, indicating he valued Lin Xiao's potential. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the leaders next to Jiang Zhongcheng changed slightly. What did the commander mean? Was he trying to befriend Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao had no interest in making friends. He looked at Jiang Zhongcheng and said, I came today just to tell you some news. News? Jiang Zhongcheng's eyes flickered. He knew that news that could make Lin Xiao appear in person must be extraordinary. The other leaders seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Although some were displeased with Lin Xiao, they did not say anything at this moment. Undoubtedly, they had reached some kind of agreement, and that agreement must be about the news he was about to deliver. Lin Xiao, the news you're going to talk about should be about the meteorite in the city center, right? That's right. Lin Xiao nodded. He wasn't surprised that Jiang Zhongcheng knew about the meteorite. In the apocalypse, and Yuan Yan wasn't the only one with the ability to foresee the future. The capital military region had gathered 3,000 ability users. How could there not be someone with this ability? It's just that their ability would definitely not be higher than in Yuan Yan's. And Yuan Yan's SS grade ability only allowed her to know about the simultaneous emergence of 4 gods when she was at the 3rd level. Therefore, he concluded that the military region at most only knew that the meteorite was strange and did not know what was inside. Just as Lin Xiao thought, Jiang Zhongcheng and the others looked at Lin Xiao with anticipation, as if waiting for him to tell them. Lin Xiao didn't play coy and said straightforwardly, inside the meteorite there are gods. Gods? This was the first time Jiang Zhongcheng had heard this word. However, when Lin Xiao spoke these 2 words, he felt a wave of impending crisis. After all, not everything could be called a god. In ancient times, gods were mythical creatures. Those gods often possessed extraordinary power, hence the distinction between gods and mortals, and Lin Xiao's meaning of gods here was. The so-called gods are creatures that surpass zombies, mutated beasts, and even ability users. The lowest level gods among them possess peak 4th level strength at birth. Humans and ability users are like ants in their eyes, and zombies and mutated beasts are mere blood food. They are creatures that can destroy everything. All living things in the apocalypse are like ants to them, so they are called gods. Lin Xiao spoke slowly, explaining the so-called apocalyptic gods to the 2 of them. Zhang Zhongqing didn't even hear Lin Zhao's subsequent words. He froze in place just at the phrase peak 4th level. You're saying, peak 4th level? Zhang Zhongqing asked with difficulty. Yes, the lowest is peak 4th level. If they are given enough blood, it's not impossible for them to evolve to the 5th level in a single day. Lin Zhao said calmly. How long? Zhang Zhongqing's breathing became somewhat rapid. 1 week. In 1 week, the 4 apocalyptic gods in the city center will break out of the ground. Lin Zhao said firmly. 1 week, what did you say? 4? Zhang Zhongqing had a glimmer of hope when he heard it was a week away, but it shattered when Lin Zhao said there were 4 gods. 4. Lin Zhao, why should we believe you? 4 peak 4th level creatures appearing at the same time, how is that possible? Is the word god also something you made up? 2 leaders finally couldn't help it and angrily rebuked Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao glanced at the 2 of them and sneered. Did I ask you to believe me? I'm just here to inform you. 1 week later, 4 gods will be born in the center of the capital. By then, I want to see the people from the military region appear. Lin Zhao said indifferently. As soon as he said this, the leaders in the hall were in an uproar. What did you say? Boy, you're the first one who dares to talk to us like this. Lin Zhao, don't forget you're still on the military region's wanted list. Are you planning not to leave here alive today? Don't think you're invincible. Our military region has 3,000 ability users. Do you think we're afraid of you? It just so happens that we haven't settled the accounts with you from the northern branch. We'll settle them all now. Suddenly, a soldier ran in and whispered a few words into one of the leader's ears, after which that person flew into a rage. Lin Zhao, you actually dare to kill people within our military region, and you even killed my son. I want your life. Your son? Which one is your son? Lin Zhao curled his lip. Forget it, it's not important. Remember what I said earlier? When the gods are born, I want all 3,000 ability users from your military region to be present. I'll kill you. Seeing Lin Zhao ignore his words completely, the middle-aged man directly raised his gun and pulled the trigger at Lin Zhao. Bang! Blood splattered, and the middle-aged man fell straight back, eyes wide with disbelief. This scene caused a commotion among the many leaders in the room, and even Zhang Zhongqing couldn't help but frown. But thinking of something, he ultimately said nothing, his expression unchanged as he directed people to carry the body out. Lin Zhao, you want all 3,000 of my ability users to fight. Do you already have a way to deal with those 4 gods? Zhang Zhongqing asked. Crisis often coexists with opportunity. If they could kill these 4 gods, the benefits they would gain would be immeasurable. The premise was to kill those 4 gods. Of course, let your people go as a blood sacrifice to consume the power of those 4 gods. Lin Zhao nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongqing's face couldn't help but stiffen, and the other leaders' gazes towards Lin Zhao also became increasingly unfriendly. Was this a negotiation? It was clearly asking their people to go to their deaths. Zhang Zhongqing still did not flare up, and he took a deep breath and said, then, how many ability users do we need to sacrifice in order to reach the threshold of killing those 4 gods? Lin Zhao looked at him coldly. To be honest, none of these 3,000 people will return alive, but people, you must send them. What? Lin Zhao, you are too presumptuous. Before Zhang Zhongqing could explode, several leaders had already stood up, slamming the table and cursing angrily. Lin Zhao, it seems you have no intention of cooperating sincerely. Zhang Zhongqing's gaze towards Lin Zhao gradually turned cold. Cooperate? I seem to have told you from the start that I wasn't here to negotiate with you. Lin Zhao looked at these high-level officials and smiled. Besides, do you have any real intention of cooperating? If you did, why would you hide so many ability users around here? Lin Zhao's words caused Zhang Zhongqing to narrow his eyes instantly, as if in scrutiny. Chief Jiang? Wan Ning, who was beside Lin Zhao, trembled slightly at Lin Zhao's words, looking at Zhang Zhongqing in disbelief. The other party had clearly told her that he only wanted to discuss cooperation with Lin Zhao and wouldn't attack him, so why were there ambushes? At this moment, she realized that she had been used by her superiors, and that she herself had sent Lin Zhao into the military's planned encirclement. Lin Zhao, I'm sorry, I didn't know. She hurriedly looked at Lin Zhao to explain, but was stopped by Lin Zhao's raised hand. It has nothing to do with you. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Zhongqing. I don't know who gave you the confidence to send people to ambush me. Is it those ability users whose highest level is only at the peak of the 2nd level? Lin Zhao's contemptuous words made Zhang Zhongqing sneer. Lin Zhao, I know you are a 3rd level ability user, but do you really think you are the only 3rd level ability user? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhongqing clapped his hands, and a silent figure walked in from outside the door. This person was like a shadow, and the most bizarre thing was that Lin Zhao's perception ability had not detected him. A level ability, Ghost Shadow? Lin Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. This ability didn't have much offensive power, but it could allow objects within a certain range to merge into the shadows, without sound, and evade tracking of all kinds of abilities. No wonder his perception ability couldn't detect it. This apocalypse really did produce a lot of talents. Is that it, Chief? Lin Xiao shrugged. The main course is still coming. Jiang Zhongqing said indifferently, knowing that you, Lin Xiao, could kill a third-level being. I've been preparing for this day. The capital city will not allow anyone to exist outside of the military's control. As his words fell, 3 more figures appeared beside the ghost ability user, all of them quite well-known ability users from the previous life. The S-grade wood element ability, Green Vine, can control a kind of green vine to create wood element control and attacks. The A-grade ability user, Behemoth, can expand their body to the size of a giant elephant in a short period, with hundreds of times the increase in strength and defense. The B-grade ability user, Night Serpent, is extremely fast and flexible. This person's ability is nothing special in itself, but they possess an A-grade ability weapon, the Thousand Silk Blade. Silently, they can lay down an inescapable net around the target until the target is injured by the threads and infected with cold poison. Lin Xiao spoke each of their abilities in detail, and Jiang Zhongqing was slightly startled upon hearing this. He had been secretly nurturing these 4 people after the apocalypse, never allowing them to appear in public. How did Lin Xiao know their information? It seems this person really can't be kept. Jiang Zhongqing's eyes revealed killing intent. He initially had thoughts of subduing Lin Xiao, but now he completely abandoned that idea. Because Lin Xiao was too dangerous. Lin Xiao, since you know their power, you must also understand your current situation. I know, you have a precognitive ability user by your side. As long as you hand that ability user over to our military region, we will let you leave alive today, Jiang Zhongqing said calmly. Jiang Zhongqing's words made Lin Xiao's gaze slowly turn cold. How did you know? That's naturally something I can't tell you. In short, hand over the person, Jiang Zhongqing sneered. He. Lin Xiao's laugh was even colder. Jiang Zhongqing, I originally thought you were the highest leader of Jing City and wanted to spare your life to be a puppet. But your words just now made me very unhappy. Having said that, Lin Xiao slowly opened his right hand, and a wisp of flame flickered on his fingertip. Fire element. Jiang Zhongqing's pupils shrank. Lin Xiao actually had the ability to control flames? They didn't have much information about Lin Xiao, the most recorded being that Lin Xiao possessed gold element manipulation, which could counteract all cannons and firearms. After learning this, he made the decision to use all resources to train 4 Tier 3 ability users. Although these 4 were not the highest level ability users, they possessed extremely strong killing power when working together. Even if Lin Xiao had more abilities, there would be no chance for him to turn the tables. Kill him, Jiang Zhongqing said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the 4 Tier 3 ability users immediately moved. One of them flashed their eyes, and countless green vines rushed toward Lin Xiao in a sky-covering attack. Another one's body size also surged several times, and they lunged with a ferocious slam. Lastly, the Night Serpent ability user was a woman whose supple body weaved and flipped in the air. An inescapable net had already been laid around the area by her. Faced with these 3 attacks, Wan Ning's face paled. With attacks of this level in such a confined space, it was feared that no ability user could escape. The commander had actually set such an inescapable trap waiting for Lin Xiao. She looked at the closest green vines and made a decision in her heart. Lin Xiao, you quickly. Alright, stop with this pointless self-sacrificing drama. Lin Xiao grabbed her hand and said with a nonchalant tone, Commander, I must admit your military region's resources are indeed impressive. To actually use crystal cores to cultivate these 4 pieces of trash. As Lin Xiao's voice fell, the flames at his fingertips rapidly shot out, quickly burning along the threads in the air, forming a large net shape in the surroundings in the blink of an eye. The female ability user, who was maneuvering among these threads, suffered directly. The destructive flames invaded her body like a ravenous beast, consuming her to ashes in a terrified scream in the blink of an eye. Losing one person before even engaging in combat made Jiang Zhongqing, at the rear, feel his heart pound wildly, and he was struck with a bad premonition. CHH. Just then, Lin Xiao's figure appeared before the mammoth-like ability user at some unknown time, and a sharp ancient blade pierced through his skull. Before dying, his eyes were still open, seemingly in disbelief. Your so-called defense that you're so proud of is nothing but fragile in my eyes. Lin Xiao coldly glanced over his corpse and continued walking towards the wood elemental ability user controlling the green vines not far away. Of these 4 ability users, he was the only one who could be considered talented, but unfortunately he had been trained to be an assassin. Lin Xiao's gaze landed on the green vines rushing towards him. In an instant, these vines stiffened inch by inch, solidifying into metallic tendrils. Then, these tendrils directly turned their tips, stabbing directly towards the green vine ability user. In a critical moment, a black shadow appeared behind the green vine ability user and then, along with him, merged into the shadow, disappearing from sight. Running away? Lin Xiao sighed. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Under this shaking, 2 figures coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Hiding in shadows, but shadows can't escape the limitations of the ground. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them and the soil stirred again. Two large hands of earth stretched out, directly dragging them into the ground. For third-tier ability users joined forces in a siege but were defeated in the blink of an eye. They had no ability to fight back. It was a one-sided massacre. Wan Ning's beautiful eyes trembled uncontrollably as she gazed at Lin Xiao. Once again, the scene of Lin Xiao slaughtering all the zombies in the hotel at the beginning of the apocalypse resurfaced in her mind. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was actually worried about Lin Xiao, not knowing that Lin Xiao at that time was already like a god descending from the heavens, and now he would only be stronger. So strong that the entire military region couldn't compete with him. She suddenly felt that the military region's plot against Lin Xiao was so ridiculous. Looking at that spirited figure, Wan Ning felt a little regretful. If she could have persevered at the beginning, would she have been able to stay by Lin Xiao's side? No, this is impossible. Zhang Zhongqing's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe that the 4 ability users he had painstakingly cultivated had crumbled so quickly in front of Lin Xiao. Why? You are not a third-tier ability user at all, you are a 4th tier. Zhang Zhongqing roared madly. 4th tier? Lin Xiao laughed. He looked at Zhang Zhongqing calmly. Commander, do you know that even within the 3rd tier, there are differences? Honestly, if you had used nuclear weapons against me, I might have been somewhat apprehensive, but you actually cultivated 4 third-tier ability users. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he said this. When he first entered the 3rd tier, he was already capable of instantly killing a mutated being of the same tier, let alone now. But Zhang Zhongqing actually used ability users to deal with him. He was truly seeking his own death. Nuclear weapons? Zhang Zhongqing was stunned. Why hadn't they thought of that? But they thought using nuclear weapons to kill a Lin Xiao was too much of an overreaction. But now, everyone, go to your deaths. I'm taking over this military region. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. Several metallic bullets condensed into shape in front of these leaders, as if bidding them a final farewell. No, Lin Xiao, you can't kill me. Facing death, Zhang Zhongqing retreated in fear. I've already sent people to where you live. If you kill me, the ability user in your hands won't survive either. Hearing his words, Lin Xiao was first stunned, then burst into wild laughter. What a joke! Do you think your men can break through my gold element defense? You think too highly of yourself. Also, daring to plot against her, no matter who ordered you, I will make you wish you were dead. No! If I tell you who told me about that Esper, can you let me go? Zhang Zhongqing roared hoarsely. He knew this was his only chance to survive. The approaching gold element bullets paused slightly, and Lin Xiao looked at him coldly. Speak. Then you must promise to spare my life first. Zhang Zhongqing gasped for breath, his desperate escape making him crave life more than ever. You have no right to negotiate. Lin Xiao sneered, and several bullets immediately flew out, killing several leaders on the spot. No, this has nothing to do with us, it was all Zhang Zhongqing's doing. You can't kill us, we are military leaders. Shut up. Lin Xiao said coldly, and the remaining leaders trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Okay, I'll tell you, it was Hai City who contacted me. It's the sister of the military leader's son you killed. Her name is Mu Zi. She told me that there is a Esper who can foresee the future by your side, and she wanted me to kill you and bring that Esper to her. Zhang Zhongqing's words brought some memories to Lin Xiao's mind, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mu Zi, I didn't expect it to be her. When Zhang Zhongqing said the name, Lin Xiao understood why someone would know about An Yuemian's existence. Because in his previous life, Mu Zi had an A-level wizard Esper by her side. This person's ability was not to foresee the future, but to prophesy. His prophecies only targeted Espers, and An Yuemian, who could foresee the birth of a god, was naturally of paramount importance to the end of the world. In addition, Yuemian was always by his side, which made Mu Zi all the more eager to have her. One could imagine what Mu Zi would do to Yuemian. Good for you, Mu Zi. I've been preparing to kill the god for so long that I forgot about you. Daring to plot against Yuemian, your death is 1 week away. Lin Xiao said menacingly. Feeling the chill emanating from Lin Xiao, Wan Ning couldn't help but recall the blind girl Lin Xiao had brought to the hotel before. And Yuemian, was that her? Lin Xiao, can you let me go now? Zhang Zhongqing looked at Lin Xiao in fear, but he already had an idea in his mind. As long as he could escape Lin Xiao's clutches, he would immediately launch a nuclear weapon to bombard Lin Xiao. Go? Where are you going? Lin Xiao smiled coldly, and with a wave of his hand, gold element bullets flew in all directions, killing all the leaders here. Only Wan Ning was left. Looking at the corpses of the high-ranking officials all over the floor, Wan Ning's heart trembled. Lin Xiao had actually killed all the high-ranking officials, leaving none alive. The military region was likely to change. Did you participate in this? At this moment, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came. Wan Ning's pupils shrank, and she immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Lin Xiao, I really didn't know they. Alright, get up. Lin Xiao waved his hand, looking at Wan Ning and said, what ability did you awaken? B grade, charm. Wan Ning said softly, Lin Xiao paused, looking at Wan Ning in surprise. Originally, after killing these people, he planned to find an esper with puppet abilities to come and clean up the mess. He didn't expect Wan Ning's abilities to be similar. However, charm abilities should be used on living people, right? If he had known she had this ability, he would have left one alive. Lin Xiao pointed at the corpses on the ground and looked at Wan Ning thoughtfully. Can you charm the corpses? Wan Ning was a little dumbfounded. I'm afraid that's not possible. As soon as she finished speaking, seeing Lin Xiao's slightly disappointed look, she quickly changed her words. I can try. Chapter 48. An agreement reached. I'll help you become number one. After one attempt, fine beads of sweat trickled down Wan Ning's fair neck, wetting her clothes. Her delicate face flushed. She gasped for breath. No, I can't. I really can't. I can't control the corpses. Oh, you couldn't control them? You should have said so earlier. Lin Xiao looked at her calmly. Ha? Didn't I say it? Wan Ning looked at Lin Xiao, her eyes blank. Hadn't she said it? You did, but then you said you could try. Lin Xiao shrugged. If you can't, you can't. I won't look down on you for that. It's not. Wan Ning wanted to explain that she had only said she would try because of Lin Xiao. Alright, your military region should have puppet-type ability users, right? Lin Xiao asked. Wan Ning thought for a moment. There is one, but he's an A-level ability user. My ability has little effect on him. I'll help you. Just call him over, Lin Xiao said plainly. Okay. Soon, a rather elderly man walked in. Seeing the mess in the conference hall, he immediately became vigilant. If I were you, I wouldn't move, Lin Xiao said, walking out from behind him, his puffone blade already pressed against the back of the old man's head. Sorry, Mr. Hui, Wan Ning said, following Lin Xiao. Wan Ning, are you trying to rebel? Old man Hui's pupils constricted, and he shouted in a low voice. Let me correct you. They are already dead, so this is more like a successful rebellion? Lin Xiao yawned. Old man Hui wanted to say something more, but Lin Xiao interrupted him with a silencing gesture. Sir, do you want to live? I would rather die then. Before he could finish his sentence, his legs were gradually covered with metal, losing their support. Bang! He fell to the ground headfirst, looking at Lin Xiao in horror. What did you do to me? If you want to restore your body to normal, then listen to me obediently, otherwise, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Instantly, the metal began to spread upwards, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely metallized old man Hui's upper body, leaving only his head mobile. No, spare me, I'll listen to you. Old man Hui shouted hastily. Lin Xiao then withdrew the metallization, removing it from half of old man Hui's body, but his legs were still unable to move. My request is simple. 7 days from now, 4 4th-tier peak deities will be born from the meteorite in the city center. I want you to take 3,000 ability users from the military region to offer a blood sacrifice. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, old man Hui looked at him in disbelief. You want me to lead 3,000 ability users to their deaths? That's right, that's exactly what I want, for them to die. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. 3,000 ability users, they almost represent the future of Jing City. You want them to die? Are you trying to become the sinner of Jing City? Old man Hui felt unable to bear it. These 3,000 ability users were the backbone of the military region, even Jing City, in this apocalypse. Sinner or savior, I only need them to help me weaken the deity's power. Even if they all die, what does it have to do with me? Lin Xiao said plainly. Besides, if these 4 deities aren't killed, Jing City will still become a wasteland. Would they be able to survive then? Wan Ning and old man Hui listened, both looking at Lin Xiao with complex expressions. In the apocalypse, the strong live and the weak die, but hearing Lin Xiao say these words, they still felt uncomfortable in their hearts. 3,000 lives, were they really so worthless in Lin Xiao's eyes? Even if I agree to help you, these leaders have all been killed by you. How can we cover this up? Old man Hui sighed. Don't think I don't know, your puppeteer ability can manipulate corpses. Don't worry, I don't need you to manipulate these corpses for too long, just for a week. After a week, what you do will have nothing to do with me. Wan Ning, I'll leave Mr. Hui in your care for the time being, Lin Xiao said, and then snapped his fingers. Immediately, a wheelchair made of gold appeared out of thin air. He didn't plan to help Grey Old Man remove the metallization. Compared to this person who didn't genuinely submit to him, Wan Ning was much more reliable. Watching Lin Xiao leave, Wan Ning helped Grey Old Man into a wheelchair. Only then did she realize that General Lin Xiao had completely handed over control of the military to her. Not long after, Lin Xiao appeared at the Yama Palace. Compared to the military's tense atmosphere, the Yama Palace was extremely welcoming. Not only did they prepare the most lavish banquet, but the 10 Yamas took turns toasting him. Big Boss Lin, we've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time, said Wei Tao, the second in command, smilingly. Big Boss? That's too awkward, just call me Lin Xiao. I'm here to discuss something with you, Lin Xiao said calmly, looking at everyone. Alright, speak. As long as the Yama Palace can do it, we will fully support you, Wei Tao said with a smile. Lin Zhao's gaze moved past him towards Zhao Tian, who was seated at the head. He knew that Wei Tao's words carried a lot of weight in the Yama Palace, but the real decision-maker was still Zhao Tian. You command. Zhao Tian also expressed a respectful attitude. Lin Zhao's strength was evident to all, and Zhao Tian naturally knew that this was an opportunity, a chance to build a closer relationship with Lin Zhao. 7 days from now, apocalyptic gods will be born. I need the ability users of the Yama Palace to take action and deplete their powers, Lin Zhao said casually. Apocalyptic gods. The 10 leaders of the Yama Palace exchanged glances, all showing slight surprise. Why do you all seem unsurprised? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow slightly. The people of the Yama Palace actually knew about the gods. Well, we did have news about the gods beforehand. Zhao Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding in response. Does the Yama Palace also have ability users with precognitive abilities? Lin Zhao asked. Precognitive abilities? Zhao Tian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. That's not it, but we have an ability user here codenamed Mengpa who can detect items from after the apocalypse. We already investigated the meteorite in the city center, and the detection showed that there are advanced life forms inside. I think that must be the apocalyptic gods you're referring to. In fact, when we found out about this, we had already planned to relocate. Mengpa? Lin Zhao was thoughtful. He hadn't heard this name in his previous life. He assumed she had died in the battle against the divine altar. Indeed, in his previous life, the 100+ ability users who surrounded and killed the divine altar were mainly from the Yama Palace. Although he didn't know why they had planned to relocate in this life, it wasn't a big problem. What if I ask you to stay and deal with the gods? Lin Zhao asked calmly. His words surprised Zhao Tian. I can tell you the risks beforehand. There are 4 gods in total, and all of them are at the peak of the 4th level. Even I am not confident that I can kill them all. The choice is yours. After speaking, Lin Zhao didn't say any more. The 10 leaders of the Yama Palace also fell silent, seemingly considering what to decide. Boss, the Yama Palace is a hard-won territory we have in Jing City. Are we really going to run away because of a few unborn creatures? That's right, if we just run like this, even if we reach other cities, we'll just become a laughing stock. Most importantly, even if we relocate now, other cities have already formed their own power structures. Where would they give us territory? Perhaps the situation would be even worse than it is now. At least in Jing City, the Yama Palace has a place, Wei Tao said. It must be said that his analysis was on point, and it hit Zhao Tian's heart. Zhao Tian took a deep breath and looked at Lin Zhao, saying, Alright, we're not leaving, we'll stay and help you. Lin Zhao nodded and smiled. Don't worry, with the military's 3,000 ability users acting as cannon fodder, even if your Yama Palace's ability users suffer losses, they won't be too severe. After the War of the Gods, the Jing City military region should disintegrate, and your Yama Palace can become the #1 power in Jing City. Lin Zhao's words left everyone in Yama Palace unable to calm down for a long time. It wasn't until Lin Zhao left that Wei Tao finally came back to his senses. Boss, does that mean that Big Boss Lin wants to support our Yama Palace to become the #1 power in Jing City? He said, extremely excited. Zhao Tian nodded, the joy on his face difficult to conceal. This time, the gamble paid off. Chapter 49, Visiting the Research Institute. Are you hiding a god? Leaving the Yama Palace, Lin Zhao transformed into a ball of raging fire, speeding through the air. Supporting the Yama Palace had been a spur-of-the-moment idea. Compared to the uncontrollable military forces in Jing City, the Yama Palace was undoubtedly easier to control. Moreover, with the Mu family involved, his feud with the military was irreconcilable. Why not take this opportunity to completely eliminate the military's power from Jing City? Hey, let me see, this must be the famous Jing City power, the Research Institute. Hovering over a valley, Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment before descending directly. The so-called fame was actually in the later days. The current Research Institute could be considered obscure, unheard of even within Jing City, because they were very low-key. Calling it a power was a stretch, as it was actually filled with researchers specializing in biological sciences. After the apocalypse, due to their remote location and enclosed environment, they had suffered almost no losses. Then, they turned their focus to studying mutations in zombies, their actions akin to research maniacs. In the later days of the apocalypse, they even developed variant humans, products of combining ability users and mutated beasts. Their combat power far exceeded ordinary ability users and mutated beasts, causing a tremendous stir. However, soon after, those variant humans lost their rationality and turned against the Research Institute, causing it to decline ever since. Lin Zhao believed that if these madmen changed their research direction to something else, there might be some progress. But regardless of what they researched, it had little relevance to Lin Zhao. He was only here to borrow someone. An S-class ability user, a pharmacist. This was a very abnormal, logistical ability user. As long as he had enough mutated plants, he could concoct all sorts of strange potions with various effects. For example, rapid healing potions, rapid recovery potions, strength amplification potions, and so on. It was undeniable that this ability user was talented, so Lin Xiao wanted to take him away. Perhaps he could influence the situation of the Battle of the Gods to a certain extent. As soon as Lin Xiao landed, 2 huge mutated bears surrounded him. Lin Xiao directly activated his golden eye ability, quickly metallizing the 2 mutated bears. But he did not kill them. "Come out," Lin Xiao said faintly, looking around the forest. Hearing this, a young man emerged from behind the forest, looking at Lin Xiao with confusion. "How did you know I was nearby?" Lin Xiao smiled and did not answer. "Take me to your research institute." "You know about the research institute? Who are you?" The young man was extremely vigilant. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you," Lin Xiao said indifferently. The young man glanced at Lin Xiao suspiciously, but considering that he was likely no match for him, he gave up. "Okay, I'll take you there. Your ability, is it beast control? Being able to control mutated beasts of this level, you're probably an A-level ability user? It seems the defense of your research institute is still quite good," Lin Xiao said faintly, following behind the young man. "Whoa, how do you know so much?" The young man was surprised. "What exactly are you here for?" "To take someone away," Lin Xiao said. "Take someone away?" The young man's expression instantly turned strange. "The military also sent people here some time ago. They said the same thing as you." "Oh? The military also came. What happened to that person later?" Lin Xiao asked casually. "Hee, they were taken away for dissection and experiments." The young man chuckled softly. As soon as the words fell, he felt the aura around him turn colder. "Can I take that as you threatening me?" Lin Xiao's soft voice reached his ears, making the young man tremble. "No, I was just stating a fact. I really didn't mean to threaten you." "Ha!" Lin Xiao curled his lip, not bothering to acknowledge the man any further. Soon, the two arrived at the research institute's base. The young man stopped at the entrance and slowly retreated. "The entrance to the research institute is right here. Go on in." "Aren't you coming in?" Lin Xiao glanced at him. The young man seemed a little afraid, scratching his head. "I won't go in. I'm afraid of being made into a specimen." Lin Xiao entered the research institute through the entrance, a long corridor that was unexpectedly quiet. At least there were people outside watching, but who would have thought the corridor inside would be completely empty? What was going on? Lin Xiao pondered until his sight opened up to a spacious area where a group of people in protective suits were busying themselves around various mechanical equipment. Some were studying different biological crystal cores, some were studying mutated flesh, and some were even researching special materials. Moreover, it seemed like no one was paying any attention to Lin Xiao. This made Lin Xiao touch his nose. "Since no one's paying attention to me, I'll just go find someone myself." His perception ability fully extended, Lin Xiao quickly located several people researching potions. Just as he was about to go forward and inquire, he suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation. It was more of a resonance than a fluctuation. That's right, it was the resonance of a superpower. The last time he had felt this was when he met Xianai. There's actually an SSS level superpower user hidden in this research institute? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Why had he never heard of this in his previous life? In his previous life, Xianai was the only SSS-level superpower user in Jing City. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xiao directly ignored the potion masters he was looking for and headed straight towards the depths of the research institute. At the end of the corridor, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses saw Lin Xiao and adjusted his spectacles. "Lin Xiao, you're here. You knew I was coming. Do you also have precognitive abilities?" Lin Xiao frowned. Were there too many precognitive ability users? Precognitive abilities? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was taken aback, then shook his head. "That's not it, Xiaoyi just informed me." "Xiaoyi? That's the superpower user with the ability to control beasts." Lin Xiao nodded, thinking it was impossible for there to be so many precognitive ability users. "So you are?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm a level S superpower user, a potion master, Jiaxi." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses smiled slightly. "Oh, so you're the potion master." Lin Xiao smiled faintly. For some reason, seeing Lin Xiao's faint smile gave Jiaxi a bad feeling. But he quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "Although the research institute doesn't concern itself with the affairs of the apocalypse, we have heard quite a few rumors. Lin Xiao, what brings you here? If I said I was here to kidnap you, would you believe me?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly. The expression on Jiaxi's face froze for a moment, but he still forced a smile. "That joke isn't funny at all." "I wasn't joking." Lin Xiao shrugged. Jiaxi was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly opened the door to the room in front of him and said, "I think you would be more interested in her than me." Lin Xiao followed the door and looked inside. When his gaze landed on that figure, his body trembled slightly and disbelief surfaced in his eyes. The SSS level superpower user he resonated with was actually a mutant? No, it wasn't a mutant, this is a god. Chapter 50, Mina Lynchie, the final main force in the empty room. A humanoid creature sat quietly by the window, its snow-white body completely bare, with only some delicate black scales covering certain important areas. Lin Xiao couldn't see her face, but a pair of black wings grew from her smooth back, two curved silver horns adorned her head, and a thick, long tail, like a dragon's tail, occasionally swayed. It was certain that this was not a human, because Lin Xiao clearly recognized ththese characteristics. They belonged to a god. Lin Xiao couldn't hide the shock in his heart. This research institute had actually managed to acquire a god. As Jiaxi had said, the value of a god was far greater than that of a pharmacist like him. What, do you know what she is? Jiaxi raised his eyebrows, quite intrigued. I don't know, Lin Xiao replied calmly, regaining his composure. He was joking. If Jiaxi knew the identity of this creature, he definitely wouldn't let him take her away. Oh, Jiaxi said thoughtfully. Well, anyway, with our current technology, we haven't discovered anything special about her. If you need her, you can take her away. But the prerequisite is that I have to stay at the research institute. What, are you so afraid of being taken away by me? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. No, it's not that I'm afraid of being taken away by you, but because this is where my life's dream lies. I believe that one day, our scientific achievements will change the landscape of this apocalypse. Jiaxi's voice suddenly became fervent, striking a pose with a lofty belief. Change the landscape? Lin Xiao's expression was strange. He patted Jiaxi's shoulder. If you didn't focus your research on the combination of humans and mutations, perhaps you really could change it. Of course. Jiaxi laughed confidently, but quickly realized something was wrong, his face stiffening. Wait, what did you just say? How do you know our research direction? I just know, Lin Xiao shrugged, ignoring him and walking straight into the room. As if sensing Lin Xiao's entry, the god, who had been facing away from him, slowly turned around, revealing an incomparably beautiful face. However, compared to a human face, there were still differences. Her eyebrows were composed of fine black scales, giving off a strange and alluring feeling, and her eyes were a light blue, like a clear sky, pure as a mirror. From the points where the two horns grew on her head, two light purple lines extended, converging at her brow, forming a strange pattern. She stared silently at Lin Xiao, expressionless. You've come, Lin Xiao, she finally said, her red lips parting slightly, her voice echoing and clear. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, looking at her. You know my name? I have been waiting for you. My name is Mina Lynchie, or you can call me by my human code name, 37, she said calmly. Codename 37, she? Lin Xiao was astonished at her words. The god with codename 37, she should have been born in the Great God era 4 years later. How could she appear here ahead of time? Moreover, she's birth in Jing City was even earlier than the shrine. Why didn't you Mian foresee her birth? You don't have to guess. I was awakened early due to some reasons. The person who awakened me said she had reached some kind of agreement with me and asked me to follow you, Mina Lynchie said. Oh? A trace of suspicion appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. In the eyes of a god, humans should be like ants. Would you be willing to follow me? She has my god imprint, which means she is not lying. No matter what the reason, I will abide by the agreement, Mina Lynchie stated. Alright, who is the one who awakened you? Lin Xiao took a deep breath. I don't know. I only know that the other person is a female human holding a black umbrella. Mina Lynchie frowned. A black umbrella? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately remembered the figure with a black umbrella he saw in the blood rain. That wasn't an illusion after all. Next time we meet, I'll definitely find a way to ask clearly. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered, then he looked at Mina Lynchie. Don't worry, following me won't put you at a disadvantage. It's rare to see a human as confident as you, Mina Lynchie said, her pale blue eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. It's also the first time I've seen a deity as beautiful as you, Lin Xiao shrugged. Question mark. Mina Lynchie looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Let's go. Lin Xiao led Mina Lynchie out of the room, where Jiaxi had been waiting for a long time. Miracle, you actually persuaded her. Jiaxi's eyes were full of surprise when he saw Mina Lynchie next to Lin Xiao. Miracle? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, I'm curious how you talk to her. She doesn't seem to understand Huaxia language. Jiaxi said. Doesn't understand Huaxia language? Lin Xiao was taken aback and looked at Mina Lynchie beside him. I disdain to communicate with these low-level humans. Mina Lynchie said coldly. Question mark. Jiaxi looked at Mina Lynchie in astonishment. She could actually speak Huaxia language? Looks like you've been looked down on, Lin Xiao said, spreading his hands. Had, you say that as if you're not human? Jiaxi couldn't help but curl his lips. Lin Xiao was silent for a second, then turned to look at Mina Lynchie. Mina Lynchie looked calm. Lin Xiao led Mina Lynchie out of the research institute, passing through a jungle where several second-tier peak and one-third-tier mutated beasts were hunting below. Come on, show me your abilities. Lin Xiao looked at Mina Lynchie. The latter looked at Lin Xiao with a cold expression, as if looking at an idiot. I think you've misunderstood. My agreement is only to stay by your side, not to help you fight. Lin Xiao was stunned. What is this? Surveillance? Mena Lingxi did not speak. Purple patterns on her edges flashed with some light, then she disappeared on the spot. Gone. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, but he knew that Mena Lingxi had not left, so her ability should be some kind of space ability? Never mind. Lin Xiao shrugged. With his strength, even without Mena Lingxi, he could still dominate the apocalypse. He thought about it. The main military region and the Yen Luo Hall had already agreed to help, and he didn't need to worry about other small forces. But he still lacked two main forces to deal with the gods. With Xiaobai and Xianai, it should be enough to delay two of them, and the other two. There are two good candidates. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, fire wings flapping on his back, and quickly left. Tiannan City. This city, a neighbor of Jing City, was also a third-tier city before the apocalypse, and its strength after the apocalypse was comparable to Jing City. But the difference is that there are two SSS-level ability users in this Tiannan City, and the two are also teammates. The two SSS-level ability users working together are extremely powerful, standing at the top tier of the apocalypse. Such existence, Lin Xiao could only look up to in his previous life, but in this life, it's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent after the apocalypse. It's just right to test the strength of these two top ability users from my past life. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed slightly as he quickly flew over Tiannan City. After a while, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped in mid-air, his eyes fixed on the forest below, where several mutated plants were hunting for blood. Unexpectedly, encountering such a mutation in Tiannan City is quite a pleasant surprise. Chapter 51, Restoring Peach Branches. I said he was going easy. These were 5 mutated peach trees, their massive roots protruding from the ground, moving like octopuses, which looked rather comical. However, their hunting efficiency was quite terrifying. Each time a peach branch twitched, it could sweep away a large number of zombies, then stuff them into the tree trunk's central cavity, chewing and munching. The buffet is open again, Lin Xiao chuckled. These 5 mutated peach trees were all tier 3, while the highest-ranked zombies were only tier 2, unable to compete with these peach trees. They could bear a fruit called the restoration peach, mainly used to heal injuries. Of course, Lin Xiao was rarely injured, so this use was of little value to him. He was mainly interested in a special material they produced, the restoration peach branch. The name was roughly the same, but it served a completely different purpose than the restoration peach fruit. The restoration peach branch could remove toxins, similar to the effects of a detoxification herb. However, the restoration peach branch was much more durable than the detoxification herb. A piece of the restoration peach branch could be used at least dozens of times, and he just so happened to lack the ability to deal with toxins. In the apocalypse, there were still many mutants and ability users with potent poisons. Seeing the surrounding zombies being almost completely cleared by these peach trees, Lin Xiao swooped down, and at the same time, the breaking edge fell swiftly from his side. Crack, crack, crack. The breaking edge, with a destructive force, quickly pierced through the body of a mutated peach tree, causing large areas of corrosion. The other 4 peach trees sensed Lin Xiao and immediately extended their peach branches, attacking from all directions. Lin Xiao's gaze remained calm. With a slight raise of his right hand, the soil beneath them surged wildly, burying the 4 peach trees underground. While they were unable to move, Lin Xiao used the golden eye ability, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, half of the trees' bodies were immobilized, gradually turning into metal. The breaking edge weaved through again, piercing through the remaining peach trees that were still struggling, ending the battle. Originally, Lin Xiao could have used his Fire Lord ability to kill these 5 peach trees instantly, but he chose a more troublesome method because he needed their corpses. The gluttony ability appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the corpses of the 5 peach trees were dragged into the black mist. A few seconds later, 2 new peach branches were spat out, along with 5 crystal clear peach fruits. Not bad, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, not expecting the gluttony ability to produce 2 special materials, enough for him to use for a long time. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, suddenly a blood-red knife was stuck next to him, followed by a man emerging from the forest. Leave the peach fruits, the man's low, hoarse voice sounded, accompanied by the sound of his sharp robes fluttering in the wind as he quickly charged towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, looking at the approaching man, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had been looking for this person, and he hadn't expected him to come to his door. SSS level ability user, Wei Xiu, ability, Undying Body. Wei Xiu came to a stop in front of Lin Xiao, his eyes tinged with red, and said in a deep voice, I don't want to kill you, give me the peach fruits. Want them? Defeat me, Lin Xiao said calmly. Wei Xiu's eyes gradually grew cold. He gripped a long knife next to him and slashed fiercely at Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, the slash missed, and Lin Xiao had already appeared 10 meters away. Wei Xiu was taken aback for a second, clearly not expecting Lin Xiao to dodge his slash, but he quickly unleashed a second slash. This slash was ferocious, with the force of 1,000 pounds, and each time he slashed, the ground under Wei Xiu's feet would sink a little. Is this the S-grade ability weapon on par with the Breaking Edge Mountain? Lin Xiao retreated gracefully, dodging the slash, his eyes flashing slightly. Wei Xiu's ability was more inclined towards survival, lacking in offensive power, but it seemed he had maxed out his luck and encountered an S-grade ability weapon, Mountain. When this weapon slashed, the force was equivalent to a mountain crashing down, impossible to resist. Its destructive power was in no way inferior to his own cleaver. Seeing Lin Xiao dodge 2 strikes in a row, Wei Xiu grinned ferociously. Try and take one of my blows. With that, he unleashed a 3rd strike. All right. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his hand, drew the cleaver from behind him, and swung it directly at Wei Xiu's mountain. Bang! The 2 blades collided, producing not the crisp sound of weapons clashing but a muffled, thunderous boom. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and a young figure appeared in mid-air, his face pale and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But upon seeing the 2 clashing in the arena, he couldn't hide his shock. Someone was actually capable of going toe-to-toe with Wei Xiu, who wielded the mountain. He had never seen anyone survive under the mountain's force before. Who was this person fighting Wei Xiu? After receiving Wei Xiu's blow, Lin Xiao revealed a calm smile. Although the cleaver didn't possess the crushing gravity of the mountain, he did. The immense power provided by the 7 deadly sins of wrath was in no way inferior to the mountain's strength, and furthermore, he possessed the armor-piercing ability the mountain lacked. Suddenly, the cleaver arced over the mountain and slashed directly at Wei Xiu's arm. Sizzle! A gaping wound was carved into his arm, and blood gushed out, yet Wei Xiu seemed to feel no pain. His muscles rapidly expanded, and within a few breaths, the wound had completely healed. No pain, the corrosive ability is completely ineffective indeed, an SSS level ability. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed. On the other side, the injured youth, seeing how easily Lin Xiao had wounded Wei Xiu, felt a bad premonition. This was a master. Wei Xiu was probably no match for him. As expected, Wei Xiu became enraged after being wounded, but it was only a fleeting rage. Subsequently, under Lin Xiao's barrage of earth and fire abilities, his body was riddled with wounds, yet each time, he recovered at an unervingly quick pace. Troublesome, Lin Xiao's pupils flickered. He figured that using only his SSS level abilities, it would be difficult to kill Wei Xiu. But after a brief recovery, Wei Xiu showed no signs of giving up and once again swung the mountain at him. Stop! At this moment, the injured man, who had been observing, stepped forward and used his wind element to blow away the mountain from Wei Xiu's hands. Then, he turned to Lin Xiao. I apologize, friend. We were in the wrong. I apologize on behalf of my friend. Wind King, Liemo, Lin Xiao said, revealing the man's name in one sentence. You know me? Liemo looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Injured? Lin Xiao looked at Liemo's disheveled appearance, unable to hide his smile. In his previous life, the Liemo who had grown up was a cool figure to the extreme with his SSS level wind element. Almost no one could hurt him. He never expected him to be so badly wounded here. It seemed that Wei Xiu's desperate attempt to snatch the peach was to heal Liemo. I can give you 1 peach, but you must agree to 1 condition, Lin Xiao said as he pulled out a peach. Liemo was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Xiao to willingly give them such a valuable resource. Name it, we agree. Wei Xiu spoke first from behind him. You're not even asking what my condition is. Lin Xiao looked at the two with great interest. It seemed that the two's friendship was indeed as legendary, unbreakable. No matter the condition, we agree. Wei Xiu said resolutely. Alright, in a week, in the central district of Jing City, I want to see the 2 of you. Lin Xiao left behind a peach and with fire wings igniting behind him, ascended rapidly into the sky. Watching Lin Xiao's departing figure, Wei Xiu was somewhat annoyed. Liemo, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I could have defeated him. Liemo consumed the peach, his complexion gradually becoming rosy. He gave Wei Xiu a faint glance. Idiot, can't you tell he was holding back? Holding back? Wei Xiu was stunned, then stubbornly insisted. Nonsense, I'm an SSS level ability user. If he was holding back, wouldn't that be? His voice trailed off as the mountain he had been flung towards suddenly flew back in front of him, followed by Lin Xiao's voice. Take good care of your blade. Looking at the mountain that was now controlled before him, Wei Xiu was dumbfounded. It meant that if Lin Xiao had wanted to, he wouldn't have had a chance to draw his sword at all. See, I told you he was holding back, Liemo shrugged. Chapter 52, Changes in Jing City. Xiaonai returns half an hour later. Lin Xiao returned to the hotel. And Yuanyan immediately stepped forward and softly asked, how did it go? Everything's settled, now we just wait for the god to be born. Lin Xiao held her small hand and walked inside. Where's Shenyi? Lin Xiao looked around, not seeing Shenyi's figure. Usually, that girl would be idling in the living room watching DVDs. Did you forget? She's in the room downstairs using those electro-crystal ores of yours to forge ability weapons. And Yuanyan replied. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Let's go see her progress. I also have something to ask her. Lin Xiao chuckled. They went downstairs. Except for the top floor, most of the lower floors had almost become Shinyi's workshop. What surprised Lin Xiao the most was that Shinyi didn't need equipment like a furnace to forge weapons. She only used a hammer covered in a special ability to easily remove impurities from the ore, change its shape until it was finally formed. And the process required for one weapon was only a matter of tens of seconds. Not bad, efficient. Lin Xiao came to Shinyi and teased. Lin Xiao? Shinyi put down what she was holding, her eyes showing joy. Why are you back? And you have time to see me. After all, it's my materials, I'll check in on them. Lin Xiao said, throwing something to Shinyi. Take a look at this. It was a peculiar dagger, the one Lin Xiao had seized from the ability user in the Jing City General Military Region. A Class A ability weapon, 1000 Silk Blade, ability, 1000 Silk Wrap. Not bad, where did you get this? Shinyi's beautiful eyes were surprised. Although it was only a Class A ability weapon, its life-saving ability was quite good, a top performer among Class A ability weapons. Just casually grabbed it, see if you can forge or enchant this onto it. Lin Xiao tossed out another object. This was a Tier 3 material he obtained long ago when he hunted the Iron Spike Eagle, called Silver Prism Spike. A special material from the Iron Spike Eagle, enchanting or forging with it can give ability weapons the characteristics of toughness and cold poison. This complements the 1000 Silk Blade. My suggestion is not to enchant it, directly reforge and combine it with the 1000 Silk Blade. It can make the silk threads produced by the 1000 Silk Wrap ability more resilient, and add a slowing effect on top of the cold poison ability. Shinyi said a lot in one breath. Okay, do as you say. Lin Xiao nodded. Soon, Shinyi mixed the two items together, reforging a new ability weapon. It was still that delicate, short dagger, but the luster was very different. The blade emitted a silver glow, like a dangerous viper. Done. Shinyi handed the item to Lin Xiao and smiled. Although this weapon can't compare to your advanced SS level blade breaker, it is unmatched among Class A ability weapons, and it is both offensive and defensive, with very strong functionality. Not bad. Lin Xiao was very satisfied, turned to look at An Yuemian, and placed the dagger in her hand. The 1000 Silk Blade isn't of much use to me, keep it for self-defense. For me? An Yuemian was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting that Lin Xiao had prepared this 1000 Silk Blade for her. She was silent for a moment but shook her head. Forget it, I won't be in any danger usually in the hotel, and if I'm outside, there will be little white to protect me. Seeing An Yuemian refuse, Lin Xiao didn't insist. He suddenly glanced at Shinyi, whose eyes were full of envy, and couldn't help but laugh. Well, if Yuemian doesn't need it, then this 1000 Silk Blade is for you. After all, your spirit weapon master ability doesn't have much self-preservation. This 1000 Silk Blade can improve your survival ability a lot. Shinyi didn't stand on ceremony, took the 1000 Silk Blade and rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao. It's good that you still have some conscience. Right, you should have quite a stockpile of ability weapons by now. Hold off for a bit and help me sell these weapons off. Sell them? Shinyi was slightly taken aback. Sell them where? The military district, the Yama Hall. Primarily those two forces. If any other survivor groups want them, they can also trade. All trades are in crystal cores, Lin Xiao said casually. Okay, but Shinyi's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. Don't worry, Little White will accompany you, Lin Xiao reassured her. This world should know the status of a weaponsmith now. What I promised you, it's time to fulfill. He had once promised Shinyi to give her a noble status in the apocalypse, one that would surpass countless others. Okay, Shinyi nodded emphatically, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Are you planning to break through to Tier 4? And Yuemian asked softly as they left the room. Yes, there are only a few days left. Before the god is born, both I and Pafeng must advance to Tier 4, Lin Xiao said softly. The evolutionary resources required for Tier 4 were extremely vast. With the number of crystal cores Lin Xiao currently controlled, it was far from enough for both him and Pafeng to evolve simultaneously. That was why he needed to sell the ability weapons he had crafted over this period, hoping to gather the majority of resources from the entire capital city and successfully evolve before the god was born. Moreover, with ability weapons, the military and Yama Hall's strength can also be further enhanced, consuming more of the god's power, Lin Xiao said before heading upstairs. In the forging room, Shinyi's slender fingers gently stroked the surface of the 1000 Silk Blade, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. I'm an SS level spirit weapon master. Do you really think I would envy an A level ability weapon? What I envy is. But you're right, it's time they know what a spirit weapon master is. 3 days passed. The name of a female spirit weapon master resonated throughout the capital city, even reaching neighboring cities, attracting many survivor groups eager to purchase weapons. Some survivor groups even attempted to kidnap the spirit weapon master, but were annihilated by a mysterious white mutant. Rumor had it that the mutant had already evolved to the peak of Tier 3. Simultaneously, a major upheaval occurred in the military forces of the capital city. High-level leaders recalled all ability users stationed outside overnight, even synchronously recalling those from the eastern, western, and southern districts. The Yama Hall, which had always been suppressed by the military, seized the opportunity to expand its territory, gathering small factions and lone ability users in the wild. This made some survivor groups realize that there was a large hand quietly pushing the situation behind the scenes in the capital city, even capable of influencing the two leading forces, the military and the Yama Hall. Who was behind it? For a time, discussions were rife. Some speculated that it was the female spirit weapon master, while others speculated that it was the SSS level ability user, Xianai, who had disappeared for a while. However, the second rumor was quickly refuted, as Xianai appeared and also went to visit the spirit weapon master. This is what Lin Xiao promised me. Gather the materials and help me forge an ability weapon, Xianai said coolly, taking out the special material she had hunted during this time. Shani leaned lazily against the sofa, her narrow phoenix eyes scrutinizing Xianai. She was not at the hotel when Lin Xiao brought Xianai back, but she had heard of this second-ranked SSS level ability user in Jing City long ago. After watching him for a while, she said casually, "It was Lin Xiao who agreed to you, I didn't." Chapter 53, S-Rank Ability Weapon Spirit Connection. Storm clouds gathering. Xianai's pretty face gradually turned frosty as she listened. She had spent over a week braving the elements to gather these materials, even leaving the capital to venture into the territories of other survivor factions, vying with them for prey. And here they were, hee. Seeing her expression, Shani suddenly chuckled. Just kidding, no need to be so serious. Since Lin Xiao agreed, I will naturally forge it well for you. Having said that, Shani took the materials, and after a thorough examination, her expression turned solemn. These materials are really luxurious. Lin Xiao asked me to find them, is there a problem? Xianai frowned at her. No wonder. There was a complicated look in Xin Yi's eyes. Although these special materials were not of high rank, they were extremely effective for forging and were compatible with the molten fruit. Apart from Lin Xiao, who else would know about them? Even if these materials were given to a C-rank forging ability user, they could at least forge an A-rank ability weapon for you. Give them to me, and I might be able to forge an S-rank ability weapon for you. At this point, Shani paused slightly. What kind of weapon do you want? Xianai said plainly, a sword. Looks like you've already made up your mind. Shani nodded. Come and get it tomorrow, this will take some time. Okay. Xianai turned and left. Shani couldn't help but look up, muttering to herself, the girls around Lin Xiao are all quite outstanding. The next day, at the hotel, Lin Xiao slowly walked out of his room, his gaze fixed on the distance, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. And Yumian was in the living room, and she could clearly feel that Lin Xiao's aura had grown several times stronger. Did you succeed? She asked softly. No. Lin Xiao shook his head, somewhat puzzled. Pafeng has already evolved to the 4th rank, but it's strange, the number of crystal cores Pafeng and I absorbed is about the same, but I still haven't evolved to the 4th rank. It seems I need to absorb more crystal cores than before. Lin Xiao's words made Yumian pause slightly. After a while, she said, not long ago, I felt a new power in you. Power? Lin Xiao was taken aback. As an ability user with precognitive abilities, and Yumian's intuition was much stronger than his own, a new power. Lin Xiao suddenly lowered his head to look at his right arm. Could it be caused by this arm? Looking closely, the black lines on this arm were indeed deeper than before, and the power it contained was even more immense. With his current strength, he could easily crush even a 4th-rank mutant. Of course, this did not include gods. But to deal with those 4 gods, I need to evolve to at least the 7th rank to be sure. Lin Xiao frowned. There are still 3 days before the gods appear. There is still time, and I should be able to help you evolve to the 4th rank. And Yumian stood up slightly. Hopefully. Lin Xiao nodded, and then asked, how is the situation outside? Under Xiaobai's protection, Shani has become famous throughout the capital. The military's power has shrunk greatly. The Yama Palace has expanded and replaced the military, and Xianai is back. And Yumian explained what had happened in the past few days in a few words. Oh, Xianai is back. Lin Xiao's lips curled up slightly. Let's go. You probably haven't been outside for a long time since the end of the world. I'll take you to have a look. Okay. And Yumian nodded lightly. Fire wings emerged behind Lin Xiao. He grabbed in Yumian's small hand, then held her horizontally and quickly rushed out of the hotel. At that moment, Shani was at a newly built pavilion window, boredly propping her chin up, looking into the distance. Xiaobai was resting lazily beside her. Suddenly, Xiaobai stood up, looking excited. What's wrong? Shani was stunned, and then she saw a gorgeous fiery red streak swiftly approaching the horizon. Her sluggish expression was gradually replaced with joy. Are you having a leisurely time? Lin Zhao's faint laughter came, and then he put An Yuannian down from his embrace. Little White rushed to An Yuannian's side, rubbing against her frantically. The leader is here to inspect the work? Xingyi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The crystal cores you gave aren't enough. Find a way to get more, Lin Xiao said directly, without wasting words. Upon hearing this, Xinyi's gaze turned a little resentful. She beckoned, and several second-tier ability users immediately came in from outside the door, carrying several boxes of crystal cores, all of which were third tier. I had them prepared for you long ago, Xinyi said. Lin Xiao glanced over them roughly, at least 100 third-tier crystal cores, which made a rich smile appear on his face. Not bad. Black mist emerged behind him, taking all the crystal cores into his possession. Then he began to observe his surroundings. This place is not bad. Did you build it? Yes, what do you think? It's not bad, right? Xinyi said with a smile. Having a place like this does make it a lot easier to forge and transport. Where did those ability users come from? Lin Xiao nodded. They were sent by the Yama Hall. As soon as they heard I was working for you, they immediately sent a lot of ability users, saying they'd help with transportation and odd jobs. I thought about it and figured I did need manpower, so I didn't refuse, Xinyi explained. At the end, she added, if you don't like it, I can dismiss them. No need. After all, I can't have you, a noble artificer, doing manual labor. Lin Xiao laughed. Give it a name, this place. Xinyi stared at Lin Xiao, her beautiful eyes expectant. Let's call it the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, Lin Xiao said calmly. Okay, Xinyi smiled happily and then took out a special ability weapon, a long sword with red and blue interchanging hues, that was exceptional both in its look and the energy it contained. Soul Connection. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered slightly as he said the sword's name in one glance. Did you make this for Xianai? Yeah, but how do you know the name? Xinyi looked at Lin Xiao puzzled, as no one had seen the sword since it was created. Lin Xiao smiled but didn't explain because the material for the sword was collected according to the special ability weapon Xianai used in his previous life, codenamed Soul Connection. This was one of the few S-grade special ability weapons produced after the apocalypse. Due to its numerous and special materials, the final ability it created was called Soul Connection. In short, this sword could attach any ability, and the strength depended entirely on the user's power. In the hands of a powerful ability user, it could even unleash SSS grade power, but in the hands of a weak ability user, it would not even be as good as SC grade special ability weapon. However, for Xianai, whose ability was SSS grade, and who also possessed special Empress spirit energy, it was quite a perfect match, almost tailor-made. Where is she? Lin Xiao asked. I don't know. She said she would come to pick it up today, should be here soon, Xinyi said, crossing her arms over her chest, pursing her lips. Squeal! Just at that moment, the sound of a car screeching to a halt came from downstairs, and then Xianai's graceful figure stepped out and went straight up to the pavilion. Your little lover is here, Xinyi said teasingly upon seeing the visitor. Xianai didn't pay any attention to Xinyi's words and just stretched out her hand. Where's my weapon? There, Xinyi nodded her head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao tossed the sword to Xianai. After only feeling it for a moment, she revealed the delight in her eyes. Do you like it? Lin Xiao asked, looking at her. Yeah, Xianai nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, if you need help in the future, I will help you. Perfect, there is something I need your help with in 3 days. Meet me in the center of the capital city, Lin Xiao said calmly. Okay, Xianai replied, and then turned around and left. After Xianai left, Lin Xiao silently looked into the distance. Now that everything was ready, all he needed was for the god to descend. 3 days later. Chapter 54, Dawn breaks, ready for battle. Huff. The sky gradually brightened, and the light of dawn broke through. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at the blood-red sky, knowing that the birth of a deity was imminent. Lin Xiao. And Yuanyan walked in, her pretty face full of worry, her fingertips clenched in her palm, leaving white marks. As a precognitive esper, her intuition about the future was the strongest. The enemy they were about to face would be unprecedentedly difficult. Even with Lin Xiao's invincible prowess, it would be hard to handle. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had planned ahead, with thousands of espers sacrificing themselves, perhaps enough to get through this. Don't worry, I've reached the 4th level. Even if I can't win, I can still run, but you shouldn't go. Lin Xiao softly instructed. And Yuanyan nodded, knowing she couldn't help Lin Xiao in this battle, so the best thing was not to be a burden. I'm going. Lin Xiao touched in Yuanyan's head and turned to ignite his fire wings and fly out of the hotel. Roar! A low roar followed, and a snow-white giant beast emerged above the hotel, none other than Little White. At this moment, it had also evolved to the 4th level, its body undergoing another evolution. A pair of broad, sturdy wings had grown on its back, and it flew shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiao. It seems you've gained quite a bit of advantage during this time. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, when suddenly a ripple appeared beside him. I didn't expect you to have a sin spawn knot. A clear and arrogant voice reached Lin Xiao, instantly identifying the speaker. Mina Lingxi. Oh whoa! The moment Mina Lingxi appeared, Little White showed fierce hostility, its fangs bared. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that when they went to see the meteorite before, Little White had shown this ferocious hostility, as if the deities were its natural enemies. You are no match for me in your current state. Mina Lingxi crossed her arms, adopting a disdainful stance. Mina Lingxi's movement caused her towering peaks to ripple, revealing that the scales that covered her vital parts were soft, flexible scales. You said sin spawn, what do you mean? Lin Xiao frowned, looking at Mina Lingxi. It means what it sounds like, referring to it. Mina Lingxi pointed at Little White. Lin Xiao was startled, cautiously asking, if it's a sin spawn, then aren't we sinners? Mina Lingxi finished for Lin Xiao. Is that what your deities call us? Lin Xiao asked with great interest, looking at her. Mina Lingxi nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. You're going to deal with the God Shrine quadruplets? Is there a problem? Lin Xiao asked, looking at Mina Lingxi's unusually beautiful face. As a deity born in the Great Deity era, Mina Lingxi was definitely a higher being than the God Shrine, and likely knew some information about them. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Mina Lingxi sized him up incredulously. Are you alright? I'm fine. Lin Xiao felt her words were strange. Then why are you asking me for information about him? Don't forget, no matter what, the God Shrine and I are both deities, we're of the same kind. And you're asking me for information about the God Shrine. Mina Lingxi's expression was peculiar. Lin Xiao coughed twice. It did seem a bit impolite. Then what did you come out for? Just to watch a show? I'm not that bored. I'm leaving. After speaking, Mina Lingxi disappeared on the spot. Lin Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, Mina Lingxi, who appeared during the Great Deity era, was at the 7th level peak, named the high-level deity by humans. Having appeared early now, although she didn't have the strength of the 7th level peak, she was at least at the 4th level peak, just like the God Shrine. But unfortunately, her motives were still unclear, and it was unlikely she would help him. However, she also didn't seem intent on interfering with his fight against the God Shrine, and that was enough for now. Before today, he had finally advanced to the 4th rank, and he had found the reason why he was absorbing more crystal cores. It was indeed the God level enraged right arm. Although it had increased the number of crystal cores he could absorb, it had also become a powerful safeguard for him. Because only a god could fight a god, and this would become his trump card against the shrine. In addition, his 7 deadly sins ability had also advanced to the 4th rank, granting him some new abilities, which he hoped would bring him some surprises in the upcoming war. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao flew straight towards the city center, which would be the final battlefield of this trip. On a tall building in the distance, a black umbrella stood quietly, watching the receding black figure. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation occurred, and a seductive figure appeared next to her. Mina Lingxi stretched languidly and said lightly, "You've arrived." The figure under the black umbrella nodded gently, revealing a black veil covering their face, with a pair of hollow and lifeless eyes above it. He's going to fight the shrine. I'm afraid he doesn't know the secrets of the shrine. Mina Lingxi said. He will know. The person under the black umbrella responded softly. City center. Wan Ning pushed a wheelchair, surrounded by thousands of fully armed soldiers, waiting in formation. Behind them, countless cannons, armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavy military equipment were deployed, covering 30 miles, like dark clouds pressing down on the city. After today, I'm afraid there will be no more military region in Jing City, Gray Lao said with a sigh, sitting in the wheelchair. As long as it helps Lin Xiao kill the god, everything is worth it, Wan Ning said softly. Aren't you afraid that after the military region is destroyed, there will be no place for you in Jing City? Gray Lao squinted his eyes. Judging from the current situation in Jing City, Lin Xiao clearly intended to support the Yamahal. If this battle was successful, the Yamahal would replace the military region as the top power in Jing City. By then, the Yamahal would definitely absorb the remaining survivors and territories of the military region, and Wan Ning, as the current leader of the military region, would likely face death. Especially since she had deceived the 3,000 ability users of the military region into a blood sacrifice, she would have no place in Jing City in the future. Wan Ning was stunned for a moment, seemingly pondering the question as well. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. It doesn't matter anymore. Gray Lao looked at the woman behind him in surprise. The sorrow in her eyes could not be concealed. Had she also prepared to die here? So be it. Gray Lao sighed heavily. I've lived in this world for more than 60 years. This time, having committed this heinous crime with you, I'll pay for it with my life, together with those 3,000 ability users. The Yamahal had also arrived. After more than a week of gathering and assembling, they had brought more than 2,000 ability users. Although they were still not as powerful as the military region, they were indeed a top force in Jing City. After this battle, our Yamahal will be the top force in Jing City. Brothers, for this supreme glory, charge. Did you see that meteor? Kill the monsters inside, and Jing City will be ours. The people of the Yamahal were extremely excited. The 2,000 ability users were full of enthusiasm, in stark contrast to the solemnity of the military region. Chapter 55. Our era is over. Xianai, wielding the psychic sword and accompanied by Lin Na, stood on a distant high point, overlooking the forces of the military district and the Yama palace below. 5,000 ability users, almost 90% of Jing City's combat power, were gathered here, in addition to the entire heavily armed military district. Such a scene would likely only be witnessed once. But if what Lin Xiao said was true, that there were 4 peak 4th order gods within the meteorite, then they needed 4 main forces to withstand the pressure. Otherwise, those lower level ability users would become cannon fodder. Even if she could barely hold off one, there would still be 3 swoosh. Just then, a series of wind-breaking sounds came from afar. A rapidly moving shadow appeared in the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind. Brother Lin, Li Mo, and Wei Xiu have come to fulfill the appointment. A clear voice rang out, and 2 figures appeared in the air. Peak 3rd order, SSS level ability users, 2 of them. Lin Na excitedly grabbed Xia Nai's arm. Xia Nai, these 2 are like you, they're both SSS level ability users. Since the apocalypse, besides you and me, this is the first time we've seen other SSS level ability users. Good heavens, 2 SSS level ability users coming to assist at once, is this the power of Boss Lin? The members of the Yama Palace were equally surprised and delighted. Adding Xia Nai, that makes 3 SSS level ability users. Zhao Tian took a deep breath, secretly shocked. Even if Boss Lin didn't have that earth-shattering power, just with these connections, he could roam freely in the apocalypse. A Yama Palace leader beside him sighed. But these connections can't be obtained without sufficient strength. Zhao Tian smiled. To be able to enlist 3 SSS level ability users, he himself must at least be on par with them, or perhaps even stronger. Lin Xiao was, indeed, the stronger existence. Looks like this fellow was prepared. Grey Old Man couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight of the 2 SSS level ability users. If the higher-ups of the military district knew that Lin Xiao had befriended 3 SSS level ability users, would they still attack him? After all, the military district struggled to win over even 1 SSS level ability user, yet Lin Xiao managed to enlist 3 simultaneously. It seems everyone has arrived. Lin Xiao's figure floated in, his fiery red wings particularly eye-catching. Brother Lin, we didn't break our promise. Li Mo grinned at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded, raising his hand to create a gold element iron plate, transporting Xia Nai to his front. Let me introduce you, this is Xia Nai, an SSS level Empress ability. These 2 are Li Mo and Wei Xiu, SSS level Wind King ability and SSS level Immortal Body ability. In a moment, the 3 of you will each choose a god as your opponent and withstand the pressure. The remaining 5,000 ability users and the military district will assist you. Remember, your task is to weaken the god's power at any cost. Lin Xiao instructed. Then what about the other one? Xia Nai looked at Lin Xiao. Does it even need saying? Of course, Brother Lin will handle it. Li Mo laughed heartily. No, the other one will be handled by it. Lin Xiao glanced behind him. Little White spread its wings and appeared before them. A mutant? Both Li Mo and Wei Xiu were stunned, hesitantly looking at Lin Xiao. Can it withstand a god? Wei Xiu didn't understand. Even with their peak 3rd order strength, they felt immense pressure when facing a peak 4th order god. How could a mutant handle the 4th god? Little White. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. The next moment, Little White let out a roar, its entire body erupting with power, shaking the surroundings. 4th order? Li Mo and Wei Xiu's pupils constricted, staring at Little White in disbelief. This mutant was actually 4th order. Xia Nai's beautiful eyes also narrowed slightly. Though she suspected Lin Xiao wouldn't be the first to attack, she hadn't imagined that Little White, who was to replace him, had already advanced to the 4th order. This shows that Lin Xiao is now, at the very least, a 4th tier. This made Xia Nai feel a little more at ease. You are still too weak. This potion can temporarily allow you to break through to the 4th tier. Drink it at a critical moment, and you'll have a better chance of survival. Lin Xiao took out 3 vials of potion. These were given to him yesterday by Jia Jin. It was said that after hearing Lin Xiao's advice, he had diligently studied and developed this new product for a week. As for whether it worked or not, Lin Xiao didn't know either. You have such good stuff? Then we won't be polite. Li Mo and Wei Xiu accepted the potions without hesitation. Even as SSS level ability users, they were not confident about challenging a 4th tier peak level when they were only at the 3rd tier peak. Naturally, they would want as much help as they could get. Xia Nai also stretched out her fair little hand to take the potion. Lin Xiao looked at her and said softly, "Be careful." Xia Nai nodded lightly, then turned and left. Everyone had reached their respective positions. Lin Xiao quietly hovered in the air, looking at the dark purple meteorite. With the change of a month's time, the meteorite's color had become increasingly deep and eerie. Crack! Suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible sound fell into everyone's ears. In an instant, Xia Nai and the others' bodies tensed up, their eyes fixed on the meteorite without blinking. On it, a subtle crack had already appeared. Roar! Little White stared at the crack and let out a restless low growl, his eyes incredibly violent as if he had encountered a natural enemy. It's coming. Lin Xiao stared intently at the meteorite and murmured, "Crack, crack, 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 crack." The dark purple meteorite suddenly cracked open at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a strange black light from within. Swish! A bizarre limb suddenly stretched out, shaped like a scimitar, incredibly strange. Fire! The moment this limb appeared, Wan Ning immediately gave the order. The cannons behind her were the first to attack. Pre-aimed artillery fire rained down like celestial maidens scattering flowers, bombarding the gap in the meteorite. Boom! After a moment of earth-shattering tremors, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. That arm was actually unharmed. Not only that, but another section of its body emerged. A pitch-black head stood up, revealing scarlet eyes, and the corners of its mouth were twisted into a bizarre arc. However, upon seeing the army waiting in formation outside, it seemed momentarily stunned and then let out a delighted, ecstatic low roar. Blood food, so much. It accelerated its climb out of the meteorite, and the repeated bombardment of the artillery became even more intense. Seeing that the artillery fire was ineffective, Wan Ning gritted her teeth. Activate the nuclear weapon. As her words fell, a shell was launched from the main military base in Jing City, streaking across the sky like a meteor, exploding right above the strange monster's head. Bang! The rising mushroom cloud made everyone's hearts pound. Nuclear weapons were the most devastating weapons humanity had at its disposal. If they still could not inflict effective damage on this monster, that meant the end of humanity's era. The mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, and a giant over 20 meters tall emerged, its scarlet, eerie eyes sweeping across the crowd, letting out a series of strange howls, like mocking laughter. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the military district turned pale. Wan Ning bit her lower lip, ultimately lowering her head in reluctant defeat, her voice hoarse as she spoke, "Our era is over." Chapter 56, The Battle of Gods. Lin Xiao watched the scene from afar, not surprised. The defense of a peak 4th tier god was incredibly terrifying, and only ability damage could be effective. The elimination of nuclear weapons meant that the military was gradually losing its dominance over the apocalypse. Codename 532, Blade Nightmare. Wei Xiu, you go. Lin Xiao commanded in a deep voice. Blade Nightmare was known for its powerful attacks. Anyone struck by its blade limbs was sure to die. Its ability was very similar to Blade Breaker, capable of ignoring defense. Some ability users whose main focus was on defense couldn't withstand a single blow from it. Only Wei Xiu, with his immortality and ability to wield a mountain, could barely withstand the pressure. Below, Wei Xiu was staring at the giant like Blade Nightmare. Compared to it, humans were as insignificant as ants and dust. No wonder Lin Xiao called them gods. Anyone who saw such a creature would instinctively be afraid, even if they were an SSS level ability user. However, hearing Lin Xiao's words, he still braced himself and rushed forward. Anyway, he had an immortal body, so at most he would just have a few more cuts on his body. Send 1,000 ability users to help him deal with this monster. Seeing this, Wan Ning quickly allocated 1,000 ability users from the military area. The siege of over 1,000 people, despite the huge difference in size, still had a strong impact, like locusts passing through an invasion of ants. Feeling the presence of thousands of ability users behind him, Wei Xiu felt slightly more at ease. He pulled out the mountain-sized blade from his back, charged up, and rushed to Blade Nightmare's feet, unleashing a slash. The force of 1,000 pounds caused the soil under Wei Xiu's feet to sink several inches, but it didn't do any effective damage to Blade Nightmare. Wei Xiu's pupils shrank. How was this possible? His slash would have injured even a 4th-tier mutant if they took it head-on, but this god actually swish. A black light flashed past. Wei Xiu looked down in astonishment, seeing his severed arm fall to the ground, with gushing blood mixed with newly growing flesh at the wound. Next to Wei Xiu, some ability users were terrified by the sight. This was an SSS-level ability user, yet his arm was cut off by this monster with a single blow. The first exchange between Wei Xiu and Blade Nightmare was witnessed by both Liu Mo and Xia Nai, who were both stunned. Even S-level ability weapons couldn't do effective damage to the gods, so the defense of these gods must have surpassed the 5th tier. They recalled Lin Xiao's words that he wanted them to exhaust the gods' power, not to injure them. Did he know all along that the gods' defenses were so strong? But if they couldn't injure them, how could they exhaust their power? At this time, Xiaonai suddenly noticed that after Blade Nightmare devoured a few ability users, the scarlet light in its eyes became even more intense. I understand, they are newly born, and the energy in their bodies is not yet full. They need to supplement their energy by devouring living things. Also, their attacks will consume energy. As long as we induce them to attack, but don't let them replenish their blood, we can exhaust their power. Xiaonai said. But if those lower-level ability users fall into Blade Nightmare's hands, they have no power to resist and will only become blood food. But without them, Wei Xiu alone wouldn't be able to hold off this monster either. Li Mo frowned. He must have already prepared for this. Xia Nai looked up at Lin Xiao in the sky. Lin Zhao's gaze swept over Xiaonai and landed on Wan Ning not far away, and he nodded slightly. Wan Ning received Lin Zhao's signal and bit her silver teeth. Finally, she gave the order, all ability users, once you lose your ability to fight, immediately detonate the bombs on your bodies. As her words fell, several explosions sounded in the distance, and the few ability users that Blade Nightmare had just grabbed and put to its mouth were all detonated into pieces. This was the blood sacrifice that Lin Xiao was talking about. In the rear, the remaining ability users, as well as the ordinary soldiers, were all deeply shocked. No wonder the higher-ups had asked them all to carry a bomb with them before setting off, so this was the reason. Some began to panic. Was the higher-ups sending them here to die? Boom! Before their panic could settle, another tremor came from the meteorite and a blood-red monster poked its head out, its ferocious skull-like head slowly emerging. This was a beast-shaped god, its form resembling a vicious dog, which upon its appearance charged towards the ability users surrounding the knife nightmare. Its speed was like a phantom, and 7 or 8 ability users didn't even have time to react before they were swallowed by its bloody maw. Then, a muffled explosion came from the hellhound's mouth, but it was too late, the shattered flesh still being devoured. Liamo, Lin Xiao called out in a low voice. Hearing this, Liamo below looked up at Lin Xiao and smiled slightly. Got it. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a whirlwind, shooting into the air. Liamo's SSS level abilities quickly drew the hellhound's attention. Send another 1,000 people to help him, and be careful about timing the detonation of the bombs. Wan Ning shouted. But this time, no ability users went forward. They all shrank back, eyes flickering with fear. This hellhound seemed even more bizarre than the knife nightmare, killing 7 or 8 ability users upon its arrival. Who would willingly go to their deaths? Seeing this, Wan Ning couldn't help but furrow her brows. Things were going wrong at this critical moment. Old Gray, she said in a low voice. Old Gray sighed, his hands hidden under his blanket began to move. From a nearby armored vehicle, the voice of Jiang Zhongqing echoed, What? Are you going to disobey orders? The top leader of Jing City had spoken, and the hesitant ability users could only grit their teeth and charge towards the hellhound. At this moment, Liamo was engaged in a fierce battle with the hellhound, but he was mostly being pushed back. Liamo relied on the speed of his wind element to circle around the hellhound, occasionally using wind attacks against it. In fact, Liamo's speed was not as fast as the hellhound's, but he had an advantage in the air, which allowed him to hold it off. Even so, the hellhound's occasional leaps still put Liamo in dangerous situations. He couldn't stray too far from the hellhound, otherwise, it might change its target. This creature didn't seem too intelligent, fixating on Liamo and continuing its pursuit. Even with 1,000 ability users below, it didn't T-switch its prey. This put Liamo's skills to the ultimate test. A single mistake would result in irreversible consequences. The hellhound could make countless mistakes, but Liamo could only afford to make none. Not long after, the last 2 gods from the meteorite also broke free, landing on the ground almost simultaneously. One was a giant chrysalis, which moved in an eerie way, rolling itself along the ground, leaving behind a trail of corrosive slime. Xiaonai, Lin Xiao looked towards the figure below. The best way to deal with this chrysalis would be ranged ability users, but there were hardly any here. However, Xiaonai's special psionic ability could create an energy shield, which would protect her from the slime, making her the best option. As for the other one, Lin Xiao glanced at the giant not far away, a small black figure sitting silently on the monster's chest, emitting an eerie, sinister smile. Without Lin Xiao even needing to say anything, as soon as Little White saw the altar, it was as if her bloodline had awakened, facing a nemesis. Her form rapidly grew to 8 meters high as she charged towards the altar. Chapter 57, The Secret of the Shrine. Yumian advances to 4th Order. The fierce battles everywhere were shocking. Each side of humanity was a scene of slaughter. The ability users of the Underworld Palace, as reinforcements, constantly filled the vacant positions of some ability users, but the 4 gods were like human meat grinders, making everyone's face heavy. And Lin Xiao, from beginning to end, did not participate because the true strength of these 4 gods had not yet manifested. Their power had not been weakened to the range where they could be killed. At the same time, in the hotel, and Yumian sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her eyes closed. She was trying to foresee the outcome of this battle, but no matter how many times she tried, she failed to foresee the result. This meant that her ability level was not high enough. She constantly picked up crystal cores from the side and absorbed them. 2 kinds of luster appeared on her body, the luster of her abilities. But the difference was that she had 2 abilities, distributing the energy produced by the crystal cores, which greatly delayed her advancement speed. No, I must advance to the 4th Order. And Yumian bit her lower lip tightly. For some reason, she had a very bad feeling in her heart. And the source of this unease could only be known when she saw the outcome of the battle. 1 crystal core after another was absorbed, and her abilities were rapidly climbing. Seeing that she was about to evolve to the 4th Order, the crystal cores beside her were empty. And Yumian was stunned, her small hands fumbling around in panic. There wasn't a single crystal core left. In order to allow Lin Xiao to evolve to the fourth order, she had given most of the crystal cores to him, leaving very little for herself. The ones she had just used were already the last batch. This situation made Yumian's delicate body cold because as time went by, the unease in her heart became more obvious. She knew something big was about to happen, but she couldn't help Lin Xiao foresee it. Whoosh! A gentle breeze rose, and an opened black umbrella suddenly appeared in front of Yumian. Under the black umbrella, empty eyes quietly looked at Yumian. An extremely pure crystal core appeared, a fourth-order crystal core. The person holding the umbrella placed the crystal core between Yumian's lips. Yumian was obviously stunned, but she felt the vigorous power of this crystal core. It could help her advance to the fourth order. Without hesitation, Yumian opened her mouth, swallowed the crystal core, and digested and absorbed it. Her abilities began to climb, finally breaking through the limitations of the fourth order. Also at this time, a picture suddenly appeared in her mind. In the picture, Little White was torn to pieces by three gods, its flesh and blood scattered in the air, and a girl was silently crying while holding Little White's corpse. Then, she discovered that the crying girl was herself. Seeing the girl's appearance clearly, Yumian only felt her mind tremble wildly, and a nameless sadness surged through her heart. How could this be? Little White. 2 clear tears fell from her cheeks onto her chest. The warmth made her suddenly wake up. Was that just a prediction? But why wasn't Lin Xiao in the prediction, nor was the army in Lin Xiao's plan, and why was Little White torn to pieces by 3 gods? A mystery shrouded in Yumian's mind. Her intuition told her that this was not an ordinary prediction, but she had no time to think about it because she discovered the source of her unease. Those 4 gods could fuse and evolve. Perhaps they were from the same womb. If one of the 4 gods died, the other 3 would quickly break through the limitations of their order and evolve to the 5th order. And if another of the remaining 3 died, the other 2 would gain its energy and evolve to the peak of the 5th order. The last surviving one would even reach the 6th order. Lin Xiao might be able to kill a god at the peak of the 4th order by surpassing his own level, but if it was a 6th order god, Lin Xiao would also die. Immediately, without hesitation, she shared this scene with Lin Xiao, who was far away. Buzz. Lin Xiao received Yumian's sharing. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with disbelief. This was clearly the scene from his previous life when Little White was besieged and killed by 3 gods. Why did Yumian foresee this scene? This was impossible, and shouldn't be. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered incessantly, and he also received an important signal that Yumian wanted to transmit to him. The 3 gods besieging Little White had all reached the 5th order level. He remembered that when Little White killed the shrine, it was only at the 4th order peak, and it made no sense for the other 3 gods that appeared at the same time to have all evolved to the 5th order. In addition, Lin Xiao had a feeling that these 3 gods possessed some of the shrine's power. In his previous life, he hadn't even awakened his abilities, so naturally he wouldn't have noticed these things, but in this life, he discovered the strangeness. Suddenly, Lin Xiao looked at the 4 battle groups below, and an impossible idea floated into his mind. These 4 gods could absorb each other's energy. This idea made Lin Xiao's heart tremble, but it was also very likely to be close to the truth, otherwise how could he explain that these 3 gods possessed the power of the shrine? Moreover, if there was no message to convey, Yumian wouldn't have needed to transmit the message to him. Lin Xiao stared at the 4 gods, his face gradually turning ugly. If this was really the case, then today would probably be troublesome. Did you tell him? At the horizon, a black umbrella stood quietly, and Mina Lingxi's seductive figure appeared. Yes. The umbrella holder nodded. I don't know if he will give up. After all, if he really kills the shrines, some established tracks will change. Mina Lingxi said lazily. The umbrella holder didn't speak, just silently looking into the distance, as if his hollow eyes saw everything. At this time, along with the consumption of Xianai and others, the 4 gods all looked rather disheveled. Although they hadn't suffered any substantial damage, their energy was constantly being consumed without replenishment. This situation made the 4 gods a little angry, and their attacks became more cruel and fierce, causing heavy casualties among the ability users. At this time, there were fewer than 3,000 ability users in the field, and 30% of them had lost their combat abilities. Calculating the time, the breakthrough potions of Xianai and the others were also reaching their time limit. Once they fell back to the 3rd order peak, their situation would become even more difficult, but these 4 gods had not yet reached the point of being slain. Bang! Just at this moment, Liamo, who had been pulling the evil spirit hound in mid-air, was hit by a strange black light and crashed to the ground. Liamo, Wei Xiu, who was not far away, had just been cut in 2 and was healing. He couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this. And the culprit not far away, the strange little black figure on the shrine's chest, showed a strange smile. Little White, seeing this, roared even more furiously and rushed up to fight with the shrine, but the evil spirit hound was no longer restricted and went straight into the military regent's camp, where there was the most abundant blood, and began to feast. Damn it! If it keeps eating like this, it will quickly restore its energy, and the previous consumption will be in vain. Wan Ning clenched her jade hand, her eyes trembling. Lin Xiao, are you still not going to act? Chapter 58, Slaying the Shrine. A shocking turn. Lin Xiao gazed into the distance, the power of the four deities not yet weakened to its lowest. According to the planned timing, he shouldn't be making a move at this moment. Moreover, based on the information shared by Moondream, if the power of the four deities could be absorbed, then their strength should be further suppressed. But now, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Just as he was about to make his move, a graceful figure suddenly retreated from another battle, landing in front of the evil spirit hound. Furthermore, she held a vial of potion in her hand. Lin Xiao was stunned. Xia Nai hadn't drunk the potion, yet the strength she had just displayed was that of a fourth order. She also evolved to fourth order. Lin Xiao murmured, it seems she encountered some good things while searching for those materials. After consuming the potion, Xia Nai's ability temporarily soared to the peak of fourth order, surprisingly managing to block the rampaging evil spirit hound and forcing it back using her psychic sword. The larva also rolled over, joining forces with the evil spirit hound to attack Xia Nai. The combined assault of two peak fourth order deities instantly placed Xia Nai in a precarious situation. If not for the temporary boost to the peak of fourth order and her S-class psychic sword, she would have been defeated long ago. But even so, she could only hold on for a few more minutes at most. A few minutes. Lin Xiao watched quietly. Just then, a sharp roar came from Little White's direction. Its opponent was the shrine. Little White's wings were torn apart, covered in wounds, its fur disheveled, and its whole body bathed in blood. Most conspicuously, there was a gaping wound on its abdomen, with its intestines even exposed, making it look utterly wretched. However, as a price, the shrine's right arm was similarly torn open. The divine body allowed the shrine's wounds to heal quickly, but during the healing process, the shrine's eyes were noticeably dimmer. An opportunity. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao directly summoned the Blade of Breakthrough, his fire wings flapping as he charged straight at the shrine. Little White, move aside. Lin Xiao shouted, simultaneously covering the Blade of Breakthrough with flames, moving like thunder. Little White hastily retreated, and Lin Xiao's blade followed closely, piercing straight into the shrine's central point, the black figure sitting in its chest. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. Lin Xiao's Blade of Breakthrough actually blocked by the black figure. The black figure wore a strange smile, seemingly mocking him. Did you think I couldn't kill you? Lin Xiao also smiled. He conjured another elemental ability in his palm, crackling arcs of lightning dancing in his hand. Fourth order, the ability bestowed by the seven deadly sins moon-devouring wolf, Lord of Thunder. The shocking lightning jumped onto the Blade of Breakthrough, triggering a fierce collision with the undying vermilion bird's flames, a violent energy brewing within. Shrine, I'll send you to an early blissful demise. Lin Xiao's gaze was indifferent as he pressed his palm onto the hilt of the Blade of Breakthrough. Poochie! The long blade pierced straight through the black figure, the shrine's corpse gradually stiffening, before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Did this deity's fall mean its death? Killed by Lin Xiao? Both the underworld palace and the military were deeply shocked, having witnessed the power of this deity with their own eyes. It was a world-destroying giant. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed to have killed this deity with just one strike. As expected of Boss Lin, this strength is terrifying. Wei Tao exclaimed excitedly beside Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian also sighed in relief. It seems his plan can indeed kill the four deities. Currently, the four deities have already consumed a large amount of power. If there were no accidents, as long as Lin Xiao resolved the other three deities in the same manner as he killed the shrine, then everything would be over. Doesn't this mean that our underworld palace will soon become the top power? An underworld palace leader said excitedly. The military also stared at the death of the deity, with excitement filling the hearts of all the soldiers. Before these gods, they witnessed firsthand the failure of artillery, and even the gifted, whom they once looked up to, were easily torn to shreds by these gods. For SSS level gifted individuals could barely hold them off, which filled their hearts with immense despair. But Lin Xiao killed a god. They were no strangers to Lin Xiao. He was the person on the military district's wanted list. If these four gods were not killed today, one could imagine the future of Jing City. It would inevitably become their slaughterhouse. Neither the military district nor any other surviving faction could contend with these four gods. In time, they would all become the gods' food. But now, Lin Xiao's forceful slaying of a god stirred a fierce excitement within them, about to burst forth. Could humans also slaughter gods? I knew it, he could do it. Wan Ning, in the center of the military district, watched the figure standing atop the corpse of the altar, her beautiful eyes filled with dazzling colors. Gray Old Man silently watched Lin Xiao, not uttering a sound, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. If Lin Xiao could stay in Jing City, then Jing City would undoubtedly have a top protector. He was truly too strong. He had even surpassed the realm of SSS level gifted individuals. He was like a human god. He was able to kill a god on the first day he really did it. Far away, Mei Nalingxi's beautiful eyes stared at the massive corpse of the altar. Beside her, the person holding the black umbrella did not speak, but their empty pupils flickered slightly. However, only by taking care of the remaining three can we truly resolve the calamity of the gods in this area, Mei Nalingxi said softly. That's the real big trouble. This guy, Wei Xiao, who was engaged in combat with Dao Yan, had his head roll onto the ground, his body continuously stretching out, but he had witnessed Lin Zhao's slaying of a god. As a fellow SSS level gifted individual, he knew all too well how terrifying these gods were. If not for the potion Lin Xiao had given him, he wouldn't even have been qualified to stand before Dao Yan. Yet, Lin Xiao could actually kill a god. He considered himself to be among the top tier of gifted individuals since the apocalypse, but the gap between him and Lin Xiao was so enormous. Was he too weak? No, Lin Xiao was too strong. Huff. At that moment, the two gods in front of Xianai paused briefly due to the death of the altar. Xianai took this opportunity to break free from the encirclement, and seeing the slain altar, her eyes lit up. With the altar dead, it was now a 3-on-3 situation. As long as Lin Xiao joined forces with her to take out either of the two gods, the overall situation would be set. However, very soon, the joy on her face vanished abruptly. Xianai's eyes fixed on the two gods in front of her, her right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. The power of these two gods was actually climbing at a visible speed, reaching the 5th rank in the blink of an eye. How was that possible? Xianai's pupils suddenly contracted. Why was this happening? Wei Xiao, who had noticed the sudden change as well, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I must be dreaming. Swish! Wei Xiao's head was chopped off, and Dao Yan let out a rampaging, eerie laugh, as if a demon that had been imprisoned for 10,000 years had been released, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 59, Prophecy Fulfilled, 5th Order Gods. As expected. Seeing the three gods simultaneously advance to the 5th Order, Lin Zhao's eyes turned as dark as water. The information shared by Moonsleep was true. These 4 gods could indeed stack energy. This was a huge problem. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his speed turning into a blur, first appearing beside Xianai, wrapping his arm around her waist, and then disappearing again. Oh whoa! Where Lin Xiao had vanished, the figure of the evil spirit hound appeared, biting down on the spot where Xianai had just been. If not for Lin Zhao's intervention, Xianai would have been swallowed whole. Afterward, Lin Xiao appeared before Nightmare, forcefully kicking Wei Xiao's head away, sending it flying into the military's side, while Xianai was sent away by him using Golden Master. Lin Xiao's Xianai stood on the metal, looking at Lin Xiao, biting her lip tightly. 3 5th Order gods were beyond her capability to handle. Staying here would only be a burden to Lin Xiao. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xiao said calmly, then waved his hand, causing the steel plate floating under Xianai's feet to move away. What's going on? The people of the underworld hall noticed Wei Xiao being kicked out and Xianai being sent away, sensing that something was wrong. Wan Ning and Old Gray were also surprised. The plan was going so smoothly, why had Lin Xiao sent them away early? Seeing Lin Xiao facing the remaining 3 gods alone, they suddenly realized a possibility. That Wei Xiao and Xianai could no longer handle the current 3 gods. It meant that they had advanced. They were at the peak of the 4th Order when they were born. Advancing again would mean the 5th Order? Everyone gasped, and it wasn't just 1 5th Order god, but 3. We're done for 3 5th Order gods. Even Boss Lin can't defeat them, right? Wei Tao swallowed. Zhao Tian's brow was also tightly furrowed. How had things developed like this? And following this logic, if Lin Xiao killed another god, there would be 2 peak 5th Order gods. Eventually, it would even become a single 6th Order god. And the strongest Esper among humans was only at the 4th Order. Even if Lin Xiao could fight above his level, he could at most kill a 5th Order god. How could they possibly match a 6th Order? Boss, let's retreat. Some members of the Underworld Hall began to advise. They all knew what the current situation meant. If Lin Xiao lost, they would all become the god's prey. But if they ran now, there would still be time to leave Jing City. Wait a little longer, Zhao Tian said in a deep voice. But even as he said it, he felt it was a little unreasonable. Wait for what? Wait to die? Those were 3 5th Order gods. In the military camp, Wei Xiao's body regrew, with a large black footprint on his forehead, but he couldn't care about that at the moment. He was staring intently at the battlefield not far away. Li Mo had also been rescued by a healing Esper and was standing beside him. From a certain point of view, they were not directly related to this disaster. They had only come to help because of a promise to Lin Xiao. At this point, it was actually no longer their concern. But they didn't leave. Through this assistance to Lin Xiao, they had realized the horror of the Doomsday Gods. And these meteorites, if they remembered correctly, at least tens of thousands of them had fallen on the land of the Blue Star at the beginning of the end of the world. Their city also had such a meteorite. Gods were born for extinction. Their appearance meant that nothing in the Doomsday world could remain untouched. Lin Xiao looked at the 3 gods in front of him. 4th Order against 5th Order, seemingly weak, but Lin Xiao believed that he had the advantage. With the breaking blade in his hand, along with the powers of Firemaster, Thundermaster, and others, he could kill a peak 4th order god, which meant he had a chance to kill a 5th order one. After all, he still had a god-level trump card, so dealing with a 5th order god was not a problem at all. But the trouble was, after killing a 5th tier, 2 peak 5th tier mutants and finally, a 6th tier mutant would appear. With his strength, he might have a chance to kill 1 peak 5th tier with all his might, but a 6th tier absolutely impossible. Give up? Lin Xiao shook his head. All the preparations he had made since his rebirth were to kill these 4 gods. Killing them would at least ensure 2 years of peace for Jing City. This place could serve as a base for him to develop his power and strengthen himself. If he gave up now, his rebirth would be too pathetic. Then, the only option before him was to kill all 3 gods at the same time. He had just noticed that after the shrine died, the other 3 gods needed time to absorb its power, and during that time, these 3 gods were in a static state. As long as he could kill the other 2 mutants during this period, everything would be resolved. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and the Pafong sword appeared in his hand, held in his right arm. He only had one chance, and he planned to directly use the divine power of the destroying right arm to solve the 3 gods in one go. At this time, the 3 gods obviously couldn't hold back any longer and launched an attack on Lin Xiao one after another. The speed of the 5th tier evil spirit dog was even faster than before, almost instantly moving in front of Lin Xiao. Fortunately, after Lin Xiao evolved to the 4th tier, his speed also increased, reaching a similar level to the 5th tier evil spirit dog. This showed how abnormal Lin Xiao's ability was. A 4th tier ability could hold its own against a 5th tier ability. After dodging the evil spirit dog's attack, Lin Xiao set his eyes on the Blade Nightmare. Although this guy's attack was powerful, he was also the weakest in defense among the gods. He would deal with him first, and then take the opportunity to deal with the other 2. Once he made up his mind, Lin Xiao directly flashed in front of the Blade Nightmare. The Pafong sword, mixed with various abilities, covered him and slashed directly at the Blade Nightmare's arm. The Blade Nightmare also knew his weakness. The moment Lin Xiao appeared, he retreated frantically, and the evil spirit dog stood in front of him. Swish! With one slash, the evil spirit dog's head was cut in half. The next second, the evil spirit dog's head bizarrely split in 2. They cooperate quite well, Lin Xiao frowned. With this evil spirit dog around, it might be difficult to deal with the Blade Nightmare. Immediately, he clenched his right hand, and countless metal plates generated in space, like a huge Rubik's Cube, enveloping the evil spirit dog layer by layer. Stay inside for now. Lin Xiao shouted coldly, then turned to chase the Blade Nightmare again. Squeak! A huge net suddenly enveloped him. It was sprayed out by the chrysalis. This poisonous net carried a massive amount of poison that could melt anything it touched. Lin Xiao did not dare to take it lightly. He snapped his fingers and flames ignited his entire body. He was like a god of fire, passing through the poisonous net. You stay there too. Lin Xiao, with fire in one hand and lightning in the other, condensed a huge ability ball and slammed it down. Boom! The huge explosion set off a shocking wave. The chrysalis was immediately silent, but Lin Xiao knew that the chrysalis was actually the most resilient of the 4 gods. So, he decisively went to chase the Blade Nightmare. The Blade Nightmare also seemed to be enraged. He turned back and raised his blade arm, slashing at Lin Xiao. This action, however, exposed his weakness. Lin Xiao held the Pafong sword in his right hand, the black patterns on his arm lit up, and an indescribable destructive force erupted from Lin Xiao. Go down and accompany the shrine. Chapter 60, Slaying 3 Gods. Is it over? Lin Xiao's figure weaved through the blade arm of the knife fiend with a bizarre arc, then leaped onto its head. The crown of the skull, that was its weak point. The light of destruction, carrying endless power, reflected in the knife fiend's scarlet eyes, a hint of astonishment visible within them. You. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao's blade had already pierced his skull. The surging power of destruction instantly annihilated the knife fiend's consciousness, and in mere seconds, it completely lost its life. The destructive power of this rage right arm seems to have increased quite a bit. In Lin Xiao's low murmur, the knife fiend's body slowly collapsed to the ground. As a large cloud of dust billowed up, the knife fiend's corpse left a pit in the arena. Off-site, everyone was in shock. After all, that was a god who had advanced to the 5th tier, and Lin Xiao had seemingly not expended too much effort to kill him. This strength was truly terrifying. He seems to have used a trump card. Xianai slightly frowned. She had clearly felt Lin Xiao use a power that surpassed the SSS grade just now. It was because of that power that he could slay a 5th tier god. She had never seen Lin Xiao use this kind of power before, so she presumed it was a trump card he had been saving. However, now that he used his trump card, what would happen later? At this moment, she suddenly saw Lin Xiao's figure quickly fly out of the dust and turn towards the evil spirit hound not far away. The evil spirit hound had already broken free from Lin Xiao's metal encirclement and was running toward him, but strangely, after the knife fiend died, it fell into a bizarre daze. This is... In the military district, Wan Ning's eyes flickered. After killing one god, the other gods seemed to enter a brief state of stupor. Is Lin Xiao planning to use this time to eliminate the 3 gods in one fell swoop? Xianai also thought of this, her beautiful eyes shining with intense color. No wonder Lin Xiao used his trump card early, he had already discovered this. With the power in his hands that exceeded the SSS tier, perhaps he could really slay the 3 gods during this time. Swoosh! Lin Xiao's speed was like a shooting star, and he had already arrived in front of the evil spirit hound. He raised the breaking blade in his hand, and the accumulated destructive power instantly burst forth. This blade directly severed the evil spirit hound's head from its neck. Bang! The evil spirit hound's severed head landed on the ground, and its body slowly tilted, another 5th tier god falling by Lin Xiao's hand. This scene made the people not far away extremely excited. Simultaneously killing the last 3 gods was indeed the only way to break the situation. Lin Xiao, you must succeed. How can he possess divine power? At the horizon, Mei Na Lingxi gazed at the battlefield from afar, her azure blue pupils slightly trembling. The body of a god was difficult for mortals to shake. If it were just an SSS grade ability, it might be possible to kill a peak 4th tier god with a 4th tier strength, but to kill a 5th tier god with 4th tier strength, that was absolutely impossible. Unless, Lin Xiao also possessed the power of a god. But how could that be possible? Humans can only possess SSS grade abilities at most. Moreover, she had detected a sense of familiarity in the power emanating from Lin Xiao. But she couldn't remember exactly what it was. Mei Na Lingxi looked at the umbrella holder as if hoping she could explain Lin Xiao's unusual situation, but the umbrella holder did not respond, only quietly watching the distance. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already arrived above the chrysalis. This was the last god, but Lin Xiao had already sensed that the energy within it was increasing wildly. It had to be quick. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao infused the breaking blade with both fire and thunder attributes while diving down and holding the blade downwards. Buzz! Peak 5th tier. It broke through. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank, and at that moment, his blade pierced through the chrysalis body. Put! A gush of scarlet mucus sprayed onto Lin Xiao's face, but luckily he had used black scales to cover his face beforehand. The mucus sizzled on the black scales, clearly containing a potent poison. The power of destruction spread across the pupa, tearing its body to pieces and rapidly engulfing its entire form. Was it dead? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. The power of his divine level right arm seemed even stronger than he had imagined. Combined with the force of the breaking edge, it could pierce the defenses of almost any creature. It could easily shatter even the defenses of a 5th tier divine being, but he hadn't expected it to also pierce the defenses of a peak 5th tier. It seemed that the breakthrough potion he had prepared for himself was somewhat redundant. Lin Xiao exhaled a long breath, not expecting to resolve this crisis so easily. In the distance, the military and the people of the Yama Palace, after a brief moment of astonishment, also erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. It's dead! Ha! Lin Xiao actually killed them. To take out 3 5th tier divine beings at once, this is too awesome. He's practically the strongest in the apocalypse. Yeah, even those ability users in other cities aren't as strong as Lin, right? I can only kill 2nd tier mutants right now, and Lin is already killing 5th tier mutants. Those aren't mutants, those are divine beings, even more terrifying than mutants. How terrifying. The survivors' faces were filled with joy they had survived this disaster and had been reborn. Ha ha ha, I knew Lin could do it. Wei Tao burst into excited laughter. Zhao Tian's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled, and a smile appeared on his stern face. This guy is ridiculously strong, Wei Shou said, full of admiration. If he was still unconvinced by Lin Xiao after their last encounter, this time, he was truly impressed. Xianai, 3 5th tiers. He actually did it. Besides Xianai, Lin Na was also overjoyed. For the survivors of Jing City, this was undoubtedly a great feat. Something's not right. Xianai, staring into the distance, frowned slightly. What's not right? Lin Na asked, puzzled. I can't put my finger on it, but it just feels off, Xianai replied. At that moment, Lin Xiao, who was standing beside the pupa's corpse, was about to put away the breakthrough potion in his left hand and return to the others, but his movements suddenly froze. A crack. Although it was an extremely subtle sound, Lin Xiao still caught it. Realizing something, he instantly opened the breach of the breakthrough potion and gulped it down, and energy surging up in waves. Peak 4th tier. Relying on this potion, Lin Xiao had temporarily achieved peak 4th tier ability strength. At the same time, his eyes were fixed intently on the pupa corpse, his heart pounding. There was something inside. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually narrowed, and 2 balls of energy appeared in the palms of his right and left hands simultaneously, shooting directly at the corpse. Bang! The sound of a violent explosion was accompanied by a shower of scarlet mucus, like a volcano erupting. The mucus spread rapidly in all directions, and the pupa finally burst open, revealing the monster hidden within. It was a giant insect with countless tentacles, its head shaped like a flower bud, its body covered in mucus, emitting hisses, hideous and terrifying. Seeing this monster, Lin Zhao's expression darkened. 6th tier. Chapter 61, a 6th order chrysalis, who can turn the tide? The chrysalis had evolved to the 6th order. This was something Lin Zhao hadn't anticipated. He understood then that his previous slash hadn't killed the chrysalis, or rather, hadn't struck its true core. The insect before him was the chrysalis's core, and after advancing to the 6th order, it was completely unleashed. A 6th order god's mere hiss was enough to overwhelm low order ability users, causing them to bleed from their mouths and noses, their faces turning pale. This power was worlds apart from that of a 5th order god, like comparing two entirely different beings. Even with Lin Zhao's temporary boost to the peak of the 4th order through potions, he felt completely out of his depth. A 6th order god appearing only a month into the apocalypse, what did that mean? It meant that no one could kill it. It was an impossible feat. Lin Zhao's pupils flickered wildly. Was he going to give up? With his speed, escaping wouldn't be a problem. As for the survivors, what did they have to do with him? His own life was the most important. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as he left this place and found somewhere to develop, he'd have plenty of opportunities to return and take revenge. He currently had no confidence in killing this second form 6th order chrysalis. But he had planned so meticulously for so long just to kill these 4 gods. To escape now was too bitter a pill to swallow. In his past life, Jing City was ravaged by gods, plunged into darkness for years. Was that to be repeated? If so, what was the point of his rebirth? A 6th order god, I can kill it too. Lin Zhao's gaze gradually became chilling. He possessed the 7 deadly sins ability and a god-level right arm. Even facing a 6th order, what could it do? Lin Zhao's eyes shone brightly. After consuming several crystal cores, he charged towards the 6th order chrysalis. Fiery wings flew through the air, leaving behind a dazzling trail of fire. Behind him, the military district and the Yan Luo Palace were stunned. How could this be? The chrysalis isn't dead. That god has advanced. It's the last one, which means 6th order. It's 6th order. It's over. The completion of the 6th order evolution echoed in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap, casting a cloud over all of them. They stared incredulously at the huge insectoid monster, their hearts devoid of any excitement or hope. A 6th order god, in their eyes, was a true god, unassailable and beyond their gaze. At this moment, they seemed to understand why these monsters from the meteorites were called gods. Was it truly because they were invincible? Despair filled the hearts of countless people. Even those who had believed in Lin Zhao after he killed the 5th order gods no longer held hope, for this was a 6th order god. Wan Ning's face was deathly pale. She never imagined that this would be the final outcome. The ability users in the military district had suffered the most losses, with less than 200 left, and the situation at Yan Luo Palace wasn't much better. Originally, with Lin Zhao killing the last 3 5th order gods, all their sacrifices would have been worthwhile, but they had celebrated too soon. The chrysalis hadn't died, and had instead evolved to the 6th order. All their efforts had been in vain, reduced to nothing, and the atmosphere was extremely somber. Why were the gods so powerful? Everyone had this question in their minds and couldn't help but question Wan Ning. The gods are simply invincible. Why did you make us come here to die? Why? They stared at Wan Ning and Old Grey, both of whom looked dejected. They had failed. Everything had failed. The people in the military district began to stir, fear spreading. The situation was the same in Yan Luo Palace. Wei Tao looked at the 6th order god's body. Though unwilling to admit it, he still lowered his head. Boss, let's retreat. Yes, boss, we can still escape now. As long as we're alive, Yan Luo Palace will eventually become powerful again. We can always recruit more people. Boss, let's go. A 6th-tier god cannot be defeated. Everyone was trying to persuade Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian stared intently at the figure in the air, taking a deep breath. He hasn't given up yet. Lin Zhao? Everyone looked over, and they saw Lin Zhao in mid-air, holding up his Pafone blade, actually charging towards the 6th-tier chrysalis. Has he gone mad? Lin Na exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Xia Nai beside her. Xia Nai, isn't he courting death? That god has already evolved to the 6th tier. Xia Nai didn't respond. At this moment, her heart was suspended in mid-air, and she could even clearly hear her own heartbeat. Lin Zhao, what are you doing? Are you unwilling to give up? Is it for yourself or for Jing City? Can you really kill it? Are you confident? Hey, are you sure you're not going to make a move? That 6th tier chrysalis, he's no match for it. At the horizon, Mei Na Lingxi watched the chrysalis in the distance, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Not to mention Lin Zhao, even she, in her current state, had no confidence in dealing with the chrysalis. These 4 creatures, although the lowest-ranked gods, were considered the best among all low-ranked gods due to their terrifying connection. To kill them, one had to eliminate their life force simultaneously. Taking them down one by one was the most foolish choice. Although Lin Xiao had tried to kill the last 3 gods simultaneously, he had undoubtedly failed. The current chrysalis was probably the most terrifying existence in the entire apocalypse. Perhaps only the umbrella holder beside her could deal with it. The wind whipped the umbrella holder's black dress. Beneath the sky permeated with murderous intent. She was as still as an elf of the night, her hollow eyes like torches in the darkness. However, she still didn't respond to Mei Na Lingxi. Lin Xiao fiercely clashed with the 6th-tier chrysalis. Having advanced to the 6th tier, the chrysalis's main body was no longer as clumsy as before. Its 100 legs made its speed astonishing. Lin Xiao's speed advantage was completely negated before it. Squeak! Another strange cry, and the 6th-tier chrysalis opened its large mouth, biting down towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank. His figure flashed, but he still couldn't match the opponent's speed. In the nick of time, Lin Xiao's hands merged once more, creating fire and lightning energy balls, triggering a violent explosion. The powerful recoil finally allowed Lin Xiao to escape the 6th-tier chrysalis's attack range. He looked back, utterly horrified. His energy balls had actually been swallowed by the chrysalis. This thing, after reaching the 6th tier, could now devour his energy attacks? This was a huge problem. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and shouted loudly to the survivors in the distance, "Everyone, retreat if you don't want to die." These words made those who still had a glimmer of hope feel utterly disheartened. Lin Xiao telling them to retreat meant that this god truly could not be defeated. Quick, retreat! The surviving ability users fled like a tide, scrambling to escape the area. Right now, Lin Xiao could still hold off the 6th-tier god. Once Lin Xiao fell, they would all die. "Xianai, aren't we leaving?" Lin Na bit her lip, saying in a low voice. Xianai gazed into the distance, where the 6th-tier chrysalis arched its body like a giant centipede, fiercely engaging Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao was consistently losing ground. Since the apocalypse, she had hardly seen an ability user stronger than herself. Lin Xiao was the only one. But now, even Lin Xiao couldn't fight against this 6th-tier god. She took a deep breath, her voice firm. "We're not leaving. But we can't help at all by staying here." Lin Na trembled. "Maybe I can't help him, but maybe it can," Xianai said softly. With that, the blue and red intermingled spirit sword appeared in her hand. The stronger the user, the more your ability can be brought into play. Lin Xiao, if it's you who uses the spirit weapon, can you turn the tide? Chapter 62. At the end of the road, the umbrella holder Lin Xiao. The spirit communication sword was thrown towards Lin Xiao by Xianai. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. He immediately retreated dozens of meters and shouted in a low voice, "Golden Lord!" Buzz! The spirit communication sword trembled violently, floating beside the broken edge blade in front of Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Wei Xiao, from a distance, also threw the mountain rock in his hand. "Lin Xiao, I'll give you one last push." 3 S-grade weapons hovered around Lin Xiao, colliding fiercely with the 6th-tier chrysalis. However, they could only barely resist the chrysalis's attacks, unable to break its defense. Lin Xiao looked at spirit communication. Although it was only S-grade, according to its characteristics, the stronger the user, the more power it would unleash. If he were to hold it with his god-level right arm, would it be able to break through the 6th-tier goddess defense? The moment he grasped spirit communication, the god-level destructive power instantly poured into the sword, causing a subtle change in its color. Adding the dual elemental forces of fire and lightning, he slashed at the chrysalis head-on. The chrysalis, fearless, opened its bloody maw to swallow Lin Xiao, intending to devour him whole. The destructive power on the spirit communication sword landed on the side of the chrysalis's head, erupting with terrifying force, several times stronger than the destructive force carried by the broken edge blade. Swish! This sword actually managed to slice off one of the chrysalis's tentacles, flesh and blood falling to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This spirit communication truly lived up to its reputation as an ability weapon that became stronger with the user. It could actually help him break the 6th-tier chrysalis's defense. Squeak! The chrysalis let out a piercing screech as if in pain, its body twisting. Amidst this contortion, the severed limb that Lin Xiao had cut off actually grew back. Regeneration! Lin Xiao's gaze turned cold. The destructive power was ineffective against this chrysalis. Its limbs could regenerate. The destructive power of his furious right arm was similar to the corrosive ability of the broken edge blade. It could destroy any wound, preventing any recovery. Lin Xiao had used these 2 abilities many times to deal with mutated creatures and gods, and they had always been effective. Because mutated creatures and gods, after evolving to a high level, all had a certain healing ability, at which point, the ability to stop their healing was extremely important. Lin Xiao possessed 2 such abilities, with the destructive power being more aggressive, capable of rapidly expanding on the wound, destroying all vitality of the target. However, this ability was ineffective on the 6th-tier chrysalis. Was it that the destructive power of his furious right arm was not as powerful as the chrysalis's defense? No, it must be his ability level that was too low. If only he could break through to the 5th tier, but how could that be possible? Even his current 4th tier peak was temporarily achieved with potions of 5th tier ability was impossible. Now, Lin Xiao had almost exhausted all his methods but was still unable to shake the 6th tier god. At this point, Lin Xiao had a desire to retreat. After all, he never adhered to the concept of fighting to the death. If he couldn't win, he would run. There would be plenty of time to return for revenge in the future. Retreat! Lin Xiao made up his mind, turning around to leave this place, but the 6th tier chrysalis suddenly sped up, blocking Lin Xiao's path. Humph, I can't beat you, but I can run, right? Lin Xiao sneered. The fire wings on his back flapped, rapidly propelling him into the air. A shocking scene occurred. The chrysalis also sprouted a pair of bone wings, chasing directly after Lin Xiao. This scene stunned Lin Xiao. He felt his scalp tingle. Why could this thing also fly? Chrysalises, insects that emerge from their cocoons, can indeed fly. In the distance, Xianai and the others also had unsightly expressions. Lin Xiao's speed was not as fast as the 6th tier chrysalis, and now he had lost his advantage in the air. It seemed that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In mid-air, Lin Xiao dodged the chrysalis's attacks behind him while pushing his speed to the limit, trying to shake it off. But no matter how fast he was, the pupa always caught up, making Lin Xiao realize he probably couldn't leave. The only option was a fight to the death. Lin Xiao stopped running, turned to face the pupa, his expression grim. He didn't expect that in the end, only this path remained. A fight to the death. Now he can't run, it seems he's reached his limit? In the distance, Mina Lingxi watched the scene with interest. Are you really not going to help? The umbrella holder sighed deeply, helplessly saying, I don't belong here, I can't intervene. Hearing the umbrella holder's words, Mina Lingxi's face gradually became strange. Are you trying to get me to help him? Yes, if he dies, everything we've done will be for nothing, the umbrella holder said calmly. Mina Lingxi gritted her silver teeth, her eyes flickering. Why would she bother fighting her own kind for a human? No, she and that ugly pupa were not the same kind. Its life level was far inferior to hers, completely different from her noble self. But even so, she shouldn't fight the pupa for a human. Mina Lingxi looked at the umbrella holder with more resentment. If it weren't for her waking her up early, she wouldn't have to worry about this. If she didn't save Lin Xiao, she felt like she would miss something. Why would a god help this human? What did she mean by everything being for nothing? She hesitated for a moment and finally said, fine, I'll go. Wait. However, the umbrella holder stopped her again. What is it? Mina Lingxi was somewhat displeased, but she found that the umbrella holder didn't respond to her question, so she followed her gaze and looked over, immediately stunned in place. This guy. At that moment, Lin Xiao was in a terrible state, being beaten back by the pupa. Even with the protection of 3 different ability weapons, he was unable to resist. The energy in his body was rapidly decreasing, nearing exhaustion, and in such a high-risk combat environment, he couldn't even consume crystal cores to restore his abilities. The slightest mistake could expose him to a fierce attack from the pupa. Bang! The pupa's tail suddenly broke through Lin Xiao's defense and whipped towards him. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's pupils shrank. He quickly used 7 deadly sins: lust, the ancient black dragon's black scale energy, and at the same time, covered it with a thick layer of earth element. Despite having double armor, Lin Xiao was still slammed to the ground by the tail, creating a huge pit, and the black scale armor was shattered. The attack of a 6th order pupa was actually this terrifying. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly felt the sound of wind breaking. The pupa clearly wasn't going to let him go. It was going to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this, a fierce look appeared on Lin Xiao's face. He directly cut his right arm with the sharp edge. A ghastly wound appeared, and blood gushed out. What is he doing? Self-harm? In the distance, Gray from the military district showed a look of shock. The others were also extremely puzzled. None of them had expected Lin Xiao to do such a thing. Just as they were wondering, an extremely violent roar suddenly came from within Lin Xiao's body. At that moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have his powers drained, his face turning incredibly pale. Crack, crack, crack. For some unknown reason, the sound of chains clashing echoed through the air, as if some ferocious beast was about to emerge. Buzz! A huge black hole appeared from Lin Xiao's chest, and from within this black hole, an enormous arm suddenly reached out. This arm was covered in black fur, the muscles thick and powerful, exuding a wild and destructive force. The moment it appeared, the sky and earth lost their color, the blood moon dimmed. Most terrifying was that the volume of just this one arm far exceeded the volume of the insect chrysalis, and that chrysalis was more than 20 meters long. One could imagine just what a behemoth the owner of this arm must be. What is that thing? Behind them, Xianai and the others stared with wide, shocked eyes. Lin Xiao, Wan Ning was deeply shaken. Is this his real trump card? Mei Na Lingxi's sky-blue eyes were full of disbelief. This is God's Sin Fury? Whoosh! Seeing the furious right arm, the 6th order insect chrysalis suddenly revealed a look of horror, turning and attempting to flee, only to be seized by the arm. Then crushed. Bang! The sixth-order insect chrysalis turned into a cloud of blood mist in mid-air, taking a long time to dissipate. Dead? Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. That sixth-order insect chrysalis was actually just killed like that? They had personally witnessed how this chrysalis had driven Lin Xiao to the point of desperation that Lin Xiao had no way out. But they never expected that there would be such a reversal. That powerful sixth-order chrysalis was directly crushed by an arm that appeared out of nowhere. Wasn't this method of killing a bit too simple, too brutal, too casual? Seeing the chrysalis die, Lin Xiao also exhausted the last of his strength, kneeling on the ground. Although his face was pale, it was filled with an undisguised ecstasy. He had guessed correctly. The 7 giant beasts that had committed God's sins in the cave were indeed able to break through the restrictions and appear in this world to help him. When they appeared, the level of his 7 deadly sins ability was no longer SSS level, but truly God level. However, summoning them seemed to come at a very heavy price. Lin Xiao felt the power within his body being frantically extracted, drying up in an instant. He could no longer even feel the presence of his powers, he could not use any abilities, and he even felt like he owed a lot of power, but luckily, these gods were already dead, and he didn't need to keep using his powers. After resting for a while, Lin Xiao barely managed to stand up. At this time, a group of people rushed over, looking at the divine corpses on this broken land, unable to hide their sighs. These gods were all resolved by Lin Xiao single-handedly. It's over. The underworld palace was now left with only 10 leaders, and the military district was reduced to only 1 Ning in gray. The rest of the low-level ability users and ordinary soldiers had long fled in fear of the gods. Lin Xiao had not expected these people to stay behind. "You guy, you're really outrageous, you can even kill 6th-order gods." Wei Xiu looked at Lin Xiao excitedly. "With this matter resolved, our mission is also over," Liu Mo said with a smile. "I'm afraid, it's not over yet." Suddenly Xianai spoke, staring at the divine corpse in the distance, her face full of solemnity. There, a massive black mist had appeared, looking extremely eerie. "What is that thing?" Everyone became nervous. In Lin Xiao's mind, countless mutated figures flashed, finally settling on one thing. God Code 63, Black Mist Envoy. His voice was somewhat hoarse. "What? There are gods?" The expressions of the crowd suddenly turned ugly. They looked at Lin Xiao, who was clearly unable to fight anymore, yet he was the only one here capable of killing a god. Lin Xiao's expression was solemn. He didn't know why this Black Mist Envoy would appear here, but it was said that he first appeared in Ningyuan City. Ningyuan City was not too far from Jing City, perhaps attracted by the commotion here. But in his previous life, the god Black Mist Envoy wasn't particularly aggressive. It didn't seem to take pleasure in slaughtering human survivors. Then, the reason it appeared here, Lin Xiao looked at the black mist and suddenly thought of something. His face turned ugly. "That bastard, its purpose is the god corpses." "God corpses?" Wei Xiu was relieved to hear that. "That's nothing, just god corpses, just give it to it." God corpses are extremely valuable. Not to mention the god cores within them. A single 4th-order god core is worth 100 ordinary 4th-order cores. And their bodies can produce special god-level materials. The remaining parts can also be exchanged for other things with special gods. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. He had painstakingly planned to kill these 4 gods, not only to eliminate the threat to Jing City but, more importantly, to obtain the corpses of these 4 gods. This would be a very important resource. 4 god cores would give him a very good chance of advancing to the 5th order. After all, at present, besides gods, there are no other mutations that can evolve to the 5th order. But if these corpses were stolen, all his plans would fail. "Take the corpses back!" Lin Xiao shouted angrily. Xiao Bai was the first to rush out, pouncing into the black mist. After hearing Lin Xiao's brief explanation, Xianai and the others also realized the importance of the god corpses, and they all rushed up with Xiao Bai. However, after a great battle, their abilities were already greatly depleted, and the Black Mist Envoy was also a peak 4th order god. In just a few rounds, they were all blown away. The figure of the Black Mist Envoy was also revealed. This was also a humanoid god, but his entire body was composed of a skeleton, with black mist filling the gaps of flesh, and he was also shrouded in a black robe. Ha ha ha, the altars are really trash, actually dying at the hands of humans. The humanoid god could speak human language. The Black Mist Envoy let out an evil laugh. Clearly he should have appeared here long ago, waiting for the right moment. The Black Mist Envoy could easily kill all the humans here, but he did not. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiao with apprehension. That's right, he also saw that terrifying arm, afraid that Lin Xiao might strike him with it. But at the same time, he also sensed Lin Xiao's condition. In this state, it should be difficult to summon that terrifying arm again, but it was still better to be careful. He only needed to take the god corpses. "Lin Xiao, is it? I'll remember you, but I'll take the corpses of the altars." The Black Mist Envoy chuckled strangely, opening the black mist and first rolled up the corpse of the evil spirit dog. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with rage. If he weren't completely exhausted, he could have hacked the Black Mist Envoy into pieces with his breaking edge. Swoosh, another divine corpse vanished and the black mist emitted an excited shriek. Just as it was about to engulf the remaining 2 corpses, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 64. The situation is set. Black mist, do you think this is your home? A cold face accompanied Mei Na Lingxi's indifferent voice. The black mist envoy's hand, which was reaching for the corpse, paused because the divine corpse disappeared the instant Mei Na Lingxi appeared. The divine corpse reappeared behind Mei Na Lingxi, while Mei Na Lingxi's figure once again stunned Zhao Tian and the others. What was this? Another god? Lin Xiao said that only 4 gods would be born, so why did 2 more appear? You are, she? The black mist envoy looked at Mei Na Lingxi, his tone somewhat astonished. It actually recognized Mei Na Lingxi. Why did you wake up at this time? The black mist envoy was filled with suspicion. It's none of your business. Spit out the shrine and the corpse of the hellhound, Mei Na Lingxi said coldly. Hearing this, the black mist envoy immediately sneered. Let me spit out what's already in my mouth. It's you, she, your strength shouldn't be at its peak right now, right? Mei Na Lingxi's face turned icy at these words, seeking death. With a casual clench of her hand, the space where the black mist envoy was located twisted, finally erupting in a violent roar. Space element. Xia Nai and the others' eyes flickered. This god seemed to be at odds with that black-robed monster and possessed the very rare space ability among elemental powers. The black mist envoy disappeared in the explosion but quickly reappeared in another direction. However, the black mist around him had clearly thinned and his voice had become furious. You just wait. Even if you are a high-level god, your premature birth will make you the target of all low-level gods. Ha, a high-level god, how delectable that sounds. After speaking, the black mist envoy vanished, leaving behind a group of shocked people. These gods, were they actually going to fight amongst themselves and even devour each other? Lin Xiao, who had regained some strength, stood up and looked at Mei Na Lingxi, his expression somewhat strange. Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? Mei Na Lingxi shrugged her fair shoulders. I can't help it. Someone couldn't bear to see you work so hard and end up with nothing. That black mist envoy's escape ability is very strong. I can't hold him back in my current state. At most, I can only help you keep these 2 divine corpses. Lin Xiao frowned slightly at her words. That person, was she referring to the one who awakened her? Of course, that wasn't the point. The important thing was the divine corpses. Although 2 were snatched away, fortunately, Mei Na Lingxi had taken action, preserving 2 divine corpses. It just said you would be hunted by low-level gods. Lin Xiao hesitated before asking. You don't need to worry about that. I can handle it, Mei Na Lingxi said indifferently. Then, the space twisted, and her figure disappeared. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian and the others were staring blankly at Lin Xiao. You know that god? Xia Nai asked with her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yeah, Lin Xiao nodded. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. They had originally thought that these 2 gods had come to fight for the divine corpses. They never expected that one of them actually knew Lin Xiao. Wait, aren't gods supposed to be monsters? Wei Shou couldn't help but ask. Not all of them. Some gods remain neutral but still view humans as ants, Lin Xiao explained. I see, everyone nodded, seemingly understanding. To prevent other gods from coming to snatch the divine corpses again, Lin Xiao took this opportunity to consume a crystal nucleus. After recovering a bit of energy, he stored the 2 divine corpses in the greedy space. Only then did he feel relieved. But soon, he inexplicably felt a spinning sensation and he fainted. In his sleep, Lin Xiao once again reached the 7 mountain caves. After a moment's hesitation, he entered the cave representing Wrath. In his view, the black giant ape was still sleeping, as if the giant arm from before was not its own. However, the moment he landed on the other's arm, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. If he remembered correctly, the chains on his enraged right arm had been partially unlocked last time, but now, for some reason, those chains had been rebound. What was going on? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. Could it be related to him crushing the pupa with his hand? After leaving the enraged beast's cave, Lin Xiao checked the other caves, but without exception, the giant beasts within were also asleep. This made him sigh. He always felt that his ability was not as simple as an ordinary SSS rank, but unfortunately, he couldn't confirm it yet. Lin Xiao slowly retreated from the last cave, the one housing the sin of lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, unaware that the moment he left, a pair of ruby-like eyes suddenly lit up. In the center of these eyes were a pair of black, vertical pupils, making them look extremely sinister. After Lin Xiao disappeared, these eyes slowly closed again. When Lin Xiao woke up, 3 days had passed since the battle with the gods. And Yuan Yan was gently wiping his face by the bedside. He opened his eyes, reached out, and took in Yuan Yan's small hand. The latter was startled at first, then showed a happy smile. Lin Xiao, you're awake? Yeah. Lin Xiao sat up in bed, glanced at the calendar next to him, and his gaze narrowed. Had he slept for 3 whole days? How is it outside? He asked, feeling his body's condition. In the current Jing city, the underworld palace is the #1 survivor force. Most of the survivors from that day are under the command of the Underworld Palace. However, the battle that day was devastating for Jing City. It lost a large number of ability users, and now most of Jing City's land has been occupied by mutants and zombies. It won't be easy to recover the territory, and Yuan Yin said. Lin Xiao rubbed his temples and whispered, "It was my negligence. I didn't expect the shrines to absorb each other. Those ability users died in vain. If he had known that the shrine's power would stack up, there wouldn't have been a need to send those 3,000 ability users to exhaust the god's power." And Yuan Yin was silent for a while, then softly said, "Outsiders aren't talking much about the ability users who died. Instead, they see you as the hero who saved Jing City." "Hero?" Lin Xiao was taken aback, then smiled. "Yes, the dead are often forgotten." As for heroes, Lin Xiao didn't say more, got out of bed, and started planning silently. Now that the gods of Jing City had been eliminated, the mutants here were not of much hunting value to him. He was currently at the 4th level. To advance to the 5th level, he either had to hunt a large number of 4th level mutants or hunt 5th level mutants. 5th level probably hadn't appeared anywhere in the entire apocalypse, but there were still quite a few 4th levels. Of course, a 3rd-tier city like Jing City rarely had any mutants evolve to the 4th level. The speed of evolution after the apocalypse was generally based on the pre-apocalypse population of each city. The more populated a city was before the apocalypse, the faster the evolution of mutants and zombies would be, and vice versa. Jing City, as a 3rd-tier city, wasn't the slowest in terms of overall evolution speed, but it certainly wasn't the fastest. The fastest evolution trends were in those 1st-tier cities, the major populous provinces before the apocalypse. Therefore, he planned to leave Jing City and go to other cities to hunt 4th-level mutants. Perhaps he could even encounter some newly born gods, which he could eliminate by the way. If he could meet that Black Mist envoy, that would be even better. Stealing 2 of his god corpses, he wouldn't rest until he killed that god to resolve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 65, Ningyuan City. Tracking the Black Mist envoy. Boss Lin, are you leaving Jing City? The members of the Yama Palace were all incredulous upon hearing that Lin Xiao was leaving. After all, in their hearts, Lin Xiao was practically the guardian deity of Jing City. As long as Lin Xiao didn't leave, even if gods were to emerge from the remaining meteorites, they wouldn't need to fear. Yeah, there shouldn't be any more gods born in Jing City for a while, so you can all focus on developing yourselves for a period of time. Oh, and there should be a blood mist disaster in a week. Try to stay in enclosed spaces and avoid contact with the blood mist, Lin Xiao advised. Okay. Zhao Tian and the others nodded, all taking Lin Xiao's words to heart. Then there's nothing more to say. Lin Xiao spread his hands. This was all he could do, the rest was up to the Yama Palace to manage. Right, what about Wan Ning and Old Gray? Lin Xiao suddenly remembered and looked at Zhao Tian. Oh, we've been protecting them, Zhao Tian said. Good, help send them away then. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Jing City probably wasn't safe for them anymore. Where to? Zhao Tian nodded. During Lin Xiao's coma, Wan Ning and Old Gray had been pursued by the military, and thinking that they were likely pawns placed by Lin Xiao, he had protected them under the pretense of imprisonment. Send them to the East Province military region, Lin Xiao said. If there was one military region that would grow the strongest after the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be the East Province's military region. It was known as the first war zone outside of the central region, and it also oversaw the coast. And the coast was a crucial point for Lin Xiao. After all, the meteorites that had fallen into the sea were no less numerous than those on land. Soon, Wan Ning and Old Gray appeared before Lin Xiao. The former looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated expression. Although they had done some evil deeds for Lin Xiao, after all 4 gods were killed, they no longer felt any regret. The East Province military region has great potential for development. I will have the people from the Yama Palace send you over. As for what you can achieve there, that's up to your own fate, Lin Xiao said softly, looking at the 2 of them. One of them possessed a charm ability, while the other was a puppeteer. Although they weren't very useful against mutants, they possessed extraordinary abilities when facing humans. He wondered what positions they could rise to in the East Province. Okay. Wan Ning nodded. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xiao as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. After finishing this, Lin Xiao turned and left. Old Gray looked at Wan Ning's fixed gaze and couldn't help but sigh. Not just Wan Ning, even he couldn't forget the figure who killed 4 gods that day. Perhaps Lin Xiao's shadow would be forever etched into this woman's heart, never to be erased. Lin Xiao packed up all the supplies in the hotel, and Yuan Yan rode Little White alongside him. The 2 people and 1 beast landed on Xinyi's artifact pavilion, which looked like a fortress. Xinyi was as usual, leaning by the window, her beautiful eyes serene. Seeing Lin Xiao and Yuan Yan, a slight ripple appeared on her face, and she smiled. I thought you weren't coming. You seem to know I was leaving? Lin Xiao looked at her. Of course. You've already eliminated those 4 gods, why would you stay in a small place like Jing City? Although Xinyi said this, there was some reluctance in her eyes. The scenes of Lin Xiao twice saving her from the apocalypse flashed through her mind, causing her eyelashes to tremble slightly. She knew that with her abilities as an artifact master, it was impossible for her to follow Lin Xiao to other cities to hunt mutants. Staying in a safe place was the best option for her. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Jing City for you. You should go," Xingyi said, lowering her head. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and rubbed Xingyi's head. Finally, he spread his fire wings and disappeared into the sky with Little White. On a high slope of land, a slender figure stood against the wind in a black dress, a long red and blue sword planted beside her, gazing into the distance at the black dots in the sky. "They're gone," Lin Na said, walking over and yawning sleepily. Xiao Nai nodded, her beautiful eyes showing a fierce struggle of emotions, which were ultimately covered by coldness. "Maybe the next time we meet, I really won't recognize him." Lin Na pursed her lips, saying nothing. "Let's go too," Xiao Nai said after a moment. "Where to?" Half a day later, Ningyuan City. Lin Xiao's figure appeared in the sky, with Xiaobai fluttering its large white wings beside him. His original destination was High City, where an enemy he harbored a deep grudge against resided, but passing through Ningyuan City, he decided to investigate. That was right, this was the city where the Black Mist Envoy had been born, the one who had stolen 2 of Lin Xiao's god corpses. Now that Lin Xiao had recovered his powers, if he were to meet the damned Black Mist Envoy, he would absolutely tear him to pieces. But after circling around the city, Lin Xiao found no trace of the Black Mist Envoy, and the survivor factions here had not suffered any large-scale invasions. "It seems that the Black Mist Envoy went to Jing City immediately after he was born," Lin Xiao murmured. "As a god, having devoured the corpses of 2 other gods, he'll need some time to digest them, so he shouldn't show his face during this period," and Yuemian said. Lin Xiao nodded, looking at Yuemian sitting quietly on Xiaobai. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. "Yuemian, are you hiding something from me?" And Yuemian was startled, then understood what Lin Xiao meant. "Are you talking about my ability?" "That's right, do you have 2 abilities?" Lin Xiao asked. Last time, Xingyi had told him that the number of cores in Yuemian had absorbed didn't add up, and he had been suspicious, but he hadn't asked. But now that he had chosen to travel within Yuemian, he had to clarify some things. "Yes, I do have 2 abilities, the other one is an S-rank frost ability," and Yuemian said, her jade finger gently tapping the air. Instantly, the air in that area froze into frost, making Lin Xiao slightly stunned. "Indeed." His gaze was complicated as he looked at Yuemian. "You never told me all this time. Do you remember how we met?" And Yuemian didn't respond, but asked instead. Lin Xiao immediately recalled the day Yuemian was bullied by a woman, and he had rescued her, even causing some punishment to the old woman. "With your methods, do you think I could trust you enough to tell you about all my awakened abilities?" And Yuemian said, somewhat resentful. Lin Xiao was stunned, that did make sense. So Yuemian had also heard his voice that day, no wonder she was so scared of him in the hotel. However, Yuemian in this life had 2 abilities, what about in the previous life? And Yuemian in the previous life had only told him about 1 ability, was she hiding something then too? But no matter how curious Lin Xiao was, there was no way to verify it. After all, how could he possibly meet the Yuemian from his previous life again? Just as he was thinking, a scream suddenly came from below. Chapter 66, The Black Mist Infected Mutants. The sounds came from a surviving team, seemingly searching for supplies in this area, but now they were under attack. Lin Xiao didn't want to interfere, but he noticed that the mutants attacking these people were covered in patches of black mist. "Black mist user?" Lin Xiao paused, then instructed Little White to watch over Yumian in the air as he descended. "Bro, why are these mutants so strong?" This exploration team consisted of over 20 people, a mix of ability users and ordinary humans, but they had already suffered heavy casualties. They seem to have underestimated the strength of these mutants and zombies, especially a 3rd-tier giant black bear, which was particularly ferocious, leaving a dead or injured team member wherever it went. "Strange, mutants and zombies should attack each other. Why are these mutants and zombies attacking us together?" The team leader, a middle-aged man, muttered with a grim expression. "Captain Shen, don't worry, with Brother Cheng here, we will definitely break through." A young girl called out from behind, clearly admiring this Brother Cheng. "It's a bit tricky, but I can still manage to protect everyone and break out," said the handsome young man called Brother Cheng, a long spear materializing in his hand as he spoke. This long spear was a B-level ability weapon, and combined with his A-level 3rd-tier ability, full body enhancement, he could easily deal with some 3rd-tier mutants. However, with such a widespread attack, he could only guarantee to lead these people out. He could not prevent casualties. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Chen Zai-san's expression eased somewhat. "In that case, Brother Zhou Qing, I'll have to trouble you to deal with that mutant black bear." Zhou Cheng nodded, holding the ability spear and quickly charging towards the 3rd-tier mutant black bear. The spear tip struck the mutant black bear, but only a crisp sound was heard. This strike didn't even budge the mutant bear. How is this possible? Zhou Qing's eyes showed astonishment. With his strength, he shouldn't be unable to break through even a third-tier mutant's defense. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qing swung his spear again, simultaneously pushing his full body enhancement ability to its limit. At its peak, the full body enhancement could increase all of his physical attributes several dozen times. Feeling the enhancement, Zhou Qing's confidence grew. He struck again. Roar! To his surprise, the third-tier mutant black bear seemed infuriated and swatted away the spear in Zhou Qing's hand with one paw, letting out a furious roar. Zhou Qing was stunned. This mutant black bear was not normal. Brother Zhou Qing! From behind, Chen Zai-san and the others were also shocked and rushed forward to rescue Zhou Qing. Brother Cheng! The young girl also rushed over, her face filled with concern. Zhou Qing returned to the group, his face still pale with lingering fear. How did these mutants become so much stronger? It seems to be because of that black mist on their bodies, Chen Zai-san said grimly, as they had lost several more brothers to save Zhou Qing. Yes, we haven't seen this kind of black mist before, said the young man next to Chen Zai-san. You're saying this black mist has only appeared recently? A calm voice sounded, startling everyone. Looking at Lin Xiao, who had suddenly appeared in the crowd, Chen Zai-san and the others were stunned. They didn't remember having this person in their team. Who are you? Where did you come from? The young girl frowned at Lin Xiao. Instead of worrying about where I came from, you should worry about your current situation, Lin Xiao said calmly. At this moment, the surrounding mutants and zombies had surrounded the exploration team from all directions. Without a miracle, they were destined to die here today. Brother, can you deal with that mutant? Chen Zai-san asked Lin Xiao tentatively. What truly trapped their team was actually the third-tier mutated black bear, and the fact that this person could appear here without anyone noticing meant he was extraordinary. Tell me about these black mist things, and I'll help you get out of here, Lin Xiao said. Hey, what big talk are you spouting? Even Brother Qing can't deal with that mutation, and you're saying you can, and the girl said, voicing her discontent. Clearly, Lin Xiao had just rebuked her, making her dislike him intensely, hence the retort. Moreover, Zhou Qing had always been like a god in her eyes, and if Zhou Qing couldn't handle something, could this guy really do it? Wasn't this just boasting? Chen Zai-shan and the others also felt slightly disappointed upon hearing this. It was true, Zhou Qing was already the top expert they had encountered, and even he couldn't help them escape. Even if this person had some power, he probably wasn't a match for that mutated black bear, right? Hey, we don't know where this black mist came from, but in the past few days, a lot of these mutants with black mist on them suddenly appeared. Also, I think it was a couple of days ago, a particularly large mass of black mist appeared in the air, somewhere around Mount Huilong, I think, the young man beside Chen Zai-shan said. Mount Huilong, Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded, I understand. Fire wings emerged from his back, lifting him into the air, while the Pofong blade pierced through from his back, moving directly through the surrounding mutant and zombie hordes. The sound of the ancient Pofong blade was particularly distinct, and then the group saw a bloody mist spread, and one by one, the zombies and mutants fell to the ground. Even the third-tier mutated black bear met the same fate. Chen Zai-shan couldn't hide the horror in his heart, his throat tightening, unable to speak. Instantly killing a group of mutants and zombies, just how terrifying was this person's power? Fourth tier. Zhou Qing's pupils trembled violently. This kind of power was definitely something only a fourth-tier ability user could possess, perhaps even higher. No, impossible. Zhou Qing quickly denied it. What's wrong? Chen Zai-shan asked. I know all the experts from the various survivor factions in Ningyuan City. There's only one fourth-tier ability user in the military district. But it's definitely not this person. Who exactly is he? Zhou Qing revealed a bewildered look. What? Everyone was greatly shocked. Could it be that this person was a new fourth-tier expert who had evolved in Ningyuan City? Everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked at the girl behind them in unison. A fourth-tier ability user, and Xiao Rong had actually said that he was inferior to Zhou Qing. This strength probably left Zhou Qing dozens of streets behind. It was easy to imagine, if that person were to hold Xiao Rong accountable for her disrespectful words, there probably wouldn't be anyone here who could stop him. Xiao Rong's face was also pale, and she looked at Lin Zhao's departing figure in fear and trepidation, afraid that he would turn around and settle accounts with her. Zhou Qing looked at the girl and sighed, Xiao Rong, there are always people more capable than others, and you need to change this habit of talking too much. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was heading towards Mount Huilong with Xiao Bai, following the direction that the young man had mentioned. If there were no surprises, Mount Huilong would either be the lair of the Black Mist Envoy, or the birthplace of the Black Mist Envoy. Black Mist Envoy, don't let me catch you. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. Chapter 67, The Method of the Trauma Black Mist Envoy. At this moment, Mount Huilong was shrouded in a black mist, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Even the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no movement. Just as Lin Xiao was about to rush in, the space beside him suddenly twisted. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, wondering why she had appeared at a time like this. Is that how you greet me? I can be considered your savior, Mena Lingxi said languidly, stretching her body. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, respected Mena Lingxi, may I ask what your instructions are? That's more like it. Mena Lingxi nodded, her beautiful eyes scanning the black mist below. After inspecting it, she said, this should be the place where the Black Mist Envoy was born. How much do you know about the Black Mist Envoy? About nothing, Lin Xiao said honestly, spreading his hands. And yet you dare rush in so recklessly? Mena Lingxi looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of amusement. What, is there a problem? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. Since she asked, there must be an issue. Mena Lingxi crossed her arms. Do you remember the mutations you encountered earlier that were infected by the black mist? Lin Xiao frowned. Those mutations, were they related to this black mist? Soon, he realized something and looked at Mena Lingxi. Are you saying that those mutated creatures all came from here? Not necessarily from here, Mena Lingxi shook her head. These black mists have a certain attraction for mutated creatures. As long as a mutated creature enters it, it will be infected by these black mists. This is the ability of the Black Mist Envoy, Black Mist Parasitism. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. Black Mist Parasitism? Are you saying that all creatures infected by the black mist will become parasites of the Black Mist Envoy? That's right. So, if you had gone in just now, you two, being ability users, should be unaffected, but this cute Sin-type Mena Lingxi looked at Xiaobai, smiling, making the fur on Xiaobai's body stand on end. Lin Xiao was shocked. Fortunately, Mena Lingxi had informed him in advance, or else Xiaobai might have become a lackey of the Black Mist Envoy. However, shouldn't Yu Mian be able to foresee this? He turned to look at Yu Mian. Mena Lingxi seemed to know what he was thinking and said, after a god is born, they have the ability to shield from foresight. Unless her foresight ability is upgraded to the divine level, it will be difficult to foresee the movements of a god. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. No wonder Yu Mian in his previous life could only foresee some scenes of divine births. But, based on what you just said about the Black Mist Envoy's abilities, is it something that a low-level god can possess? Lin Xiao was a bit confused. You can actually see that, you're not stupid after all. Mena Lingxi smiled, looking very beautiful. That Black Mist Envoy is indeed not an ordinary low-level god. He was demoted from a high-level god. You don't need to know the specifics, it doesn't have much to do with you. You just need to know that his parasitic ability is extremely destructive to survivors. Once he controls a large number of mutated creatures or ability users, it will be a disaster for humanity. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. So? It would be a disaster for humanity, but it wasn't so terrifying for him. Even if the Black Mist Envoy himself was here, he could chop him into hero fragments, not to mention some parasites. So, the Black Mist Envoy isn't here, Mena Lingxi said, spreading her hands. You know where it is? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. I don't know, but I think it needs to absorb and digest the corpses of two gods now, so it definitely wouldn't be in such an obvious place. After all, it should be wary of you. Lin Xiao looked at her, suddenly feeling a bit bored since the Black Mist Envoy wasn't here. Forget it, since the Black Mist Envoy isn't here, I'll go to High City first. Wait, although the Black Mist Envoy isn't here, if you can kill its core parasite, it will also greatly injure his divine heart, Mena Lingxi said with a smile. Oh? Greatly injured, how great? Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on Mena Lingxi's face. Very great, Mena Lingxi breathed softly. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, since he couldn't find that guy anyway, it might be better to kill his core parasite first. What is a core parasite? There is only one core parasite, it may be a mutation, or it may be a psychic, Mena Lingxi pondered. Psychics can also be parasitized? Lin Xiao looked at her in confusion, because she had said that parasitism was mainly on mutants and zombies. Core parasites are different from ordinary parasites, you can understand them as a puppet directly controlled by the Black Mist Envoy, Mena Lingxi explained. Direct control, do you mean that when I kill him, the Black Mist Envoy can also feel it? Lin Xiao's faint gaze gradually brightened. That's right, otherwise, how could it be called greatly injured? Mena Lingxi curved her alluring lips. Okay, Lin Xiao nodded, already having a guess about the so-called core parasite in his heart. Since mutants and zombies would be infected by the Black Mist upon entering it, the Black Mist Envoy would definitely not go to the trouble of placing the core parasite on mutants and zombies. And with the Black Mist Envoy's arrogant divine nature, if he were to control humans, he would only control the higher-ups. Ningyuan City General Military Region. Commander Ning, it's true, we encountered a 4th-level psychic. If it weren't for him we wouldn't have been able to come back. The Chen Zhaishan brothers were reporting something to a tall female commander. Impossible, the only 4th-level psychic in Ningyuan City right now is the one who just advanced 2 days ago. How could you have encountered another 4th level? Ning Yuan said with disbelief. Zhou Cheng, tell me what exactly happened. Commander Ning, we really did encounter a 4th level. Zhou Qing said weakly. Ning Yuan widened her eyes, just about to say something, when a soldier suddenly came in from outside the door and reported, "Commander, there is a psychic outside the base who wants to join the base." Join the base? Ning Yuan frowned. Didn't we say that the base's quota for survivors is already full, and we will not accept new people, even psychics? Chase them away. No, Commander, this psychic is a bit special. The soldier swallowed. Special? How special? Ning Yuan squinted her eyes with a sudden lack of patience. Outside the base. Lin Xiao leaned against Little White, with several soldiers guarding the base lying beside them, all looking half dead. Sensing someone approaching, Lin Xiao's slightly closed eyes slightly opened, and a pair of long, snow-white, beautiful legs that were more precious than life came into view. Lin Xiao suddenly became a bit more energetic, sizing up the newcomer, about 1 meter and 7 in height, with extremely delicate features, a beauty. The quality of beauties in Ningyuan City is not bad. Who are you? Ning Yuan saw the soldiers lying on the ground, and her gaze towards Lin Xiao immediately became unkind. Wow! You are the great god! A cry of surprise, and several figures appeared behind Ning Yuan. Lin Xiao glanced over, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was them, what a coincidence! Officer Ning, this is the divine being we told you about, a 4th order ability user. The Chun Zishan brothers emerged from behind, their faces full of excitement. What? Ning Yuan was startled, her beautiful eyes landing on Lin Xiao. You're a 4th order ability user? 4th order? Lin Xiao blinked. He was of course 4th order, but it wasn't a good time to admit it. Just a while ago, he had gleaned some information from the prone soldiers that there was a 4th order ability user in Ningyuan City. Moreover, this ability user was the highest leader of Ningyuan City, which was rather intriguing. He had worked his butt off to reach the 4th order, and although it was partly due to the influence of his enraged right arm, it was undeniable that anyone reaching the 4th order was not to be trifled with. But Ningyuan City, like Jing City, was just a 3rd-tier city. Logically speaking, a 4th order ability user shouldn't have appeared at this point in time. Unless that person was as abnormal as he was, or even luckier than Xianai. But the odds of that were very low. If he wasn't mistaken, this was probably the person he was looking for, but to avoid alarming the snake, it was necessary to infiltrate secretly. Otherwise, it would be bad if the core parasite ran away. Sorry, I'm not 4th order, just a peak 3rd order ability user, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Peak 3rd order? Everyone was stunned. Just? Ning Yuan was also dumbfounded. Peak 3rd order was still just? Although it didn't have the impact of 4th order, it was definitely a top-tier level in the Ningyuan City military region, enough to be an exception and join the base. Okay, from now on, you're part of our military region. Ning Yuan decided immediately. Ha, brother, welcome to the Ningyuan City military region. The Chen Zishan brothers stepped forward, delighted. Lin Xiao responded politely, then looked at Ning Yuan. My name is Ning Yuan, you can call me by my name. Ning Yuan offered her hand, then looked at the Xiaobai and Yuemian behind Lin Xiao, a puzzled look on her face. These two are? Oh, this is my companion Yuemian, and that one is my pet. My name is Lin Xiao, he replied. Okay, I'll arrange accommodations for you first. Ning Yuan nodded. An hour later. Ning Yuan left with her people, leaving Lin Xiao and Yuemian sharing a room, the size of a dormitory room. According to Ning Yuan, there was a housing shortage. The size was nothing like a hotel, but to deal with the Black Mist envoy, Lin Xiao endured it. Yuemian, you're being wronged, let's stay here for a couple of days, Lin Xiao said, taking Yuemian's hand and sitting on the bed. Okay, do you have a plan? And Yuemian was also aware of Lin Xiao's thoughts. Let's find a way to meet the 4th order ability user, and then use these 2 days to digest the 2 god corpses. If I remember correctly, a god named Nada was also born near Ningyuan City. Can you help me find where she was born? I hope she hasn't left yet, Lin Xiao said. Okay, although my precognition ability can't predict the movements of gods after they're born, I've gained a useful ability after reaching the 4th order, which is to be able to trace past events. So I can find the birthplace of Nada, and Yuemian said, and began to predict the location. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, took out 2 incomparably brilliant crystal cores. Although the insect pupa had evolved into a 6th order god in the end, the crystal cores it produced were still of the 4th order peak, which made Lin Xiao a bit disappointed. But it was still pretty good. A 4th order peak god's crystal core was definitely comparable to an ordinary 5th order crystal core, and might even be better. Placing 2 crystal cores into his mouth, Lin Xiao began absorbing the energy within. After a long while, he finished absorbing and was surprised to find some changes in himself. Indeed, his ability growth had returned to normal. It sounded like good news, but for Lin Xiao, it was a significant problem. He opened his eyes and glanced at his right arm, only then realizing that the black patterns of his rage arm were gone, indicating he could no longer use its destructive power. Was it because of the chains in the cave? Lin Xiao frowned, recalling the scene he had witnessed in the cave that day, where the chains that had detached from the rage arm were once again entwined around it. This was related to whether he could use god-level power. The increase in strength from the Rage Arm's destructive power was undeniable for Lin Xiao. While using it, he could even slay 5th-order gods beyond his level. Losing the Rage Arm was undoubtedly a loss for him. The last time the Rage Arm changed was because of the Life Crystal Core in the Blood Rain. The Blood Mist a week later should also have Life Willows, so I must get a few more Life Crystal Cores then. At the very least, I need to restore the Rage Arm's destructive power, Lin Xiao thought, his eyes gleaming. Lin Xiao, I've found the location. At that moment, and Yuan Yin suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Xiao then received the shared information. Nada had indeed been born 3 days ago, around the same time as the Black Mist Envoy in the shrines. I wonder if she's still there. Lin Xiao mused, saying to An Yuan Yin, I'm going to find her. You and Little White stay here. Okay. And Yuan Yin nodded, and Lin Xiao directly flew out of the military area at the speed of light. With his current speed, unless a psychic ability user with ocular abilities was constantly watching the sky, his departure would go unnoticed. Whoosh! Lin Xiao sped along, reaching a warm spring. The spring water was clear and transparent, and a shattered meteorite was faintly visible at the bottom. This was where the god Nada was born, and the meteorite at the bottom of the pool must have been her hatching site. Human? Just then, a questioning voice came from behind Lin Xiao. Turning around, he saw a humanoid god with an elven appearance looking at him warily. It was the god Nada. Lin Xiao smiled. He had found her. Hello, I want to make a trade with you, Lin Xiao stated bluntly. Trade? Nada's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, seemingly not having expected a human to initiate a trade with her. However, as a neutral god, she would not attack unless Lin Xiao showed hostility towards her. What do you want to exchange? She asked. Lin Xiao's greedy space appeared next to him, and 2 massive god corpses were pulled out directly. Seeing these 2 enormous god corpses, Nada was first stunned and then revealed a deep expression of shock. This is the corpses of the worm cocoon and the shrine? You killed them? She wouldn't have significant emotional reactions to the deaths of the worm cocoon and the shrine. What truly stirred her emotions was that these 2 corpses were retrieved from a human. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded, looking at Nada. I want to trade. No problem. 2 god corpses, of course we can trade. What do you want to exchange for? Nada asked, looking at Lin Xiao. I want your elven heart. Chapter 69. Nada's 3 abilities. Divine skill Sacred Wings. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's casual request, Nada's expression immediately changed, and her gaze towards him gradually turned unkind. Are you sure you're here to trade? A cold glint flickered in her beautiful eyes. Of course, Lin Xiao replied, his face serious. Then you should know what the heart of a god means. Nada's voice was tinged with slight anger. If it weren't for the 2 divine corpses Lin Xiao brought, she would have already attacked him. I do, Lin Xiao nodded. The heart of a god was something countless times more precious than a divine crystal core, and could only be obtained when a god willingly gave it up. If one chose to kill and take it by force, the heart of a god would dissipate with the god's life force. The purpose of the heart of a god was to allow an esper to directly acquire an ability. In his previous life, there was only one instance of trading with a god for the heart of a god, and that was with Nada right before him. Now that he had encountered Nada first, of course, he wanted to exchange for this heart of a god. If 2 divine corpses aren't enough, I can help you kill more gods in the future and give you their corpses, as long as you give me the heart of a god, Lin Xiao said, looking at her. You're just a low-level god. You need to obtain more divine corpses to advance to a higher god level, right? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Nada was a bit tempted. Because her abilities were not suited for combat, it was difficult for her to increase her god level in the apocalypse, so she needed to exchange for high-level mutant or divine corpses with humans. Divine corpses, in particular, were her favorite, which was why she didn't immediately drive Lin Xiao away. But even if it's just a low-level god, its strength is definitely not something you human ants can handle. These 2 divine corpses of yours were probably obtained by luck, right? Nada frowned, clearly not believing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Since you recognize the worm cocoons and shrines, you should also know their relationship. There shouldn't be any mutants or other gods capable of dealing with them at this time. Nada's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What Lin Xiao said was indeed true. The worm cocoons and shrines were 4 brothers born at the same time. Unless it was those few gods with abnormal abilities, no god could kill them. And at this time, the gods that were born were mostly hunting humans or mutating into blood food, and there was no possibility of them fighting each other. So, are you saying that you killed the shrines? Nada's eyes flickered, still very disbelieving. How could a human possess the power to kill a god at this time? The facts are right here. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it, Lin Xiao said helplessly. Then what about the evil spirit hound and the blade nightmare? Logically, if you could kill the shrines and worm cocoons, the other 2 should also be dead. Where are their corpses? Nada asked the crucial question. It was better not to mention this, but the moment she brought it up, Lin Xiao got angry. They were stolen by the mist envoys, Lin Xiao said coldly. Stolen? Nada was slightly stunned. The main reason I came to Ningyuan City, besides finding you, was to find him and take back my things. Lin Xiao said calmly. Nada lowered her gaze, not knowing what she was thinking, clearly still hesitating. You can believe him. A clear, cold voice sounded. Along with the distortion of the space beside Lin Xiao, Mena Lingxi's figure appeared again. You? The sudden appearance of Mena Lingxi shocked Nada, and she quickly recognized the other's identity. She? Why are you here? Nada's brows were filled with great confusion. How could a high-level god be born now? That is not your concern. You just need to know that he is not lying to you, Mena Lingxi said coldly, seeming to have no intention of conversing with Nada any further. There was also a hierarchy among gods. After simply saying these few words, Mena Lingxi's figure disappeared again, leaving behind a bewildered Nada. She admitted that she initially didn't think much of Lin Xiao. Even after Lin Xiao produced two gods, her impression of him had only slightly improved. But hearing Mena Lingxi's words just now, it meant that Lin Xiao could actually kill gods. Although she was a god, her combat power was less than that of a shrine, so in a way, Lin Xiao could also kill her. Nada's gaze towards Lin Xiao began to change slightly. Okay, I can give you my god's heart, but I want you to give me 8 more god corpses later. After some consideration, Nada said. You want 10 god corpses? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. He knew that gods like Nada would always offer fair prices in a transaction. He just couldn't understand why, in his previous life, that person who didn't have the ability to kill gods could obtain the heart of the elf from Nada. Of course, that was no longer important. As long as he could get this heart of the elf, everything else was insignificant. No problem. Lin Xiao agreed readily with Nada. Anyway, god corpses weren't that important to him. He only needed special materials and god cores. Trading 10 useless corpses for a goddess heart was a good deal. Nada nodded, her hands clasped in a triangle shape in front of her chest, and a glistening light emerged from her chest, radiating a sacred brilliance. Lin Xiao's lips curled up slightly as he reached out and took the goddess heart. The heart of a god allows a human to obtain an extra ability. As for what the ability is, it will be drawn from my powers. I have 3 abilities, Blessing, Holy Wings, and White Feather. White Feather is my only offensive ability. The other 2 are auxiliary abilities, Nada said softly. Lin Xiao didn't interrupt. There was only one case involving a goddess heart in his previous life, so he didn't know much about it. But according to Nada, the ability that person obtained in his previous life should be White Feather, which was Nada's only offensive ability. That ability was classified as an SSS level ability in the human evaluations, with devastating power that was not inferior to Xianai's Imperial Daughter ability. However, for Lin Xiao, offensive abilities weren't that important. He didn't lack SSS level attack methods. Tell me about the abilities of Blessing and Holy Wings, Lin Xiao said. Nada looked at Lin Xiao. It's not up to you to choose what ability you get, it's random. As for the ability, Blessing can be used on anyone, granting them some of my divine power, making them lucky. Lin Xiao was stunned. That's it? That's it. Nada nodded, then frowned. Why, you don't seem very satisfied. I'm very dissatisfied. Lin Xiao pursed his lips. This ability was even worse than his god-level arm of destruction. Okay, tell me about Holy Wings. He waved his hand. The ability of Holy Wings might not be clear through explanation. Let me show you. Nada said. Having said that, her white wings spread out behind her and she flew directly into the air. Lin Xiao, upon seeing this, ignited his fire wings and followed. Initially, he thought that since he had the Fire Wings ability, Nada's Holy Wings ability would be redundant for him, but soon, he no longer thought so. Chapter 70, Charging for Love? A nest of puppets. Nada's Holy Wings were not merely about flight and motion. She could suddenly disappear from one location and reappear in another direction. Spatial ability? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. He had only seen this ability in high-level deities. He didn't expect Nada to possess this spatial ability as well. It's not spatial ability. Her Holy Wings ability is temporal, the power to traverse time. Mena Lingxi suddenly appeared. Lin Xiao was already accustomed to her sudden appearances and disappearances, but this power over time was the first he had ever heard of. I actually envy this ability of hers. It's not limited to spatial abilities. Temporal abilities can rewind to the past and travel to the future. In terms of speed, it's reached its limit, and even my spatial ability pales in comparison. If you could obtain this ability, you would know its terrifying nature, Mena Lingxi said. At that moment, Nada appeared in front of Lin Xiao, nodding and saying, she's right. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. Even Mena Lingxi, a high-level deity, envied this ability. It seemed that Nada, as a neutral deity, did indeed have her merits. Alright, then I'll take this one, he decided immediately. Hey, I already said that the ability isn't something you choose. It's before Nada could finish her sentence, a pair of snow-white wings had already appeared on Lin Xiao's back. Unlike Nada's, these wings had flames burning around them. Is it really the Holy Wings ability? Nata was stunned. Was this guy really so lucky? Nina Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered. If she wasn't mistaken, it should be related to Lin Xiao's power. Or rather, related to the divine punishment upon him. Lin Xiao flapped his holy wings and flew in the air for a while before entering a temporal void, mimicking Nata's previous actions. When he reappeared, he was back at his previous location. He also felt some strange changes in his body. His condition had returned to what it was before he entered the temporal void. So amazing? Lin Xiao was amazed. What did this mean? It meant that no matter how severe his injuries, as long as he could use the Holy Wings temporal void, he could rewind his condition to a certain time before. This was simply a divine skill. Lin Xiao flew in front of Nada, looking at her stunning divine face. He almost wanted to kiss her. This divine skill truly matched Nada's status as a deity. Compared to the previous SSS grade white feather ability, which couldn't even reach a deity level, it was a pure waste of an ability. Don't worry, I'll give you the rest of the deity corpses, Lin Xiao said, smiling at Nada. Okay, come find me here when the time comes, Nada nodded. Lin Xiao turned and left, returning to the Ningyuan City survivor base. How is it? Has anyone been here? Lin Xiao asked Yumian. Yes, that female officer in the middle came by. She seemed to want to take you to see the leaders, and Yumian said. I understand. Lin Xiao nodded, walked out of the room, and headed towards Ning Yuan's office. Come in. Ning Yuan's cold voice sounded after a knock on the door. Lin Xiao opened the door and entered. Ning Yuan was looking at some documents at her desk. When she saw Lin Xiao, she immediately smiled. You're here. Let's go, I'll take you to meet the high-level leaders of our survivor base. No problem, Lin Xiao grinned. He had infiltrated this survivor base for this very moment. Ning Yuan moved her slender beautiful legs forward, her long boots accentuated by alluring black stockings. As a famous beauty in the survivor base, Lin Xiao walking next to Ning Yuan naturally attracted some hostile gazes. As they passed through a square, a piece of metal suddenly flew towards them. However, Ning Yuan quickly intervened and blocked the metal projectile, then looked towards the direction it came from. Several ability users walked towards them, one of whom looked at Lin Xiao with the most provocative expression. You're the one who attracted the tier 3 ability user? Lin Xiao glanced at him. Ning Yuan walked over and whispered in his ear, don't cause trouble. He's the son of a military district leader and an S-level gold element ability user. Seeing Ning Yuan's action, the provocative ability user's gaze became even more hostile. Lin Xiao, however, let out a cold laugh and provocatively wrapped his right arm around Ning Yuan's waist, pulling her directly into his embrace. The beauty's exclamation and sweet breath were heart-stirring. Seeing this action, the young man instantly flew into a rage. I think you're courting death. Without another word, he raised his hand, controlling a gold element knife nearby into his grasp, and slashed at Lin Xiao. Ning Yuan was also startled by Lin Xiao's action and frantically twisted her body, wanting to break free, but found that Lin Xiao's strength was incredibly powerful, making it impossible to escape. On the contrary, her struggles only brought them closer together, and she seemed to feel the strong muscles under Lin Xiao's clothes. This person's gold element ability was also control type, but it seemed he could only control physical gold element weapons and had a range limit. Most importantly, this person's ability level was far inferior to his own. His eyes changed directly, his pupils turning gold. The young man's running motion suddenly froze, and his body began to turn metallic from the feet up. Seeing the change in his body, the young man was extremely horrified. What kind of ability was this? Was he also a gold element ability user? This golden eye ability also startled Ning Yuan in Lin Xiao's arms. She only knew that Lin Xiao was a P-tier 3 ability user, but she didn't know his ability was so bizarre. The young man's body was completely metallic except for his head. Lin Xiao pulled Ning Yuan even closer, sneering, What, are you trying to cause me trouble? Next time, please recognize your own strength before coming out to fight for love, or you'll just embarrass yourself. Don't you think so? The last sentence was directed at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered. She was on good terms with Lin Xiao also for her own reasons. A tier 3 ability user and the son of a leader made it easy to decide. What's more, this guy had been bothering her for a long time. Of course, Ning Yuan said with a cooperative smile. Bitch. The young man's eyes were about to burst from their sockets at the sight of this, and he cursed angrily. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, shut up. As soon as he spoke, the young man's entire body froze, completely metallic. He clearly felt the delicate body of Ning Yuan in his arms stiffen, followed by her trembling voice, You didn't kill him, did you? Of course not, this state will resolve itself after a few hours. Lin Xiao said casually. Of course, he was lying to Ning Yuan. A person who was completely metallic had only one ending, death. He just didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble because he still needed to rely on Ning Yuan to see the leader. Ning Yuan then breathed a sigh of relief and glared sternly at the ability users behind her. If anyone else follows this guy's foolishness, don't blame me for being impolite. Her words had some effect. The ability users scattered after hearing her, while Lin Xiao followed Ning Yuan into a large conference hall. At this time, many leaders were already present, but Lin Xiao revealed a mysterious smile after seeing these people, because many of them had faint traces of black mist on their bodies. Interesting. Chapter 71, Torturing the Black Mist Envoy's Parasite. It seemed his guess was correct. The Black Mist Envoy had indeed parasitized the highest leadership core of Ningyuan City, and those leaders who had been in contact with it had also fallen prey. However, Lin Xiao did not alarm these parasites, as the supreme leader had yet to appear. Lin Xiao, these are all high-ranking officials of our military region, Ning Yuan said, sitting next to Lin Xiao. From Lin Xiao's angle, he could easily catch a glimpse of the cleavage at her collar. Hearing her words, Lin Xiao twitched his lips but said nothing. Just then, all the leaders in the hall stood up, looking respectful. Lin Xiao knew the main event had arrived. Everyone, the theme of today's meeting should be clear to all. Recently, it was proposed that for the future development of the military region, we should try to absorb more high-level ability users into the military. How many high-level ability users have we absorbed recently? An old man with a pale complexion walked to the main seat, speaking slowly. Ning Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she stepped forward first. Chief, I have just recruited a peak third-tier ability user. Oh? The old chief immediately turned his head, but the moment his eyes landed on Lin Xiao, he suddenly froze. But quickly, he concealed his gaze, pretending not to recognize Lin Xiao and chuckling, unexpected, we actually recruited a third-tier ability user, not bad, not bad. Praised, Ning Yuan smiled, she was so eager to improve. Alright, Black Mist Envoy, stop pretending. Lin Xiao suddenly put his hands behind his head and sneered. Black Mist Envoy? Lin Xiao's words stunned some of the people around them. What was a Black Mist Envoy? The old chief's face darkened at Lin Xiao's words. He stared at Lin Xiao. So you recognized me? Not recognized, I came specifically for you. Lin Xiao finished speaking and attacked directly. Bang! The broken edge, controlled by Gold Master, flew out first, and a cloud of black mist exploded in front of the Black Mist Envoy's parasitic puppet, attempting to block the blade. However, it wasn't that easy. The Gold Master's ability within Lin Xiao grew stronger, directly breaking free from the black mist, while simultaneously activating his Gold Eye ability. The old chief's body rapidly metallized, but the black mist devoured the metallization. As expected of the power of a god, it was the first time Lin Xiao had seen something that could remove his Gold Eye ability. But this guy was ultimately just a parasite. Escaping from him was practically impossible. Rumble. The ground shook again, forming an earth dragon that surrounded the old chief, while flames burst around the earth dragon, constantly corroding and dispelling the black mist. Seeing this, the Black Mist Envoy's parasite panicked. What are you all waiting for? Kill this assassin. Some of the leaders already infected by the black mist immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao had anticipated this, and with a wave of his hand, a metal barrier blocked their path. Seeing the situation was bad, the old chief turned to run, but Lin Xiao was one step ahead and stood in his way. Black Mist Envoy, where do you think you're going? As Lin Xiao spoke, a charming figure appeared next to him. Mena Zero Shi. She merely clenched her fist gently in the void, locking down all the space around the parasitic body, leaving no possibility of escape. You actually helped this ant-like human, the parasite roared angrily, the dense black mist frantically smashing against the sealed space. This scene directly stunned Ning Yuan and the other leaders behind them. What was happening? Ning Yuan's expression was the most bewildered. She looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, a million questions in her mind, but she understood one thing. Lin Xiao was not a third-tier ability user at all. With the strength he had just shown, he was definitely a fourth tier. After all, their old chief was a fourth-tier ability user. No, he should not be called old chief now. This matter has nothing to do with you, all of you leave. Lin Xiao glanced at the remaining people and said indifferently. Ning Yuan and the others hesitated, but still left the council hall. Even the fourth-tier old leader was imprisoned by Lin Xiao. What else could they say? Even if there were questions, they could only wait for Lin Xiao to come out and ask him. Black Mist Envoy, I know you can hear me. Honestly, tell me your current location, and I can let this parasite of yours leave a bit more painlessly. Lin Xiao looked at the old man trapped in the space, a sinister smile appearing on his face. The old man was clearly stunned, and then angrily looked at Mena Lingxi. Did you tell him all my abilities? So what if I did? Aren't you still thinking about devouring me, a high-level god? Mena Lingxi looked at the other party indifferently. Upon hearing this, the corners of the old man's mouth twitched obviously. He did not expect that Mena Lingxi would actually hold a grudge because of what he had said. Now she was actually helping a human find his location. Humph, of course I won't tell you the location of my main body. Now is the time for me to absorb those two god corpses. Once absorbed, I will be able to advance to the 5th tier. When that time comes, Lin Xiao and I will make you pay the price for what happened today, he roared. Ha, I knew it. Lin Xiao also guessed that this parasitic consciousness of the Black Mist Envoy could not tell him the location of his main body. However, he would not make things easy for this Black Mist envoy. Lin Xiao revealed a cruel smile, and soon the other party's heart-wrenching screams were heard, making Ning Yuan and the others outside shudder. What exactly was this guy Lin Xiao doing in there? In the end, only some burnt ashes were left of this parasitic puppet, along with messy bloodstains on the ground, proving that this puppet had left in great pain. When Lin Xiao came out, he saw Ning Yuan leading a group of ability users and soldiers blocking the gate. What? You want to attack me? Lin Xiao smiled slightly at the sight. We don't want to fight you, but you have to tell us what exactly happened. Ning Yuan came forward as a representative to speak. It's simple. Has something infected by a black mist appeared in your Ning Yuan city recently? Your big leader here was infected. Lin Xiao explained the problem clearly in 2 simple sentences. What? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the remaining people in the Ning Yuan city military district could not hide their shock. Their leader was infected by that strange black mist? How could that be? But the crazy situation just now did seem to be true, as Lin Xiao had said. Ning Yuan frowned. On the surface, this was indeed a big problem, and Lin Xiao had even helped them by killing the old leader, which could be considered solving the problem for them. But in reality, Lin Xiao had a premeditated plan to find the old leader, and even infiltrated the military district in order not to alert the snake, which clearly meant there was some unknown story. But Lin Xiao had no intention of telling them a story. Wait! Just before Lin Xiao was about to leave, Ning Yuan suddenly stopped him. Is there anything else? Lin Xiao yawned. The situation in Ning Yuan city had been dealt with, and according to the plan, he should have left. Our military district discovered a mutated crystal mine. We originally planned to ask the leader to deal with the 4th-tier guardian mutated beast there, but now that the old leader has been killed by you, are you interested in mutated crystal mines? Chapter 72 Another special crystal mine, a mutated crystal mine? Lin Xiao was slightly intrigued. These were good things. However, after hearing what Ning Yuan said next, his expression became a bit strange. What did she mean by "I killed your old chief"? The one I killed was a black mist envoy parasite. I'm interested, Lin Xiao said without concealing his feelings. Last time, at the deepest part of the electric crystal vein, he found a piece of electric crystal jade, which directly promoted his Pafong to an SS grade power weapon. If there were materials of this quality in this crystal mine, perhaps there would be a chance to promote Pafong to SSS grade. Lin Xiao's words made Ning Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lin Xiao had agreed, otherwise, the special crystal mine would have to be given to the Black Crow organization. Speaking of which, your old chief just died at my hands, and you're already talking about cooperation with me. Are you sure this isn't a little rude? Lin Xiao looked at Ning Yuan, feeling that their behavior today was a little too calm. After all, he had killed their chief. To be honest, the chiefs of our Ning Yuan city military region have been replaced several times. It's all about the capable ones, Ning Yuan explained. Lin Xiao suddenly understood this made some sense. It seemed that the Ning Yuan city military region had almost broken ties with the central military region and was developing into something akin to a survivor force. You said the guardian of that special crystal mine is a 4th-order mutant, right? Lin Xiao asked. 4th-order mutants were still rare at this time. They usually appeared in large numbers after the blood mist. Therefore, a 4th-order mutant at this time must be a dominant figure among its kind, but it would hardly pose a threat to him. Yes, I know you should be able to deal with it, but besides that, there are some other small troubles, Ning Yuan said cautiously. What troubles? Lin Xiao frowned. Besides us, another force has also encountered this special crystal mine. This force is called Black Crow, a large survivor force gathered from 3 nearby cities. The strength of our Ning Yuan city is at most on par with this force, and this force has a 4th-order power user, Ning Yuan said. Black Crow, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. He was familiar with this name and was one of the most famous survivor forces in his previous life. And the 4th-order power user Ning Yuan mentioned was also an SSS grade power user named Black Crow. His ability was called Crow Curse. As for what the specific ability was, Lin Xiao didn't know. But an SSS grade power couldn't be too weak. I understand. So, we'll take care of this Black Crow together, right? No problem. Lin Xiao gave an okay sign and walked out. Ning Yuan was stunned. She had meant to say that they should cooperate with Black Crow and divide the special crystal mine equally. How did it turn into taking down Black Crow in Lin Xiao's mind? Has he always been this confident? At that time, in a dark cave, a skeletal shadow cloaked in black was absorbing the energy of 2 divine corpses. Suddenly, the Black Mist envoy opened his eyes wide, a twisted look of pain in them. Ah! Lin Xiao, you actually dared to chop me into minced meat and burn me to ashes. I will kill you. The Black Mist envoy was thunderously furious. Although that body was not his main body, he had parasitized a part of his consciousness on it, which meant that he could feel all the pain and joy of that body. This was originally for the convenience of controlling Ningyuan City so that he could build his own power and gather divine believers in the future. But unexpectedly, it made it easier for Lin Xiao to torture his spirit. He had endured inhuman torment. Lin Xiao, after I absorb the divine corpses, I will definitely kill you. You just wait. The next day, Ningyuan eagerly called Lin Xiao to set off early in the morning. The Ningyuan City military region was obviously coveting the special crystal core for a long time. Following Ningyuan's team, they traveled until they reached a colossal mountain peak, which happened to be located at the junction of Ningyuan City and two surrounding cities. No wonder the Black Crow forces had discovered this special crystal mine. By this time, the Black Crow's people had also arrived, led by a gloomy middle-aged man with a bizarre raven perched on his shoulder, creating a strangely eerie atmosphere. That's the Black Crow leader, Black Crow, Ningyuan said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao merely glanced at him without much interest and asked, "Where is the special crystal mine?" "On top of this mountain peak," Ningyuan replied. Lin Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to act, Black Crow approached with his men. "What? Where's that old geezer from your Ningyuan City military district? Did he not come? Or did he clock out?" Black Crow asked, his tone arrogant. They didn't seem to be on friendly terms with Ningyuan's group, showing no signs of cooperation. This was normal, as everyone wanted to seize the special crystal mine for themselves. If they were facing any force without a 4th-tier ability user, they would have already been wiped out. Black Crow was also hoping for the old commander of the Ningyuan City military district to have some kind of problem so that they could monopolize the special crystal mine. "Our commander had some business to attend to and couldn't come, but he's also a 4th-tier ability user," Ningyuan said calmly. Hearing this, Black Crow looked Lin Xiao up and down, with a disbelieving expression. Reaching 4th tier at this time, you need at least an SSS level ability. Such abilities are 1 in a million. How is it that your Ningyuan City is so lucky to have 2 4th tiers? Clearly, he thought Ningyuan was bluffing him. Ningyuan frowned, about to say something, but Lin Xiao stopped her, approaching Black Crow and saying calmly, "Whether I'm a 4th tier or not, why don't you try me and find out?" "That's exactly what I intend to do." Black Crow sneered. He just wanted to test Lin Xiao. Otherwise, why would he have wasted his breath? "Try me, but trying me has its price." Lin Xiao cracked his neck. His figure then instantly vanished, only to reappear in front of Black Crow. Black Crow's pupils contracted. His ability was more inclined to energy-based attacks, while this guy seemed to be a close combat ability user. Bang! Lin Xiao threw a simple, unadorned punch that sent Black Crow flying back a dozen meters, his face swelling, blood gushing from his mouth. Bastard! He was utterly furious. As a 4th-tier ability user, this was the first time he had been beaten so badly. Immediately, he began chanting some peculiar incantations. Hearing these incantations, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a strange change in his body, as if he had been cursed by something. This was the power of an SSS-level ability, the Crow Curse? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. Just then, a huge rock broke off from the mountaintop and hurtled down toward him. In response, Lin Xiao simply raised his hand and shattered the rock. But, to his surprise, it wasn't over yet. Chapter 73, Killing Black Crow. Besides the rocks from the peak, various strange attacks came at Lin Xiao, making him momentarily stunned. What kind of attack is this? So bizarre? This power, is it really just cursing someone to be unlucky? Can this really be an SSS level power? Lin Xiao felt speechless, but soon he noticed something was wrong. Under the influence of the opponent's power, his own abilities seemed to have weakened significantly. The range of his perception had clearly shrunk, and on top of that, there was a strange feeling of dizziness. This power. Lin Xiao frowned, and then he heard Black Crow laugh loudly. "How is it? Not enjoying the feeling of my power?" Mental attack. Lin Xiao immediately understood. However, ordinary mental attacks didn't affect him too much. After all, his mind was often influenced by the 7 deadly sins, and he had developed some resistance. But having to deal with the mental attack while also fending off the various strange attacks was very bothersome for him. What? Getting impatient? You think you can act all high and mighty with just this little bit of skill? I think your Ningyuan military district should immediately hand over this special crystal mine to us. Black Crow, a lackey from the Black Crow organization, yelled. Ningyuan also noticed Lin Xiao's condition and couldn't help but step forward, angrily shouting, "Black Crow, stop your power now." Hearing this, Black Crow's gaze swept over Ningyuan's pair of fair, slender legs, revealing a lustful expression. "You want me to stop my power? Unless you kill me, or else let me play with your legs, and I might consider it." Hearing Black Crow's extremely humiliating words, Ningyuan's face turned pale and then green. "What did you say? So, killing you will stop your stupid bird power, right?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. A pair of snow-white wings appeared on Lin Xiao's back, then he dove into a time portal, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Black Crow. "How did you know?" Black Crow was shocked by Lin Xiao's sudden appearance, and then he realized the problem. The power he had used on Lin Xiao had actually disappeared. How was this possible? Once the crow curse was locked, it was impossible to escape. How did this guy break free of his crow curse lock? Of course, he didn't know that Lin Xiao's Holy Wings ability allowed him to travel back in time, effectively a divine skill that could remove negative statuses. Moreover, it was a divine-level power that could completely counter the crow curse power. Lin Xiao directly grabbed Black Crow's neck, a sinister smile forming on his lips. You said that if you were killed, your power would be deactivated, right? I know, don't kill me. Black Crow frantically struggled. His power was a mental attack, and his defense and combat abilities were practically zero. Too bad, I really hate your power. Lin Xiao said indifferently, directly clenching his hand and crushing Black Crow's neck on the spot. Crack! The crisp sound shocked everyone. Ning Yuan stared blankly at Lin Xiao. This guy had actually killed Black Crow. The people from the Black Crow organization also gradually reacted, their faces incredibly grim. This was their organization leader, the only 4th-tier power user. However, Black Crow's power had always been invincible. With his 4th-tier power, he could perfectly counter other people's powers. They had never imagined that Lin Xiao would be unaffected by Black Crow's power and even break it. This kind of strength was something even the 4th-tier leader of the Ningyuan military district couldn't achieve. Now, your Black Crow can withdraw from the competition for the special crystal mine. Lin Xiao said calmly. The remaining members of the Black Crow organization all looked furious, but remembering Lin Xiao's bizarre abilities, they chose to swallow their anger. Our Black Crow will definitely not let this go, one of the power users said, leaving behind a harsh threat. But Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at these words and with a flash of movement, he blocked their way. If I heard correctly, you just said you wouldn't let this go? Lin Xiao's words stunned everyone from the Black Crow organization. What do you mean? A member of Black Crow turned to look at Ning Yuan and the others, sneering. You Ningyuan military region think you can stop us here? Although you killed our leader, our Black Crow organization has tens of thousands of ability users. If we all attack your Ningyuan military region, can you withstand it? Hearing this man's words, Ning Yuan hesitated slightly. As he said, the Black Crow organization had absorbed tens of thousands of ability users in 3 cities, far surpassing the number of ability users in the Ningyuan military region. If it weren't for the constraints of the military regions of the other 2 cities, their Ningyuan military region would not be able to compete with the Black Crow organization at all. But if Black Crow chose to abandon the territories of the other 2 cities and only attack their Ningyuan military region, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Lin Xiao, let them go. Ning Yuan thought for a moment and said in a low voice. Let them go? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Countless gold elements suddenly surged up behind him, instantly slicing through the ability users of the Black Crow organization. Blood splattered like blooming red roses, causing Ning Yuan's pupils to contract slightly. Looking at the bodies falling to the ground one by one, Ning Yuan sighed in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly didn't know if cooperating with Lin Xiao was the right decision. With these people dead, the Ningyuan military region would inevitably face endless retaliation from the Black Crow organization, but it wasn't all bad news. This way, they could monopolize this special crystal mine. I helped you solve such a big problem. I want 50% of this crystal mine, is that okay? Lin Xiao's next words directly stunned Ning Yuan. 50%? Before Ning Yuan could speak, a military leader behind her was already showing anger. Lin Xiao had killed the Black Crow people without consulting them first, and now he even wanted 50% of the crystal mine. If you don't agree, you can go deal with that 4th-order mutant yourself. Lin Xiao revealed a mysterious smile. In the end, he was still being relatively merciful, otherwise, he could have killed these people from the Ningyuan military region as well and monopolized the special crystal mine. But that would have been too much. After all, it was Ning Yuan who brought the news, and he, Lin Xiao, still had some moral bottom line. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the leader's face immediately turned red and then pale. Lin Xiao had killed that 4th-order ability user from the Black Crow organization, so now who else could deal with a 4th-order ability user? Only Lin Xiao. What else could be said? Ning Yuan frowned, seemingly thinking too, and finally sighed. Okay, 50% for you. Right now, they didn't seem to have the leverage to negotiate with Lin Xiao. Let's first deal with that 4th-order mutant and see what kind of special crystal mine it is. Ning Yuan said. You people don't need to go, you'll just be a nuisance. I'm enough on my own. Lin Xiao glanced at the ability users brought by the Ningyuan military region. For 3rd orders might seem like a decent fighting force, but to him, they were just a burden. The defense of a 4th-order mutant couldn't be broken by even 3rd-order ability users. At most, they could play a minor restraining role. What else were they but a hindrance? Hearing Lin Xiao's confidence, Ning Yuan and the others didn't question him. After all, his strength was undeniable. He had already killed 2 4th-order ability users. However, they weren't too reassured. What if Lin Xiao killed that fourth order mutant and then monopolized something good? I'll go with you, Ning Yuan said. Lin Xiao glanced at her and didn't mind. No problem, just watch from the side and don't interfere. Okay. Ning Yuan nodded. Chapter 74, The Influence of the Seven Deadly Sins in the Dense Forest. A massive black python lay coiled on the spot. The moment Lin Xiao saw it, he thought, as expected, to reach the fourth tier of mutation at this time, it had to be a beast at the top of the food chain. Pythons, whether before or after the apocalypse, were among the apex predators on land. Lin Xiao glanced at Ning Yuan, who was already hiding nearby, and without a word, charged towards the fourth-tier mutated python. Hiss! Lin Xiao's position was exposed, and the fourth-tier mutated python let out a long hiss, quickly engaging him in a struggle. The breaking blade was unstoppable, leaving cuts on the mutated python, but its healing speed was ridiculously fast. This healing speed was far beyond what a fourth-tier mutation could achieve. Lin Xiao suspected that it had consumed some material or fruit that accelerated healing, like the man-eating flower seed Little White had eaten before. The corrosion ability was ineffective. It was useful against second and third tier mutations, but it was far less effective against a fourth tier mutation. After all, the enchanted toad scale was only a second tier mutation material. And now, without the destructive power of his wrath arm, it was difficult to kill this fourth tier mutation quickly. However, he still had other means to compensate without the destructive power of his wrath arm. The power of fire and earth instantly restrained the fourth-tier mutated python. The python struggled to break free from Earth's grasp, its body still ablaze. The smell of burning flesh was already in the air. Put! The python suddenly turned and sprayed a large amount of liquid on itself, seemingly venom, extinguishing most of the flames. It's poisonous too, Lin Xiao muttered. Saintly wings sprouted from his back, and he gripped the breaking blade, engaging in close combat. With Lin Xiao's strength increased 1,000-fold, the wounds inflicted by the breaking blade were much larger. Even with the python's rapid healing, it couldn't withstand the onslaught. Ning Yuan watched from afar, increasingly amazed at Lin Xiao's ferocity. He was completely overpowering the fourth-tier mutation. Just then, she suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, its source unknown. She assumed it was a result of Lin Xiao's battle with the python and didn't pay much attention. Soon, the python was battered and bruised, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. It's over, Lin Xiao murmured, bringing his blade down, beheading the python. The fourth-tier mutation was finally dead. Compared to a god, this fourth-tier mutation was much weaker. If not for its terrifying healing ability, it would have died long ago under his blade. After a quick cleanup, Lin Xiao walked towards Ning Yuan's hiding spot. Halfway there, he sensed something was wrong, a peculiar smell in the air. He went behind the large tree and froze, noticing Ning Yuan had been ambushed by some strange plants. The plant's vines, covered in thorns, were embedded in Ning Yuan's body. Her clothes were disheveled, and her face was flushed. This is Lin Xiao's mind was shaken when he recognized the vines. This plant was known as the lust vine. It emitted a fragrance that numbed people, gradually arousing their desires. Damn it, Lin Xiao cursed inwardly, wondering how Ning Yuan had been ambushed by such a thing, as it had no combat power. Just as he was speechless, a vine silently snaked towards Ning Yuan's waist, about to reach certain indecent places. Lin Xiao quickly summoned the breaking blade and sliced wildly, destroying the lust vine. He then checked Ning Yuan's condition, his brow furrowing. The poison had already reached her internal organs. I wonder if the restorative peach twig still works now, Lin Xiao muttered, taking out a small piece of the restorative peach twig and feeding it to Ning Yuan. But Ning Yuan's long, slender, snow-white legs were directly wrapped around his waist like a beautiful serpent, instantly activating the lust of the seven deadly sins within Lin Xiao. The emotional influence of the seven deadly sins rarely affected him now, especially emotions like wrath and greed, which had minimal impact. However, the emotion of lust still influenced him from time to time, because when lust arose, it affected not only the mind but also the body. And facing Ning Yuan in this situation, how could he resist? As the restored peach branch took effect, the toxins in Ning Yuan's body slowly subsided, and she began to regain some consciousness, realizing what she was doing. Just as she was about to take her legs off Lin Xiao, he grabbed them first, the Q-soft texture further igniting the influence of the seven deadly sins of lust. Black dragon scales surfaced on Lin Xiao's skin, causing Ning Yuan to panic. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? She knew that she had been poisoned and, upon regaining consciousness, understood what kind of poison it was. But wasn't Lin Xiao the one who had saved her? Why was he also? Was the poison contagious? Lin Xiao couldn't hear what she was saying. In the next moment, he pounced on her, and soon, a sorrowful cry echoed through the forest. Why have they been gone for so long? Outside the forest, the people from the Ningyuan military region were anxiously pacing back and forth. They had already offended the Black Crow to death, and if they couldn't secure this special crystal mine, the Ningyuan military region would suffer a heavy loss. Moreover, their only fourth-level leader had been killed by Lin Xiao not long ago. It seemed as if this guy had come to Ningyuan City deliberately to mess with their military region. No, we have to go and check. A leader couldn't help but decide to investigate. Sir, there's a 4th level mutation inside. What if Ningyuan and the others were killed by the mutation? Wouldn't you be walking into a tiger's den? A subordinate quickly reminded him. That's right, the leader realized, then turned to the female adjutant who had accompanied Ningyuan, saying, You, go and see if your commander has returned. The female adjutant's face turned pale upon hearing this. She had just heard their conversation, which clearly meant she was being sent to her death. On one hand, she couldn't disobey the order, but on the other hand, she was worried about her commander, Ningyuan. So, she cautiously entered the forest. Once inside, she heard a tragic cry, recognizing it as Ningyuan's voice, as if she was being attacked by something. She hurried forward and was immediately stunned. The scene before her caused her face to flush red. Ningyuan was indeed being attacked, but the one attacking her was actually Lin Xiao? The little adjutant didn't dare go back. How could she tell the leaders outside that Ningyuan was with Lin Xiao? That was absolutely impossible. So, she could only endure the torment and stand guard, the seductive sounds torturing her young mind and body. Only when Ningyuan's voice gradually subsided did she remove her hands from her ears. Lin Xiao, you. Ningyuan leaned limply against a tree, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. She didn't even have any clothes on because they had all been torn by Lin Xiao. Having relieved his emotions, Lin Xiao also regained his senses. He coughed a few times at the scene around him and pulled out a set of women's clothes, handing them to her. Put these on first. Receiving the clothes, Ningyuan quickly put them on, not minding Lin Xiao's gaze. At this moment, a faint voice came from the side. Who? Chapter 75, Spoils of War Distribution. Sir, it's me. The junior adjutant, fearing that Lin Xiao might kill her with a metal attack, quickly came out, but for some reason, her standing posture was very awkward. Xiao Chang, what are you doing here? Ningyuan was startled, and then realizing something, her face tightened. How long have you been here? I just got here not long ago. The junior adjutant lied with a guilty conscience. Ningyuan then breathed a sigh of relief. If she had just arrived, she shouldn't have heard anything. Lin Xiao glanced at a wet patch on the junior adjutant's trousers, but he saw through it without saying a word. Ningyuan exchanged a look with him, seemingly begging him not to reveal what had just happened, and Lin Xiao readily nodded. Sir, the leaders sent me to check why there hasn't been any news for so long. Is there any difficulty? Adjutant Xiao Chang pretended to be naive, acting dumb to cover up what she had heard. Well, that 4th-tier mutation was a bit powerful, so it took a bit longer. Ningyuan quickly came up with an excuse. Oh. Xiao Chang nodded, her gaze falling on Ningyuan's pair of slender legs full of envy. She wondered how Lin Xiao felt just now. Even as a girl, she really wanted to play with those long legs. Let's go take a look at that special crystal mine. Lin Xiao interrupted the awkward atmosphere between the two. Ah, right. Ningyuan nodded hurriedly. For the special crystal mine, she had even sacrificed her chastity. Of course, she wouldn't blame Lin Xiao. After all, she was the one poisoned, and Lin Xiao was only helping her detoxify. That must be it. The three walked to the special crystal mine, and saw that the surrounding soil of the mine had fallen away, revealing a natural mine cave. Inside this cave was a kind of crystal-clear black jade, as deep as the previous electric crystal vein, with no end in sight. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao did not recognize this special crystal mine. If Xin Yi were here, it would be great. Does your military region have any ability users who can forge or analyze and appraise? Lin Xiao looked at Ningyuan. Yes, I do. Xiao Chang next to Ningyuan said with a rosy face, raising her small hand. It seemed that she finally had a chance to show herself. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but glance at Ningyuan. This woman had good eyes. Choosing such an ability user as her adjutant was a wise choice. Xiao Cheng's ability is a Class A crafting master ability, which can create some special props or weapons. Ningyuan also saw Lin Xiao's gaze and smiled slightly. Well, see what this thing is called. Lin Xiao nodded. Xiao Cheng placed her hand on a piece of black jade. After a moment, her eyes flashed, and she said with joy, Sir, these things are called black sand iron crystals. The power weapons they are used to craft can have the attribute of heaviness. Heaviness? Ningyuan asked in confusion. That means that when a weapon hits a target, it will make the target feel several times the pressure of the weapon's weight. If power-enhancing ability users were to use this, the effect would be even more multiplied. Xiao Cheng explained. This stuff is pretty good. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. At least he felt that the effect of this black sand iron crystal was better than the electric crystal or he had encountered before. Okay, go and invite those leaders over, Ningyuan said softly, looking at the black sand iron crystals. Soon, several military region leaders came with Xiao Chang. When they saw Ningyuan, they smiled. Xiao Ning, it's good you're okay. We thought something had happened. Yeah, why didn't you send a message after you solved it? It made us anxious out here, a leader complained. Especially after seeing that Xiao Chang had not come out for a long time, they almost wanted to leave. Hearing the leader's words, Ning Yuan's face inexplicably turned red. This is the black sand iron crystal that Xiao Chang was talking about, right? It's really good stuff. A group of leaders leaned their heads forward, marveling at the dark mine cave. Yes. Ning Yuan nodded, her beautiful eyes falling on Lin Xiao, a hint of hesitation in them. Lin Xiao, we agreed on a 50-50 split. Which part of the black sand iron crystals do you want? Ha! Ning Yuan's words stunned the group of leaders. Shouldn't this girl let the military region choose first? How could she let Lin Xiao choose first? Isn't this siding with an outsider? Oh, if I get to choose first, then I'll choose. Lin Xiao originally wanted to choose the lower part based on his previous experience, but he suddenly received a share from Yumian. The core part of this black sand iron crystal was actually in the upper part. I'll choose the upper part, Lin Xiao said. Hearing Lin Xiao's choice, the leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. With this kind of ore, the deeper you go, the better the quality. That was common knowledge. It was a good thing Lin Xiao didn't choose the lower crystal ore. Now that it's decided, let's go back and get people to mine it. The leaders of the military region said with smiles. Although Ning Yuan didn't understand why Lin Xiao chose the upper part, she didn't say much. She only said, we'll also mine your part and give it to you intact. No need, Lin Xiao waved his hand, directly using his patron ability. These black sand iron crystals all contained a portion of metal elements, so Lin Xiao could directly manipulate them to leave the vein and form even-sized ore pieces, which all fell into his gluttony space. The military region was directly stunned. Was this mining speed for real? This ability, it's a waste not to use it for mining. Ning Yuan murmured blankly. In a short while, all of Lin Xiao's share of the black sand iron crystals had been mined out. It's your turn, Lin Xiao said with a slight pout. The Ning Yuan military region fell silent. Their turn? What could they do? Mine like the monster Lin Xiao? Impossible. Even other gold element ability users wouldn't be able to achieve Lin Xiao's mining efficiency. We'll mine slowly, no rush, right? A leader said awkwardly. Yes, no rush. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this, then he spread his holy wings and quickly flew away. The next day. You're leaving already? Ning Yuan stood at the military region's city gate, looking at Lin Xiao with a resentful expression, a far cry from the aloof female military officer Lin Xiao had first met. Right now, she resembled a wife abandoned on her wedding night. Yeah, I came to Ning Yuan to find an apocalypse god, but unfortunately, that guy isn't here anymore, Lin Xiao said blandly. Apocalypse god. Ning Yuan's beautiful eyes trembled. She knew that the apocalypse god Lin Xiao was talking about was the one who had controlled their commander. To be able to control a strongman of their commander's level, that apocalypse god would only be even more powerful. Lin Xiao would actually chase after such a dangerous thing. Alright, if fate allows, we'll meet again, Lin Xiao waved his hand, disappearing into the sky with Little White and Yumian. 2 days later, they arrived at their true destination, Sea City. Chapter 76, reunited with an enemy compared to Ningyuan, a third-tier city, High City was a true behemoth. It was densely populated, with a much faster rate of evolution for both the enhanced and the mutated. Moreover, High City's military power had been relatively successful in containing the mutations in the early days of the apocalypse. From above, Lin Xiao could even see many preserved traces of the city, a rare sight a month into the apocalypse. You had to understand that most of the human civilization in smaller third-tier cities had been completely destroyed by mutations and zombies. Additionally, Lin Xiao's aerial view revealed large clusters of zombies, with many areas of the city appearing empty. This suggested that there was a high-level zombie king in the city, possibly reaching the 4th tier. Only a 4th-tier zombie king would have such powerful control. It was impossible to gather such a large zombie group in smaller cities. This situation had its pros and cons. The advantage was that some areas would be very safe, without much zombie interference, increasing the survival rate for survivors. The disadvantage was the potential for a zombie tide. In his past life, the zombie tide in Jing City was triggered a year into the apocalypse, but with the current scale of the zombie population in High City, a tide might be triggered soon. For some survivor groups, the impact of a zombie tide could be devastating, but for Lin Xiao, it would be a feast of cores. Before leaving, he had taken all 3 of the core breeding flowers with him, so he could use the zombie cores to cultivate a considerable number of high-level cores. But now was not the time to think about this, because he had another important matter to attend to in High City. Mu Zi, if you don't come to me, then I'll have to come to you. I wonder if you're ready, he muttered softly, staring into the distance. High City Military District. Miss, this is the latest information from Jing City. Soldiers bustled about, and one of them delivered some intelligence to an office. Inside the office, a woman with delicate features and a fiery figure was processing documents. Hearing the soldier's report, she paused her work. Jing City. It was the city where her brother had died. She had been trying to find information about the person who killed her brother and had even sent enhanced individuals to Jing City to hunt down Lin Xiao. But for some reason, all those enhanced individuals had lost contact, and the information they sent back indicated that Lin Xiao was still alive. Until recently, their communication with the Jing City military district had even been cut off. However, she had found a way to contact survivor groups in Jing City and obtained the current intelligence. She needed to know what had happened. Eagerly opening the report, Mu Zi was shocked by the information she saw. What Lin Xiao actually controls the Jing City military district and all the major survivor groups. Blood sacrificed 5,000 enhanced individuals, killed 4 apocalypse gods? Lin Xiao did all of this? Mu Zi couldn't believe it. This enemy who had killed her brother had such terrifying power. Moreover, according to the news, Lin Xiao had already left Jing City and gone to Ningyuan. Ningyuan was a third-tier city. Why would Lin Xiao go there? She looked at the map, and then alarm bells went off in her mind. Ningyuan was a must-pass route from Jing City to Hai City. So, Lin Xiao was coming to Hai City. She remembered the phone call before the apocalypse, where Lin Xiao kept shooting her brother over the phone like a demon. Even though she wasn't there, she could almost see the bloody scene. And Lin Xiao had said that it was just the beginning, which meant that Lin Xiao would come after her. But she had no idea when she had offended such a homicidal maniac. Now, this maniac was coming to Hai City. An enhanced individual who could kill gods, even with the support of the Hai City military district, made her somewhat apprehensive. Creak! At this moment, a man pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Mu Zi's pale face, he quickly stepped forward. "Shui, what's wrong? What happened?" The man's face was full of concern, and he even placed his hand affectionately on Mu Zi's shoulder. The man's voice startled Mu Zi out of her emotional turmoil. Then, her voice trembling, she said to the man, "Changfeng, it's Lin Xiao, that murderous maniac. He's come from Jing City to Hai City." Lin Xiao? Li Changfeng was stunned for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Is that the guy who killed Xiaohong? He actually dared to come from Jing City to Hai City. He's very powerful. With the help of 5,000 ability users from Jing City, he killed 4 apocalypse gods. Mu Zi said. 4 apocalypse gods? Hearing this, Li Changfeng was also shocked, but then his expression changed and he said, "Didn't you also say that he relied on 5,000 ability users to kill the apocalypse gods? In my opinion, those 5,000 ability users were the main force. Even if this kid is good, he can't possibly be a match for our Hai City military region." Li Changfeng's words had a considerable comforting effect, making Mu Zi feel slightly more at ease. Then, she noticed the hand on her shoulder and immediately stood up, walking to the window. Pretending to look at the scenery outside, her voice was still worried. "But he came to Hai City definitely for me. What if he wants to kill me? Don't worry. With our Li family's control over the military region's city defense, we'll ensure that not even a fly can get in. I'll take people to guard the city gates right now, and we'll definitely make sure that this Lin Xiao has no way out. When the time comes, I'll personally capture him and bring him in front of you, so you can tear him to pieces to avenge Xiaohong," Li Changfeng said with confidence. "Really, Changfeng? If you can catch him, I'll agree to the marriage," Mu Zi said with a look of pleasant surprise. Lin Xiao had been a huge weight on her mind for the past month. She both hated and feared him. While she wanted to avenge her younger brother, she was also afraid of the strength Lin Xiao had shown. Now that Li Changfeng was offering to take action on her behalf, she was naturally happy. After all, the Li family's position in the Hai City military region was even higher than that of her Mu family. As for marriage, the outcome had been determined the moment she was born into the Mu family. Even if she didn't marry Li Changfeng, she would have to marry the son of another military bigwig. With that being the case, she might as well marry Li Changfeng. This guy was simple-minded and easy to control, making him a good dog. Hearing Mu Zi say this, Li Changfeng was naturally overjoyed. With Mu Zi's status, she had countless suitors in the military region. Moreover, the Mu family was also quite powerful in the military, and gaining their support would elevate the Li family's position in the military region even further. In addition, Mu Zi was a top-tier beauty in both looks and figure, and bringing her out would definitely make him look good. He had played with many beauties of this type, but playing with one of this high status would definitely have a different kind of flavor. Watching Li Changfeng's departing figure, Mu Zi curled her lips into a cold smile. "Lin Xiao, I couldn't do anything to you in Jing City, but coming to Hai City is like walking right into a trap." Chapter 77, Entering Sea City. Outside Sea City. Lin Xiao retracted his saint wings and landed on the ground, gazing from afar at the heavily guarded entrance of Sea City, lost in thought. With Mu Zi's power in Sea City, he must have already prepared for my arrival. If I rashly barge in, it would be a small matter to alarm him, but I fear that Mu Zi would simply run away. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted, landing on a group of adventurers heading towards the city, and his brow arched slightly. Everyone, we are survivors from a neighboring province and we can't enter C City. Could you possibly bring us into the city? Lin Xiao stopped them. A handsome young man got out of the driver's seat, followed by a burly figure from the passenger seat. They stood on either side of Lin Xiao. You are survivors? The handsome young man sized up Lin Xiao and in Yuemian, his eyes narrowing slightly. After reaching the 4th tier, Little White could freely change his size. He had returned to the size of a white cat and wouldn't attract much attention. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded honestly. They were indeed survivors from another province. Weren't they? How come normal survivors who have traveled to C City wouldn't be dusty like you? The handsome young man scoffed, obviously not believing Lin Xiao's nonsense. Sorry, bro, we can't bring you into the city. The burly man shook his head after hearing the young man's words. Brother Wu, let them get on. The girl is blind. Just then, a melodious voice came from the back seat of the car. Blind? The young man and the burly man were stunned, their eyes landing on An Yuemian, and they did indeed see her empty gaze. Even if they're not good, they wouldn't send a blind girl to deal with us, right? The burly man frowned at his companion. Well, let's listen to Mississippi. You can get in the car. The handsome young man's hostility lessened. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. He was ready to force his way in if the two didn't agree. He didn't expect them to change their minds because of a single word from the woman in the back seat. It seemed that the woman's identity was not simple. Lin Xiao and An Yuemian got into the car. They saw a quiet girl sitting in the back seat, with a pure appearance that gave off an air of untainted purity. Hello, I'm Bai Lin. These two are my companions, Wu Gang and Qi Mao. After they got in the car, the girl took the initiative to introduce herself. I'm Xiaomu, and this is my girlfriend, An Yuemian. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and decided to hide his name. When An Yuemian heard Lin Xiao introduce her as his girlfriend, her cheeks couldn't help but turn a little red. Brother, you two were able to walk all the way here from another province. Your power levels must be quite high, right? Qi Mao in the front asked. Yeah, I'm a 3rd-tier power user. Lin Xiao nodded. As he said, it wouldn't be very convincing if their power levels were low to make it all the way here. 3rd-tier power user? Qi Mao turned his head to look, his eyes rather surprised. The cities next to C City were small. A 3rd-tier power user was already considered good, but in C City, 3rd-tier power users were a dime a dozen. Do you two have any plans to join any faction when you enter C City? The burly man in the passenger seat asked. Join a faction? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Yes. You survivors from outside probably don't know, but the living areas in C City are controlled by various survivor factions. It's not only difficult for survivors from outside to get into the city, but even if they manage to get in, they'll be quickly discovered and driven out by the law enforcement team if they don't have a place to live, Wu Gang explained. I see. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. He hadn't thought of this, after all, he had never worried about accommodation in Jing City. It seemed that C City was indeed very different from Jing City. How about you two join the Bai family's survivor faction? Although we're only a second-rate survivor force in C City, we're still very friendly to the survivors who depend on us. And you're a 3rd-level ability user. You can choose any residence within the Bai family's territory. The one next to you is our Bai family's young miss, Wu Gang said with a smile. Lin Xiao glanced at the girl beside him. Brother Wu is right. The city's law enforcement team is very strict. If they find out you don't have a residence, they'll treat you as infected, Bai Lin said. Don't worry, after joining the Bai family, we won't restrict your freedom, nor will we force you to do any tasks. She added. Seeing her sincere eyes, seemingly genuinely considering him and Yuemian, Lin Xiao agreed. Okay, but if you need anything, you can come to me. After all, we're taking up a spot in your residence, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Within his capabilities, he would still lend a hand, even if it was to repay them for bringing him into C City. Don't worry, brother. 3rd-level ability users are rarely sent out on missions. Only when we discover some rare resources or mutations will we ask a 3rd-level ability user to take action. Qi Mao laughed heartily. Lin Xiao could tell that they had no ill intentions towards him and were very sincere, so he lowered his guard. By the way, do you know the Mu family in the military district? He inquired. The Mu family in the military district? Qi Mao was taken aback, a look of apprehension crossing his face. The military district is the #1 power in C City, and the Mu family plays a veteran-level role in it. What, brother, do you know someone from the Mu family? I wouldn't say I know them, just a minor connection, Lin Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, Qi Mao understood that there was likely some friction between them. He sighed and said, then, Brother Xiao, you need to be even more careful in the city. The Mu family is known to be very vindictive. I heard that their young master was killed in another province before the apocalypse, and now they're searching nationwide for that person. I think his name is Lin Xiao. The city gates have been under lockdown recently, saying they want to capture that person. Hearing Qi Mao's words, Lin Zhao's expression became a bit strange, and even Ing Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Sister's smile is so beautiful, Bai Linlin said in amazement, her beautiful eyes wide. She had never seen someone so beautiful before. It was a pity that fate had taken away her eyes. Hearing Bai Linlin's praise, and Yuan immediately pursed her lips. Apart from Lin Xiao, she rarely spoke to anyone, even this pure and lovely young girl. With the Bai family's privileges, the car was allowed into Sea City without being checked and went straight to the Bai family's occupied residential area. Brother, this is the Bai family's territory. It mainly consists of 2 high-end residential areas and a few old urban areas, Qi Mao explained to Lin Xiao. He scratched his head and said, there should still be a few buildings left in the high-end residential areas. I'll go take a look for you. No need, Lin Xiao said, his gaze fixed on an old-style villa in the old urban area. We'll live here. Chapter 78, The Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce here? Qi Mao was taken aback, hesitating. The facilities in this old villa are quite poor, the living environment might not be very comfortable. It's okay, my girlfriend prefers a quieter place. There are too many residents in upscale communities which would disturb us, Lin Xiao said softly. Oh, I understand. Qi Mao instantly understood, a look of envy on his face. Lin Xiao glanced at the guy helplessly. When they first met, he was full of hostility, but now he could joke around. However, he was probably hostile because of Bai Linlin before. It wasn't hard to hear from their conversation that the Bai family was facing a little trouble, but it didn't have much to do with him unless they actively sought his help. If that were to happen, then this favor would be returned. In his heart, he still hoped that the Bai family would only ask for his help during a major crisis, otherwise his favor would be too cheap. Later, Qi Mao and Mu Gang came to deliver some survival supplies, which were quite abundant. Of course, compared to what Lin Xiao had stored, they were insignificant. During this time, Lin Xiao engaged in large-scale construction, creating a place underground to house the generator and using his metal ability to isolate the noise, connecting it to the old villa's circuits. After that, the entire old villa lit up, and hot water was also available, allowing Ing Yuan to take a warm bath. And Yuan came out of the bathroom, wiping her hair, her beautiful eyes landing on Lin Xiao. Do you want to take a shower? It's really comfortable. It's been a long time since I had a hot bath. She was very content with her life in the apocalypse with Lin Xiao. Of course, I'll shower, Lin Xiao smiled, his gaze falling on Ing Yuan's shapely figure, a secret agitation in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed this agitation. After all, it hadn't been long since he was with Ning Yuan, and his lust hadn't reached the point of exploding. Of course, this was also out of respect for Ing Yuan. In his heart, his feelings for her were completely different from other women. In his previous life, Ing Yuan was his savior, protecting him for 4 whole years. In addition to affection, he also held gratitude for her. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lin Xiao walked into the bathroom, but instead of using hot water, he took a cold shower. The sound of water in the bathroom made Ing Yuan's heart beat even faster, a blush creeping onto her face as she bit her lip. She had already hinted so clearly, Lin Xiao should take action later, right? He should, right the next day. And Yuan stood in front of the 3 crystal cultivation flowers, quite resentful. She took out some crystal cores and fed them into the flowers' mouths. Thinking of what happened last night, she grew even more frustrated. She had hinted so much, but Lin Xiao remained indifferent. It was truly she angrily slammed a crystal core onto the waiting petals of a crystal cultivation flower, stunning it. Sister Yuan. Bai Linlin walked into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement at the bright light. Was that really light? They knew very well that there was no generator in this old villa. After all, generators were a scarce resource in the entire high city. And generators meant lights. How did Lin Xiao and the others do it? Ah, it's Linlin. Not expecting a visitor, and Yuan quickly put down the crystal cores and walked towards the edge of the courtyard. Sister Yuan, this place of yours is? Although Bai Linlin knew this was Lin Xiao and the other's secret, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Oh, are you talking about the lights? My ability is spatial, and we collected some generators outside, so we brought them here, and Yuan said softly. This was a story she and Lin Xiao had agreed upon. Like Lin Xiao and Yuan's precognitive ability was also best kept secret, so they simply attributed spatial abilities to her. Spatial ability? Bai Linlin exclaimed in surprise. Such ability users were rare. She hadn't expected that besides Lin Xiao, a tier 3 ability user, and Yuan was also a treasure. Where's brother Xiao? She then asked, craning her neck. And Yuan was taken aback, realizing that she was asking about Lin Xiao. She replied, he's still sleeping. Still sleeping? Bai Linlin's mouth gaped. There was a strange undertone in Yuan's voice, likely because of how long it went on last night. Otherwise, how could Xiaomu still be sleeping? Linlin, did you come for something? And Yuan, naturally unaware of what the other was thinking, asked. No, I just wanted to ask how you felt about the accommodation yesterday. It seems I was being redundant. Bai Linlin smiled sheepishly. With electricity and Yuemian's spatial ability, their accommodation experience certainly wouldn't be bad. After chatting with Yuemian for a while, Bai Linlin reluctantly waved goodbye. This reluctance mostly stemmed from Yuemian's stunning beauty, a perfect face that even girls couldn't help but stare at. At this moment, several members of the Bai family were waiting outside the door, holding some scarce survival supplies. Let's go, they probably don't need it, Bai Linlin said softly. She had already seen these things inside the house. Besides that, she also realized that these two elder siblings who had come into the city with them were not as simple as they had imagined. After a while, Lin Xiao finally woke up. Perhaps because he had been traveling too much lately, this sleep had been particularly long. Yuemian, I'm going out to scout the situation in High City, Lin Xiao said, after eating some breakfast that Yuemian had prepared for him. Okay. And Yuemian nodded quietly. Little White was dozing on the sofa not far away. With it around, there was no need to worry about Yuemian's safety. Hey, Brother Xiao, why are you out? Where are you going? Not long after leaving the house, a car stopped next to Lin Xiao. The driver was none other than Qi Mao. Lin Xiao was surprised for a moment, then smiled, not expecting such a coincidence. I'm new here and wanted to buy some things and gather some information. I was just wondering which direction to take, Lin Xiao said. Then you're really in luck. I'm heading to the Nine Dragons Business Association. It's definitely the best place to buy supplies, but you need crystal cores. Qi Mao laughed heartily. I do have some crystal cores. Lin Xiao patted his bulging pocket, smiling. Then get in. The two of them traveled together to a massive, towering mall. The mall's area had clearly been renovated after the apocalypse, making it many times larger than some malls before the apocalypse. It was practically a miracle to see such a massive structure in the post-apocalyptic world. Qi Mao also looked up, a sense of awe in his eyes. This is the Nine Dragons Business Association. It's backed by the second largest force in High City, Nine Dragons. Chapter 79, The Fusion Effect of Fire Rock Ore and Fire Ox Horn Nine Dragons? Lin Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. It was not for any other reason than the fact that he had heard of this name before. In his previous life, Nine Dragons specialized in business in the later stages, and its merchant forces were spread all over the post-apocalyptic world. Correspondingly, the things it sold were also all-inclusive. Lin Xiao followed Qi Mao into the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he entered, he felt dazzled. The surroundings were filled with a dazzling array of goods, and in front of each counter stood several scantily clad maids. Monkey wood, heavenly king vine, Shen iron. Lin Xiao scanned the area, seeing mostly special materials from mutated creatures or fruits from mutated plants. There were also some special ores. These rare resources, which were hard to come by outside, were neatly displayed here. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the powerful foundation of Nine Dragons. At this moment, he also secretly rejoiced that he had not rashly rushed into High City. Otherwise, the power users of the military and Nine Dragons would have been enough for him to handle. They might not be his match in a one-on-one fight, but they had a huge advantage in numbers. No matter how powerful he was, he could not deal with the attacks of tens of thousands of power users at the same time. According to Lin Zhao's estimate, there were at least tens of thousands of power users in these two forces. Brother Xiao, the goods here can be said to be all-inclusive. This area is for special materials, and that area is for daily necessities. See if there's anything you need, Qi Mao said as he excitedly wandered around. Clearly, the special materials here were very attractive to him. Are you here specifically to buy special materials? Lin Xiao asked when he saw this. Yes, I have some special refined iron that the young miss rewarded me with. I want to find another special material and mix them together to forge a power weapon. You know, the mutations are getting stronger lately. Without a handy weapon, it's hard to break through their defenses, Qi Mao said. Oh? Lin Xiao looked at him with interest. What kind of special refined iron is it? I heard the young miss say it's called red rock ore. I spent a long time accumulating contributions in the Bai family to get it, Qi Mao said proudly. Special refined iron was considered a rare resource even in High City. Lin Xiao was also aware of this and had a better impression of the Bai family. After all, being able to give out special refined iron as a reward for contributions was quite impressive. The ability of red rock ore is to imbue weapons with high temperature. If you can find a material called Fire Ox Horn, you can rub the weapon against the mutated creature's hard shell during combat to generate high temperature flames, which will increase the damage exponentially, Lin Xiao said. Fire Ox Horn? Qi Mao was stunned. He had clearly never heard of this thing before and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This gentleman seems to be an expert. You are right, the combination of Fire Ox Horn and red rock ore is indeed mutually beneficial, the maid next to him said, her eyes revealing a surprised gleam. The effect that these two materials could produce when combined had only recently been researched by the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce and had not yet been widely promoted. This person actually knew about it. If he hadn't learned it from the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, then he was quite remarkable. Just know a little bit, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. When Qi Mao heard what the maid said, he also looked excited. Then do you have this fire ox horn here? Yes, we do. The maid nodded, walked towards a counter, and quickly came back with a fire ox horn. Hello, this fire ox horn is a third-order mutated material and requires 5 third-order crystal cores to trade for. The maid's words caused Qi Mao's excited expression to stiffen, and even a little embarrassment appeared. What's wrong? Not enough crystal cores. Lin Xiao noticed his predicament and couldn't help but ask. Well, I just handed in a batch of crystal cores in exchange for contributions, and I only have 2 third-order crystal cores left. Qi Mao looked at the fire ox horn, his face full of unwillingness. It's okay, I'll lend you 3, Lin Xiao said casually. 3 third-order crystal cores were nothing to him, he had at least several hundred of them. He even had some 4th-order crystal cores. He hadn't taken these 4th-order cores because, at his current ability level, he would need at least 1,000 of them to advance to 5th order. Of course, if he used 5th-order cores, he would only need about 10. Unfortunately, the crystal growth flower hadn't yet advanced to the 5th order, so it couldn't produce 5th-order cores from 4th-order ones. Therefore, Lin Xiao was essentially stuck at the 4th order. To advance, he had to wait for the blood mist disaster in 2 days. Like the blood rain disaster, the blood mist disaster would accelerate the evolution speed of all mutants while corroding the survival materials that came into contact with the blood mist. For ability user forces unaware of the blood mist disaster, this would be a devastating blow. After all, mist and rain were completely different concepts where blood rain couldn't reach, blood mist could still spread. In his memory, after this blood mist, survivors' supplies would become extremely scarce. Brother Xiao, you. Hearing Lin Xiao offer to lend him crystal cores, Qi Mao was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Xiao didn't mind. He thought Qi Mao was a decent person, and besides, 3 third-order cores really were nothing to him. Moreover, if all went as expected, he would make a fortune soon, perhaps even becoming a guest of honor of this Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. That's right, he was going to sell things. Very precious things. Just as Lin Xiao took out the crystal cores and handed them to Qi Mao, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly came from behind them. I want that fire bull horn. Qi Mao, I'm not saying you, but if you don't have crystal cores, why come out here pretending to be a big shot? Why don't you have Bai Lin give your subordinates more cores? Look how poor you are. Soon, the arrogant man walked up to the two of them, surrounded by 3 or 5 ability users, making it clear he was no ordinary person. Zhao Kuan. Seeing who it was, Qi Mao clearly showed a hint of apprehension. And the man who called himself Zhao Kuan even more disdainfully passed by Lin Xiao and Qi Mao, reaching out to grab the firebull horn. Hold on, did I say you could touch it? Lin Xiao said indifferently, causing Zhao Kuan's hand to stop in mid-air. He turned to look at Lin Xiao with amusement. Oh, where'd this fool come from, not even afraid of death? Brother Xiao, let's just not take this firebull horn, alright? Lin Xiao didn't expect it, but even Qi Mao next to him tugged at him. Lin Xiao frowned. This Zhao Kuan is the second young master of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family's power in Haishur City is no less than the Bai family's. If the young lady was here, we could try to fight, but right now, it's just the two of us. Hearing Qi Mao's words, Lin Xiao understood the situation. So, he's the second young master of the Zhao family. Lin Xiao looked at the man, smiling faintly. Heh, it's good you know who I am, this fire be you. Zhao Kuan was interrupted again by Lin Xiao. I don't care who you are. Like I said, this thing is ours. If you have the guts, just try and touch it. Chapter 80, Selling Information, A Basin of Gold Leaf. Lin Xiao's voice wasn't low, and many people around heard it, and the arrogance in his words made them all gather to watch. Who is this person, daring to challenge Zhao Kuan? More and more people gathered around, but the people from the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it, and even the maid didn't say anything, as if this kind of thing was commonplace in the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Interesting. Zhao Kuan stared at Lin Xiao, gradually sneering. I've never seen you at the Bai family, you must be new, so headstrong? I see you really don't know how high the sky is. Qi Mao, I'll give you this fire ox horn, do you dare to take it? Zhao Kuan's threat was very strong. Qi Mao hesitated. He naturally wanted this fire ox horn, but he knew very well that once he left the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, it would be a public place. By then, he probably wouldn't be able to return to the Bai family's territory. The two of you, are you going to give up the fire ox horn? The maid asked at this time. In the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, there was no such thing as first come, first served, only strength was respected. She could see that the two of them were in a disadvantageous position, so she advised them, and this was also due to Lin Xiao's extraordinary knowledge. Qi Mao gritted his teeth, just about to speak, but Lin Xiao spoke first. We won't give up. As he said, he directly threw the 5 crystal cores in Chi Mao's hand to the maid. Good, good, good. Zhao Kuan was so angry that he laughed, staring at Lin Xiao and Chi Mao and saying, "You two have guts, even Bai Lin wouldn't dare to compete with me for this fire ox horn here. You two subordinates of the Bai family, you dare to be so arrogant, very good. You wait, if you can return to the Bai family today, I, Zhao Kuan, will take your surname." After speaking, Zhao Kuan led his subordinates with abilities and left. The crowd of onlookers also showed excitement. They were all old onlookers, so they naturally knew that things had just begun. It had been a long time since there had been any fun, and today there was finally something to watch. We're doomed. Chi Mao's face was also pale. He looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Brother Xiao, let's hide in the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce for a while. I'll send a message to have Miss come pick us up. With Miss here, they shouldn't dare to do anything to us. No need." Lin Xiao waved his hand, walked towards the maid beside him, and said calmly, "I want to see the person in charge of your 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Are there any conditions?" The maid looked at Lin Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were a little surprised. This guy didn't seem like a mindless person. How could he provoke Zhao Kuan? And now he wanted to see their person in charge. Did he really have some backing? To see the person in charge of our outer chamber of commerce, you need at least a special material of the 3rd order mutation. If you want to see the person in charge of the inner chamber of commerce, you need something better. The maid said softly. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded and directly took out a piece of restored peach branch. Is this enough? Restored peach branch? The maid was stunned, showing a look of shock. Although this thing was a product of a 3rd order mutation, it was extremely rare, and only one restored peach branch had ever appeared in the entire high city. According to testing, this restored peach branch could remove all toxins and was a top-tier item among 3rd order special materials. After being appraised by the Chamber of Commerce, the value of the restored peach branch was even more precious than some 4th order special materials. Please wait a moment. The maid whispered and walked out quickly. After a while, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over, respectfully saying, "Sir, I am the person in charge of the outer chamber of commerce of the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Please come with me." Okay. Lin Xiao nodded and followed the man forward. Chi Mao also followed Lin Xiao, with a confused look on his face. What was that thing Lin Xiao had just taken out? Why was the maid suddenly so shocked? And then this person in charge of the outer chamber of commerce came out. He had only seen this person in charge when he came to the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce with Mississippi. After all, 3rd-tier mutant special materials were hard to come by. You'd be lucky to get one piece after killing dozens or even hundreds of 3rd-tier mutants. Hello, this is the office area for the Inner Circle S Chamber of Commerce head. Let little Lu take you in. The person in charge had a respectful look on his face. The 3rd-tier restoration peach branch was no longer something the outer circle could handle. Sir, the Inner Circle S office area is off limits to anyone but the traders themselves. Please wait outside for your friend. We have tea and refreshments for your enjoyment. Chi Mao wanted to follow but was stopped by the Outer Circle S person in charge. He was completely dumbfounded. The Inner Circle S office area? What exactly did Lin Xiao take out to alarm the Inner Circle? He'd never even been inside, even when accompanying the young miss. Hello. Lin Xiao walked to the very last room, where a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was sitting. The man exuded a refined aura, but he wasn't an ordinary person. Lin Xiao could sense the aura of an ability user. And not a weak one. This was a peak 3rd-tier ability user. As expected of the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce, a peak 3rd-tier ability user at this time was considered a top-tier expert. Aside from 4th-tier ability users, they were the first echelon, yet here he was, just a person in charge. Sir, I heard you intend to sell a restoration peach branch. May I have a look? It was clear that the middle-aged man was also quite excited. After all, something that could dispel any poison was definitely a treasure. In the apocalypse, there were many mutants with poison-based abilities, and many powerful ability users in their 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce had died from poison. I do have a restoration peach branch, but I don't intend to sell it, Lin Xiao said calmly. This one sentence made the middle-aged man's face change instantly. Sir, what do you mean? The value of what I want to sell is 1,000 times more precious than a restoration peach branch. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Get the person who can truly make decisions for the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce to come out. That's right, Lin Xiao never intended to sell the restoration peach branch. Such a treasure was something you only came across by chance. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to use it himself, so how could he sell it? What he wanted to sell had been mentioned not long ago. Yes, it was information about the blood mist. In the apocalypse environment, what was the most valuable? Without a doubt, it was information. When facing the unknown, and with no one knowing what would happen in the future, being able to predict what would happen was absolutely vital. This was also why Yuan Yan had such a lofty status in the previous life, because she could predict the occurrence of natural disasters. She could predict the birth of gods. Being able to predict these two things had laid the foundation for her unshakable status. Lin Xiao didn't know what happened in the previous life when the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce didn't get the news about the blood mist, but there was no doubt that they suffered heavy losses. And Lin Xiao would use this information about the blood mist to earn a fortune from the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Sir, you need to have enough capital to say such things, or I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my duty. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Xiao, his eyes flickering. He was unsure of Lin Xiao's true purpose for coming here. He intentionally brought out the restored peach branch but refused to sell it. Was he here to make fun of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce? Just go and get someone. I guarantee you'll be able to fulfill your duty. At most, they'll just keep me here, right? Lin Xiao said casually. The middle-aged man glanced at him deeply, then turned and hurried away. Not long after, a slightly old, hunched elder walked in with a cane. The man with gold-rimmed glasses respectfully followed behind him, which clearly indicated the elder's status. Young friend, I am Mo Quan, the manager of the Nine Dragons Mo family in this Chamber of Commerce. The elder directly revealed his identity to Lin Xiao. Nine Dragons Mo family. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Finally, someone with real authority had arrived. Sir, Mr. Mo is here. Can you finally say what you want to sell? Asked the man with gold-rimmed glasses. He was also extremely curious about Lin Xiao's mysterious attitude. What I want to sell is information, Lin Xiao said calmly. Information? Mo Quan was taken aback. A sharp, dangerous look like that of a hawk suddenly appeared in his cloudy eyes. Information is not something the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce lacks. Mo Quan's tone turned cold. Behind him, the man with gold-rimmed glasses was secretly gathering his abilities, already planning to make a move. There are many types of information. For example, how about information regarding the end of world disasters? To give you a simple example, you remember the blood rain, right? Lin Xiao ignored their expressions and actions, speaking on his own. In a single sentence, Mo Quan and the man with gold-rimmed glasses' bodies stiffened. What did you say? Blood rain. Do you know anything about the disasters? Mo Quan's tone was incredibly excited, his breathing even becoming heavy. Lin Xiao smiled at this. I do have information, but I don't know what price the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay to exchange for it. Lin Xiao's words slightly suppressed the excitement in Mo Quan's heart. The price we offer will depend on the value of your information. What if I told you that its value could allow you to surpass the military district and become the #1 power in High City? Lin Xiao followed up. Crack. Fine cracks suddenly appeared on the cane in Mo Quan's hand. This showed that he was also an ability user. And that cane, if he wasn't mistaken, should be an ability weapon. Although he didn't know its grade, the extent of its shattering was enough to show how excited Mo Quan was. Young friend, wait a moment. I may not be able to make a decision about your information. I need to invite the managers of the other families to come. After Mo Quan finished speaking, he hurried away. Lin Xiao noticed that the old man didn't even use his cane, his speed comparable to a racewalker. I truly am a divine doctor of this era. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, taking a sip of tea. The man with gold-rimmed glasses who was left behind twitched his lips but still wore a smile, refilling Lin Xiao's teacup. Not much time passed before Mo Quan appeared at the door with 4 other people. Young friend, the managers of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce are only the 5 of us. But don't worry, we 5 can represent the entire Nine Dragons decisions. These 4 are the managers of the Zhang, Lu, Yan, and Han families. After a brief discussion, we have initially determined a reward. If your information truly reaches the value you mentioned, from now on you will be a VIP of 9 dragons. We will create a 10 dragon gold card tailored for you. The privileges of this card include your unconditional selection of any materials or goods from the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. In addition, if there is anything you desire, we will also mobilize all our resources to find it for you. Crystalline cores, beauties, servants, anything the Nine Dragons Trading Company can provide, they are yours for the taking. Mo Quan's words greatly astonished Lin Xiao. Good heavens, the Nine Dragons Trading Company really was making a grand gesture. These terms were tantamount to letting him freely plunder this massive company. Lin Xiao did not rush to reply to Mo Quan. Instead, his gaze fell upon the other 4 managers. Among these 4, one was an old man in a tang suit, 2 were middle-aged men with serious expressions, and the last was a buxom beauty. Gentlemen, are you truly making such a grand offer? Lin Xiao asked, a smile on his face as he tapped the table. The beautiful woman smiled faintly upon hearing this, leaning forward to pick up a teacup in front of Lin Xiao. Sir, you need not doubt our sincerity. If your information can help us surpass the military region, not only can you choose anything from the Nine Dragons Trading Company, but even I can be yours, the beautiful woman said, giving a charming smile full of allure. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly as he drained his tea, then scanned the 5 of them. Very well, then prepare to hear this exhilarating news. Hearing this, the five of them were invigorated, and Mo Quan directly waved for the man with the gold-rimmed glasses to leave. Then, the beautiful woman waved her jade hand, and a special sound wave enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xiao glanced at her, surprised. It was an S-grade mental ability, a sound wave barrier. This was a rather rare type of ability, let alone one that was S-grade. The Nine Dragons was indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I believe you have all experienced the blood rain of the first cataclysm, and if you were unprepared, you must have suffered some losses, Lin Xiao said calmly. The five of the Nine Dragons exchanged glances. Losses were an understatement, they had suffered enormous casualties at that time. Because before the blood rain came, the Nine Dragons had sent out a large number of ability users to search, and as a result, many ability users had died in the blood rain. Later, some supplies came into contact with the blood rain without them knowing, and some survivors who consumed those supplies were all infected. They had paid a considerable price to deal with all these infected. It was precisely the heavy toll of the blood rain that made them so value the information Lin Xiao brought, even willing to let Lin Xiao take the position of the 10th dragon of the Nine Dragons Trading Company. If there are no issues, the second cataclysm will likely occur in 3 days. This cataclysm will involve a weather phenomenon called blood mist. All survivors who come into contact with the blood mist will be poisoned and become extremely aggressive, whether they are ordinary people or ability users. In addition, the blood mist will also infiltrate your stored supplies, with the results being similar to the last blood rain. Therefore, before the blood mist arrives, you must ensure you have enough enclosed space and fresh air to get through this blood mist cataclysm. This cataclysm will last for approximately 3 days. Chapter 82. None shall remain. Lin Xiao's information was undoubtedly a bombshell for the Nine Dragons. They not only obtained the specific time of the second cataclysm, but also the form it would take and how to deal with it. They were curious as to why Lin Xiao had this information, but they also understood that some things were best left unasked. At least they knew enough about this cataclysm, and that was enough. Mr. Xiao, the gold card we promised you will be delivered to your residence soon. Also, we just received word from the 9 family heads that Han Chang will be assigned as your personal bodyguard and serve as the liaison between you and the 9 dragons. Han Chang was that mature and beautiful woman with the S-rank sonic ability. Lin Xiao glanced at the beauty, understanding the 9 dragons' intentions. In their eyes, he was likely a precognitive esper. Their sending someone to protect him was also due to this ability. They had received the information about this cataclysm, but what about the next one? Clearly, they intended to establish a long-term partnership with him. Lin Xiao did not refuse. After all, having a mature beauty around wasn't a bad thing. Maybe when his lustful desires took over, she could help him resolve them. Now that the message has been delivered, I shall return. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Mr. Xiao, the White family's residence in High City is rather simple. How about staying on the Nine Dragons territory instead? At this moment, Mo Quan spoke again. Obviously, within this short time, they had already investigated Lin Xiao's residence. There is no need, I still prefer my freedom, and the White family is fine. Lin Xiao replied casually. These words were not only a straightforward expression of his thoughts but were also meant for the 9 dragons to hear. The 9 dragons members were all jolted by his words. They had just entertained the thought of keeping Lin Xiao within the 9 dragons indefinitely, but Lin Xiao's words served as a wake-up call. All the initiative now lay in Lin Xiao's hands. If Lin Xiao decided to sever ties with them and side with the military, everything would be ruined. However, they did not know that Lin Xiao would never cooperate with the military in this life. The 5 of them accompanied Lin Xiao out of the office area. Shi Mao, who was waiting outside, was already extremely anxious. He finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Xiao. Brother Xiao, he exclaimed, glancing behind Lin Xiao. Upon seeing the 2 old men, he couldn't help but complain to Lin Xiao. Why did the 9 Dragons Merchant Guild send 2 old men to see you off? Couldn't they have sent 2 beautiful women? Well, a beauty like this one would be nice. Upon hearing his words, Mo Quan and the others stiffened, but they could tell that he was Lin Xiao's friend, so they didn't say anything. They had that much grace. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Shi Mao. This guy had such a big heart. Not long ago, he was still worried about Zhao Kuan's threat, and now he dared to complain about the 9 dragons managers. The matter is settled. Let's go, Lin Xiao told him. Go? Shi Mao was stunned, his face turning grim again, but Miss and the others haven't arrived yet. If we go now, won't we be blocked by Zhao Kuan and his people? Don't worry, they can't stop us. Lin Xiao smiled confidently and then walked out first. Mo Quan and the others remained behind, with only Han Qing following behind. Seeing this, Shi Mao, although a little afraid of Zhao Kuan and his people, was still worried about Lin Xiao and followed him. Brother Xiao, why is this woman following you? He asked, looking confusedly at Han Qing beside Lin Xiao. This beautiful woman's aura and appearance were extremely extraordinary, not like an ordinary woman. Why was she following Lin Xiao after coming out from inside? Oh, she's a gift from the Nine Dragons Merchant Guild after I did a deal with them. Lin Xiao made up a random excuse. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qimao revealed a look of realization. I knew it. This woman looks quite old, though she's very beautiful. Her age is a flaw. She couldn't be the same as those young ones outside. She could only be considered a freebie in a deal. Ah, this is the way of the world in the apocalypse. Qimao sighed, completely unaware of the murderous look in Han Qing's eyes. That bastard, if not for Lin Xiao, she would have killed him 100 times over at the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. But brother Xiao, what exactly did you sell, to be able to get such a beauty as a bonus to enjoy? I've never heard of such treatment? Qimao asked curiously. At his level, he rarely even got to see a peripheral manager, let alone know a core manager like Han Qing. It's nothing, just some special materials. Lin Xiao replied vaguely. This time Qimao didn't press with his curiosity. Instead, his expression gradually turned serious because they had arrived at the car, and not far away, Zhao Kuan and his group were standing there. The appearance of Lin Xiao's trio also prompted Zhao Kuan to directly lead his men to surround them. Heh, I didn't expect you would actually dare to come out to die. I thought you'd wait for Bai Lin Lin to bring people to rescue you. Zhao Kuan twisted his neck. Looking at the approaching group of power users, Qimao's breathing quickened. Brother Xiao, what do we do now? Lin Xiao didn't speak, instead directly looking at Han Cheng beside him. The latter instantly understood Lin Xiao's intention. What was her role following Lin Xiao if not to be useful here? She clapped her hands, and instantly more power users appeared from the surroundings, surrounding Zhao's family. Leave no one alive. As Han Qing's cold voice fell, a bloody massacre instantly began. Before long, Zhao's people were completely wiped out. Why? Zhao Kuan was left with only a sliver of breath. He looked at Han Qing, not understanding. Even now he knew that Han Chang was a member of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. But the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce never intervened in matters outside of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Han Qing didn't bother with him, watching as he fell to the ground. Qimao was stunned. He looked at Han Cheng, now understanding that she wasn't the freebie beauty that Lin Xiao had mentioned. To be able to mobilize such a group of power users, her status within the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce was probably very high. And he was doomed. Qimao lowered his head. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Brother Xiao, Brother Qi, are you okay? Bai Lin Lin's voice rang out, but she was stopped outside by the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce's power users. Let them in. Lin Xiao said to Han Cheng. Let them through. Han Qing said indifferently. The power users immediately scattered and disappeared, and Bai Lin Lin walked in with her group. Seeing Lin Xiao and Qimao unscathed, she let out a sigh of relief, then her gaze landed on Han Cheng beside Lin Xiao, her beautiful eyes shaking violently. The reason for her shock was that she had seen her before. And that one time was when she had accompanied her father to the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, and she still remembered her father's respectful attitude when he saw her. How did Brother Xiao and Qimao get involved with someone like this? Chapter 83, Premonition. Zombie Siege. Facing the bewildered gazes of Bai Lin Lin and Qimao, Lin Xiao didn't offer much explanation. It's settled, let's go. He waved his hand, leading Han Qing to Qimao's car, and looked back at him. Let's go, Brother Qi. Lin Zhao's words made Qimao's body tremble, and he quickly played the role of driver. Despite 1,000 questions in his heart, he didn't dare to ask a single word. At this moment, Lin Zhao's status in Qimao's heart had quietly changed. He was definitely not just a simple third-level ability user. Back at the small villa in the Bai family's territory, and Yuan was already waiting quietly. Han Qing followed Lin Xiao into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes falling on Yuan, thoughtful. Then, she slightly curved her lips. Where will I be staying? Yuan, arrange a room for her, Lin Xiao said softly, then went inside to rest. Han Cheng was slightly stunned, her gaze falling on Yuan again, seemingly quite surprised, but she didn't say much. Soon after, Han Qing settled into a room, while Yuan came to Lin Zhao's room, listening to him narrate the events of this trip. The Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, and Yuan murmured softly, and smiled. You want to use them to deal with the military, right? Yes, to use wolves to devour tigers, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. The military of the Sea City was too powerful, and he certainly couldn't handle it alone. This required a helper, and the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, the second largest force in Sea City, was undoubtedly a good choice. After all, his reason for coming to Sea City was not just to find Mu Zi and avenge his past life. Sea City was an important hub city in the future apocalypse. According to what he knew, Sea City should be one of the few cities that was not significantly affected after the advent of the Great God era. Therefore, he had the idea of controlling Sea City from the beginning. If there were no accidents, the ideal achievement would be to control the three cities of Jing City, Dong Province, and Sea City. In terms of layout, these three cities formed a triangle, having a watch and see advantage, which could be described as both offensive and defensive. This would be an important part of dealing with the Great God Era, which was the simultaneous awakening of a large number of gods and meteorites. That scene alone was enough to make one shudder just thinking about it, not to mention Lin Xiao had actually lived through that era. He still couldn't forget the terrifying scene, so he had to prepare for it in advance, even though there were still 4 years or so until that time. By the way, during the time you were away, I foresaw some interesting things, and Yuan Mian said softly. She had guessed that Lin Xiao was doing important things at the time, so she hadn't shared it with him. What? Lin Xiao blinked his eyes. And Yuan Mian didn't speak, and directly shared the image with him. It showed hordes of dark, overwhelming zombies, like a majestic and solemn army. This is a zombie tide? Lin Xiao opened his eyes in shock. This scene was clearly a zombie siege, and the besieged location was Sea City. How long until it happens? He asked. After the blood mist, and Yuan Mian said softly. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. After the blood mist, these zombies would definitely undergo a significant evolution. No wonder they would have the courage to carry out a siege. And the human side had just experienced the blood mist, and even if they weren't severely damaged, their vitality was at least greatly reduced. If a zombie siege happened at this time, the blow would be devastating. However, it is also an opportunity. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. The next day. Have you heard? Just this morning, the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce announced the addition of a 10th dragon seat and created a gilded honor card symbolizing the 10th dragon's identity. Really? The Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce is the second largest power in Sea City, and the 9 dragon families have already formed a formidable force. Which family can still squeeze into the ranks of these 9 dragon families? I heard that this 10th dragon is not a force, but a person. Bullshit. One person, recognized by the 9 dragons families, holding the 10th seat? Are you kidding me? Early in the morning, the survivors of the Bai family were discussing the recent major event. Qi Mao was among them. Upon hearing the news, he thought of Xiao Mu, but felt it was unlikely. After all, Lin Xiao was a newcomer. It was already unbelievable that he received help from the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce yesterday. How could he become the 10th dragon of the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce? But considering everything that happened yesterday, and the sudden announcement of the 10th dragon, the connection between the two was too coincidental. This 10th dragon was likely indeed Xiao Mu. What's wrong, Qi Mao? You're usually most interested in gossip. Why are you so silent today, acting profound? The person next to him asked. Acting profound, my ass. Qi Mao twitched his lips. He just happened to be the closest to the truth. Quick! People from the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce are here. Just then, a hurried voice suddenly came. Several patrolling ability users of the Bai family rushed in, and instantly, the entire Bai family went into a state of alert. What's going on? The Bai family and the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce have never had conflicts. Why would the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce suddenly come to the Bai family? Could it be because of the announcement of the 10th dragon to give our Bai family a warning? I think for such a big event, the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce wants to host a grand banquet and invite our Bai family. Does our Bai family have the qualifications to be invited by the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce? As everyone whispered, the head of the Bai family, Bai Hongzhan, had already arrived with Bai Linlin, rushing to greet them in person. This scene made the ability users of the Bai family's faces even more solemn. Even the family head was so cautious, which meant that the people from the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce this time were by no means ordinary. At the same time, Lin Xiao had just woken up when he heard voices coming from the courtyard. Cousin, this yard is really nice. It even has electricity. I want this place. It was a girl's voice. Next to her was a handsome young man, with a big smile on his face. He was also a bit confused when his eyes fell on the lights in the yard. He clearly remembered that this old villa had no power supply. How could there be electricity? But whatever, since his cousin liked the place, he would give it to her, as long as he could have some fun. Don't worry, I'm one of the best ability users in the Bai family. I only need to talk to the Bai family, and this villa will be yours. The young man said proudly. Wow, cousin, you're really amazing. I was right to come to you. The girl showed an admiring look, like little stars were in her eyes. Her eyes and words made the young man feel elated, and he couldn't resist putting his hand inside the girl's collar, immediately eliciting a delicate moan from the girl. You're so annoying. Hearing that charming voice, the young man was even more aroused and became more rough with his actions, seemingly wanting to take advantage of the girl right there and then. Ahem, there's someone here. Just then, a cold voice sounded, and Han Chang walked out of the room with a displeased expression. Obviously, she had also heard the girl's somewhat grating voice. Chapter 84, Harboring a Mutant. You're finished. Ah, cousin, how is there someone else here? The girl's collar was already open, a large expanse of white exposed to the air. Seeing the suddenly appearing Han Qing, she was so frightened she almost lost her soul, and hurriedly fastened her buttons. Seeing this, Han Qing curled her red lips with disdain. Just that little thing, what's there to hide? Han Sheng's words immediately made the girl feel ashamed and angry. What did you say? Who are you calling small? And you, where did you come from? This is clearly a house that Brother Chen Yu gave me. Where did you come from, you wild woman? Gave to you? Han Sheng was stunned, then revealed a playful look. Mr. Xiao, shouldn't you come out for this situation? Lin Xiao, who had been listening in the room for a while, took a deep breath and walked out of the room with a dark face. Although he didn't know what was going on, there was no doubt that these two had seriously violated his privacy. It was fine that he was home now, but if he wasn't, and only Yuan was alone here, what would the scene be like with these two suddenly barging in? Even if Xiao Bai protected Yuan, it would probably make Yuan feel uneasy. People from the Bai family? Lin Xiao's gaze fell on Chen Yu and the girl, and he asked in a cold voice. Chen Yu sized Lin Xiao up and sneered. Do you know who I am, that you dare question me? I think it should be me questioning you, right? Lin Xiao frowned when he heard this. Didn't Bai Lin tell you that someone already lives here? Bai Lin? The young miss? Chen Yu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Who the hell are you, daring to call the young miss by her name? But even the young miss has to rely on me, this meritorious member of the Bai family. I, Chen Yu, am a rare third-order ability user in the Bai family. You better be sensible and get out of here. But this woman, if I'm in a good mood, I might let her stay. Chen Yu said with an arrogant look. Third order, rare? Han Xing looked at Chen Yu, thinking this guy must be an idiot. Third-order ability users were as numerous as a shoal of fish in the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. Especially after hearing the latter part of his words, Han Cheng's charming face became even colder. Mr. Xiao, is this how the Bai family treats its guests? Lin Xiao also lost his patience and said lightly, it seems that after coming to this high city, my temper has gotten a lot better, actually talking so much to a clown like you. Xiao Bai. He gave a low shout, and a snow-white shadow suddenly rushed out. Oh whoa! Xiao Bai's huge figure directly pounced towards Chen Yu and the girl. Damn, where did this mutant come from? Chen Yu was shot. Just from the aura, he felt that he couldn't be a match. He immediately retreated, leaving the girl behind. Chen Yu ran, and the girl was in trouble. She was just an ordinary person, and she was directly frightened by Xiao Bai's intimidation, trembling uncontrollably. But in Xiao Bai's eyes, women and men were the same. It directly stuffed the whole girl into its mouth and chewed loudly. The sound of bones mixed with blood sent shivers down Chen Yu's spine. Damn, how could there be a mutant in this Bai family? First level alert. Chen Yu directly lit a firework, which shot straight into the sky. Seeing the firework bloom, Han Cheng's pupils shrank slightly, and she quickly looked at Lin Xiao and said, Mr. Xiao, quickly hide your pet. What's wrong? Lin Xiao looked at her. Just now, what he launched was a signal that there are mutants in High City. Soon, the military's law enforcement team will be here, and they will treat your pet as a mutant and directly kill it. Han Cheng secretly regretted it. She knew she shouldn't have called Lin Xiao out. She should have just killed these two ignorant people. Now it had caused a big problem. Once the military's law enforcement team came, it would be difficult to deal with. While speaking, she also signaled the people of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, hoping they could arrive with reinforcements as soon as possible before the law enforcement team took action. However, the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce was farther away than the military district's law enforcement team, making it difficult for them to arrive first. And on her own, the military district wouldn't give her any face. Law enforcement team? Lin Xiao frowned, not too concerned. Of course, the first to receive the signal wouldn't be the law enforcement team, but the Bai family, who were the closest. At this moment, Bai Hongzhan was receiving the 9 family heads of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, and he was already sweating profusely. After all, he had never imagined in his life that 9 heads of powerful families would come to the Bai family at the same time. What the hell was going on? While he was still feeling bewildered, a firework suddenly shot into the sky and burst into bloom in front of him. A mutated signal. And in his Bai family? The 9 family heads also looked up in unison, falling into contemplation. What was the Bai family doing, that there was even a mutation? They were, after all, a second-tier power in High City. How could they make such a low-level mistake? Have you contacted Han Chang? Where is she? The Han family head frowned, asking his subordinate beside him. He had no interest in what mutation had appeared in the Bai family. Their main reason for being here was for Xiao Mu. We just received the signal. It's in the same location as that mutation, the subordinate whispered. What? The Han family head instantly couldn't sit still. Esteemed family heads, please rest comfortably here. I'll go handle this matter immediately, Bai Hongzhan said to the 9 family heads as he stood up. He absolutely wouldn't allow such a minor incident to affect the visit of the 9 great family heads of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce. No, let's go together. The Han family head was the first to stand, and the other 8 family heads followed suit. There's no need for everyone to. Bai Hongzhan tried to explain, but those 9 people completely ignored him and rushed straight toward the location of the mutation. Bai Hongzhan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did it feel like they were more anxious than he was? Bai Hongjian didn't dare delay any further and hurried to the location where the firework had been set off. At that time, Shen Yu was still yelling in place, "You're finished. Hiding a mutation, you're dead," when the law enforcement team arrives. At the same time, Han Qing also received news from the 9 dragons families, and she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. "I think it's you who's finished." Hearing her words, Lin Xiao knew that the people from the 9 dragons Chamber of Commerce were likely already at the Bai family. But Shen Yu obviously hadn't understood Han Qing's identity. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but sneer, "I'm finished? Let me tell you, hiding a mutation, even if you have heaven-defying abilities, the law enforcement team will take you away. But as for you, if you choose to come with me, I can consider explaining to the law enforcement team, clarifying that you have nothing to do with this mutation. But as for your husband, don't even think about having a way out." Shen Yu chuckled. He seemed to have mistaken Lin Xiao and Han Qing for a married couple, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, his gaze towards Han Qing became increasingly fiery, because he was particularly fond of married women. He was very excited right now. "Law enforcement? I'd like to see you try. The law enforcement is here." Just then, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed outside the courtyard, followed by a team of uniformed law enforcement officers entering. Coincidentally, this particular team was handling official business nearby and arrived immediately upon seeing the signal, making them faster than the Bai family. Law enforcement had the authority to act without consulting the territory's owner, especially in emergency situations. Who sent the signal? The team leader was a stocky middle-aged man with a stubbled face. He was followed by about 10 officers. "Officer, it was me, I sent the signal. I want to report that this person is hiding a mutant." Shen Yu scrambled over. The officer looked in the direction Shen Yu was pointing, instantly going into combat mode and cautiously watching Little White. "This size, it's at least a tier 3 mutant?" The officer was shocked and his expression turned grave. A mutant had actually infiltrated the city. It was fortunate they had discovered it in time, or it would have caused major trouble. "Take it down," the middle-aged man commanded in a low voice. "Dai Zifeng, I'd like to see you try." Han Chang retorted angrily, then stepped in front of Lin Xiao and glared coldly at the officer. Lin Zhao's eyes flickered. It seemed that Han Chang knew this officer. "Han Chang?" The officer named Dai Zifeng was taken aback and frowned. "What are you doing here? Is it your business what I'm doing here? But you will not be taking this mutant away today," Han Qing said coldly. Beside Dai Zifeng, Shen Yu, hearing their conversation, began to realize that something was wrong, and said anxiously, "Officer, these two are in cahoots. They're hiding this mutant. They almost killed me just now." Shen Yu's words made Dai Zifeng frown. Han Chang was one of the managers of the 9 Dragons Trading Company. How could she be involved in harboring a mutant? However, he didn't have time to worry about all that. The priority now was to deal with the mutant. "Han Qing, I don't care why you're here, but I must fulfill my duty as a law enforcement officer. This mutant must be eliminated on the spot." As Dai Zifeng's words fell, the 10 officers instantly surrounded Little White. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. "Eliminate? You'll have to be capable enough." Before Han Qing could say anything, Little White displayed its might, sending all the officers flying. They were just Tier 2 and Tier 3 ability users. They couldn't possibly hold back Little White. As the officers were knocked away, Dai Zifeng was shocked. His men were battle-hardened and could handle ordinary Tier 3 mutants, yet they were defeated instantly by this one? Could this mutant be more than Tier 3? Peak Tier 3? No, it was more than that. It was a Tier 4 mutant. Headquarters, a Tier 4 has been discovered in the city. Dai Zifeng took out a communicator. Just as he was about to contact the military district, the communicator twisted into scrap metal. The heads of the 9 dragons families walked over in unison, with a sweating Bai Hongjian following behind. How could a mutant beast appear in his territory? And it had even alarmed the law enforcement. What was going on? "Dai Zifeng, this has nothing to do with you. Take your men and leave." The Han family head said indifferently. The one who attacked just now was him, with the power that Lin Xiao was familiar with. The metal element ability. Dai Zifeng looked up at the 9 people and was completely stunned. The heads of the 9 dragons families? How was this possible? Was he seeing things? He had actually seen the 9 heads of the 9 dragons families appear together. Dai Zifeng rubbed his eyes, and after opening them again, he was almost certain that he wasn't seeing things. Could it be that the 9 dragons trading company had something to do with this mutant? His expression changed, but he did not leave immediately. After all, he belonged to the military district, not the 9 dragons trading company. "What? Didn't you hear me, or do you want me to ask you to leave?" Han Chonghua narrowed his eyes, and as his voice fell, 2 young ability users walked out from behind him. The energy intensity of these 2 ability users had actually reached a staggering 4th tier. Lin Xiao was also quite surprised to see these 2 4th tier ability users. Was this the foundation of the 9 dragons Chamber of Commerce? 4th tier ability users were definitely top tier powerhouses, and the 9 dragons Chamber of Commerce had produced 2 of them at once. And if he wasn't mistaken, these two fourth-tier ability users were only affiliated with the Han family. Seeing the two fourth-tier ability users, Dai Zifeng's face immediately turned ugly. Although he really wanted to know what was going on, he could only leave unwillingly. Seeing Dai Zifeng being forced away so aggressively, Chen Yu, who had caused the incident, began to panic. Who were these people that they could scare away the law enforcement team? But soon he saw Bai Hongzhan and Bai Linlin next to these people and immediately showed a look of joy. It turned out that these people had come with the head of the family. Head of the family, that's great. I want to report to you that someone here is harboring mutants. Chen Yu excitedly walked towards Bai Hongzhan. However, at this moment, Bai Linlin whispered something in Bai Hongzhan's ear. After listening, Bai Hongzhan's face changed drastically and his gaze fell on Lin Xiao, and then he saw Han Cheng next to him. This made Bai Hongzhan's heart sink to the bottom. He had wondered why the heads of the 9 great families would suddenly visit the Bai family. It turned out it was all for this person named Xiao Mu. Slap! Bai Hongzhan directly slapped Chen Yu in the face. His face flushed red as he roared, "Who the hell told you to come here?" With such a large lineup from the 9 dragons family, combined with some rumors from this morning, how could he not guess the identity of this Xiao Mu? This was the 10th dragon that the 9 dragons Chamber of Commerce was going to add. And this idiot Chen Yu didn't know what he was doing, not only breaking into the other party's residence, but also reporting that they were harboring mutants? Wasn't this courting death? Chen Yu was stunned by the slap. He looked at Bai Hongzhan and said, "Head of the family, did you make a mistake?" "Father, I'll handle this." Bai Linlin couldn't help but step forward. She knew that if today's matter couldn't be handled well, the Bai family might not be able to survive in High City anymore. The Bai family has indeed been a bit lenient with the ability users who have joined, but there are also regulations for residences. Ability users are not allowed to trespass on other people's homes. Xiao Dage and the others have already lived here for the past few days. How did you end up here? Bai Linlin's words made Chen Yu start to stutter. Speak! Bai Hongzhan also understood some of the issues at this moment and shouted loudly. It was Wang Tai. He told me that a pair of survivors had just moved in, and since I promised my cousin to give her a place to live, I followed what Wang Tai said and seized this place. He said that afterwards, I just had to bring the blind woman who moved into him. Chen Yu's words made Bai Linlin's face turn dark. That Wang Tai was a peak 3rd-tier ability user of the Bai family. However, his character was not good. He was a complete pervert, but his father, considering his strength, had not driven him away. But unexpectedly, this guy actually had designs on Xiao Mu and the others, and he even had Chen Yu be the frontman. Chapter 86, The Power Distribution in Seaside City. Lin Xiao naturally heard Chen Yu's words and sneered upon hearing them. Who is Wang Tai? He asked, looking at Bai Hongzhan. Bai Hongzhan was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly remembered something. Wang Tai had mentioned it to him before, saying that a pair of survivors had moved in. The woman was very beautiful, and he wanted him to grant her to him. At the time, he thought that the 2 people were brought by his daughter, so he refused and didn't pay much attention. He didn't expect that Wang Tai would be so bold as to directly send Chen Yu over. However, Wang Tai was obviously shrewd, knowing to first use Chen Yu to test the waters. This test almost caused a major problem for the Bai family. Thinking of this, Bai Hongzhan took a deep breath and said, "I'll personally capture Wang Tai immediately." After speaking, Bai Hongzhan turned and left with his men. Bai Linlin looked at Lin Xiao apologetically. "Brother Xiao, no need to say more, let's wait for Wang Tai to come." Lin Xiao waved his hand. The family heads of the 9 dragons families exchanged glances and tacitly said nothing more. Soon, Bai Hongzhan brought over a man with a pockmarked face, tied up. This man was still struggling. "Patriarch Bai, are you crossing the river and destroying the bridge?" "I shed blood and contributed to the Bai family." Walking Wang Tai to Lin Xiao, Bai Hongzhan slapped him in the face. "Don't you know what you've done?" "Mr. Xiao, how should this be handled?" Bai Hongzhan asked. Lin Xiao didn't want to hear Wang Tai's clamor a second time. He beckoned, and Little White directly jumped out, swallowing Wang Tai and Chen Yu in one gulp, chewing loudly. This bloody scene made Bai Hongzhan's eyelids twitch. "Okay, it's nothing now," Lin Xiao said lightly, glancing at the still trembling Bai Hongzhan. He knew that Bai Hongzhan's respect for him was entirely due to the arrival of the 9 dragons families. And these 9 family heads seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Bai Hongzhan left with Bai Linlin. The 9 family heads of the 9 dragons families followed Lin Xiao into the courtyard. Han Chonghua took out a carefully crafted sandalwood box and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Mr. Xiao, inside are the gilded cards we made, representing your noble 10 dragon rights." Lin Xiao did not refuse and put away the sandalwood box, then looked at the group. He knew that a gold card was not enough to bring these 9 family heads together. Their solemn and unified presence must mean there were other important matters at hand. "Mr. Xiao, to be honest, the main purpose of our visit this time is because you mentioned before that you could allow the 9 dragons to surpass the Seaside City military district?" Han Chonghua asked. "Yes, what about it?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Han Chonghua hesitated for a moment and said, "Forgive me for speaking frankly, but are you aware of the strength of the Seaside City Military District?" "No, I'm not," Lin Xiao said bluntly. Lin Xiao's words made the people of the Nine Dragons families exchange glances, then said, "If you are interested, I can introduce you to the current situation in Seaside City." Lin Xiao nodded. The fact that these 9 people could come to him together and display such an attitude showed that they truly regarded him as an ally. At the same time, they also understood his value, that he really had the chance to help them surpass the military district. Besides, if Lin Xiao wanted to control Seaside City, he needed the full support of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, and naturally needed to understand the current power distribution in Seaside City. In Seaside City, there are now 3 publicly recognized powerful forces: the military district, our Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce, and the Beast Pavilion. Many people say that the combined forces of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce and the Beast Pavilion can rival the military district, but this statement is completely false. The military district's control over the city of Hai can be said to reach 70%. Our Nine Dragons Business Association and Beast Pavilion combined only reach about 20%. The remaining 10% belongs to some second and third-rate survivor forces such as the Bai family. Han Chonghui's introduction caused Lin Xiao's eyes to flicker slightly. He had naturally inquired about some of this information, but the true proportions still caused Lin Xiao to be surprised. The military district's control over Hai City was actually as high as 70%? And the Nine Dragons Business Association and Beast Pavilion's forces combined only accounted for 20%. This proportion meant the military district was almost completely dominant. The military district is so strong, what is it primarily relying on? Lin Xiao tapped the table. Armaments, ability users. The apocalypse is nothing more than these 2. In terms of armaments, your Nine Dragons Business Association and the Beast Pavilion are definitely no match for the military district, but ability users. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Not long ago, he had seen 2 4th-tier ability users behind Han Chonghua, which indicated that the Nine Dragons Business Association had quite a few high-tier ability users. To be honest, the current base of ability users in our Nine Dragons Business Association is roughly 54th-tier ability users, about 1,000 3rd-tier ability users, and about 10,000 1st and 2nd-tier ability users. The Beast Pavilion's ability user base should be half of ours, Han Chonghua said. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be secretly startled. The number of ability users, just from the Nine Dragons Business Association alone, was more than twice the number of all ability users in Jing City, not to mention their quality far surpassed Jing City's. Was this the evolution speed of a first-tier city? It was truly terrifying. However, even with the Nine Dragons Business Association's ability users at this level, they could only occupy 20% of the power in Hai City, so what about the military district? Meeting Lin Xiao's curious gaze, Han Chonghua did not play coy and stated directly, according to incomplete statistics, the military district should have over 100 4th-tier ability users, and they have 10 SSS-level ability users, who are known as the 10 Great Generals. Besides that, their number of 2nd and 3rd-tier ability users reaches as high as 50,000, and their regular soldier army is 300,000, all equipped with thermal weapons. Han Chonghui's words made Lin Xiao's pupils shrink. Over 100 4th-tier ability users, among them 10 with SSS-level abilities. This strength could fight against a god. Compared to Jing City's situation in the early stages, where they were easily defeated by the gods, Hai City was completely a fortress. On the surface, your Nine Dragons Business Association indeed doesn't have any competitive power, and even relying on the blood mist disaster that is about to happen, you still have no chance of winning, Lin Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, the expressions of Han Chonghua and the others became a bit dejected. Originally, they had wanted to rely on the blood mist to turn the tables. After all, the military district's oppression of the Nine Dragons Business Association had been increasing for some time, and they were already considering annexing the Nine Dragons Business Association. That was why they were so sincere in looking for Lin Xiao, hoping to use the information in his possession to increase their strength. But now seeing their disappointed gazes, Lin Xiao suddenly laughed. You indeed have no chance relying solely on the blood mist, but what if I told you that after the blood mist there will be a zombie siege? Chapter 87, Blood Mist Cataclysm Zombie Siege? Han Chonghua and the others were stunned, then their breathing quickened. Are you telling the truth? Do I have any reason to lie to you? Lin Xiao spread his hands. The Nine Dragon family's eyes flickered. If what Lin Xiao said was true, that after the blood mist there would be a zombie siege, then the military district would inevitably suffer heavy losses, which would be the perfect opportunity for the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce to turn the tables. You don't have much time left, perhaps you should start planning. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. All right, the blood mist will descend tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the head of the Nine Dragons family realized that time was indeed of the essence. The people of the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce left, beginning to make urgent arrangements for the near future. Before leaving, the family had asked me to ask you if you want to move out of the Bai family. Don't worry, we'll arrange a quieter place for you, where absolutely no one will disturb you, Han Cheng said as she approached after Han Chonghua left. Sure, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and nodded directly. He didn't have any special relationship with the Bai family at most, he had some friendship with Bai Linlin and the others, which was very easy to repay. But he hoped that things like what happened recently would never happen again. Lin Xiao boarded the special car arranged by the Nine Dragons Chamber of Commerce and left the Bai family's territory. Bai Hongzhan, with Bai Linlin by his side, watched the departing car, secretly relieved that they had finally sent away this great Buddha. He looked down and suddenly saw his daughter's gaze and couldn't help but sigh. Linlin, this golden dragon is definitely not someone our Bai family can accommodate. Bai Linlin naturally understood this, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, she returned to the Bai family. The next day, the sudden blood mist enveloped the entire high city, the mist possessing a corrosive power no less than the blood rain, and some survivors who didn't have time to return were corroded into skeletons on the spot. Some survivors were even only a few meters from the city gate when they turned into a bloody mess in the horrified eyes of their companions. But soon, those who had taken shelter in the city discovered that the disaster had not ended there, as the blood mist was pervasive. High City was filled with wails of misery, and law enforcement teams still attempted to maintain order on the streets, but were quickly corroded into puddles of blood. The number of survivors in the entire High City was decreasing at an alarming rate. Compared to the chaos outside, Lin Zhao's room was safe and sound. He stood in front of the transparent window, watching all the commotion with a calm gaze. And in another building not far away, the heads of the 9 dragon families were lined up, also observing everything happening outside. Seeing those power users who were instantly corroded by the blood mist, all 9 family heads felt a chill in their hearts, but even more so, they felt fortunate. They were glad they had received Lin Zhao's message in advance, otherwise the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce would have suffered heavy losses as well. Let alone competing with the military district for power later, even stabilizing their current territory would have become extremely difficult. But they were also sincerely glad that they had made the right choice, which was to befriend Xiao Mu. According to Xiao Mu, a zombie siege will appear after the blood mist. At that time, the military district's power users will have suffered excessive losses, and their defense of High City will definitely be inadequate. That will be our best opportunity. Han Chonghua's eyes were bright. Yes, we definitely cannot miss this opportunity, the other family heads echoed. On the other side, the Bai family. At this time, the Bai family was also in a state of lockdown. That's right, they had also received the message in advance. And the source of this message was a note left by Lin Xiao, which was Lin Xiao repaying their favor. Looking at the preventative measures against the blood mist on the note, Bai Linlin bit her lip lightly, and Bai Hongzhan next to her looked even more dejected. He finally understood why the 9 Dragons Chamber of Commerce treated Lin Xiao with such respect and why they had given Lin Xiao the noble status of the 10th dragon. All because of the content of this note. And they actually indirectly pushed such a figure out of the Bai family. Although they were unaware of what Wang Tai had done, it was undeniable that if they had paid a little more attention, none of this would have happened. Bai Hongzhan sighed, feeling utterly exhausted at this moment. Linlin, from now on, the Bai family will be in your hands. I'm tired. After speaking, Bai Hongzhan turned and walked back to his room, leaving Bai Linlin clutching the paper in her hand, her beautiful eyes dim. She knew that some things, once missed, were missed forever. Night fell. Lin Zhao's figure appeared above the city of Hai, the vast city now silent. The survivors who had died in the blood mist were long gone, and those who remained were barely clinging to life. As for Lin Xiao, relying on the black dragon scales of lust that covered his body, he was completely immune to the intrusion of the blood mist. The reason he came out at this time was, of course, for the tree of life that only appeared during each disaster, and its unique life crystal. Last time, in the blood rain, he used a life crystal to activate the god-level rage right arm, but unfortunately, when dealing with the shrines, the rage right arm was resealed. And this time, he was also after the life crystal. And if his guess was right, the number of trees of life this time would be more than what appeared in the last blood rain. If he could obtain a few more life crystals, perhaps he could activate some extra god-level power. One rage right arm with its destructive power had already allowed him to kill a god across levels, and if he had a few more god-level powers, Lin Xiao couldn't even imagine how strong he would become. Buzz. Just then, an Yuanmian shared screen appeared, and the first tree of life had appeared. Lin Zhao's figure instantly flashed into the night, like a dark shooting star, burning brightly. When Lin Xiao arrived, the area was already surrounded by mutants and zombies. These mutants had a certain sensitivity to the tree of life, so they were waiting here beforehand. The tree had also grown, with emerald green shoots hanging down, and in the center was an extremely bright crystal. 3 P Tier 4 mutants. Lin Zhao's eyes fell on the mutants below, scanning them one by one, picking out the 3 strongest. Although they were also peak Tier 4, their combat power was not comparable to that of the shrines. After all, these were just ordinary mutants, while the shrines were gods conceived in meteorites. According to Lin Xiao's calculations, a low-level god at peak tier 4 was fully capable of matching a tier 5 mutant in strength. So, these few peak tier 4 mutants were not a threat to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took out his breaking edge blade and charged directly into the mutant swarm, beginning his clearing. He was not the same person he was during the last blood rain. Even if he was besieged by many mutants, he had the ability to slaughter them. As Lin Xiao carried out his massacre, the 3 peak tier 4 mutants in the center were also attracted, sensing a strong threat from Lin Xiao. And this human was clearly here to snatch the life crystal. The 3 different species of mutants reached a unified agreement at this moment and rushed straight towards Lin Xiao. Gold Master. Lin Xiao, seeing the 3 peak stage 4 mutants charging towards him, didn't hesitate. He activated his Gold Master ability, encasing one of the mutants in a cage of metal. Another mutant, a pitch-black tiger, immediately sank into the earth, its movements slowed instantly. This was the Earth Master ability. With 2 mutants immobilized, Lin Xiao was now facing just one. The peak stage 4 mutant was visibly stunned for a moment, then Lin Xiao closed the distance, slashing at it with his blade. Ow! Its defense broken, the peak stage 4 mutant roared in fury, raising a paw to strike Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao easily blocked it with his blade. Bang! The next moment, the blade erupted with both fire and lightning elemental abilities, triggering a massive energy explosion. The peak stage 4 mutant was blasted away, its chest torn open, the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh. Lin Xiao gave it no chance to recover, drawing his break blade and thrusting it into the mutant's wounded chest. The break blade's armor-piercing ability worked perfectly, sliding in as if lubricated. Bang! Another explosion of fire and lightning elemental energy, this time from within, left the peak stage 4 mutant no chance of survival, instantly turning it into hero fragments. With 1 peak stage 4 mutant dealt with, the remaining 2 were no problem, it would just take him a bit of time. 10 minutes later, the 2 peak stage 4 mutants lay dead on the ground, and the Tree of Life had just finished gestating a life crystal. Lin Xiao grasped the life crystal, turning and leaving swiftly, as another premonition from an Yuan flashed in his mind. A second Tree of Life had appeared. But halfway to the location, his pupils contracted, as an Yuan's premonition revealed that a god was trying to seize the Tree of Life. The goddess code name was 323, White Bird. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Without his berserk right arm's power of destruction, facing a peak stage 4 god would be difficult. But he would go nonetheless. Swoosh! Lin Xiao tore through the void, his saint wings flapping, until the tree appeared before him. The surroundings of this tree were completely different from the last. There were no mutants or zombies, only a large white bird perched atop it. From afar, the white bird radiated a sacred white light, seemingly an inviolable divine bird, but closer inspection revealed the white light was merely the reflection of its bone structure. This entire bird was composed of a skeletal frame. After detecting Lin Xiao's arrival, it cast a gaze with empty sockets at him. Screech! It let out a piercing cry, then spread its wings and charged at Lin Xiao, its presence completely unlike the peak stage 4 mutants he had just killed. This was a god. Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold, his break blade directly enveloping both gold lightning and fire elemental abilities, maxing them out, clearly going all out. Slash! Just as the white bird reached Lin Xiao, he struck out with his blade, sparks flying as it collided with the bird's bone frame. Without the power of destruction, it was indeed difficult to break through a god's defense. Just as Lin Xiao's heart sank, the white bird suddenly opened its beak and lunged towards Lin Xiao's head, the beak aimed straight at the top of his skull. If it broke through his black dragon scale armor, it would pierce his brain. That was obviously unacceptable. Therefore, Lin Xiao's saint wings flapped, and a temporal rift appeared behind him, and Lin Xiao flashed inside. Whoosh! When Lin Xiao reappeared, he was kneeling in the same spot as a few seconds before, a situation that made the white bird god momentarily stunned, a look of confusion on its face. Lin Xiao was also observing the white bird, his eyes flickering. Now that he had lost the destructive power of his enraged right arm, his offensive capabilities were greatly diminished, but with the temporal void of his holy wings, his survivability had increased to an unprecedented level. It could be said that as long as Lin Xiao didn't want to, it was almost impossible for him to die. Unless someone could instantly kill him, not even giving him a chance to use the temporal void. But that was almost impossible. At this time, only a god above the 6th rank could possibly kill him instantly, but were there any gods above the 6th rank right now? The answer was, of course, no. Lin Xiao and the white bird began an intense battle. However, he had the temporal void, and the white bird had the terrifying healing speed of a 4th rank peak god. After battling for half a day, they were both, it could be said, completely unscathed. Meanwhile, the life willow was slowly maturing, and at that moment, the life core emitted a burst of light. This signified that the core was mature. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered, and he immediately wanted to withdraw from the white bird's attack range and rush toward the life core. However, the white bird didn't give him the chance, directly forcing him back. The white bird's wings flapped, and large clumps of white flames surrounded Lin Xiao, leaving him with no space to escape. Is this the white bird's power? Lin Zhao's expression darkened. Surrounded by the white flames, his vitality was rapidly diminishing, but with the power of the temporal void, he could continuously restore his condition. But at the same time, he was trapped in the white fire, without time to compete for the life core. Was he going to be locked in this stalemate with the white bird? Just as Lin Zhao was frowning, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby. After a brief moment of surprise, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Without him noticing, a snow-white tiger had appeared above the willow tree, winking at Lin Zhao. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai? It seemed Yumian had anticipated that he would be entangled with the white bird, so she had called Xiao Bai. Perfect, his purpose here was just to obtain the life core. This white bird was too troublesome, it could be dealt with later. Following Lin Zhao's instructions with his eyes, Xiao Bai swallowed the life core in one gulp and directly flew away. The moment the life core disappeared, the white bird naturally sensed it. It turned its head, saw Xiao Bai running away, and immediately let out an angry shriek. But how could Lin Zhao give it a chance to chase Xiao Bai? He directly trapped it with his Gold Lord ability and then broke free from the white bird's fiery encirclement, taking Xiao Bai with him and making a quick escape. All that was left was the white bird, letting out piercing cries, but to no avail. According to Yumian's premonition, the life willow would produce a third core, but that would be 2 days later, on the last day of the blood mist. And that time would be perfect for him to consume 2 life cores. He wondered what abilities these 2 life cores would bring him. Chapter 89. The Umbrella Man reappears inside the sealed room. Lin Zhao held 2 life cores, bringing them to his mouth to digest. Subsequently, the exact same scene as before unfolded. His consciousness returned to the 7 deadly sins space, and one of the life cores slowly hovered before the entrance of the wrathful giant ape's cave. Buzz. The air vibrated violently, and the wrathful giant ape also awakened, its scarlet eyes like torches in the dark cave. Roar! The wrathful giant ape let out a deafening roar, causing the chains on its body to shake. Even Lin Zhao couldn't help but pale at the commotion. This wrathful giant ape was simply too terrifying, even more imposing than the deities in the shrines, and it was still under the restraint of chains. Crack! 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 Just then, the chains on the wrathful giant ape's arms suddenly shattered simultaneously. After freeing its arms, it began to frantically pull at the remaining chains, seemingly trying to break free from these shackles. But the result was undoubtedly futile. Lin Zhao's eyes flickered as he observed. The wrathful giant ape was known for its strength, yet it couldn't break free from these chains. He wondered who had locked them here. During the awakening of abilities, it was mentioned that they had committed divine sins. What had happened? As Lin Zhao frowned in contemplation, he suddenly saw the power of the other life core spread out. The glistening light finally settled on the cave representing envy. The 7 deadly sins, envy, the world-devouring serpent. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed as he watched the slumbering serpent slowly awaken, its pair of scarlet vertical pupils opening. At that instant, Lin Zhao also felt something. An unusual burning sensation arose in his eyes, as if a furnace were baking them. Ugh! He couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. At the same time, his arms also underwent changes, with the patterns of destruction once again appearing. When Lin Zhao opened his eyes again, his pupils had transformed into double pupils, and the central pupil was no longer a normal human circle, but rather an oval. It was as if these were the eyes of a snake. A slight movement of his pupils emitted an extremely sinister light. The 7 deadly sins, world-devouring serpent, divine power, insight, Lin Zhao whispered in the cave, his voice echoing, before he retreated from the cave. Opening his eyes, he had returned to the room. The inside double pupils flickered slightly, and everything around the room appeared before his eyes in dissected detail. Including the materials used to build the roof beams and their structure, everything was clearly discernible, and he could even see through to other rooms. In the next room, Yuemian was undressing. In front of her was a bathtub filled with steaming water. As soon as she finished removing her clothes, Yuemian raised a fair and slender leg, stepping into the tub. Her crystalline jade feet splashed ripples on the surface of the water, and these ripples appeared to move extremely slowly in Lin Zhao's vision, until Yuemian's thighs were completely submerged in the water. Lin Zhao then retracted his insight vision, his expression full of bewilderment. This ability seemed a bit improper. It felt like the world-devouring serpent should have represented lust instead. However, the extra activation of a divine-level ability was an unexpected joy for Lin Zhao. Yet, this ability did not seem to possess much offensive power, but rather focused on support. This insight was akin to X-ray vision, allowing him to see the flaws of anyone, and it could also slow down an opponent's attacks infinitely. This ability was similar to an enhanced version of perception, but it was many times stronger. After all, perception could only sense the aura in a certain area. Insight, with its all-knowing vision, was a completely different concept. In a way, this ability seemed to be stealing time. Regardless of how the outside world's time flowed, the insight ability could make his perception of the outside world infinitely slow, but his mind's flow remained normal during this period. This meant that when facing opponents, he would always have absolute time to react. After experiencing this ability, Lin Xiao walked out of the room and observed the situation outside. Just like before he absorbed the crystal core, the outside was empty, with only occasional traces of mutated creatures passing by. These mutations were significantly stronger than before the blood mist descended, with the weakest being at the peak of the 3rd tier, and even 4th tier mutations were commonplace. Lin Xiao? At this moment, An Yuanyan's surprised voice sounded, seemingly not expecting him to finish so quickly. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on An Yuanyan, who was only wrapped in a thin bath towel, revealing her graceful curves. This made Lin Xiao involuntarily recall the scene he had just perceived, and his body showed some subtle changes. I'm going out for a bit. After saying this, Lin Xiao directly used the time void ability to travel out, weaving through the blood mist. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he came out, otherwise, he was afraid he would not be able to resist the influence of lustful emotions. However, originally, Lin Xiao had planned to come out in a couple of days, but since he came out early, he might as well see what the situation was like outside the blood mist. As Lin Xiao was traveling in the air, he suddenly saw a black shadow in the blood mist. It was a black umbrella quietly standing in the blood mist. Lin Xiao's body instantly shook. It was the umbrella holder. She had actually appeared in the blood mist too. But thinking about it, it was normal. After all, he had seen the umbrella holder's figure in the last blood rain, and at the time, he had even thought it was an illusion. But based on what manhwaedit said later, it confirmed that he was not mistaken at the time, and that there really was an umbrella holder. She could travel through disasters, and even awaken manhwaedit in advance. She was definitely an unfathomable person. However, her purpose, Lin Xiao still did not know, and now he finally had the opportunity to catch her, and he could not miss this opportunity. Lin Xiao flapped his holy wings and swooped down. Strangely, the umbrella holder did not seem to dodge, but instead, stood quietly in place. Was she waiting for him? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He had already reached the umbrella holder, and she still did not dodge. Only, her face was completely hidden under the wide-brimmed hat and veil, and he could not make out her features at all. She is in trouble, go help her. The umbrella holder only left this one sentence, then disappeared on the spot. This power. Lin Xiao was stunned, somewhat surprised that it was actually the power of time. It was the same as the ability of his holy wings. Could the other party also be a god? But in his previous life, he had never heard of such a god. After only a brief moment of thought, he stopped trying to figure out what she was, because the umbrella holder left a message before leaving. She was in danger. manhwaedit, where was she and how could she be in danger? Lin Xiao quickly remembered that the Black Mist envoy who appeared at the end when he fought against the god had said that all low-level gods would not let go of she, a high-level god. And the blood mist was an opportunity for evolution that neither mutations nor gods would miss. Chapter 90. The Black Mist envoy appears again, but with the blood mist so thick now, where could he possibly find manhwaedit? Lin Xiao's expression shifted between dark and bright when he suddenly noticed that a patch of blood mist on the ground had frozen into frost, pointing in a direction. That direction was, unmistakably, towards Ningyuan City. Ningyuan City? Why would manhwaedit go there? Although Lin Xiao was puzzled, he still rushed over with all his might. Although he didn't have much of a close relationship with manhwaedit, she had helped him on the day of the God War. If manhwaedit hadn't appeared in the end to stop the Black Mist envoy, he wouldn't have just lost 2 god corpses. Given the Black Mist envoy's character, he would have definitely killed all the humans there. As Lin Xiao sped along, entering Ningyuan City's territory, he realized something was wrong. Ningyuan City wasn't just covered in blood mist, there was also a faint black mist floating within it. This was the Black Mist envoy. He had actually returned to Ningyuan City. Looking at the situation, manhwaedit must have come for the Black Mist envoy, but something went wrong, and she was now in danger. Finally, Lin Xiao saw manhwaedit's figure, but she was already in a very disheveled state and was surrounded by 3 attacking gods. One of them was, shockingly, the Black Mist envoy, and of the other 2, one was the white bird god Lin Xiao had encountered not long ago. As for the last one, it looked like a bizarre tree. God code 673, Treyant. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. These 3 gods had actually formed an alliance to attack manhwaedit together. The Black Mist envoy was obviously the main force. It had evolved into a 5th tier god and was on the verge of reaching the peak of 5th tier. The other 2 gods were also at the peak of 4th tier, just one step away from becoming 5th tier gods. manhwaedit's current tier was only at the peak of 4th tier. Even if she was a high-level god, she could not withstand the attacks of 3 gods at once. Haha, I told you last time, many gods would be eager to devour you. And without your god core, your strength is greatly reduced. You are no match for us. The Black Mist envoy cackled, its skeletal form floating in the air, countless black mists swirling around it. Mina Lingxi's lips were stained with a trace of blood, but her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at the Black Mist envoy. If my god core was still intact, would I let a low-level god like you act so presumptuously in front of me? God core? What was that thing? Lin Xiao scratched his head, completely bewildered, but he didn't rush to intervene. Instead, he used his insightful eyes to analyze the weaknesses of the three gods. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the Black Mist envoy's weakness was not its main body, but those clusters of black mist. If he could find a way to extinguish all the black mists, the Black Mist envoy would die. The white bird's weakness was its head, and the god named Treant had its weakness in its roots buried in the soil. Just as Lin Xiao finished analyzing the weaknesses of the three gods, Mina Lingxi had already fallen into a critical situation. The Black Mist envoy's black mist had firmly locked down the space around her. And the Treant and the white bird took this opportunity to attack Mina Lingxi's chest from the front and the back. Mina Lingxi was startled. She tried to use her spatial abilities to escape, but found that the surrounding space was actually locked. Looking up, she heard the Black Mist envoy let out a cackle. This guy had actually used the power of his god core to temporarily lock down the surrounding space. Damn it! Mina Lingxi's face turned pale. If her god core was still intact, not only would she not be trapped by the Black Mist envoy locking the space, she would have killed those two low-level gods already. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Mina Lingxi. Lin Xiao pulled her into his arms, then drilled into a time void. This Black Mist envoy's god core could lock space, but it couldn't lock time. When Lin Xiao reappeared, the four gods in the arena were slightly taken aback. Lin Xiao, Mina Lingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly not expecting Lin Xiao to appear at this time. What? Very surprised. Lin Xiao looked at her with a faint smile. Compared to your surprise, I'm more curious as to why you're here. Of course, it's to kill this guy, but I didn't expect him to have two low-level gods ambush me beforehand, Mina Lingxi whispered. Why are you bothering this guy for no reason? Don't you know that you were awakened early, and your strength is even inferior to these low-level gods? Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. Especially the Black Mist envoy. That guy swallowed two god corpses. His strength must have advanced to the 5th tier, while Mina Lingxi hadn't swallowed anything. If it was just him, I would still have the confidence to kill him, even if he advanced to the 5th tier. But forget it, you 1T understand, the gap between low-level and high-level gods is not as simple as you think, and I don't have a god core right now, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a sorry state, Mina Lingxi said with some resentment. God core? What the hell is that? Lin Xiao frowned. To put it simply, it's a goddess heart, but low-level gods usually only grow one after reaching the 5th tier, while high-level gods usually have one from birth. A god with a god core will experience a qualitative leap in power, Mina Lingxi explained simply. I see, then where is your god core? Lin Xiao asked, frowning. I don't know, when I was awakened, the god core had already disappeared. Mina Lingxi was also puzzled. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. Her own heart, she actually didn't know where it went, it was utterly ridiculous. Didn't you say you were awakened by that umbrella holder? Could it be that she stole it from you? Lin Xiao asked thoughtfully. Mina Lingxi was stunned, then her beautiful eyes flickered incessantly. The Black Mist envoy, seeing Lin Xiao and Mina Lingxi chatting as if no one else was around, completely ignoring him, gradually became displeased. Lin Xiao, you lowly human, have you forgotten that there is still a great god in front of you? Great god? Lin Xiao looked at the Black Mist envoy, raising an eyebrow. You mean you? What are you? A guy who only knows how to steal, dares to call himself a god. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Xiao's words directly hit the Black Mist envoy's fuse, and his tone instantly became ferocious. Lin Xiao, last time Mina Lingxi protected you, letting you escape with your life. This time let us see who will come to save you. After speaking, the Black Mist envoy drove a cloud of black mist, rushing straight towards Lin Xiao. Save me? I think you've misunderstood something. Back then, you only dared to attack and steal my two god corpses because I was powerless, but I am now at my peak. Do you think you will have the same opportunity this time as last time?